The cruise ship ran aground, and I, along with a group of beautiful women, found ourselves stranded on a deserted island. The haughty CEO, the intellectually poised young lady, and the glamorous starlet. All of these elevated beauties seemed utterly helpless in the face of this predicament. Allow me to recount how I ignited a fervent spark amidst this chaotic encounter. Chapter 1. The cruise ship runs aground, stranded on a desert island, encountering the CEO. Ye Feng groggily opened his eyes. A disheveled beach, dense coconut groves, and the majestic sea clearly indicated that he had landed on an uninhabited isle. Had he survived? Ye Feng sat up on the sand, gasping for breath. He wondered about the fate of his colleagues. During a corporate team-building retreat, CEO Su Yun had led the entire company out to sea, only to inadvertently run aground. Ye Feng rose to his feet and surveyed his surroundings, spotting a graceful figure lying where the sea met the shore. CEO Su, he exclaimed, rushing over. The woman sprawled on the beach was indeed Su Yun. Her pale face was etched with pain, her delicate brows furrowed tightly, and her long, pristine legs were slightly parted, their depths reminiscent of a starry sky, captivating Ye Feng. This was dire. She must have ingested a significant amount of seawater. Ye Feng quickly bent down, ready to administer artificial respiration. As a mere subordinate, he typically dared not meet Su Yun's gaze. Yet here on this deserted island, he found himself in a position for an intimate encounter. Gulp. Ye Feng swallowed hard, leaning in. The taste was sweet and fragrant, delightful indeed. While performing artificial respiration, his mind wandered into fanciful imaginings. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, Su Yun slowly opened her eyes. Ah, pervert. Su Yun instinctively slapped him. The sound echoed sharply, leaving Ye Feng's cheek tingling. CEO, I was performing artificial respiration. I saved you. Ye Feng hastily explained. You? You wretched. Su Yun retched on the beach. Ye Feng's face turned pale. Was this not a grave insult? Wang Tao was right. You are nothing but a lecherous man. Su Yun scolded vehemently. At the mention of Wang Tao, Ye Feng's expression darkened. Wang Tao was his supervisor, and despite Ye Feng's diligent efforts leading to commendable performance, Wang Tao had always covertly undermined him, often disparaging him before Su Yun, painting him as a repulsive lecher. The most despicable act was when Wang Tao had wooed away Ye Feng's girlfriend of 3 years with flattering words. Keep your distance from me, Su Yun declared, picking up a stone. Ye Feng's temper flared. He had acted out of kindness, and now she was ungrateful, dragging Wang Tao into the mix. If this were at the office, he might have endured it, but stranded on this island, uncertain of their survival, he felt little inclination to cater to Su Yun's whims. Very well. Ye Feng retreated to a grove of coconut trees. Su Yun hesitated before settling beneath another tree, the two now 10 meters apart, entering a stony silence. The midday sun blazed mercilessly. It was not long before Su Yun became parched and, having vomited earlier, felt increasingly dizzy from the loss of fluids. As Ye Feng leaned against the coconut tree with his eyes closed, he appeared to be in a slumber. After enduring another half-hour, Su Yun could no longer resist and approached him step by step. Hey, can you find a way to get some fresh water? She whispered. Huh. Ye Feng groggily opened his eyes and stretched. Didn't you say you wanted to keep your distance from me, Su? What's the matter? You. Su Yun furrowed her brows and stormed back, feeling both thirsty and wronged. Having grown accustomed to being catered to, she was unaccustomed to such indignities. If only Wang Tao were here. I've heard he has experience in wilderness survival and even won a championship. Ye Feng shrugged and reclined on the ground once more. After a while, he heard a yelp. Alarmed, he wondered if there were wild beasts on the deserted island. However, he soon saw Su Yun sprawled on the ground, clutching her rear. It was evident that she had attempted to climb the tree for coconuts, but the straight trunk posed a challenge. Ye Feng, can you climb trees? I can't take this thirst any longer. Help me retrieve a coconut. Su Yun, having nearly fallen apart, turned to him and said, If you obediently assist me now, when help arrives and we return to the company, I shall not treat you poorly. I'll ensure a promotion and raise for you. Ye Feng scoffed. Had Su Yun addressed him more politely, he might have been inclined to assist with the coconut retrieval. Climbing trees was a trivial matter for someone raised by the sea. Yet, her haughty demeanor irked him, and while he had tolerated her attitude at the company for the sake of his salary, they were now in dire straits. Who knew how long they would survive? Well, I'm thirsty too. The coconut tree isn't too high. Let me stand on you to reach some coconuts, Ye Feng suggested. What? You want to stand on me? Su Yun exclaimed, both embarrassed and angry. Given the height of the tree, I have no other choice. Ye Feng shrugged. No way. Standing on me is a different matter, Su Yun retorted defiantly. Fine then. Ye Feng conceded with a nonchalant nod. Observing Su Yun's slender frame, he thought that stepping on her might result in injury. However, he wasn't going to make it easy for her to obtain the coconuts. He immediately squatted down and leaned against the tree trunk. Remember the steps. First, step on my thigh, then onto my shoulder. Together we should be over 3 meters tall, and if you stretch your arms, you should reach those coconuts, Ye Feng guided her. Yet, Su Yun hesitated, aware that she was wearing a skirt. If she placed both feet on Ye Feng's shoulders, she would be exposed. Hey, are you going to do it or not? Ye Feng's patience waned. All right, but you mustn't look up, understood? Su Yun finally relented. Got it. Now hurry up, my legs are going numb, Ye Feng urged impatiently. With a nod, Su Yun lifted her skirt to her knees, removed her shoes, and placed one delicate, rosy foot on Ye Feng's thigh, while the other rested on his shoulder. After repeating once, she placed both of her delicate feet on Ye Feng's shoulders. With a gentle exertion of his waist, Ye Feng lifted the over 80-pound Su Yun. The faint fragrance emanating from Su Yun caused a subtle heat to rise within Ye Feng. It is worth noting that Su Yun was a top-tier wealthy beauty, not only possessing significant wealth, but also being more beautiful than many popular actresses. Had it not been for this maritime disaster, Ye Feng would never have had such intimate contact with Su Yun in his lifetime. As Ye Feng's thoughts spiraled, he found it increasingly difficult to control himself. Unable to resist glancing upward. Chapter 2. Let her know who the authority is on this deserted island. Just as Ye Feng lifted his head, Su Yun called down. A little more, you need to raise your feet. Startled, Ye Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment and raised his feet slightly. Is that enough? He inquired. Just a bit more. You need to exert yourself. Su Yun's voice was filled with excitement. Oh, yes, I can reach it now, she exclaimed, her tone brimming with delight. Following this, a coconut was thrown down from above, followed by a second and a third. After successfully picking 5 coconuts, Ye Feng began to feel fatigued. Suddenly, a coconut grazed the tip of Ye Feng's nose before crashing onto the beach with a loud thud. Ye Feng jumped back, imagining the pain he would feel if it had struck his head. Watch it, he exclaimed, instinctively looking up, only to be met with a sight that widened his eyes in astonishment. Beneath her skirt, he glimpsed a pair of black lace undergarments. I didn't mean to. Su Yun looked down at Ye Feng, noticing his gaze fixed below. She let out a shriek and tumbled down from his shoulders. Ouch, that hurts, she cried, clutching her backside, tears welling in her eyes. Get up, Ye Feng said, preparing to assist her. Get away, you perverted peeper. Su Yun slapped his arm. Wang Tao was right. Ye Feng truly was a lecherous man, daring to gaze at such an intimate area. Ye Feng's expression darkened as he picked up 2 coconuts and departed. He first found a sharp piece of coral to slice through the coconut's outer shell, then meticulously cut through the inner shell until he could finally drink the milky coconut juice. Meanwhile, Su Yun was awkwardly holding a coconut above her head, smashing it against the rocks. With each strike, her chest quivered violently. Ye Feng watched in astonishment. He had always seen Su Yun dressed conservatively, but he was surprised by her ample figure once she loosened her buttons. Although Su Yun had observed Ye Feng's method, her pride prevented her from imitating him. As Ye Feng enjoyed his coconut juice, he silently reveled in the situation. He had not anticipated that the usually competent Su Yun could exhibit such childish behavior, akin to a petulant child. Huff, huff. Su Yun wasted another coconut, panting heavily as she surreptitiously glanced at Ye Feng. With no other choice, she reluctantly began to imitate Ye Feng, using the sharp coral to cut repeatedly. Feeling Ye Feng's mocking gaze, she turned and glared at him. What are you looking at? I'm not copying you. I had this idea long ago. Are you out of your mind? Ye Feng retorted, speechless. It was around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, and the sun remained relentless. Ye Feng and Su Yun had each savored coconut juice, yet the chill between them persisted. They stood 10 meters apart, each ignoring the other. Ye Feng, feeling the pangs of hunger after skipping 2 meals, pondered what sustenance could be found on this deserted island. Rising to his feet, he began to walk east along the beach. Just as he was about to vanish from her sight, Su Yun gasped and stood up as well. Where are you going? I won't allow you to leave, she exclaimed, realizing that if Ye Feng departed, she would be left all alone in this desolate wilderness. Where I go is none of your concern, Ye Feng retorted, his figure disappearing behind a cluster of rocks. Su Yun swallowed hard and returned to her spot beneath the coconut tree, though her anxious gaze frequently darted towards the rocks, fearing Ye Feng's sudden return. Time passed, and an urgent need compelled Su Yun to rise. She lifted her skirt, ready to venture into the woods for relief. But the foreboding shadows made her wary of encountering wild beasts. Ultimately, she decided to relieve herself on the beach. After a brief hesitation, she slowly raised her skirt, letting her undergarment slide down to her knees, all the while keeping her eyes fixed on the rocky outcrop, apprehensive that Ye Feng might reappear unexpectedly. Meanwhile, Ye Feng had caught 3 fish in the shallow waters behind the rocks, a skill honed from his upbringing in a fishing village. With the fish in hand, he glanced towards the woods, intending to gather some branches for cooking. After collecting a few twigs, he made his way back. "I'm back," he announced as he emerged from the trees, only to be greeted by the sight of a bare backside and droplets of water cascading down. Su Yun, engrossed in watching the rocky formations, was oblivious to Ye Feng's approach from behind. "Ah!" Su Yun yelped, hastily attempting to pull up her undergarment, but in her flustered state, she ended up tearing it. Ye Feng stood aghast, his mouth agape as he beheld the scene. He had unwittingly witnessed everything and, to his surprise, found that not only was Su Yun's face beautiful, but her second face was equally stunning. With her undergarment ruined, Su Yun could only let her skirt fall, glaring at Ye Feng with disdain. "You pervert! How dare you sneak up on me like that?" She fumed, her anger palpable as she strode toward him. "Who the hell was sneaking? I was merely looking for sticks to cook the fish. I didn't expect you, the esteemed president, to relieve yourself in the open. Don't you dare argue. I'll slap that smirk off your face." Su Yun raised her hand, aiming for Ye Feng's cheek. "Get lost." Ye Feng instinctively pushed her away, but inadvertently, his left hand grasped something soft and supple, with remarkable elasticity. Su Yun froze, quickly shielding her chest, and stepping back in alarm, her eyes wide with fear. "You've truly lost your mind. I will have you fired when I return," she yelled. Ye Feng's expression darkened as he replied with a sneer, "If I get fired, so be it. I had no intention of staying here anyway." "You?" Su Yun was momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain of how to threaten Ye Feng further. Ye Feng chose to disregard her, confident that once she experienced hunger, she would soon capitulate. He retrieved a wooden stick and placed some dry shavings upon a piece of dead wood, beginning the arduous process of friction fire. After considerable effort, a small flame finally ignited. Gently, he added some dry branches, and the fire blazed brighter. He skewered fish onto sticks and roasted them over the flames. Before long, the fish sizzled and exuded a tantalizing aroma. Su Yun gazed longingly at the 3 plump sea fish, her mouth watering, having gone without food for 2 meals. Her stomach rumbled insistently. After a moment's hesitation, her resolve crumbled, and she approached him. "Ye Feng, I forgive you. If you give me a fish to eat, I shall let bygones be bygones," she stated, swallowing hard. "Save your breath. I have no need for your forgiveness," Ye Feng replied with a scoff. Bemused by her demeanor, as if she were still in the corporate world. It was truly amusing. Today, he intended to teach Su Yun a lesson about who truly held authority on this deserted island. Chapter 3. Taking advantage, making excessive demands you. Su Yun furrowed her brows, fuming as she turned on her heel and walked away. Soon, the fish was ready, and Ye Feng picked one up, devouring it with unabashed delight. The juices running down his chin. Su Yun watched from a distance, her hunger intensifying, her vision slightly blurred. She swallowed again, rising to approach him. "Ye Feng, I was wrong before. I misjudged you, and I apologize. Could you please spare me a fish?" Su Yun bit her lip, her tone finally softening. Ye Feng, chewing on the fish, appraised her with a smirk, spitting out a fish bone. "Apologies, Su, but I scarcely have enough for myself. If you wish for a meal, you must catch one yourself. Please, I beg you. I'm on the verge of starvation. Just give me half a fish," Su Yun implored, taking a deep breath to suppress her rising anger. "Seeing your plight, I shall give you this half." Ye Feng begrudgingly handed her the portion he had been eating. "You expect me to eat what you've already had?" Su Yun retorted, her face contorting in disgust. "Give me a fresh half. Take it or leave it." Ye Feng chuckled coldly, tossing the half-eaten fish to the ground. "Is it too much to ask for you to give me a new half?" Su Yun frowned. "Not at all. It's this half or nothing. You can choose to eat it or not." Ye Feng resumed his meal. Su Yun glared at the discarded fish, torn between fury and hunger, feeling utterly helpless. After a moment of internal struggle, her hunger overpowered her disgust, and just as she was about to pick it up, a figure approached. "Manager Wang, you're still alive." Su Yun exclaimed, her heart racing with relief upon seeing Wang Tao, as if reuniting with a long-lost family member. Ye Feng frowned upon seeing Wang Tao, irritated that this wretch was still alive. Indeed, Su, you are alive as well. That eases my mind. You have no idea how worried I was about you, he replied. Wang Tao gazed at Su Yun, chuckling softly, before turning his attention to Ye Feng, who sat on the ground savoring grilled fish. With a feigned cough, he put on an air of authority and remarked, "Oh, Ye Feng, it seems fortune smiles upon you. You've managed to catch a fish and are enjoying a meal. How splendid. I'm feeling rather famished myself. Do share one with me, if you wish to indulge. You ought to catch your own. I can barely satisfy my own appetite." Ye Feng, gnawing on his fish, chose not to grant Wang Tao the courtesy of a response. Having endured Wang Tao's arrogance at the company, he was determined not to be submissive on this deserted island. "What the hell did you just say? You think I owe you for eating your fish? Don't expect favors." Wang Tao, accustomed to barking orders in the office, was incensed by Ye Feng's defiance. "Manager Wang, don't pay any mind to this neurotic. You are a champion of wilderness survival. If he can catch a fish, you surely can as well. Come, let us venture to the rocks and catch some fish for ourselves," denying him any share. Su Yun interjected, observing Wang Tao, "In this wilderness, your survival skills surpass his. He may flaunt his luck now, but he will soon find himself at our mercy. Indeed, Su, rest assured, stay close to me, and I shall ensure you dine luxuriously." Wang Tao replied with a smug expression. Thus, the two ventured to the rocks, while Ye Feng finished off the remaining fish. Time passed, and eventually, Su Yun and Wang Tao returned, both empty-handed. Ye Feng was not surprised. Catching fish was no simple task, and even he had expended considerable effort. It was absurd to think that Wang Tao, a mere pretender of wilderness survival, could succeed. From a distance, Wang Tao's voice carried, filled with excuses. "Su, I truly am a champion of wilderness survival. I was simply too famished to catch any fish." As their figures came into view, Su Yun's expression darkened. Having gone without food for 2 meals, she was utterly fatigued. Wang Tao approached Ye Feng, his voice low and menacing. "Ye Feng, I am offering you a chance. Go catch some fish for me, and I shall forgive your insolence. Otherwise, face the consequences. Catch your own fish. Go play somewhere else." Ye Feng retorted coldly. "What did you say? You think you're being clever?" Wang Tao's rage ignited instantly, having just been scrutinized by Su Yun in shallow waters. He seized this opportunity to unleash his frustrations, masking his own inadequacies. "If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll never learn your place." With that, he charged at Ye Feng, landing a punch squarely on his chest. Despite his imposing stature, Wang Tao had long been drained by indulgence, lacking any real strength. "Go to hell," Ye Feng countered, delivering a kick that sent Wang Tao crashing onto the sandy beach. "Don't provoke me here. I won't tolerate your nonsense." Wang Tao was taken aback by Ye Feng's prowess, realizing he may not truly be his match, and opted to bide his time. As darkness enveloped the sky and a cool breeze wafted in from the depths of the ocean, Su Yun, on the verge of fainting from hunger, turned to Ye Feng and implored, "Ye Feng, could you possibly assist us in catching some fish?" "I refuse," Ye Feng replied nonchalantly. Su Yun's frustration threatened to boil over. But her hunger was undeniable. "Very well, I shall offer you money. Once we are rescued and return home, I will give you 10,000. "I still refuse." Upon hearing the sum of 10,000, Ye Feng could not help but chuckle, pondering the uncertainty of rescue. This 10,000 was but an empty promise. Time passed slowly, and soon it was around 8 or 9 in the evening. The weather on this desolate island was peculiar, while the daytime heat soared to 40 degrees. The temperature plummeted to around 10 degrees at night. Su Yun, unable to withstand the chill, hugged her knees tightly. She was now cold, hungry, and fatigued. Wang Tao, unable to endure any longer, staggered over to Ye Feng. "Ye Feng, 20,000 for a fish. Please help us catch one," he weakly implored. "Ha, not a chance." Ye Feng replied with a playful smirk. 50,000 for a fish, 50,000. Do not be unreasonable." Wang Tao's eyes widened in anger, appearing on the verge of collapse. At that moment, Su Yun approached as well. "Ye Feng, I assure you, 50,000 for a fish. As long as you can ensure my food and water supply until the rescue arrives, I will give you 500,000 once I return," Su Yun stated earnestly. She was not short of money, but if Ye Feng refused to catch fish, she might very well starve. "Fine, but besides the money, I desire something else." Ye Feng mused, indeed tempted by the prospect of 500,000. Although rescue was uncertain, the possibility lingered, and considering Su Yun's dire hunger, it would be a pity for her to perish without sustenance. After all, to be stranded on this island for eternity with a woman was far more agreeable than without. Now, Su Yun was indeed at her wits' end with hunger. If he made an excessive demand, even if she was reluctant, she would have to comply. What else do you want? Su Yun's heart sank as she gazed into Ye Feng's eyes, sensing the ominous undertone. Furrowing her brow, she said in a low voice, "Let me make this clear. Do not push your luck. I can only offer you money. Do not think of anything else." Chapter 4. One must not overfeed a dog, or it will become disobedient. Then forget it. What use is money on a deserted island? Ye Feng scoffed. If Su Yun remained obstinate, he would not mind letting her starve. Only a tamed lamb was worth his effort. Su Yun swallowed hard as her stomach grumbled. What are your conditions? Simple. Call me husband, and upon doing so, I shall catch you a fish. Ye Feng leaned forward, feigning sincerity. You're dreaming. Su Yun's face flushed with indignation. As a proud CEO, the thought of addressing this slacker as her husband was more unbearable than death itself. Do not be like that. It is merely a matter of uttering the word husband. Just imagine how delectable the fish would be. Furthermore, the ocean here is pristine, yielding fish that are both fresh and exquisite. Ye Feng tempted. Gurgle. It was not Su Yun's stomach that growled, but rather Wang Tao's, as he approached with eager anticipation. Ye Feng, how about this? I'll mimic a woman's voice and call you husband to satisfy your emptiness. In return, will you grant me a fish? Smack. Ye Feng swiftly delivered a slap. Disgusting. To Ye Feng's surprise, after being slapped, Wang Tao crawled back over. Then how about this? If I persuade Su Yun to address you as husband, could you also grant me a fish? Wang Tao asked, unwilling to relent. Ye Feng did not pay him any mind. Instead, he took a branch to clean his teeth. Beside him, Su Yun was taken aback, unable to fathom how easily Wang Tao had defected. She had once held a favorable impression of him, but in this moment, her face was etched with disappointment. Ye Feng, are you implying that merely calling you husband will grant me fish? Su Yun inquired. Indeed, Ye Feng nodded. Having devised a plan to first have Su Yun call him husband and then gradually unravel the layers of this aloof and proud female CEO. Husband, Su Yun uttered, her voice tinged with humiliation. Louder, Ye Feng commanded without hesitation. Flushed with embarrassment, Su Yun's face turned crimson, her eyes reflecting shock and disgrace. Husband, she managed to say, tears rolling down her fair cheeks. That's more like it, Ye Feng remarked before making his way towards the shallow waters. Luck was on his side that evening, as numerous lanternfish were filtering through the mayfly swarm. Before long, he had caught 5 or 6 fish. As he rounded a reef, he spotted Wang Tao. That useless fellow, babbling to Su Yun. Ye Feng concealed himself behind the rocks, eavesdropping on the sea breeze. Miss Su, these are extraordinary times. You should appease that fool so we can survive. Once we return to civilization, I will have my brother teach him a lesson, Wang Tao said. However, Su Yun maintained a frosty demeanor. Wang Tao, didn't you claim to be the champion of wilderness survival? Why can Ye Feng succeed while you cannot? Haven't I gone hungry for several meals? Wang Tao replied. Once Ye Feng gives you the fish, you can quietly pass some to me. If I am well fed, I will be able to catch an abundance of fish, and I won't have to beg that fool anymore. His face was a mask of selfishness. Are you certain that being well fed will enable you to catch fish? Su Yun expressed her skepticism. Miss Su, haven't I shown you my championship certificate? Do you still doubt me? Wang Tao had previously fabricated a championship certificate online, which had led Su Yun to trust him implicitly. All right, I'll believe you one more time, Su Yun conceded with a nod. Ye Feng sensed that the moment was ripe, deliberately making heavy footsteps as he approached the fire. Miss Su, this fish is yours, the rest are mine. He tossed a small fish to Su Yun. She picked it up and exchanged a glance with Wang Tao. Ye Feng had already anticipated their covert actions, but chose not to expose them. He aimed to reveal the true nature of Wang Tao, the useless charlatan, to this willful and naive girl. Soon, Su Yun had cooked the fish to perfection. Ye Feng, may I eat over by the rocks? She asked. Feel free. Ye Feng replied nonchalantly. The two then moved behind the reef. Though Su Yun felt faint from hunger, she handed the grilled fish to Wang Tao to avoid further irritation from Ye Feng. That worthless Wang Tao devoured the fish in a matter of moments. Manager Wang, may we catch fish now? Su Yun inquired. Miss Su, I am now well fed and have energy. Why would I still need to catch fish? Remember, I am a black belt in Taekwondo. Follow me, and I will compel Ye Feng to catch fish for us. Wang Tao's intentions were clear. He sought to use force to coerce Ye Feng into fishing. Please, if you can catch fish, do it yourself. Why must you resort to violence? Su Yun felt somewhat reluctant, a vague sense that she had been played. Let's go, we can just watch from behind. Wang Tao patted his chest and tore off a strip of black cloth to tie around his waist. As a master of Taekwondo, maintaining the ceremonial aspect was essential. While Ye Feng was dozing, he noticed Wang Tao and another person returning. However, Wang Tao's demeanor had shifted dramatically. He exuded an aura of menace. What do you want? Ye Feng eyed Wang Tao warily, recalling the rules that dictated this useless fellow should be catching fish. What do you mean? Ye Feng, I'm laying my cards on the table. I am a black belt in Taekwondo, and I command you to catch 50 fish and return. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to beat you, Wang Tao declared, striking a pose reminiscent of a Taekwondo stance, albeit with somewhat unsteady footing, lacking true strength. Beat me? Go ahead then. Ye Feng nearly burst into laughter. Having emerged from a martial arts village, he recognized Wang Tao's lack of real skill at first glance. Oh, taste my whirlwind kick. Wang Tao summoned all his strength to perform a flashy kick in midair. Ye Feng simply raised his leg, and Wang Tao was sent flying 2 meters away, curling up on the beach like a shrimp. Wang Tao, how did you get knocked down again? Su Yun nearly fainted. After a long while, Wang Tao finally stood up, looking weak and wretched, expelling the grilled fish he had just consumed. Su, my stomach hurts terribly. It must be because I haven't practiced Taekwondo in so long. Wang Tao, the useless one, began to make excuses once again. You? Su Yun felt weak, collapsing onto the sand in hunger. Her hopes dashed, her heart sank into despair. A black belt in Taekwondo, truly deserving of admiration, Ye Feng mused, glancing at Su Yun, only to find her slowly closing her eyes, as if she were lifeless. Oh no, don't die? He quickly propped her up, lamenting the loss of a potential companion. Thus, he grilled a fish and tore off a small piece to place in her mouth. One must not overfeed a dog, or it would become disobedient. And Wang Tao was a dog that needed to remain hungry, lest it turn on its master. After 2 bites, Su Yun finally awakened. Ye Feng, is there any more? She asked, eyeing the remaining grilled fish. None left. From now on, you are not to call me by my name. Refer to me as husband, or my lord. Or even dead ghost will suffice, Ye Feng stated with seriousness. Chapter 5. A blush crept onto her pale face. You? A flush of embarrassment colored Su Yun's pale visage. She glanced at the useless Wang Tao, then turned her gaze away, her resolve strengthening. Dead ghost, is there any fish left to eat? She inquired. Ye Feng replied. You really know how to take advantage of situations. However, there are no fish left today. We will discuss it again tomorrow morning. Now, hurry and sleep. With that, Ye Feng laid down beside the fire. The night air was frigid, and Wang Tao initially sprawled out in a star shape, but soon shifted into a more curled position. Su Yun, on the other hand, hugged her knees, shivering uncontrollably. With nothing in her stomach, the cold enveloped her rapidly. In the dead of night, Su Yun could no longer bear it. She needed someone to huddle with for warmth. She first glanced at Wang Tao, who lay amidst a pool of vomit. His body curled up. In contrast, Ye Feng appeared far cleaner. Despite her extreme aversion to the cold, she quietly nestled against Ye Feng's back. He was enjoying a deep slumber when he suddenly felt 2 resilient objects pressing against him. Rubbing his eyes, he turned to find it was Su Yun. Could it be that I have underestimated my own charm? Ye Feng pondered, confusion evident on his forehead. Regardless, he turned over, enveloping Su Yun's soft form in his embrace. The next morning, Ye Feng slowly opened his eyes. In the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. There was Wang Tao, the good-for-nothing, gnawing on a raw fish, making muffled sounds as if defending his meal. Wang Tao, how dare you steal my fish? Ye Feng exclaimed in fury, startling Su Yun awake as well. Hearing the commotion, Wang Tao hastily swallowed the fish. What do you mean by stealing? It's just a fish. I'll give you $1,000 when I get back. Isn't that enough? Wang Tao replied with a nonchalant expression. Enough for your mother, Ye Feng retorted, kicking him. What else could he do? Could he really disembowel Wang Tao? At that moment, Wang Tao turned to Su Yun. As the esteemed president, how can you sleep so closely with him? Tell me, did he press against you while sleeping? Su Yun's face flushed crimson. Shut up, she exclaimed. He certainly pressed against you. Men understand men best. Su Yun, come over to my side, lest he takes advantage of you, Wang Tao shouted. Ye Feng was about to teach Wang Tao a lesson when he paused, eager to see how Su Yun would respond. If she chose to side with Wang Tao, he would have no reason to show mercy. Be quiet, you boastful fool. You can't even catch fish or fight. Tell me, where did you get all those ridiculous certificates? Su Yun's intelligence as a president finally shone through. Previously, she had been biased, believing Wang Tao to be trustworthy. Ye Feng breathed a sigh of relief and sat down to watch how Wang Tao would explain himself. I am truly the champion of wilderness survival and a certified black belt in Taekwondo, Wang Tao continued to stubbornly boast. This good-for-nothing love to inflate his own abilities to attract attention from the opposite sex. This tactic was indeed effective. Nowadays, women, misled by various marketing schemes, believed that high and handsome men were everywhere. Thus, only a con artist could meet their expectations. You liar, boastful fool, I will no longer listen to you. Su Yun scolded before turning to Ye Feng. From now on, the fish you catch will be for the two of us, and he will not have any. President, don't say that. No matter what, I am still your confidant. Wang Tao exclaimed, dumbfounded. However, Ye Feng's expression turned cold. Did you just call me Ye Feng? It's husband. And why should we share my catch? You can only eat if I choose to share. If I don't, you will have nothing. Su Yun fell silent, lowering her head in submission. All right, my dear, I may have spoken a bit harshly earlier. It's mainly because I don't fully trust you yet. Once you spent more time together and built that trust, I will naturally treat you better. Ye Feng added, offering a hint of sweetness. I will listen to you from now on. Su Yun nodded. All right, let us roast these two fish. This shall be our breakfast for today. Ye Feng leaned back, commanding Su Yun to attend to the task. He could not afford to exhaust himself. He needed to conserve energy to guard against Wang Tao and the myriad dangers that lurked upon the deserted island. Once the fish were roasted, Su Yun hesitated momentarily before presenting the larger one to Ye Feng. Ye Feng responded, Ye, my dear, it is time to eat fish. Su Yun finally relented in her address. With satisfaction, Ye Feng accepted the fish, taking a bite and praising, Wife, your capacity for learning is quite impressive. You have mastered the art of roasting fish remarkably fast, achieving at least 70% of my proficiency. Oh, Su Yun lowered her head, delicately nibbling on the fish. Meanwhile, Wang Tao squatted before them, his gaze fixated on the roasted fish, drooling profusely. Ye Feng, the fish head has little meat. May I have it? Wang Tao inquired. Call me daddy, and I shall grant you this favor. Ye Feng replied playfully. What? You? Wang Tao fumed, though his anger dissipated within 3 seconds. Dad, he stammered, his eyes reddening. Catch it, Ye Feng exclaimed, tossing the fish head away. Wang Tao dashed after it like an excited hound, howling as he sprinted into the distance. At that moment, Su Yun finished her portion and declared, I shall fetch some dry twigs. I cannot simply indulge in your generosity. Wait, you are my wife now. Such labor should not fall upon you. Son, come here. Ye Feng beckoned Wang Tao. Su Yun was momentarily taken aback, feeling an inexplicable warmth within her. It startled her. Previously, countless wealthy suitors had bestowed luxuries worth millions upon her, yet she felt no stirrings. Why, in this desolate place, did a mere fish evoke such warmth? No, Su Yun, you must not be so trivial. Wang Tao's eyes sparkled as he hurried over, for Su Yun still possessed a fish head. Go gather some dry twigs. I shall grant you this fish head. Very well, I shall go at once. Wang Tao exclaimed, racing into the woods. Ye Feng bore a satisfied smile. In the past, Wang Tao often exerted his authority over him at the company. At last, he had his revenge. After a while, Wang Tao returned, arms laden with a great bundle of twigs, gazing at Ye Feng with eager anticipation. I have gathered the twigs. May I have the fish head now? He asked. Not a chance, Ye Feng replied coolly. Why not? You are not keeping your word. Wang Tao seethed, though he could not overpower Ye Feng, resorting instead to glaring with his reddened eyes. Internally, Ye Feng chuckled. He wished for Wang Tao to accept his capriciousness. After all, should he ever fail to uphold a promise, this fellow might harbor resentment. Gathering twigs was a task anyone could accomplish, but fishing required skill. Additionally, he performed this act in view of Su Yun. Should he one day fail to provide her with fish, she too would likely resent him. Indeed, Su Yun's demeanor shifted into a more serious one. Chapter 6. The ex-girlfriend bitten by a venomous snake. I am unapologetically untrustworthy. What will you do about it? Ye Feng shrugged. And I? The irate Wang Tao retreated a step, muttering under his breath. As time passed, The sun began to rise slowly. Su Yun abruptly grasped a wooden stick and made her way towards the expansive beach. What are you planning to do? Ye Feng inquired, his brow furrowing. I wish to inscribe a message on the sand that the rescue aircraft can easily spot, Su Yun replied. As I have previously stated, you are my wife. Such laborious tasks should be left to Wang Tao. With that, Ye Feng beckoned to Wang Tao. Come here, Wang Tao. Go to the beach and create a large inscription, covering at least 200 square meters. If you accomplish it well, you shall be rewarded with the leftover fish head for lunch. Wang Tao promptly stood up, but then hesitated, retreating back to the ground. What if you fail to keep your word? After being deceived once, he was reluctant to be fooled again. Then will you not write? Ye Feng countered decisively. Wang Tao found himself in a quandary once more. If he declined, he might starve. Yet if he accepted, though he risked being misled, there remained a glimmer of hope. Thus, the dizzy Wang Tao picked up the stick. Su Yun wrestled with her emotions. She despised Ye Feng's overbearing nature, yet deep within, she felt a twinge of superiority. At least she was not as unfortunate as Wang Tao and was enjoying the privileges of being the mistress of the house. With this thought, Su Yun settled beside Ye Feng, gradually adopting a more docile demeanor. Dear wife, last night, to prevent you from feeling cold, I endured your head pressing against my arm. And now my arm is utterly sore, Ye Feng feigned, lightly pounding his shoulder. I could help you massage it, Su Yun instinctively offered, immediately regretting her words. How could that be appropriate? Come on. Ye Feng turned his back to her. Consequently, Su Yun began to massage his shoulders. Wang Tao, enduring the blazing sun as he rode, felt a jolt upon witnessing the tender interaction between the two beneath the shade. He quickly turned his head away. I cannot allow Ye Feng to see the resentment on my face. Otherwise, I shall miss out on lunch. Once he returns, he vowed to find someone to break Ye Feng's legs. He envisioned Ye Feng wheeling himself to work, and he would deliberately tease him, relishing the thought. A smile crept across Wang Tao's face as he mused. From now on, let Wang Tao handle any physical labor. We can conserve our strength. Ye Feng pointed towards Wang Tao, who wore a foolish grin in the distance. Isn't that a bit cruel? Su Yun expressed her reluctance. Cruel? Ye Feng scoffed. He had been dating a girl named Chun-Li for over a year, but after this useless fellow joined the company, he wooed her away in just 3 days with sweet nothings. Not only did he steal his girlfriend, but Wang Tao also flaunted his relationship with Chun-Li right in front of me, causing me to lose sleep for an entire month. Regardless of how cruel I may seem, my legs are a bit sore. You should also help me massage them, Ye Feng remarked nonchalantly, indicating that Su Yun had yet to be fully tamed, still requiring a touch more discipline. At this moment, Su Yun felt a pang of sympathy for Ye Feng, as he had been tirelessly occupied since their arrival on the deserted island. This exalted CEO finally developed a sense of empathy towards an ordinary person. Just then, a sharp scream echoed from the woods, prompting all three to turn their gazes towards the source of the sound. Before long, a strikingly beautiful girl emerged, clutching her thigh and exclaiming, "Help! I've been bitten by a venomous snake." Upon seeing her, Su Yun rushed over, her face alight with astonishment. Shaoli, you're still alive. What wonderful news. Su Yun grasped Chun-Li tightly. Su Zong, knowing you're alive puts my mind at ease. But I fear my time is limited. Just a moment ago, I was bitten by a snake while attending to my needs, Chun-Li sobbed. At a loss for how to respond, Su Yun suddenly had an idea. Wang Tao, come here at once. Your girlfriend has been bitten by a snake. You simply need to suck out the poison. She called out. It was then that Chun-Li noticed Wang Tao, who had become sunburned like a native. Tao Gu, you're wonderful. Please help me extract the poison. Perhaps I won't have to die, she implored, taking a few steps toward him, as if clutching at a lifeline. Wang Tao, initially filled with joy, was struck with fear at her words and retreated a few steps. If I suck the poison into my mouth, won't I perish as well? I absolutely refuse. He vehemently shook his head. What am I to do then? Chun-Li cried once more. In that moment, Wang Tao, lacking any real ability, concocted an excuse. Wife, don't you practice yoga? You could bend down and do it yourself. But my yoga practice isn't refined enough. I can't reach it. Tao Gu, do you remember when you pursued me? You promised eternal devotion, yet now you hesitate to help me? Chun-Li lamented. Wang Tao appeared awkward, yet he continued to evade responsibility. Li, your plight saddens me, but sometimes it's better for one person to die than two, right? Besides, I must protect Su Zong. You and Su Zong are good friends. Surely you wouldn't want to see her harmed? After saying this, He shot Su Yun an ambiguous smile, fully aware that Chun Li was on the brink of death and already seeking a new partner. Su Yun's expression turned cold, nearly inducing her to retch. Suddenly, she turned to Ye Feng. Ye Feng. Oh no, husband, Xiaoli has been bitten by a snake. You're so capable. Surely you can save her? Given his past connection with Chun Li, Ye Feng hesitated before responding. Collect more dry firewood. Otherwise, the cremation won't be thorough. Ye Feng. You miserly fool. Chun Li ceased her tears, directing her anger at him. Ye Feng, however, paid her no mind, and instead began to roast fish. Alas, my fate is so cruel. When she realized he was ignoring her, Chun Li burst into loud sobs. Husband, you're such a good person. Please help Xiaoli. We all work for the same company. To her surprise, Su Yun approached and leaned against Ye Feng, her soft form brushing against his strong arm. How can I help? She was bitten in a sensitive area, and I'm not her boyfriend, Ye Feng replied, slowly flipping the fish. Su Yun, feeling helpless, turned back to Wang Tao. Wang Tao, are you truly unwilling to help? Su Zong, I don't wish to die either, and to be honest, when I first joined the company, the person I was fond of wasn't her. As for who I truly care for, you must sense it, Su Zong. Wang Tao gazed at Su Yun with deep affection, causing her to shudder with unease. Ye Feng, please help me extract the poison. Even if you disregard the fact that I was once your girlfriend, you must consider that I allowed you to indulge for an entire year. Chun Li implored. Indulge you? Did you not play me as well? We were merely fulfilling each other's needs. You sought to refine your skills due to your inability to attract a wealthy suitor. And once you perfected your technique, you promptly discarded me, did you not? Ye Feng replied calmly. Chun Li fell silent, for she indeed harbored such thoughts at the time. Chapter 7. Is any request acceptable? Darling, for my sake, could you please save Xiaoli? She is a dear friend of mine. Su Yun pleaded. Su Yun, your behavior has become increasingly improper. Ye Feng's expression turned frigid. Very well, as long as you rescue Xiaoli, I might grant you a request, Su Yun stated, her delicate face flushing. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng felt a warmth in his heart. Any request can be made. He glanced at Su Yun's figure. After parting with Chun Li, it was Su Yun who occupied his nightly fantasies. You? Under Ye Feng's intense gaze, she instinctively closed her legs. President Su, please agree to his request, otherwise I may perish. Chun Li urged. Phew. Ye Feng, if you save Xiaoli, I shall acquiesce to any request you have. Su Yun nodded gravely. However, Ye Feng leaned back, observing Su Yun's reluctance as if she found the situation distasteful. Do not trouble yourself. If your heart is not in it, let us abandon this notion, Ye Feng remarked nonchalantly. Su Yun. Ye Feng. I am not troubling myself. Please save Xiaoli, or the poison will take effect. Su Yun clenched her teeth. I believe it is best to reconsider. You are not entirely willing. Ye Feng shifted to a more comfortable position. Beside them, Chun Li was infuriated, nearly spitting blood. She yearned to rush over and strike Ye Feng down. Darling, I am genuinely willing. In truth, you are quite handsome and capable, and my desire is sincere. Su Yun endeavored to present an appearance of eagerness, all the while harboring intense resentment towards Ye Feng for forcing her, a dignified CEO, to beg him in such a humiliating manner. All for the sake of her closest friend. You may be willing, but I am not so inclined. After all, I, Ye Feng, pride myself on maintaining my integrity. Ye Feng spoke with gravity. You scoundrel, go save Xiaoli at once, or I shall truly want to strike you down. Su Yun exclaimed in fury, shaking her small fists. Oh, do not strike. Must we not even share a jest between husband and wife? Ye Feng laughed heartily, finally making his way towards Chun Li. Where was the snake's bite? Ye Feng inquired coolly. It is at the upper part of my thigh, Chun Li replied, her face flushing. How discerning it is in choosing its target. Remove your pants. I shall extract the poison for you, Ye Feng instructed. Chun Li glanced at Wang Tao in the distance, steeling herself before slowly lowering her pants halfway. Just then, Wang Tao charged over fiercely. How dare you touch my girlfriend? I will end you, Wang Tao shouted, his face flushed and neck taut, brandishing a wooden stick. Wang Tao, earlier you refused to help, and now that Ye Feng has stepped in, you're feeling jealous. What do you truly desire? Su Yun swiftly intervened, blocking Wang Tao's path. Me? Wang Tao was momentarily at a loss for words. Either you help, or Ye Feng does. Make your choice. Su Yun's chest heaved with indignation. Very well, let Ye Feng assist then. Su, I sense that Ye Feng and Chun-Li are a match. Whereas Wang Tao hesitated, his words trailing off. Silence. Su Yun turned her head away. Meanwhile, Ye Feng had leaned in closer to Chun-Li's wound. There was a dark mole on her thigh, and the injury was situated directly upon it. You need to spread your legs a bit. I can't reach the wound otherwise. Ye Feng said earnestly. Chun-Li's face flushed crimson, yet she complied, parting her legs slightly, an action that felt exceedingly humiliating. Ye Feng quickly assessed the injury, noting only a small amount of blood that had not coagulated. He pressed gently on the area, finding no bubbles in the wound. He was entirely convinced that the snake that bit Chun-Li was not venomous. Yet, Ye Feng needed to feign some urgency to ensure Su Yun upheld her promise. Thus, he plucked a few leaves, chewed them, and spat them onto the wound with a dramatic flourish. There, the poison has been neutralized with herbal remedies. Do you feel a bit better now? Ye Feng inquired. It does seem that way. Chun-Li exclaimed joyfully as she slowly began to pull up her pants. Wang Tao, witnessing this, hurried over to support Chun-Li. Wife, thank goodness. I was so worried about you. Although I didn't save you earlier. You can imagine the torment I felt in my heart. With the arrival of a new woman, Wang Tao resumed his pretense, especially in front of his wife. Chun-Li maintained a frosty silence, pulling her hand away forcefully. Wife, you must be starving. There's fish here. I can roast some for you. Wang Tao pointed to the fish Ye Feng had caught, his true intentions laid bare. Indeed, Chun-Li's expression softened a bit. Then please roast it for me quickly. I haven't eaten in ages, she replied. All right. Wang Tao strode toward the fish, only to be halted by Ye Feng. Manager Wang, you truly are generous with others' resources. Ye Feng remarked with a cold smirk. Hey, your ex-girlfriend just bled. She needs nourishment. Are you trying to let her suffer? Wang Tao retorted angrily. Yes, your girlfriend. Not mine. Go catch the fish yourself, Ye Feng replied, arms crossed. Left with no choice, Wang Tao retreated beside Chun-Li. Wife, I'm helpless. Look. Ye Feng let me take his fish. Chun-Li glanced at Ye Feng, unable to hold back her inquiry. Ye Feng, are you really that stingy? Stingy? I just saved your life, and you forget so quickly? By the way, doesn't Wang Tao boast about being a wilderness survival champion? Let him catch the fish for you, Ye Feng sneered. Su Yun, blushing furiously, felt embarrassed as they were all deceived by Wang Tao's bravado. Yes, Tao Gu. You are the wilderness survival champion. Hurry and help me catch some fish. I'm starving here, Chun-Li urged, an epiphany dawning upon her. Of course. I can handle this, just watch me, Wang Tao replied, newfound determination in his voice. Wang Tao, unwilling to lose face, strode purposefully towards the rocky area wielding a wooden stick. True to expectation, half an hour later, he returned empty-handed. Where are the fish you caught? Chun-Li inquired, her expression one of utter disappointment. I haven't eaten in several meals and was kicked by Ye Feng. Otherwise, I would have caught plenty of fish by now. Wang Tao, the inept fool, resorted to excuses once more. Chun-Li's face fell in despair. Ye Feng observed coldly, and in Su Yun's gaze towards Wang Tao, there was only a chill, devoid of any trust. What am I to do? I am going to starve. Chun-Li crouched down, furtively glancing at Ye Feng's fish. Ye Feng, could you lend me that fish? I promise to return it tenfold when I get back, she pleaded. Lend you? Even an ordinary person like me can catch fish. Your boyfriend is a champion in wilderness survival. Let him assist you, Ye Feng retorted, placing the fish over the fire to roast. At that moment, Su Yun pointed towards the depths of the sea. Look, a suitcase is floating on the surface. Perhaps it contains food, she exclaimed. Chapter 8, Leave some for me. Ye Feng squinted and indeed spotted a pink suitcase bobbing on the waves, possibly filled with clothes and useful items. He set aside the roasted fish and made his way towards the ocean. Waves rolled onto the shore, only to recede back into the depths. The risk of retrieving the suitcase was that he might be swept away into the open sea. Therefore, Ye Feng turned to Wang Tao. Wang Tao, go retrieve the suitcase, and I will give you 2 fish. No way. What if I get swept out to sea? Wang Tao vehemently shook his head. There might be food in that suitcase, Ye Feng tempted him. Wang Tao pondered for 3 seconds, then suddenly turned to Chun-Li. Wife, why don't you go fetch the suitcase? It might really have food. The useless man, unwilling to take risks himself, began to coax his girlfriend into doing it. But I can't swim. Chun-Li shook her head. At that moment, Su Yun spoke up. I'll go instead. I should at least contribute something. I want to just take free food. With that, Su Yun lifted her skirt and slowly approached the beach. This gesture moved Ye Feng somewhat. Despite Su Yun's capriciousness, she at least did not like to take advantage of others. "Forget it, my dear, I shall go," Ye Feng sighed, removing his shirt and pants, revealing a well-built physique. Su Yun's cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling. Ye Feng's muscles were not the bulky kind one would find in a gym. Rather, they radiated a primal aggression that made her heart race. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she discreetly lowered her gaze, covering her mouth in surprise. What a sizable package. Without comparison, there is no pain. Wang Tao, feeling inferior, covered his own part. Ye Feng dove into the sea with a powerful plunge. The waves were indeed fierce, and despite several strokes, he managed to grasp the suitcase. However, when attempting to swim back, the returning tide repeatedly pulled him back into the depths. In a short span, Ye Feng felt his strength wane considerably. He took a deep breath and, seizing the moment when the waves pushed forward, he forcefully tossed the suitcase ahead. He submerged himself in the water, swiftly swimming toward the shore. Diving allowed him to evade the tumultuous waves. After considerable effort, Ye Feng climbed onto the beach, panting. At that moment, he noticed Wang Tao stealthily devouring his grilled fish, while Chun-Li watched eagerly from the side. "Tao Ge, save me some, please," Chun-Li implored. "Get away." Wang Tao shoved Chun-Li aside and quickly consumed the fish. Just then, Su Yun rushed over, her body speckled with sand. "Ye Feng, you finally made it back." "I tried to stop Wang Tao, but he pushed me down," Su Yun said anxiously. Ye Feng nodded, placing his suitcase on the sand, and strode purposefully toward Wang Tao. Wang Tao swallowed the last bite, slowly rising to his feet, meeting Ye Feng's gaze with defiance. "Wang Tao, you're just a worthless fool who needs to be taught a lesson." "Spit out the fish," Ye Feng said coldly. "Ha ha ha, Ye Feng. I couldn't beat you earlier because I wasn't full, but now it's different. Come at me if you dare," Wang Tao retorted, striking a taekwondo pose. "Get lost." The two quickly engaged in a scuffle, but within 3 moves, Wang Tao was sprawled on the sand, having taken a kick to the face. "Still acting tough?" Ye Feng scoffed. Wang Tao, silent and humiliated, stood up and brushed the sand off himself. "You can't even defeat Ye Feng? Didn't you claim to be a taekwondo black belt?" Chun-Li exclaimed in shock. "That's because I had just eaten the fish and hadn't digested it yet. If I had a full meal and an hour to rest, Ye Feng's wouldn't stand a chance against me." Despite the beating he received from Ye Feng, Wang Tao remained undeterred in his bravado. "Oh," Chun-Li said, clutching her stomach, feeling quite famished. Ye Feng opened the suitcase, revealing women's lingerie and several bags of snacks. Su Yun delightedly tossed a bag of snacks to Chun-Li. "Shall Li catch?" Chun-Li, starved, tore open the snack bag and devoured its contents in an instant. Ye Feng barely had time to intervene before Chun-Li polished off the snacks. "Su Yun, if you take such liberties again without my permission, don't blame me if I leave you behind," Ye Feng warned coldly. "Husband, I was wrong," Su Yun admitted sheepishly, realizing that this suitcase was salvaged with great effort by Ye Feng. As Ye Feng rummaged through the suitcase, he suddenly discovered a box of condoms. The two paused, exchanging a brief glance before quickly averting their eyes. Su Yun's face flushed crimson as she fidgeted with the hem of her dress. This can be used to hold water," Ye Feng said, inexplicably slipping the condoms into his pocket. Su Yun remained silent, lowering her head to pick out a pair of short pants. She valued cleanliness, and wearing the same short pants for a day felt quite uncomfortable. After a while, they finished sorting through the items in the suitcase. There was also a makeup bag containing a small knife for eyebrow grooming, which could also be used to cut open fish, eliminating the need to tear them apart by hand. Other than that, it seemed there was nothing of particular use. "Let us go?" Ye Feng dragged his suitcase back to the campfire, accompanied by Su Yun. Meanwhile, Wang Tao and Chun-Li settled beneath another coconut tree. The 4 of them divided into 2 factions. However, Wang Tao's camp was rather disunited, as Chun-Li occasionally cast longing glances at Ye Feng. "Wife, why do you keep looking at him? Sure, he's adept at surviving in the wild, but if I weren't starving, I would be just as capable. Besides, what does it matter how skilled he is in survival? Once back in civilized society, he is nothing but a pauper." Wang Tao quickly sought to steady Chun-Li. Indeed, she averted her gaze and gently linked her arm with his. Ye Feng sighed. Having been with Chun-Li for a year, he understood her well. She would never associate with the weak. Soon, noon arrived, and Ye Feng felt a pang of hunger. "My dear, I'm going to catch some fish. Just wait here patiently for me." With that, he made his way toward the shallows. The fish were scarce during the day, and Ye Feng managed to catch only 2, barely enough for 2 people. Yet, he refrained from catching more, fearing that Wang Tao, that good-for-nothing, might steal them. What kind of fruit is this? I've never seen it before. Ye Feng hurried to a small tree bearing 3 white fruits. However, as he approached, the fruits seemed to shrink as if they were alive. How peculiar. His intuition told him that these fruits were extraordinary. Without hesitation, he plucked the final fruit and held it in his hand, while the other 2 had vanished from sight. Gulp. Ye Feng swallowed hard, bracing himself, and promptly swallowed the fruit. Chapter 9. You are my woman. I demand your complete loyalty. In the next moment, a wave of warmth enveloped him. The energy he had expended was instantly replenished, and it felt as though this warmth was still coursing through his body. How marvelous. Could it be a ginseng fruit? Ye Feng rejoiced, feeling invigorated. He returned to the beach with a spring in his step. Upon reaching the shore, he discovered Wang Tao engaged in a tug-of-war with Su Yun over the suitcase. Su, hand over the snacks. Wang Tao shouted. Absolutely not. Ye Feng risked his life to bring these back. Su Yun pulled back with all her strength. We're supposed to be on the same side. How can you favor that useless Ye Feng? Wang Tao retorted, shoving Su Yun down onto the sand. Wang Tao, what the hell are you doing? Ye Feng seethed with rage. Wang Tao, startled, dropped the suitcase and retreated to his camp, a flicker of fear now evident in his eyes. Ye Feng first helped Su Yun to her feet and then inspected the suitcase. Thankfully, nothing was missing. Yet, his anger could no longer be contained. Wife, you start grilling the fish. Ye Feng stood up, ready to confront Wang Tao, but Su Yun grasped his arm, stopping him. Please, husband, don't go. You need to conserve your strength, Su Yun implored, her eyes filled with concern for Ye Feng. It's fine, dear. Dealing with that good-for-nothing Wang Tao won't take much energy from me. With that, Ye Feng approached Wang Tao. A flicker of dread crossed Wang Tao's face. But as his gaze landed on Chun-Li, he regained his composure. Regardless, one must not lose face in front of his girlfriend. It is imperative to exhibit a semblance of masculinity. Ye Feng, now that I have digested my meal, do you truly believe you can best me? Wang Tao's expression grew grave as he assumed a fighting stance. Damn it. In a surprising display of strength, Ye Feng lifted Wang Tao and slammed him onto the beach. A large imprint appeared in the sand. Ye Feng paused, astonished at the newfound strength he possessed. He felt as if his power had more than doubled. Wang Tao's height and weight were considerable, yet Ye Feng had effortlessly lifted him. Could it be attributed to that white fruit? Ouch! Ye Feng, I feel like my bones are shattered. If I die, you shall bear full responsibility. Wang Tao lamented on the sandy shore, thankful it was not concrete. Otherwise, he would truly be in pieces. Ye Feng placed a foot upon his face, declaring, if you cause trouble again, I shall break your legs. Do you understand? Stop fighting. Please. Chun-Li rushed over to mediate. Internally conflicted, she realized that failing to please Ye Feng could mean starvation for her. Yet neglecting Wang Tao would jeopardize her status as a wealthy man's girlfriend. She had witnessed Wang Tao's affluent lifestyle, living in a villa far superior to Ye Feng's. Ye Feng released Wang Tao and strode back to the fire. Darling, it's time to eat fish. Su Yun took a fish, tearing the flesh and gently feeding it to Ye Feng. Just moments ago, Ye Feng had fought fiercely, showcasing a captivating strength that stirred something within her. Women are naturally drawn to the powerful, and Ye Feng undeniably embodied that strength. Wife, you should have some too. Ye Feng reciprocated by tearing off fish flesh to feed Su Yun. From a distance, Chun-Li observed the couple feeding one another, a pang of jealousy swelling within her. Ye Feng was once my ex-boyfriend, after all. Mr. Wang, how can you steal my man? Wang Tao's fury ignited, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. Fear not, my dear. With the advent of the Starlink, it won't be long before a rescue team finds us. Once we return to civilization, I shall marry you. Wang Tao began weaving grand visions. Chun-Li shuddered slightly at his words, as marrying a wealthy man was her ultimate goal. Her stomach growled audibly. Tao Gu, do you truly intend to marry me? But could you perhaps procure some food first? I've only had a small bag of snacks and am even hungrier now. Chun-Li said, clutching her stomach. Eating? All you think about is food. Do you not realize how hard I toil? A woman must learn to endure. If you lack such resilience, how can you ever be my Wang Tao's wife? The feeble man seethed with indignation. Oh, Chun-Li lowered her head, her eyes reddening, glancing at Ye Feng in secret. Do not look at him. You are mine. I demand your complete loyalty, both body and soul, Wang Tao roared. You are going too far, Wang Tao. Chun-Li finally erupted. Going too far? Is this not the spirit of a commitment between partners? I vow not to seek other women. You must not gaze upon other men, Wang Tao asserted with righteous fervor. Ye Feng could no longer bear to listen, yet felt it was unwise to intervene. After all, it was Chun-Li who had kicked him, leaving him as a mere spectator, reveling in the misfortune of others. After finishing the fish, Ye Feng unexpectedly rested his head on Su Yun's thigh, preparing for a brief nap. Su Yun's legs shifted slightly, yet she ultimately did not refuse him. Have you both argued enough? Ye Feng is trying to sleep. She couldn't help but interject. She herself was unsure why she suddenly found herself siding with Ye Feng. Happiness is often perceived through comparison. In the distance, a couple faced uncertainty for their next meal, while she was contentedly sharing food and drink with Ye Feng. With his eyes closed, a subtle smile of approval graced Ye Feng's lips. It was unclear how long he had slept when he was abruptly awakened. "Ah, it's finally here," came Chun-Li's voice, filled with excitement. Ye Feng quickly opened his eyes, wondering if a rescue had arrived. However, upon closer inspection, he saw Wang Tao swaggering back, proudly carrying a large sea turtle. The aura he exuded was akin to that of a victorious general returning from battle. Chun-Li rushed over, eager to take the turtle from him, but the next moment, she covered her nose. "Is this turtle dead?" she asked in astonishment. "Of course, if it were alive, could I catch it? It's not completely rotten yet. We should hurry and roast it," Wang Tao declared as he swaggered towards them with Chun-Li in tow. "Ye Feng, don't think you're the only one capable. Look at this turtle. It's enough for 3 or 4 meals, easily sustaining me until rescue arrives." As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Su Yun. "Congratulations." Ye Feng replied nonchalantly. "Congratulations are pointless. I won't share it with you." With that, Wang Tao seated himself by the fire, ready to roast the entire turtle. "Hey, move further away. I kindled this fire, so you should make your own." Ye Feng looked down at Wang Tao with disdain. "What? Just borrowing your fire? You won't lose anything. Why are you so stingy?" Wang Tao's face flushed with indignation. At that moment, Chun-Li spoke up. "Tao Ge, you are the champion of wilderness survival. Let us try to start a fire ourselves instead of always relying on others." Fine. I was just looking for convenience." Wang Tao conceded, heading back to their campsite. He recalled how Ye Feng had started the fire and began rubbing 2 sticks together. Ye Feng observed him coldly. This fool doesn't he even know to place some combustible shavings underneath. At this rate, he could rub for a millennium without producing a spark. Sure enough, an hour later, Wang Tao's palms were blistered and he was drenched in sweat. "My hands are killing me," Wang Tao exclaimed, flinging the stick far away. "Tao Ge, what happened?" Chun-Li asked, her face filled with disappointment. "I don't know why, but I just can't get a fire going," Wang Tao lamented, sitting despondently on the ground. With no other options, Chun-Li approached Ye Feng. "Ye Feng, could you lend me a spark? Once I get a fire going, I'll gather some dry branches for you." This time, her tone was considerably humble. "Not a chance. Let your champion start the fire." Ye Feng replied with a sense of satisfaction, casually resting his hand on Su Yun's thigh. Su Yun's delicate face flushed with embarrassment as she hurriedly pressed down on Ye Feng's hand, lest it wander inappropriately. "You?" Chun-Li glared at Ye Feng with palpable fury. At that moment, Wang Tao approached. "Ye Feng, I've gathered a bundle of firewood. Surely that can earn you a spark?" Wang Tao inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Feng nodded in agreement. Thus, the two plunged into the woods, shortly returning with a bundle of dry twigs. "See, this firewood should suffice for a day or 2, he said, crouching down to prepare for ignition. Suddenly, Ye Feng kicked out, extinguishing Wang Tao's spark. "You untrustworthy as ever?" Wang Tao roared with indignation, his temper flaring to the point where, if armed, he might have truly considered harming Ye Feng. "No, this bundle of firewood conveniently offsets your earlier theft of my fish." Ye Feng scoffed, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Revenge is merely delayed. I remember everything quite clearly." At this juncture, Chun-Li, displaying unexpected cleverness, interjected. "Then I shall fetch another bundle of firewood. Surely that will garner you a spark? I am not in need of firewood at the moment, for Wang Tao has just provided me a bundle," Ye Feng pointed out, gesturing toward the twigs beside Wang Tao. Wang Tao's impotent howl echoed across the beach, causing a flock of seabirds to hastily take flight. Su Yun glanced at Chun-Li, feeling a twinge of sympathy, yet remained silent. "Wife, are you inclined to plead on Chun-Li's behalf?" Ye Feng asked. Not really, but we are all colleagues." "I can't help but feel a bit of compassion," Su Yun replied. "Very well, Chun-Li, since my wife has spoken, I shall lend you fire. But you must wait until nightfall, Ye Feng said with a mocking grin. But that means waiting several hours. Chun-Li protested, clutching her stomach. Wang Tao, however, perked up, for he had pilfered a few fish at noon and could easily endure. Come, my wife, can you not withstand even a single meal? With that, he pulled Chun-Li away. Ye Feng sniffed the air, detecting the increasingly pungent odor of decay emanating from the sea turtle. Finally, night fell, and Chun-Li hurried over. Take this torch. Ye Feng handed her a spark. As Chun-Li joyfully ignited the fire, she was horrified to discover maggots crawling from the turtle's mouth and nostrils. Now, having fire is of no use. The turtle is infested with maggots, Chun-Li gagged. Wang Tao's brow furrowed in dismay. You, Ye Feng, deliberately delayed until nightfall, allowing the turtle to rot before lending me fire. How am I to eat now? Wang Tao stormed over, seething with rage. That is no concern of mine. Even decayed food can be consumed. Have you not seen how Bear Grylls devours maggots? Ye Feng replied with a mischievous grin. Wang Tao considered this and dashed back to roast the turtle. The smell was indeed nauseating, prompting Chun-Li to retreat to the upwind side. Moments later, Wang Tao had the turtle roasted. He forcefully detached the head, suppressing his revulsion as he began to chew. Ugh! After just a few bites, he doubled over, retching. Ha ha! Ye Feng could no longer contain his laughter, utterly amused by Wang Tao's foolishness in attempting to eat the maggots. You are truly incorrigible. Su Yun gently tapped Ye Feng's shoulder, her touch akin to a soothing massage. Chun-Li glanced at Wang Tao, then at Ye Feng, steeling herself before striding purposefully toward him. Ye Feng, may I accompany you? Chun-Li inquired. That might not be appropriate. I fear Su Zong may misconstrue our intentions. And I am also concerned about your boyfriend's reaction, Ye Feng replied, his expression one of hesitation. A Feng, although we parted ways, I have always harbored feelings for you deep within my heart. Every time I reminisce about our shared moments in the dead of night, I cannot help but shed tears. Chun-Li said dramatically. How can you be so repulsive? Ye Feng frowned, his discomfort palpable as if he had ingested a fly. However, Su Yun interjected, a Feng. She speaks the truth. After your breakup, she confided that she has not been happy. Please, lend her a helping hand. In return, we can both serve you, keeping watch over you at night and gathering firewood. Wouldn't that be agreeable? Su Yun gently shook Ye Feng's shoulder. Absolutely not. I am a man of singular devotion. How could I allow two women to cater to my needs? That would be exceedingly unfair to me. Ye Feng vehemently shook his head. Could you at least do this for my sake? Su Yun pleaded, as her bond with Chun-Li was indeed strong. In truth, Ye Feng understood that Chun-Li's flattery had made Su Yun quite content, yet the reality was likely far more complicated. For you, my dear, I shall endure this inconvenience, for my love for you knows no bounds, Ye Feng said with a hint of melodrama, then turned to Chun-Li. Chun-Li, I hereby permit you to join my camp. His tone remained icy as he addressed her. This woman lacked steadfastness. She would align herself with whoever was wealthier. Thus he remained cautious. Wonderful Ye Feng, I knew you still held feelings for me, Chun-Li exclaimed, immediately squatting beside the fire. Do not flatter yourself. My consent for your inclusion is solely to ensure better care for both myself and Su Yun. From this point onward, during our slumber, you shall keep watch, swatting away mosquitoes with leaves and adding firewood to keep the flames alive. Most importantly, any chores that arise, you must proactively undertake without my prompting. I am not one to issue commands lightly, but should I find myself compelled to speak up about your shortcomings, that will signify your expulsion. Do you understand? Ye Feng's tone intensified at the last, his expression turning serious. Chun-Li's smile gradually faded as disbelief washed over her. A Feng, you were never like this. In the past, when I was ill, you rode 10 kilometers to see me, cradling me to sleep. Once, in the middle of the night, when I craved a drink from Mishua ice water, you rode over 10 kilometers to fetch it for me. What has caused this transformation? I was foolish then, but I have since wised up, and now, I demand that you return to me, Ye Feng stated bluntly. Chun-Li's mention of the past stirred feelings within him, making him acutely aware of how he had once been a lovesick fool, which soured his mood. A Feng, please don't behave this way. I know deep down you still love me, don't you? Chun-Li persisted. Chun-Li, if you wish to share in my sustenance, then you must adhere to my terms. Otherwise, you may depart at once. Ye Feng pointed toward Wang Tao's position. Chapter 11. Chun-Li yielded. Wang Tao, that incompetent fool. was struggling to suppress his nausea as he swallowed pieces of meat that were not entirely rotten. Chun-Li felt a wave of nausea wash over her, ultimately succumbing to humiliation as she nodded, tears streaming down her cheeks. Ye Feng, from now on, I will obey you, she said submissively. You are to call me Brother Feng. Is that how you address Ye Feng? He reprimanded her loudly without restraint. Brother Feng, Chun-Li uttered, her dignity trampled beneath the weight of her circumstances. Feeling as if her existence had become unbearable, her heart swelling with resentment. Seeing Chun-Li relent, Ye Feng softened his tone. As long as you perform well and earn my trust, you need not be merely a servant. You may enjoy equal treatment without a strict hierarchy. He offered her a glimmer of hope. Understood. Chun-Li wiped her tears, her gaze hardening with resolve, reminiscent of one who had just feasted on the capitalist's bounty. Brimming with determination. If I can serve both Ye Feng and General Su well on this deserted island, I will first secure my sustenance, and upon returning to civilization, General Su will undoubtedly trust me more. We will become close companions, and then I can expect a promotion and a raise, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of success. This venture is undoubtedly worthwhile. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Chun-Li's sorrow transformed into a smile. Ye Feng cast a curious glance at Chun-Li before resuming his affectionate interaction with Su Yun. His hands grew restless, teasing her in a manner that nearly spiraled out of control. This cannot continue. If it does, Ye Feng will be too immersed within, he mused. Just then, Su Yun playfully chimed in. Darling, you are so skilled at catching fish. Could you teach me and Shaoli as well? Teach you? Ye Feng's eyes narrowed, a smirk forming within. Of course. Let us head to the shallow waters, and I shall instruct you on fishing. And remember to bring along anything valuable to avoid it being snatched away by wild dogs. With this, he cast a glance towards Wang Tao, who was eavesdropping from a distance. The trio soon arrived at the shallow waters, where Ye Feng grasped a wooden spear, aiming at a fish. Do you see? Calculate the fish's swimming trajectory, then thrust the spear towards its head. The fish will dart forward when startled, so while you aim for the head, it is the back that you must truly strike. With that, he launched the spear, and with a swift whoosh, it pierced through the water. A 2-pound fish was swiftly caught by Ye Feng. Incredible! Ye Feng. Darling, you are amazing. Su Yun clapped her hands in delight. Chun-Li, too, wore an expression of astonishment, diligently recalling Ye Feng's posture and movements. Meanwhile, Wang Tao lurked in the crevices of the rocks, secretly observing. However, Ye Feng was already aware of Wang Tao's intentions. If one could learn by merely watching a few times, it would be far too easy. The habits of each fish varied greatly, and he had only showcased a fraction of his skill. After demonstrating a few more times, Su Yun seemed eager to try her hand at it. At that moment, Wang Tao emerged, brandishing a wooden spear and exuding confidence. General Su, my dear, I just consumed half a sea turtle, and my strength has been restored. Now, I can fish too, he proclaimed boastfully. Really? Su Yun replied, skepticism evident in her voice. Chun-Li's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Wang Tao. After all, he was a wealthy heir, and she needed to think long-term, not merely about survival. Watch me, Wang Tao declared, positioning himself atop a rock, mimicking Ye Feng's stance as he aimed at a fish's head. However, the behavior of this particular fish is quite different. When startled, they scatter in all directions rather than swimming forward. Take that. With a puff, I missed entirely, inadvertently driving most of the fish back into the depths of the sea. Wang Tao, what's wrong? Su Yun hesitated, her words hanging in the air. Wang Tao's face flushed with embarrassment. My hand is a bit rusty. After all, the last time I participated in wilderness survival was 3 years ago. Just give me a few more practice attempts. Subsequently, Wang Tao failed repeatedly, over a dozen times. In contrast, Ye Feng had already speared 5 fish, more than enough for the 3 of them. Chun-Li hurried over, gently leaning against Ye Feng. Ah Feng, you're remarkable. Is this considered impressive? Well, I suppose I am slightly better than the champion, Ye Feng replied. Wang Tao, infuriated, struck the rocks with his stick. Let us go home and grill the fish. We shouldn't disturb the champion while he is fishing, Ye Feng chuckled. Su Yun couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. The trio made their way towards the beach, quickly disappearing from the rocky area. Wang Tao, seething with resentment, sat on a stone, his gaze sweeping the surroundings when he spotted a fruit not far away. Swallowing hard, he rushed over, only to find it was merely a pit. The fruit had been consumed. However, a bit of flesh remained on the pit, which he picked up and began to gnaw on. It was better than going hungry. He disregarded everything else, focusing intently on his snack. A surge of warmth coursed through Wang Tao's body, and he transformed from a lethargic state to one brimming with vitality. Could it be that fortune has finally smiled upon me? Have I stumbled upon some divine fruit? With this thought, Wang Tao punched the air triumphantly. He felt invigorated, seemingly stronger by a third than before. At that moment, his eyes narrowed, a sly grin appearing on his face. Ye Feng, you think you're tough? Now, I shall make you my subordinate. With this thought, Wang Tao strode purposefully towards the beach. Upon arrival, he observed Chen Li feeding Ye Feng, who appeared rather reluctant. You wretched creature, I shall clear my territory first. Wang Tao took a deep breath. Akin to a young man who had just mastered a legendary martial art from the cliffs, and approached Chen Li. You are my girlfriend, yet you seek to please him? You treacherous harlot. With that, he delivered a harsh slap across Chen Li's face, nearly disfiguring it. Chen Li fell onto the beach. Wang Tao reflected on the sensation from earlier. He indeed felt much stronger than before. Ye Feng, pulling Su Yun to her feet, spoke up. Wang Tao, one must respect the master when dealing with a dog. Chen Li is at least working for me now. What do you mean by this? This is my personal affair. Stay out of it. With that, Wang Tao yanked Chen Li by her hair and kicked her into a position resembling a shrimp. Ye Feng crossed his arms, observing Wang Tao's aggression. Ha ha ha, I have truly mastered an unparalleled skill. Su Yun, I know you have been compromising for some time. Now, I am ready. And I have no issues now. I want you to leave that useless Ye Feng. Wang Tao declared confidently. Su Yun shook her head. Right now, I find you even more repugnant than Ye Feng. Oh no, that's not how it is. Darling, let me explain. Su Yun's flustered demeanor was utterly charming. Ye Feng gently ran his fingers through her silky hair, reassuring her. It's all right. I understand. In the past, Wang Tao often disparaged him in front of Su Yun, painting a grotesque picture of his character, so it was only natural for her to form a biased opinion. Stop pretending, Ye Feng. Let us engage in a duel between men. Shiba. Wang Tao struck a taekwondo pose. Very well. The two began to spar once more. This time, Ye Feng sensed that Wang Tao was indeed stronger, yet still far from his level. Chapter 12. A humiliating defeat after exchanging 3 more blows. Wang Tao lay sprawled on the beach, a tooth knocked out in the process. Ye Feng clapped his hands together, declaring, a fool will always remain a fool. Wasting my time. With that, he returned to embrace Su Yun. Struggling to rise, Wang Tao was suddenly confronted by a swift figure, Chen Li, who delivered a swift kick to his family jewels. My precious, he cried, rolling on the ground in agony. I'm no pushover either. Chen Li retorted before returning to Ye Feng's side. A little while later, Wang Tao weakly made his way to another campfire. Witnessing Ye Feng flirting with the 2 beautiful women, leaving him to swallow his bitterness in solitude. When I get back, I'll definitely hire someone to break your legs, he muttered, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Soon after, Su Yun and Chen Li went hand in hand to the woods for a brief respite. Upon their return, Su Yun looked at Ye Feng with a mysterious expression. Darling, guess what I just found? She asked with a smile. Did you discover the remains of Chen Li's parents? Ye Feng replied, his face turning grave. Chen Li's expression darkened. Her previous aggression towards Ye Feng was partly due to her parents' pragmatic beliefs that Wang Tao had a brighter future. No, I found chili peppers. Fish usually lacks flavor. But with chili, it becomes delicious. Su Yun exclaimed, opening her palm to reveal her discovery. Ye Feng was taken aback. These are no ordinary peppers. They are clearly the devil's chilies from India. Isn't a chili just a chili? Su Yun asked, puzzled. My dear, you must understand that our constitution cannot be compared to that of the 3rd brother. They have long been drinking from the Ganges and are immune to toxins. For them, devil's chilies pose no threat. However, our constitution is far more sensitive. Just a little could send us soaring. Ye Feng explained. Oh, what a pity, Su Yun lamented, preparing to discard the devil's chili. Wait, let us keep it. It might come in handy. Ye Feng suggested with a mischievous grin as he glanced toward Wang Tao in the distance. Isn't that fool fond of sneaking fish? Tomorrow morning, I'll pretend to grill a fish and coat it entirely with the devil's chili. Then, I'll take the 2 ladies away. And that guy will surely steal a bite. He needs to learn a lesson. After all, there is no such thing as a foolproof plan. It's too exhausting. Just then, a voice echoed from the woods. Lily, is that you? As the words fell, a middle-aged couple emerged. Mom, Dad, how wonderful. You're alive. Chen Li cried out in excitement, rushing to embrace her parents. But Ye Feng's expression darkened. It was none other than his former father-in-law, Chun Jihua, and his ex-mother-in-law. By Ye Feng, how wonderful, my precious daughter. As long as you are alive, your father and I can rest easy. By Ye Feng gently patted Chun Li's back. At that moment, her gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Su Yun. President Su is also alive. The heavens have opened their eyes. Good people continue to thrive. The elderly couple then approached Su Yun, showering her with concern and warmth. Not only am I alive, but Ye Feng is also here. Su Yun pointed to Ye Feng standing nearby. Instantly, two pairs of eyes fixated on him. By Ye Feng's expression darkened. Humph. This good-for-nothing is still alive. It seems the heavens only open one eye. Mom, perhaps you should refrain from speaking so harshly. In truth, Ye Feng is quite decent, Chun-Li murmured. Decent? A penniless loser who knows nothing of social etiquette or the culture of the table. What future can such a person have? Oh, my foolish daughter. Your choice of Wang Tao was indeed the right one. It's just a pity. I wonder how that boy is faring now. This time, it was Chun Jihua who spoke. Uncle Chun, I am still alive. Wang Tao rushed over. Child, you have no idea how worried I have been for both of you these past few days. As long as you are alive, that's all that matters. Chun Guohua embraced Wang Tao, but suddenly, a rumble echoed from his stomach. His face flushed with embarrassment. Wang Tao, oh, your uncle and aunt are both quite hungry. As the champion of wilderness survival, could you assist us in procuring some food? Bai Guifan looked on with eager anticipation. Wang Tao hesitated momentarily before responding, of course. Leave it to me. Reluctantly, he picked up a spear and set off with the two elders towards the shallow waters. However, Chun-Li remained by Ye Feng's side. Chun Jihua turned back. Shaoli, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and catch up. Don't linger with that good-for-nothing Ye Feng, lest Wang Tao misunderstand. Come here, dear, Bai Guifan called out too. Ultimately, Chun-Li had no choice but to follow her parents, glancing back 3 times. At that moment, Chun Jihua looked at Su Yun again. President Su, why are you standing there? Come over here. We are all on the same side. Don't associate with that man. Su Yun sighed and shook her head firmly in refusal. President Su, although you are the boss, you are still young. Steer clear of scoundrels. Are you not aware of how Ye Feng deceived my daughter back in the day? Hurry over here. Don't let some worthless person mislead you. Those who boast loudly often possess no true abilities, Bai Guifan admonished earnestly. Auntie, in truth, Ye Feng is quite capable. He knows how to catch fish. Su Yun attempted to defend him subtly. Directly labeling Wang Tao as worthless might provoke the elderly couple. Ye Feng, unable to contain his frustration, interjected, Mother-in-law. I must express my discontent with your words. My relationship with Chun-Li was mutual, and it was she who first invited me out, asking me to cover the bill. How has it morphed into me deceiving her in your narrative? What did you say? Our Lili asked you to pay the bill. There's no hope for you. A person who quibbles over such trivial matters cannot achieve great things. President Su, if you truly refuse to join us, then you must take care of yourself. Once they had spoken, the quartet vanished into the rocky outcrop. Do not be upset, my dear husband. Allow me to prepare you some grilled fish. For the day is drawing to a close. Su Yun consoled Ye Feng. Very well, Ye Feng replied, settling down. After they had finished their meal, the group of 4 finally returned, though the countenance of Chun-Li's parents was rather grim. From a distance, Wang Tao could be heard making excuses. You see, I have gone without food for several meals, and Ye Feng knocked out one of my front teeth. Otherwise, I would have caught a great many fish by now. Child, there is no need for explanations. Your uncle and I completely trust you. It is all the fault of that good-for-nothing Ye Feng for treating you so brutally. I shall certainly report him to the authorities upon our return, Bai Guifan weakly reassured. For the past few days, she and Chun Jihua had subsisted solely on wild vegetables. Having replenished not a shred of fat, the 4 sat by another fire pit, speaking little. After a moment's hesitation, Chun-Li approached Ye Feng. Daughter, what are you doing? Chun Jihua called out urgently. Father, you have been hungry for so long. I am going to ask Ye Feng to lend me 3 fish, Chun-Li stated. Do not ask him for anything. I, Chun Jihua, am a person of dignity within the company. How could I stoop to borrowing from a useless individual? Chun Jihua declared with righteous indignation. Chapter 13. Once they had drifted into slumber, we would stealthily enter the woods. Yet, Bai Guifan beside him nudged Chun Jihua, saying, Old man, let us first fill our stomachs before discussing anything else. I am seeing double now at worst. I shall apply to the board for a larger bonus for him upon our return. Bai Guifan was from the finance department, while Chen Jihua served as the warehouse manager, both holding significant positions within the company. Very well, but I feel such actions are beneath us, the old man grumbled. At last, Chun Li hesitantly approached. "A phone. May I borrow 2 fish?" "Borrow? Spare us the waste of time and return quickly," Ye Feng replied. One arm draped around Su Yun while he grilled the fish with the other. The 3 onlookers in the distance eavesdropped intently. At that moment, Bai Guifan could no longer contain herself and strode over. "You want tea, even lend 2 fish? What will it take for you to agree?" A woman in her 40s. She was in her prime, yet Chun Jihua could not satisfy her, which made her temper flare. "Wife, Shaoli, return. We must maintain our dignity and not beg him." Chun Jihua, who had been holding on to his pride, finally spoke. The mother and daughter exchanged glances and could only return to their seats. Ye Feng soon finished grilling 2 fish, feeding one another affectionately with Su Yun. Chun Jihua sighed. "President Su is still too young. She will surely regret this in the future." "Old man, what are you concerned about at a time like this? We ought to address our hunger," Bai Guifan retorted angrily. "How shall we resolve it? We must wait for this child, Tao, to recover before he can assist us in catching fish, correct, Tao?" Chen Jihua inquired. Yes. Once I heal, I will be able to catch fish," Wang Tao nodded eagerly. He had managed to survive on a deceased sea turtle, but Chun Li's family could no longer endure. As the night approached, the 4 of them began to collapse onto the beach, curling up like insects. With empty bellies, their body temperatures plummeted. The dawn swiftly arrived, and Ye Feng rose with the early sun. A hint of reluctance flickered across Su Yun's face. "Darling, let me help them catch a few fish. Don't touch the ones you've caught." With that, she seized a spear and dashed towards the shallow waters. Once Su Yun had completely vanished from sight, Ye Feng wore a cold smirk, placing the remaining 3 fish onto the fire while extracting the devil's chili, grinding it into a pungent paste with a stone. An eye-watering aroma immediately wafted through the air, prompting Ye Feng to shed tears. Indeed, the devil's chili was formidable. Once the fish were grilled to perfection, Ye Feng generously doused them with the fiery concoction. A delightful fragrance soon drifted far and wide, rousing the curiosity of the 4 individuals across the way, who could no longer find sleep. "Oh dear, my stomach suddenly hurts. I must relieve myself in the woods," Ye Feng declared, clutching his abdomen, before casting a glance into the distance. "Wang Tao, while I'm away, you are forbidden from pilfering my grilled fish. Who would steal your fish? Am I the kind of person who would do that?" Wang Tao retorted, his face flushing with embarrassment. Ye Feng chuckled inwardly, feigning a hurried dash into the woods. Upon entering the thicket, he peered through the gaps in the foliage towards the beach. The 4 figures were fixated on the 3 grilled fish. Mere moments later, Wang Tao stood up. "What are you doing? Are you truly going to steal something?" Chen Jihua snapped, though he could not help but swallow repeatedly. "Uncle, do not interfere. If need be, I will repay him 100-fold once we return," Wang Tao declared, striding confidently towards the grilled fish. Once he seized the fish, he disregarded the heat and began to devour them whole, without even a moment to chew. "Hey, good son-in-law, save some for me," Bai Guifan called from afar, her hunger rendering her dignified demeanor utterly tarnished. However, Wang Tao paid her no heed, shoving the fish into his mouth as if it were the most natural thing in the world. In no time at all, he had swallowed all 3 fish whole. "Tao, how could you not leave a bit for me?" Bai Guifan exclaimed, her frustration palpable. "I apologize. I was simply too hungry, and before I knew it, had consumed everything," Wang Tao replied, his face brimming with regret. "You?" Bai Guifan nearly fainted. "Aunt, it's quite all right. Among the 4 of us, I am the only one capable of catching fish. Once I am satiated, I will ensure there are plenty more for you to enjoy." Upon hearing Wang Tao's words, Bai Guifan fell silent, her expression darkening. Ye Feng sensed the moment was ripe and burst forth from the woods. "Wang Tao, you truly cannot change your ways. Confess. Did you steal my fish?" Ye Feng bellowed. Wang Tao, his eyes darting, retorted, "Nonsense, this beach is not devoid of others. There are seagulls too." "Yes. It must have been the seagulls that stole them." After uttering those words, Wang Tao felt a slight swelling in his mouth. If it were the seagulls, that would be one thing. After all, I coated the fish in devil's chili, so they are bound to have a rather fiery experience for the next 3 days. Ye Feng said, a mischievous smile on his face. Wang Tao finally grasped the situation, feeling a burning sensation in both his mouth and stomach, which only intensified. You. Before Wang Tao could finish his sentence, he doubled over, clutching his belly, writhing in agony. Chen Jihua and Chun Li hurried over to inquire about his condition. Bai Guifan swallowed hard, her gaze shifting to Ye Feng in desperation, as her hunger became increasingly unbearable. With a firm resolve, she approached Ye Feng. "Ah Feng, if you manage to catch us a few fish, I shall allow Lily to continue her association with you upon our return." "I'm sorry, but my feelings for her have faded," Ye Feng replied, shaking his head. "Then what must I do to earn your compliance?" Bai Guifan's expression shifted suddenly. She recalled that Ye Feng had dined at her home before and had keenly noticed his frequent glances in her direction. Confident in her physique, she had hardly lifted a finger since marrying Chen Jihua, as they employed a housekeeper. Even at 40, her appearance and figure rivaled that of a fresh graduate, enhanced by the wisdom and allure that youth lacked. "Let us not squander time." Ye Feng shook his head vigorously, though his gaze was gradually ensnared. As Bai Guifan lowered her head, her neckline was provocatively wide, revealing hints of her voluptuousness, something that Su Yun and Chun Li could not compare to. Understanding the moment, Bai Guifan seized the opportunity. "Ye Feng, dear boy, if you can assure us sustenance on this deserted island, I am willing to barter anything with you. Do you comprehend?" Her words were laden with seduction, igniting a warmth within Ye Feng, for he indeed harbored certain thoughts about Bai Guifan, being a normal man after all. In the finance department, she was a captivating figure, aloof yet sharp, inciting a desire to conquer, complemented by her curvaceous form. "What say you?" She cast a flirtatious glance over her shoulder at her husband. Just as Ye Feng was about to respond, Su Yun's silhouette emerged from the rocky area, holding a fish with a beaming smile. "I'm back," she exclaimed, thrilled to have caught her first fish. Bai Guifan glanced at the small catch with a tinge of disappointment, then mysteriously suggested, "How about this, Ah Feng? Tonight, when they are all asleep, let us sneak into the woods and discuss the terms then. Rest assured, I shall fulfill any condition you propose," she declared, punctuating her words with a playful bite of her lip before departing. Yet, Bai Guifan too had her own struggles. If her husband were more proficient in certain aspects, her temper would not be so volatile. Nevertheless, this arrangement promised to satisfy both hunger and desire. Why not indulge? At worst, she could bury the memory upon their return. Unaware of Bai Guifan's ulterior motives, Su Yun eagerly offered the fish. "Aunt Bai, here you go. Though it's a bit small, it should suffice to quell our hunger." "Thank you, Su General," Bai Guifan responded, but then Wang Tao, slumped on the ground, called out, "Auntie, please let me have some. My stomach hurts terribly. It feels like I'm on the brink of death. I need a proper fish to alleviate this pain. No, I must eat or I shall perish." Bai Guifan frowned in response. Chen Jihua quickly interjected, "Dear, let Ah Tao have it. He truly looks unwell. If you show him kindness now, he will be grateful in the future." "Yes, Mom, let Tao go have it. Perhaps the rescue team will arrive soon. We can do without this small fish," Chun Li added, looking imploringly at Bai Guifan. Wang Tao swallowed hard and said, "Auntie, Uncle is right. You helped me during my most challenging times, and I will definitely honor you and Uncle like my own parents in the future." Bai Guifan hesitated, but who could ascertain when the rescue team would arrive? What if they didn't come for a while? Just as she was wrestling with her thoughts, Chen Jihua abruptly snatched the food, roasted it, and handed it to Wang Tao, who devoured it hungrily. Bai Guifan turned pale with disbelief. Su Yun was equally speechless. She had gone to great lengths to catch a fish, only for Wang Tao to consume it. Ye Feng, witnessing the scene, chuckled coldly and pulled Su Yun into his lap. As soon as Su Yun sat down, she immediately jumped up. "Why are you reacting so strongly?" She pointed to Ye Feng's trousers. Ye Feng's face flushed. "I've always had such a strong reaction. My dear, you caught a fish just now. You've learned quickly." "Of course, I'm not one to be underestimated," Su Yun replied proudly, thrilled that it was her first time catching a fish and feeling a significant sense of achievement. "You're still far from mastering it. How about I teach you how to catch fish?" Ye Feng suggested, taking Su Yun to the shallow waters. As he demonstrated and caught a dozen fish, an unsettling thought lingered in his mind, echoing Bai Guifan's words. "No, how could I think like that? It's too shameless." Ye Feng shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel the thought, but the more he resisted, the more troubled he became, eventually finding himself begrudgingly anticipating it. He wanted to slap himself. What was he thinking at a time like this? After catching the fish, Ye Feng and Su Yun returned to the beach hand in hand. Passing by Ye Feng's fire, Ye Feng felt a pang of compassion. After all, she was once his mother-in-law, and he couldn't be too ruthless. He tossed 3 fish beside by Ye Feng and said, "Here are 3 fish for you, but if you share them with Wang Tao, don't expect any mercy from me in the future, even if you starve." With that, he strode away. Ye Feng picked up the 3 fish. Casting a meaningful glance at Ye Feng's retreating figure, a sly smile gracing her lips. Just moments ago, Ye Feng had gotten his clothes soaked while fishing, revealing a strong physique that ignited a fire within her. In contrast, Wang Tao, though tall, was covered in fat, making him unappealing. As for her own husband, sigh, what could that old man even do? "Wife, hurry and roast the fish. We're starving." Chen Jihua's voice interrupted her thoughts. Ye Feng felt a flutter of anxiety and hurried back to the fire. After all, it was her first time doing something like this, and her heart raced with anticipation, wondering if Ye Feng might join her in the woods later. The 3 fish were small, barely enough to satisfy their hunger, leaving them even hungrier. Time passed swiftly, and night soon enveloped the surroundings. Leaning against a coconut tree for rest, Ye Feng's half-closed eyes occasionally scanned by Ye Feng's camp. Wang Tao curled up in a ball, appearing half alive, while Chen Jihua and Chun Li were captivated by the grand plans Wang Tao had painted, diligently attending to him. Ye Feng sat nearby, occasionally casting flirtatious glances at Ye Feng and subtly tugging at his clothing, enticing him. Time slipped away, and suddenly it was midnight. The sound of snoring echoed across the beach. Ye Feng held the sleeping Su Yun in his arms, yet sleep eluded him. A fiery sensation ignited in his lower abdomen. In a daze, he abruptly opened his eyes to see Ye Feng standing at a distance, pointing a finger towards the woods. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes again, wishing to ignore the sight. After all, he already had Su Yun. However, mere seconds later, he reopened his eyes to witness Ye Feng. Under the moonlight, pulling down her collar, revealing a glimpse of her alabaster skin, barely discernible in the silvery glow. Damn it, why should he care? It was Ye Feng who had initiated this. Ye Feng swallowed hard, realizing this was something that even Ye Feng dared not speak of. Seeing his reaction, Ye Feng felt a wave of relief and boldly walked towards the woods. The moonlight within the forest was dimmer, and he noticed her approaching him step by step. "Ye Feng, tell me, what price must I pay to ensure your continued provision of sustenance?" Ye Feng whispered, glancing nervously towards the beach as if to avoid being caught. "Oh, weren't you once quite harsh? Now you've learned to humble yourself?" Ye Feng replied coldly. Although his body was honest, his heart harbored some resentment, yearning to reclaim his dignity. "I admit, I was too much before. I apologize," Ye Feng said with difficulty. As a woman spoiled by her husband, she believed the world should revolve around her. "You are only apologizing now because you find yourself in dire straits," Ye Feng scoffed. A flicker of humiliation crossed Ye Feng's face, yet she managed a slight smile. "Ye Feng, let's not dwell on the past. It's behind us now. Besides, they are all asleep, so you may do as you wish. I have already undergone the procedure, so you need not worry about the consequences." Upon hearing this, Ye Feng felt a surge of excitement. Did this mean he could indulge without restraint? Noticing his hesitation, Ye Feng bit her lip and began to unfasten her clothing. "Ye Feng, come here quickly. We mustn't waste time." Ye Feng inhaled deeply, his entire being electrified. Ye Feng observed his reaction with keen interest, swallowing hard. "You, a young man in your 20s, could never match me. A simple trick, and I have you right where I want you," she teased. "Come here quickly. If they wake up, we are done for." With that, she turned to lean against a tree. What did it matter? No one would find out anyway. Ye Feng lunged forward, embracing the voluptuous Ye Feng, feeling the softness and warmth of her body. In the next moment, every hair on his body stood on end as a pair of green eyes glimmered in the depths of the woods. "Wolves?" Ye Feng exclaimed in shock, pulling Ye Feng along as they fled. "Wolves?" Ye Feng echoed, equally startled. The wind howled on the beach, ensuring that Su Yun and the others remained asleep. "Wake up! Wolves are coming!" Ye Feng shouted, rousing everyone from their slumber. "Are there really wolves?" Su Yun tightly embraced Ye Feng's back. "Don't hold on to my back." Ye Feng's expression turned grave as he picked up a wooden spear from the ground, while Su Yun brandished an eyebrow razor for self-defense. Meanwhile, Chen Jihua and his 3 companions had also awakened, collectively hiding behind Wang Tao. "Why are you hiding behind me?" Wang Tao turned around, only to retreat behind Chen Jihua once more. A series of growls erupted, and 6 or 7 spotted creatures emerged from the jungle. Spotted hyenas? Ye Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. How could such beasts exist in a tropical rainforest? With no time to ponder further, he approached Wang Tao and the others. Spear in hand, the greater their numbers, the more likely the hyenas would retreat. Will they eat us? Chun Li's voice trembled. Wang Tao, you are the champion of wilderness survival. Though you may not know how to catch fish, you should at least know how to deal with spotted hyenas, right? Bai Guifan inquired. I have no idea. During my wilderness survival, I never encountered such creatures. Wang Tao lamented, seeking excuses once more. The others remained silent, lips tightly pressed together. Ye Feng, well aware of the hyena's nature, slowly raised his spear, aiming for the queen hyena. In an instant, the spear was released. The queen hyena was struck, letting out a mournful cry as it was wounded. Upon seeing their queen injured, the other hyenas fled into the forest. Without a weapon, Ye Feng dared not pursue them, watching helplessly as they vanished among the trees. Wonderful, Ah Feng. You've driven the hyenas away. Su Yun exclaimed joyfully, embracing Ye Feng and allowing her softness to be brushed against him. Indeed, Ah Feng, you possess some remarkable skills, Chen Jihua conceded, giving a thumbs up. Bai Guifan glanced at Ye Feng, then at Wang Tao. Ah Tao, why are you unable to match up to Ye Feng in any regard? However, Wang Tao, ever the waste, rolled his eyes and began to find excuses again. Who says I cannot compare? Do you understand the concept of momentum? Just now, I stared intensely at those hyenas, using human presence to intimidate them, which is why they fled in haste. Be quiet. Chun-Li could no longer contain herself. Ye Feng gazed at the place where the hyenas had disappeared, a worried expression clouding his features. They have fled. What are you still concerned about? Su Yun gently guided Ye Feng to sit down. Hyenas hold grudges. I have injured their queen, and it is only a matter of time before she seeks revenge. Thus, the beach is no longer safe. Ye Feng had yet to voice another thought. It was impossible for spotted hyenas to exist in a tropical rainforest, indicating that this place was peculiar and sinister. Then why didn't you simply kill the queen hyena earlier? Wang Tao finally seized the opportunity to confront Ye Feng loudly. Kill her? Can a wooden spear truly kill? You imbecile, spare me your words. If you had been standing in front of me with another spear, we might indeed have killed the queen hyena. Now, we must change our position, Ye Feng retorted coldly. Wang Tao fell silent, lowering his head, eyes flickering. Ah Feng, where shall we go next? Chen Jihua asked earnestly. Wherever you choose to go is of no concern to me, but Su and I shall venture deeper into the woods, preferably seeking a cave where we would be less likely to be taken by hyenas in the night, Ye Feng replied coolly. Su Yun felt a sweet warmth in her heart. Ye Feng only cares about my well-being. Do not act this way. We must unite against the hyenas and refrain from forming factions, Chen Jihua said, his face filled with fear. Ye Feng scoffed. Isn't forming factions your specialty, Chen Jihua, within the company? Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on it, for facing a horde of hyenas indeed required solidarity. Very well, I shall assign tasks, he declared, standing atop a stone. Tonight, we shall rest on the beach. Wang Tao and Chen Jihua will keep watch while the 3 women and I take a respite. At dawn, we will search for a defensible cave, preferably one with a water source. Does anyone have any objections? Wang Tao, the worthless one, was the first to protest. On what grounds? Do you truly consider yourself our leader? If you refuse to listen, then do not follow us tomorrow. Remain on the beach. Ye Feng retorted without hesitation. Wang Tao finally fell silent. On a deserted island, being alone equated to death. Subsequently, Ye Feng gathered the 4 of them around the campfire to sleep. Wang Tao and Chen Jihua stood guard near the edge of the forest. Uncle, do not worry. Once we enter the jungle, I shall showcase my skills. I will be no less capable than Ye Feng, for I am trained in jungle survival, not merely beach survival. So Ye Feng is only slightly superior on the beach. Wang Tao continued his charade of incompetence. Chen Jihua nodded perfunctorily. Meanwhile, Ye Feng had dozed off for a while when he noticed Bai Guifan beckoning to him. He presumed she had a clever plan and approached her. Ah Feng, we didn't succeed earlier, but once we find a stable camp, I shall not neglect you. You may have your way, as long as my husband remains oblivious, Bai Guifan whispered. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng felt a surge of excitement. The earlier embrace with Bai Guifan lingered in his thoughts. Let us discuss this later, he replied, turning back to wrap his arms around the sleeping Su Yun. Time passed slowly until dawn finally broke. Ye Feng was the first to awaken, noticing Wang Tao snoring near the edge of the woods while only Qin Jihua remained vigilant. Propped up by a stick, fury ignited within him, prompting thoughts of reprimanding Wang Tao, but he quickly reconsidered. "Wake up quietly. Do not disturb Wang Tao," he urged as he roused the three women and nudged Qin Jihua. "We five shall venture deeper into the woods now. The morning is cool, making it easier to walk. By noon, the forest will feel like a steamer." "What? Are we not bringing Wang Tao?" Qin Jihua pointed at the slumbering Wang Tao. "That worthless fool is of no use. Bringing him along would only be a burden. If you insist on including him, we shall have to part ways," Ye Feng threatened. "Well, all right." Qin Jihua reluctantly nodded. Thus, the five of them began to prepare. Ye Feng used a brow-shaping knife to strip some bark from a tree, wrapping it around his ankles and extending it down to just below his knees. "What are you doing that for?" Su Yin inquired curiously. "The forest is rife with thorns. This will protect my calves from being scratched," Ye Feng explained. Thus, the other four began to imitate. An hour later, they had wrapped their calves. Su Yun, being particularly conscious of her appearance, not only bound her calves, but also adorned her hands with tree bark. They set off, with Ye Feng wielding the sole wooden spear to forge a path ahead, while Qin Jihua dragged the suitcase behind. They traversed a subtropical island, where thorns proliferated on the ground, and weeds thrived amidst the predominance of rigid wood and evergreen trees. Fortunately, Ye Feng had taken precautions beforehand. Otherwise, the thorns would have left their calves bloodied and mangled. Exhausted, Ye Feng soon found himself drenched in sweat after a brief spell of clearing the path. "Let us alternate. You are a key figure and cannot be overtaxed," Su Yun suggested, stepping forward. However, Ye Feng restrained her, instructing Qin Jihua, "You take the lead." Just as Qin Jihua was about to comply, a rustling sound emerged from behind. Oh no, could it be a spotted hyena? The five quickly huddled together. They soon discerned the underbrush parting to reveal Wang Tao, that useless individual. Upon seeing the group, his eyes instantly filled with rage. "I woke up alone on the beach. Why did you abandon me?" "Why?" he lamented, his voice tinged with desperation. Wang Tao was genuinely furious, his teeth clenched as he shouted, still shaken from his earlier fright. Ye Feng, infuriated, felt blood rise to his throat. He had not anticipated that Wang Tao, of all people, would catch up. "Shut your mouth, or you will attract carnivorous beasts," Ye Feng admonished sharply. Wang Tao quickly covered his mouth, overwhelmed by despair and unable to restrain himself. "You arrived just in time. Go ahead and clear the path." Ye Feng gestured forward. "Why should I? It was undoubtedly your malevolent idea to leave me behind, and now you expect me to lead?" Wang Tao retorted angrily. "Refuse to clear the path? Next time, I shall abandon you again, for you possess no value," Ye Feng replied coldly. Wang Tao gritted his teeth, reluctantly proceeding to the front. However, without any protection, he soon found his legs lacerated by the sharp thorns, blood streaming down. After venturing deeper for 2 more miles, Ye Feng's expression shifted as he pointed to the left. "Wang Tao, forge a path to the left. There should be a water source there." The appearance of wild bamboo suggested the presence of water, as bamboo thrives in moist environments. Do not underestimate the 2 miles of jungle. It equates to 20 miles in civilized society. Given the need to clear a path while remaining vigilant against venomous snakes lurking in the grass and poisonous insects dropping from trees, they traversed this distance for nearly an hour, each drenched in perspiration. Particularly, Ye Feng found her clothes clinging tightly to her body, her voluptuous contours fully exposed to the air. "It's sweltering. Wang Tao, hurry up and clear the path," urged Su Yun. Wang Tao seethed internally, vowing to seize an opportunity to retaliate against her insolence. After another 20 minutes, Wang Tao finally approached the wild bamboo. Ye Feng listened intently. It seemed there was the sound of flowing water behind the bamboo. "There is water ahead," he exclaimed, rushing forward to part 2 stalks of wild bamboo. Before him lay a gently flowing stream, its waters crystal clear, teeming with numerous trout struggling upstream. The others approached, their faces alight with astonishment at the sight before them. "Ha ha ha, splendid. I have not bathed for several days." Su Yun stumbled forward, eagerly cupping her hands to drink from the stream. "Ah Feng, come quickly. This water is sweet." She beckoned to Ye Feng. With a splash, Wang Tao leaped into the brook, instantly transforming the once crystal-clear water into a murky swirl. "How refreshing!" he exclaimed. "I was nearly overheated while clearing the path." He rolled about in the stream, stirring up the sediment. Ye Feng felt an urge to strike him down. yet recognized that this fool still held some value for clearing paths. For now, he would keep him around as a potential decoy in times of peril. Let us head upstream, he commanded. The five ventured upstream for a short distance. Ye Feng took a sip of the water, confirming its sweetness. It was indeed a brook formed by the convergence of mountain spring water, rich in various minerals. Su Yun playfully dipped her delicate feet into the water, splashing around, and then leaned close to Ye Feng, whispering something that made his eyes widen as he hurriedly adjusted his trousers. Her laughter rang like silver bells. Ye Feng stepped into the stream, raising her skirt to reveal her fair calves, slowly washing herself in the water. Afterward, she cast a meaningful glance at Ye Feng. He inhaled deeply, surveying the surroundings. Near the water source, animals were likely to come at night to drink, making this location perilous. Everyone, wash up quickly. In 3 hours, we shall continue deeper into the woods to see if we can find a cave or crevice, Ye Feng announced loudly. What? We have to move again. The three women protested immediately. Women cherish cleanliness and find it hard to leave a fresh water source. Wang Tao sneered as he approached from downstream. Ye Feng, have you lost your mind? After finally discovering a water source, you want to stir trouble? It seems you have become addicted to leadership, he thought, seizing the opportunity to take revenge on Ye Feng. It's unsafe near the water source. We need to find a cave to protect ourselves from the hyenas. Ye Feng argued. Sometimes, professional explanations can sound rather hollow. Fine, you go find your cave, but we will stay here, Wang Tao declared, attempting to draw Su Yun and the others to his side, hoping to isolate Ye Feng. At that moment, Su Yun, with a reluctant expression, asked, "Ah Feng, we've finally found water. Can't we just settle here?" Ye Feng explained, "You do not understand. Some carnivorous animals prefer to come to water sources at night, making these locations even more dangerous." Upon hearing this, the three women trembled, their fearful gazes darting around. Wang Tao, realizing the gravity of the situation, fell silent and hurried closer to the group. "Then we shall bathe behind that rock," Su Yun suggested, leading Chun-Li away with her. Ye Feng also sat in the stream, scrubbing away the grime accumulated over several days. Just then, Chun Jihua approached to help him scrub his back. Finally understanding that Wang Tao was merely a braggart, while Ye Feng was indeed more reliable. "Uncle, could you help me scrub as well?" Wang Tao called out from the side. "Isn't there a tree? Use the bark," Chun Jihua replied coolly. "Me?" Wang Tao could only comply. Ye Feng reveled in the delightful sensation of a back massage, yet his gaze drifted towards the stones, where his imagination conjured visions of three women bathing in the nude, filling his heart with yearning. In Chapter 17, Ye Feng could no longer contain himself. From behind the rocks, the melodious laughter of Su Yun and Chun-Li echoed intermittently. Soon after, 3 freshly washed garments were tossed upon the stones to dry. "Chun Jihua, let us wash our tops and trousers as well. We can manage with just our undergarments," Ye Feng declared, as he submerged his shirt and pants in the water, striking them rhythmically with a stick. The 3 women remained behind the stones, waiting for their clothes to dry. After all, they could not simply emerge unclad, could they? Ye Feng's thoughts wandered, wishing that a spotted hyena would suddenly appear, for then the 3 women behind the stones would surely gravitate towards him. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from behind the stones. Ye Feng was taken aback, abandoning all else as he dashed over clad only in his undergarments. "Darling, are you all right?" he called out. "Ah, don't come over, please," came the frantic reply. Alas, it was too late. Ye Feng had already rounded the stones, his gaze fixed upon the 3 women with an eager intensity. They were all crouched in the water, only their heads visible, while the rest of their bodies remained concealed beneath the surface. "Are you still looking?" Su Yun admonished lightly. However, Ye Feng shifted subtly, inching upwards. The stream was exceptionally clear, allowing Ye Feng to nearly discern the contours of their forms. "Close your eyes," Su Yun exclaimed, now visibly annoyed. Ye Feng promptly complied, hastily shutting his eyes. "I thought I heard you scream. I feared a hyena had come upon you," he explained, shielding his lower abdomen with his hands. "Not at all. A yellow eel swam by unexpectedly, and we mistook it for a snake," Su Yun clarified. Indeed, a yellow eel had swum close, nearly intruding upon them. "Then I can breathe easy. I shall take my leave," Ye Feng said, preparing to turn away. "Wait, could you fetch that suitcase? It contains some clothing," Su Yun suddenly called out to him. Ye Feng's heart sank. Inside were indeed garments, but they were all of a rather risky nature. Did the 3 women intend to wear them? Resolutely, he strode downstream, dragging the pink suitcase along with him. Shortly thereafter, he heard the sound of the suitcase being unzipped from behind the stones, accompanied by the gasps of the women. What use is such a small amount of fabric? Chun-Li voiced her dissatisfaction. Oh, it would be better not to wear anything at all, Bai Guifan added. Ye Feng felt a surge of secret delight as he returned downstream, settling down to enjoy the impromptu fashion show. At that moment, he noticed Wang Tao lurking curiously, stealing glances at the scene behind the stones. Wang Tao, please gather some dry twigs from the bamboo grove. I will need them to grill some fish shortly. Ye Feng instructed, pointing towards the bamboo thicket. He had no desire to let Wang Tao indulge in the spectacle. Really? Wang Tao's eyes flashed with resentment. Yet he obediently made his way to the bamboo grove. Ah Feng, what is the name of the fish here? They look so delectable, Chun Jihua inquired, gesturing towards the trout swimming in the water. Those are trout. They migrate upstream to spawn in the inland rivers each year, Ye Feng replied. I did not realize you possessed such knowledge, Chun Jihua complimented him. I may not possess the extensive knowledge of a son-in-law like yours, for he is indeed a champion. Enough of the trivialities. You shall gather firewood while I catch fish, and Wang Tao will collect dry twigs. Let us collaborate in our respective tasks. With that, Ye Feng seized the solitary spear and began to aim for the trout in the water. Chun Jihua, feeling quite awkward, could only stand idly by. As Ye Feng caught fish, he muttered to himself, recalling that trout typically dwelled in frigid waters. Yet, this was evidently a tropical rainforest. After returning with 6 fish, it became apparent that Chun Jihua had failed to ignite a fire. Ye Feng had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. At that moment, Bai Guifan emerged, albeit somewhat shyly. Suddenly, Ye Feng halted his efforts to create fire. Before him stood Bai Guifan clad in sheer fabric, her snow-white thighs and voluptuous figure tantalizingly visible through the delicate material. Chun Jihua could no longer contain himself. His face flushed as he exclaimed, "What nonsense is this? Who permitted you to dress like that? Quickly change." Bai Guifan, initially feeling bashful, was instantly incensed by his words. Change into what? My other clothes aren't even dry yet. We can discuss it once they are, she retorted. But by appearing like this, aren't you inviting ridicule from Ah Feng? Chun Jihua stomped his foot in frustration. Ye Feng, embarrassed, averted his gaze, realizing he had been staring too intently. What does it matter? I am his elder. He harbors no inappropriate thoughts towards me. Unperturbed, Bai Guifan chose to sit beside Ye Feng. An intoxicating aura of mature femininity enveloped him. Ye Feng's cheeks flushed as he hastened his fire-making efforts. At last, a small flame flickered to life, prompting Ye Feng to nurture it into a larger blaze. Ah Feng, you are truly remarkable, Bai Guifan smiled. Oh, Ye Feng murmured, squatting on the ground, reluctant to rise lest his trousers become unsightly. Behind the stone, Su Yun and Chun-Li exchanged glances, both too shy to emerge. If they ventured out, wouldn't they be exposed? Mother, what should I do? Am I to remain in the water indefinitely? Chun-Li called out. My dear, the choice is yours. If you wish to come out, do so. If not, wait until your clothes dry, Bai Guifan replied nonchalantly. She had relinquished control and entrusted the decision to her daughter. Ultimately, the two young women, unable to overcome their embarrassment, remained submerged. Fortunately, the sun had risen, and in less than 2 hours, their garments would be dry. At the fire pit, only 3 individuals remained. Suddenly, Bai Guifan had a stroke of inspiration. Dear, Wang Tao is yet to return with the firewood. Do you think something might have happened? You should go check on him while Ah Feng and I prepare the fish here. Indeed, Chun Jihua exclaimed, smacking his forehead, before darting into the bamboo grove with his wooden spear. This left only Ye Feng and Bai Guifan in the vicinity. Stealing a glance behind the stone to confirm they were alone, Bai Guifan settled closely beside Ye Feng, her glistening eyes drawn to his trousers. Ah Feng, thank you for providing us with sustenance. I have little to offer in return, but if you desire, perhaps you could take me upstream later to avoid them. I assure you I am quite clean, Bai Guifan suggested, exhaling a breath imbued with the essence of a mature woman. Ye Feng let out a muted groan, feeling as though his trousers might burst. Could you not do this? He stammered, swallowing hard. What are you afraid of? I have mentioned that I have undergone surgery, and you may proceed as you wish. Once you have finished, clean up thoroughly. No one will ever discover it. I am aware that you have often watched me from behind. Do you think I was oblivious? This is a deserted island, so please, do not be overly courteous. With a flirtatious glance, Bai Guifan concluded her statement. Aunt, Let's discuss this after we finish the fish. My mind is rather muddled at the moment. Ye Feng replied with difficulty, nearly acquiescing. Do not worry. Let us keep this a secret between us, and I can offer you a little incentive. Look at my figure. It rivals that of those university girls, does it not? You may take a little interest for now. No one will see us. With that, Bai Guifan leaned closer, her delicate veil barely concealing her allure. Ye Feng could no longer restrain himself. Chapter 18. Bai Guifan and Ye Feng in solitude at that moment. The voice of Wang Tao echoed through the bamboo grove. Uncle, I must have been overly fatigued to fall asleep, so please do not blame me. Ah, how can you be so useless? You can't accomplish anything. Even picking up firewood puts you to sleep. As the words fell, the two returned, with only Chen Jihua carrying a small bundle of firewood. Ye Feng and Bai Guifan had already parted, pretending to engage in trivial conversation. Ah Feng, could you assist me with this? I lack the strength, Bai Guifan said, holding a stick, attempting to insert it into the fish. Oh, Ye Feng helped her, and finally, it was done. Chen Jihua observed the warm interaction between them, a faint smile gracing his lips. His wife was indeed skilled in socializing. As long as she was present, Ye Feng would assist in catching fish for them. At last, the fish was grilled to perfection, its enticing aroma wafting through the air, prompting the two women behind the stone to sniff eagerly. Miss Su, let us put on our outer garments. As for the undergarments, they are not completely dry, so we shall let them continue to air out, Chun-Li suggested. Wouldn't that be noticeable? Su Yan hesitated. If only Ye Feng were outside. She could forego clothing altogether, but with Chun Jihua and that useless Wang Tao around, she felt reluctant. Do not fret, simply hunch your back a little. And it won't be apparent, Chun-Li chuckled lightly, putting on her outer garment. Starving, Su Yun could only comply obediently. Ye Feng arranged several grilled fish and then called out to the women behind the stone, Wife, come out quickly. Just as he uttered a few words, his eyes widened in surprise. The two women emerged from behind the stone, their backs hunched, yet their bosoms swayed enticingly. Although obscured, some contours were still visible. Oh no! Ye Feng hastily stood up, blocking Wang Tao and Chen Jihua's line of sight. Chen Jihua, Wang Tao, you shall face away from the fire while eating the fish. Without my permission, you are not to turn around, Ye Feng commanded. Chen Jihua promptly complied, turning his back. However, Wang Tao wore an expression of defiance. Why should I? Chun-Li is my girlfriend. Why can't I look? If you insist on looking, I shall dispose of you next time, Ye Feng threatened. Wang Tao had no choice but to turn away, his heart seething with a desire to eliminate Ye Feng. Su Yun and Chun-Li observed as the two men turned their backs, and finally, they stepped forward with heads held high and chests out. Ye Feng's eyes instantly turned crimson. Among these three women, only he could truly appreciate their beauty. Wang Tao was unworthy. Enjoy the fish. It has all been grilled for you. Ye Feng gestured towards the fish on the ground. However, Bai Guifan, with a glint in her eye, tore off a piece of fish, blew on it delicately, and offered it to Ye Feng's lips. Ye Feng, Su Yun is right here. Isn't Bai Guifan being a bit too bold? Ye Feng thought. Ah Feng, we are all counting on you, so it is only natural for us to serve you. Go ahead and eat. I have cooled it down for you, Bai Guifan said with a smile, her every move exuding the charm of a mature woman. Observing her mother-esque behavior, Chun-Li understood that without Ye Feng, their survival was at stake. Thus, she too tore off a piece of fish, blew on it, and presented it to Ye Feng. Ye Feng swallowed hard. He was indeed tempted, but he had to consider Su Yun's feelings. As expected, Su Yun's expression shifted, and she wrapped her arm around Ye Feng's. In that moment, Ye Feng distinctly felt her softness. Unlike Bai Guifan, who was both soft and warm, Su Yun possessed a softness intertwined with resilience. All right, you all can eat. I will have Su Yun serve me. Ye Feng reluctantly declined. Bai Guifan, unfazed, chuckled and began to eat herself. Only Chun-Li wore a displeased expression. After all, Ye Feng had once been her devoted admirer. So why was he now monopolized by Su Yun? Su Yun felt a sweet surge within her. Look, as long as Ye Feng required my service, it proved my irreplaceable position in his heart. Consequently, she tore off a piece of fish and gently fed it to Ye Feng. He felt elated. Who would have thought that after being stranded on this deserted island, the headstrong female so would be eager to cater to him? Wang Tao, with his back turned while eating fish, overheard their conversation. He seethed with resentment. How could it be that a mere nobody like Ye Feng could garner the affection of three beautiful women, while he, a wealthy second-generation heir, couldn't even take a glance. Chen Jihua, however, was quite open-minded. He believed Bai Guifan was merely flattering Ye Feng for the food and did not suspect any deeper connection between them. The fish was soon devoured, and their clothes had mostly dried. The three women changed into fresh garments, donning their undergarments. Now that they were well fed, it was time to search for a cave. Wang Tao, you lead the way, Ye Feng instructed. Yes, Feng, brother Feng. Wang Tao suddenly became obedient. Bai Guifan glanced at Ye Feng and, with a playful twinkle in her eye, suggested, wait a moment. I believe we should split into pairs, exploring upstream and downstream, while leaving two here to oversee the situation. What do you think, Ah Feng? With that, she discreetly tossed him a flirtatious glance. Ye Feng felt a rush of warmth within him. He had to admit that his mother-in-law's suggestion made sense. Splitting up would indeed increase their chances of finding the cave. Of course, he was solely focused on the search for the cave, with no other thoughts in mind. Aunt Bai's perspective holds merit. So let's proceed as follows. I shall allocate the tasks. Chen Jihua and Wang Tao will search for caves downstream, while Su Yun and Chun Li will guard the home. As for myself, I will accompany Aunt Bai upstream. Does everyone agree? Ye Feng inquired. Chen Jihua furrowed his brow and responded, Ah Feng. I believe my wife and I should team up, while you partner with Wang Tao. Ye Feng felt his face flush with embarrassment, just as he was about to concur. When Bai Guifan interjected, can Ah Feng and Wang Tao truly work together? I fear they might start fighting before even discovering a cave. However, you and Wang Tao are different. Your relationship is strong enough to withstand such challenges. Moreover, my current rapport with Ah Feng is rather amicable, allowing us to collaborate effectively. Wife, you do have a knack for organization, Chen Jihua acquiesced, leading Wang Tao downstream. Bai Guifan then turned to the blushing Ye Feng. Come, Ah Feng. I shall take you to search for the cave, ideally one with a nearby water source. Very well, Ye Feng replied, straightening up as he followed Bai Guifan upstream. It was indeed essential for the cave to be near a water source, as it would facilitate both bathing and drinking without the need for long treks. The two made their way along the stream, and along the banks, numerous animal tracks and droppings were evident, indicating the dangers that lurked near the water. Bai Guifan led the way, her ample figure swaying gently, while Ye Feng trailed behind, a third of his attention diverted to the bamboo grove along the shore. After a while, Bai Guifan suddenly glanced back downstream, realizing that Su and her daughter had vanished from sight. She had no need for pretense and directly focused on Ye Feng's trousers. In the next moment, she covered her mouth in surprise, her expression a mix of fear and secret delight. Ye Feng felt a sense of pride. During his childhood, he had already been the envy of the entire village when bathing in the river. As an adult, his confidence had only grown, practically allowing him to venture beyond the borders of his homeland. When he was with Chun Li, she had constantly pleaded for mercy. Ah Feng, would you prefer to indulge in the water or by the shore? I believe the water would be more enjoyable. Bai Guifan gazed at him eagerly. However, Ye Feng suddenly turned his attention to the bamboo grove, sensing an unusual rustling within. Aunt, perhaps we should continue upstream. It feels somewhat precarious here, he suggested, his tone laden with implication. Yet Bai Guifan misunderstood his concern, thinking he feared his voice might carry to Su Yun downstream. All right, I shall heed your advice, she replied, swaying her hips as she moved upstream. Ye Feng felt an increasing sense of unease. Ever since consuming that white fruit, his instincts had sharpened significantly. It seemed as though something in the bamboo grove was watching them. Stop! Ye Feng called out to Bai Guifan. She, already feeling uncomfortable, immediately turned and grasped his trousers. Ah, that was not my intention. Ye Feng experienced a rush of exhilaration but maintained his composure and gently pried her hand away. He leaned closer, whispering into her ear. I believe something in the forest is observing us, so I feigned the need to relieve myself in the bamboo grove to see if I could uncover anything. Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, Bai Guifan felt somewhat at a loss. Could it be my husband? It shouldn't be. You just wait here. With that, Ye Feng grasped his wooden spear and ventured into the bamboo grove. Indeed, a patch of weeds had been flattened, revealing a trail of small human footprints. He followed the prints and suddenly turned his gaze towards a 2-meter-tall clump of weeds. Who is there? Come out, or I shall pierce you with my spear. With that, Ye Feng raised his spear high. Ah, no, please don't shoot. A terrified voice emerged as a girl in tattered clothing dashed out. Ye Feng focused intently. The girl appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old, her skirt in tatters and her socks torn, with blood trickling down from her knees to her thighs. Were you watching me just now? Ye Feng lowered his spear. Yes. The girl, possessing a cherubic face with plump cheeks, looked exceedingly adorable. However, at that moment, her innocent visage was marred by fear. Why didn't you come out and join me? Ye Feng inquired. I was afraid you might be a bad person. Surprisingly, despite her young age, the girl exhibited remarkable caution. It was no wonder. She had initially washed ashore with a bald man who, for the first couple of days, had taken care of her and helped her catch fish to eat. However, on the third day, the bald man's demeanor changed, his gaze becoming unsettling. Subsequently, she fled into the woods, evading the strange bald man just last night. Rest assured, I am a good person. Come, follow me. Ye Feng felt an innate fondness for the adorable girl. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to follow him out. Ye Feng had been observing the bamboo grove when she saw Ye Feng emerge with a flashlight, and a wave of despair washed over her. Just moments ago, she had been itching uncontrollably. Given the situation, it seemed their efforts might be in vain. Mother-in-law, I didn't expect to find another companion. She seems quite pitiable. If we do not assist her, she may perish, Ye Feng remarked. Very well, Ye Feng sighed. Little sister, let us three venture upstream for a while. Perhaps we can locate a cave or a crevice. We shall return in an hour, and I will prepare roasted fish for you. Ye Feng's expression radiated a paternal warmth, charmed by the little girl's cuteness. Oh, the girl, perceptive and sensitive, sensed that Ye Feng was not a bad person, at least not like the bald man. She then took the lead, demonstrating her understanding, allowing Ye Feng and Ye Feng to relax. Ye Feng walked alongside Ye Feng and said, Ah Feng, I had initially intended to give you something, but circumstances have changed. She pressed her heated skin against Ye Feng, causing his pants to appear increasingly disheveled. Please, not like this. I need to conserve my energy to search for a cave. If you truly desire it, we can discuss it once we are settled. I will have plenty of time then, Ye Feng replied. He had come to terms with the situation. After all, on a deserted island, there were neither laws nor morals. One could act as they pleased. Yes, by then you will indeed have time. Do you see that little girl ahead? The diameter you mentioned is nearly equivalent to 1/3 of her waist. At that moment, you too could participate. I shall assist you in navigating her thoughts. Ye Feng suddenly remarked. She feared that Ye Feng might not engage with her later, so she offered him a glimmer of hope. In a civilized society, she was a person concerned with appearances, especially since she was surrounded by acquaintances. However, on this deserted island, she could no longer suppress the ardor within her, and she also relied on Ye Feng for her sustenance. Ye Feng's expression shifted abruptly. Auntie, you mustn't speak so recklessly. She is still a child. Continue in this vein, and I shall have to take a stand. He still adhered to his principles. All right, I understand. You young ones are still hesitant. In ancient times, many girls married at the tender age of 13 or 14. This is a deserted island. You need not apply the standards of civilized society here. Ye Feng leaned closer. Sensing that Ye Feng harbored such thoughts, I can hardly engage further with you. To mask his embarrassment, Ye Feng stepped forward to retrieve the young girl. After traversing 5 kilometers upstream, Ye Feng finally halted. He had discovered the source of the creek. A waterfall cascaded down from halfway up the mountain, and beside it lay a substantial crevice in the rock. Come, this crevice should serve as a resting point, Ye Feng exclaimed, leading the 2 women towards the fissure. The further they ventured in, the narrower it became. After 10 meters, they could no longer proceed, but this space was sufficient for all of them. Albeit, they would need to sleep in close quarters due to the constriction. Oh, what is this? The little girl suddenly picked up a helmet. Ye Feng quickly took it from her to examine. The helmet had turned a dark greenish black, obscuring its original appearance. This resembles a helmet from the German soldiers of World War II. Ye Feng mused quietly. Could it be that German forces once set foot on this island? That's splendid. Ah Feng, this helmet can serve as a cooking pot, perfect for boiling water and making fish soup. Ye Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Well then, let us keep it. We shall return and summon the others. This will be our new base. Ye Feng hastily led the 2 women downstream. After traveling a mile, his expression changed drastically, and he pressed the 2 women down into his embrace, crouching in the underbrush. Chapter 20. Ye Feng's heart swelled with delight before them. A massive black bear was lapping water from the creek, its yellowish eyes warily scanning the surroundings. Silence, Ye Feng whispered, covering the mouths of the 2 women to prevent them from screaming. After drinking for a while, the bear waded across the creek and vanished into the bamboo grove on the opposite bank. Ye Feng waited an additional 10 minutes before rising from the underbrush. At that moment, he became acutely aware of the dangers present on the deserted island. The three of them wore solemn expressions. "Let us go," Ye Feng urged, continuing downstream, though with less bravado than before. Upon finally returning, they found Wang Tao and Chun Jihua had already arrived. Wang Tao, that inept fellow, was there grinding his teeth in frustration, clearly still unable to shake off his unpleasant habits. "Ah Feng, you have finally returned," Su Yin exclaimed, throwing herself into Ye Feng's arms. "My dear, it's wonderful to see you. I was so worried just moments ago." Chun Jihua yearned to embrace by Ye Feng, only to be gently rebuffed. "I am so weary. I need to rest for a moment," she declared, settling beside the fire. At that moment, Wang Tao's eyes suddenly sparkled as he approached the little girl. "Little sister, you seem familiar. Are you also from the cruise ship?" Wang Tao's eyes glimmered with an unsettling light, causing the girl to shyly retreat behind by Ye Feng. A small group gathered around the fire, and Ye Feng recounted the events concerning the black bear to everyone. "Now, I trust you all comprehend our predicament. Henceforth, let us cease any schemes against one another. Especially you, Wang Tao. Regardless of our past grievances, let us start anew, at least on this deserted island. We must work together." Ye Feng spoke earnestly, realizing he could no longer dwell on past transgressions. Wang Tao's eyes darted, and he feigned sincerity as he looked at Ye Feng. "Brother Feng, we will heed your words. You are our leader." "Indeed," Ye Feng nodded, then turned to the little girl. "I am Ye Feng. What is your name?" I am Ding Tuanshuan." Ye Feng nearly burst into laughter. What an adorable name, perfectly befitting her cherubic appearance. Her face was round, adorned with chubby cheeks. "Do not mock her." Ding Tuanshuan pouted cutely. "Very well, I shall refrain from laughing. Let us all share our names," Ye Feng prompted. Subsequently, everyone introduced themselves to Ding Tuanshuan. "Ah Feng, shall we head to that cave now?" Su Yin inquired. "Wait, before we set out, we should craft some weapons," Ye Feng replied, immediately getting to work. Having grown up in a martial village, he was adept at fashioning cold weapons. To his surprise, Wang Tao voluntarily began to assist in cutting bamboo, seemingly having turned over a new leaf. Before long, Ye Feng had fashioned 7 bamboo spears, each sharpened at the tip with a jagged stone. He also crafted a bow and a total of 10 bamboo arrows. "You're amazing," Su Yin exclaimed, admiring Ye Feng's handiwork. Ye Feng felt a swell of pride as he strung his bow, aiming at a distant tree. Thwack! The bamboo arrow embedded itself in the trunk, penetrating about 3 centimeters. It would suffice for small to medium-sized animals, provided they did not encounter formidable predators like tigers or black bears. "Let us proceed, Wang Tao. Who among you will lead the way?" Ye Feng hesitated for a moment, allowing Wang Tao to make his choice. "Brother Feng, naturally, I shall lead as I always have," Wang Tao declared, brandishing his bamboo spear as he took the lead, with the others hastily following. Ye Feng readied his bow, ever vigilant of the bamboo thicket along the shore, prepared to strike should any carnivorous creatures appear. Predators are masters of disguise. They seldom hunt openly, preferring to conceal themselves and ambush their prey. Once they strike, it is often too late for rescue. Ding Tuanshuan clung to Ye Feng's shirt hem, resembling a little shadow. Though she was young, the more vulnerable ones often possess an acute sense of the strength of others. At last, the sound of a waterfall reached their ears. Chun-Li glanced aside, her face instantly flushing. Due to the nearby crevice, it has grown rather untamed. "Ah Feng, observe this gap. It harbors grass and water, making it the quintessential habitat," Ye Feng suddenly remarked, her gaze fixated on Ye Feng's trousers. However, this time, she was met with disappointment. Her teasing had failed, and Ye Feng's trousers remained unaltered. Merely having a cave is insufficient. We must fell a few trees and install a door at the entrance, which will serve to obstruct and alert us, Ye Feng stated with gravity. Ever since encountering that black bear, he had been on edge, even in pursuit of pleasure. Safety must first be assured. "But we lack axes. How can we fell trees?" Wang Tao exclaimed, his face flushing. Just moments ago, he had boasted of his prowess in jungle survival. Ye Feng, instead of discouraging him, wandered around, suddenly picking up a stone from the stream. This stone, worn smooth by years of water erosion, was as sharp as a knife. "Now, I require everyone to unite their efforts, using these sharp stones to chop down trees. Strength in numbers will prevail. Subsequently, we will fashion the thicker logs into appropriately sized timber. As for the door's construction, that task shall fall to me," Ye Feng declared. Thus, a group hastily commenced their lumberjacking. Meanwhile, Ye Feng began to craft measuring units from vines. In his rural upbringing, he had acquired some carpentry knowledge. A skilled carpenter could construct a wooden house without a single nail, employing mortise and tenon joints. Just then, a piercing scream echoed through the woods. Startled, Ye Feng rushed in to find Ding Tuanshuan covering her mouth, pointing at a half-buried corpse on the ground. Ye Feng gasped in shock. This was a desiccated body, half submerged in decaying leaves, revealing only its upper half. It was clad in tattered clothing. Taking a deep breath, Ye Feng retrieved a decayed, vintage rifle from beside the corpse. Although the rifle was no longer functional, having succumbed to rot, the bayonet could still be sharpened for use. Ye Feng detached the bayonet and examined it closely. Others gathered around, their faces pale with fear as they stared at the corpse. This body appears to be quite old, Chun Jihua remarked, his complexion ashen. Indeed, it has likely been dead for several decades. However, due to the geographical conditions here, the body has not decomposed but rather been mummified, Ye Feng explained, wiping the dirt from the bayonet. Despite the ravages of time, the bayonet exhibited only minimal corrosion. With some polishing, it might indeed prove functional. Is this the body of a soldier? Wang Tao approached. Can you discern which nation's military it belongs to? Ye Feng inquired. I'm not entirely sure, but it bears a resemblance to soldiers from the European domain, Wang Tao replied. Ye Feng nodded. Men often harbor an affinity for military knowledge, and he was no exception. Judging by the tattered uniform, this was likely a German soldier from World War II. Thus, the bayonet must also be of German manufacture. It is noteworthy that during the Second World War, Germany's metallurgical craftsmanship was unparalleled, which explains the bayonet's preservation. Chapter 21. Is anything possible? How peculiar. What could a German soldier be doing on this island? Ye Feng, suppressing his nausea, turned the corpse over, revealing a pouch at its waist. I'll take this pouch. It can be useful for carrying items. Everyone, continue with your tasks. Let us not waste time, he urged. Thus, the group resumed their work, while Ye Feng, as their leader, sat beside the body, prying open the pouch's clasp with a knife. The iron clasp, long corroded by rust, required careful manipulation. Upon opening it, he discovered a box of useless, decayed bullets, a small black notebook, and a metal box. Ye Feng first examined the notebook, hoping to ascertain the geographical coordinates of the deserted island. However, it was entirely inscribed in German, a language he did not comprehend. Su, could you come here for a moment? Ye Feng called out. No, you come to the cave. The sight of that corpse unsettles me, Su Yun replied. Reluctantly, Ye Feng approached her, handing over the notebook. Didn't you study in Europe? Can you read German? He inquired. Yet, after a brief glance, Su Yun returned the notebook, stating, I can't understand it. Then let us get back to work, Ye Feng said. They toiled until nightfall, managing to fell a tree that was sufficiently robust for constructing a door. As darkness enveloped the landscape, the seven gathered around a fire, roasting fish to eat. During their rest, one person kept watch while the others sought refuge in the cave, albeit in cramped quarters, as certain carnivorous animals were prone to ambush. Ye Feng spat out a fishbone, causing the others to look on with concern. After their meal, they felt restless, milling about the cave entrance. Suddenly, Su Yun beckoned to Ye Feng. Ah Feng, come with me. Ye Feng's eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly followed her. After walking downstream for a mile, Su Yun abruptly embraced Ye Feng and kissed him. A sense of urgency enveloped her. Her intuition told her that Bai Guifan and Chun Li were vying for Ye Feng's affection. She was determined to retain her unique place in his heart. Ye Feng sensed that this might be Su Yun's first kiss. Though somewhat clumsy, it was sweet and delightful. In no time, Su Yun grew weak in the knees. As Ye Feng, while kissing her, let his hands wander beneath her clothing. Just as he attempted to reach under her skirt, Su Yun panicked and quickly grasped his hand. Ah Feng, we can't do this here. Let us wait until we return to civilization to cross that final threshold, all right? She implored. The thought of becoming pregnant on the deserted island was terrifying. There were no nurses, no hospitals, and no suitable environment for a child to thrive. Are you saying that as long as we don't cross that final threshold, we can do anything else? Ye Feng asked, suddenly exhilarated. Although Su Yun was not as skilled as Bai Guifan, she possessed a youthful beauty that was equally enchanting. Yes, she replied shyly, lowering her gaze. Ye Feng, now filled with excitement, embraced Su Yun tightly, his rough, dark hands exploring her delicate, fair skin. But we shouldn't. If you continue like this, I fear I may lose control as well, she stammered. Su Yun gasped, her eyes brimming with tears, unable to contain her emotions. Ye Feng chuckled mischievously. Having succumbed to Bai Guifen's persuasion, allowing himself to embrace his wild side. This was a deserted island, devoid of civilization. Only savagery was necessary. No, Ah Feng. You mustn't do that there. Please wait. Oh, I just remembered a word from that little notebook I know. Su Yun hurriedly shifted the topic. Ye Feng paused, finally lifting his gaze. Oh, what word is that? He inquired. It seems to be called the Institute of Hybrid Research for Flora and Fauna, Su Yun replied, quickly covering her chest. During World War II, Germany established numerous research facilities. Could it be that this deserted island was one of them? I knew it. That's why animals from various regions have gathered here. They might have been airlifted. Ye Feng seemed to grasp a fragment of understanding. Let us head back. Su Yun had already donned her clothing, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters. All right, let us go, Ye Feng declared, striding forward. However, Su Yun wore a conflicted expression behind him. Upon returning to the cave, the three women had already fallen asleep. Only Wang Tao and Chun Jihua remained at the cave entrance. Brother Feng is back. I've made up my mind. I will keep watch tonight since we are the only three men left. Uncle Chun is too old to stay up late, and you are our leader. How could you keep watch? Wang Tao said, fawning. His sudden change of demeanor was rather unexpected. Well, Wang Tao, I must admit I owe you an apology. I shouldn't have used the devil's chili against you. Please don't take it to heart, Ye Feng replied, uncertain of Wang Tao's intentions. I had forgotten about it. Quickly, go in and rest. I will keep watch outside tonight. Wang Tao responded with a grin. Ah Tao, I will join you. Although I am older, I am steady. Chun Jihua interjected. No need. Really, Ye Feng commanded. Why not? Let Chun Jihua keep watch with you, he insisted, leaving Wang Tao with no choice but to comply. As for himself, he would certainly retreat into the cave to rest. It must be said that women are quite fond of cleanliness. The cave had been tidied up, with straw strewn across the floor. However, the space covered by straw was rather limited. Was he to squeeze in among the four women to sleep? No matter. Ye Feng collapsed onto the straw, closing his eyes, with Bai Guifen nestled closely beside him. Bai Guifen's body radiated warmth, akin to a ticking time bomb. Su Yun hesitated briefly before burrowing into Ye Feng's embrace, her back turned to him. Time slipped away, and Ye Feng felt the soft warmth against his back. Turning his head, he discovered Bai Guifen had wrapped her arms around him from behind, her eyes tightly shut, seemingly unaware. Glancing towards the cave entrance, he noticed Chun Jihua and Wang Tao chatting idly about 10 meters away, completely oblivious to the unfolding scene. A peculiar thought crept into Ye Feng's mind. He stealthily extended his hand and unfastened one of Bai Guifen's buttons. Upon witnessing the scene, Ye Feng took a deep breath, feeling as if his body might explode. Suddenly, Su Yun turned over. Ye Feng hurriedly adjusted Bai Guifen's clothing. Between Bai Guifen and him lay Ding Tuanchuan, who had fallen into a deep slumber. Her short skirt inadvertently raised to her abdomen. Ye Feng cast a glance, inhaled sharply, and gently lowered her skirt. Chapter 22. Delve inside, hurry. Ding Tuanchuan was still but a child. He could not entertain any improper thoughts. Just as he was about to retract his hand, Bai Guifen slowly opened her eyes. Ye Feng's heart raced. It appeared that Bai Guifen was intentionally embracing him from behind. Shoo! Bai Guifen suddenly gestured for silence. Her eyes alluring as she leaned closer to Ye Feng's ear, whispering softly, now that they are all asleep, I will turn away. And we can sneak a moment together without anyone noticing. Ye Feng felt a surge of exhilaration, his breath quickening. How reckless was Bai Guifen being? Oh no, Xiaoli, darling. Wake up. At that moment, Chun Jihua's voice echoed from outside the cave. Ye Feng was taken aback, quickly rising to his feet. He saw a massive black bear circling the campfire, while Chun Jihua was attempting to drive it away with a bamboo spear. Wang Tao let out a scream, tossing the spear aside and fleeing into the woods. Quick, everyone wake up. Ye Feng disregarded his disheveled appearance and seized a rusty dagger, rushing outside. At that moment, Chun Jihua was engaged in a struggle with the bear. To call it a struggle was perhaps a misnomer, as it was more a desperate resistance. The enormous black bear swiped its paw, shattering the bamboo spear into two. Dad! Husband! Two cries pierced the air as Bai Guifen and Chun-Li awoke. With Chun-Li ready to rush into danger to assist, only to be restrained by Bai Guifen. What should we do, Ye Feng? Su Yun's face turned pale as she clutched Ye Feng's arm tightly. Ye Feng remained silent, breaking free from Su Yun's grasp and striding toward the cave entrance. Don't go. Su Yun threw her arms around Ye Feng's back. It was evident to any rational observer that the bear weighed nearly a ton. A human's intervention would only serve as fodder. Yes, big brother, please don't go. Ding Tianchuan rushed over, tugging at Ye Feng's clothing. Meanwhile, the black bear was slowly forcing Chun Jihua towards the entrance of the cave. Dad, run to the side, don't confront it. Chun-Li screamed. However, Chun Jihua glanced back at his wife and daughter, a sudden fury igniting within him. Beast, I shall fight you. He picked up a torch and struck the bear fiercely. The bear, unperturbed, retaliated with a powerful swipe against his arm. With a resounding thud, Chun Jihua's arm bent, and he collapsed to the ground, emitting weak cries of agony. Ye Feng swallowed hard, his heart racing, yet he knew he could not falter at this moment. Don't go. Su Yun grasped Ye Feng once more. You all squeeze into the crevice. Try to get as far inside as possible. The bear is too large to fit. Ye Feng pushed Su Yun's hand away and moved toward the exit. You fool, come back. Don't throw your life away. Su Yun shouted angrily from behind, tears streaming down her face. As the black bear caught sight of Ye Feng, it suddenly stood erect, towering nearly 3 meters high, and unleashed a fearsome roar. The fetid, warm wind from its breath sent Ye Feng's hair straight back. Chun Jihua, hurry and run into the cave. Ye Feng shouted, leaping towards the bear's eyes. However, his aim faltered, and he struck the bear's face instead. In retaliation, the bear swatted Ye Feng away with a massive paw, sending him soaring into the air. He clutched his chest, spitting out blood, as though he had been struck by a freight truck. Damn it, I can't win. Although Ye Feng was unable to defeat the bear, he had bought Chun Jihua a chance to escape. She had already dashed several meters downstream. Yet he refused to abandon his wife and daughter. Get into the cave, Ye Feng urged, rushing inside. The bear, having sustained a minor injury, felt humiliated as the king of the forest and thundered into the cave after him. The entrance was spacious enough for it to enter, but the interior grew increasingly constricted. What are you four dawdling for? Get inside, quickly, Ye Feng bellowed. The 4 women then hurriedly scrambled deeper into the cave. Ding Tianchuan, being the smallest, went first, followed by the slender Su Yun. Chun-Li, having been developed by Ye Feng, was slightly fuller figured and took the 3rd position. Lastly, by Ye Feng, with her ample hips, squeezed in 4th. At last, the 4 women pressed themselves into the farthest recesses of the narrow space, and Ye Feng, unwilling to lag behind, wedged himself firmly behind by Ye Feng. With the enormous bear pursuing them, he had no choice but to push forward. When the bear reached 8 meters in, its massive body became wedged in the rocky crevice, unable to advance further. Ye Feng breathed a sigh of relief, tightly pressed against by Ye Feng's back. But the next moment, he felt a movement behind her. In an instant, Ye Feng's trousers became quite the spectacle. The bear, unwilling to relent, thrust its immense body forward, the warm breath from its mouth brushing against the back of Ye Feng's head. Can it still squeeze in? Ye Feng was terrified, forcing his waist against by Ye Feng in a desperate attempt to push the 4 women deeper into the cave. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to explode. There's no space left. Ding Tianchuan's voice echoed from the very back. Ye Feng, please don't do that to my mom. Chun-Li, witnessing Ye Feng's frantic efforts, couldn't help but scream. Ye Feng could only stop, his face flushed with embarrassment. However, the massive bear suddenly extended its arm, over a meter long, attempting to grasp Ye Feng's clothing. Damn it! Ye Feng had no choice but to keep pushing against by Ye Feng. Her face flushed crimson as she bit her lip tightly. Ye Feng, feeling cornered, realized that if he didn't push deeper, he would be caught by the bear, sealing his fate. Yet, despite his efforts, it was too late. The bear's paw emerged with 10-centimeter-long claws, slashing at Ye Feng's back. With a swift motion, his belt was severed, and he felt warmth spreading from his rear, as if he were bleeding. This is bad. As I pressed further inside, I felt a sharp pain as my rear was scraped. Ye Feng's face flushed crimson as he exerted all his strength to push deeper. By Ye Feng's body weakened, and with the constraints of Ye Feng's torn trousers gone, they slipped down. From behind, the scene was undeniably intimate. After a moment of collision, Ye Feng sensed that the 5 of them had moved inward by 10 centimeters. And finally, the claws of the black bear were out of reach. He was closely pressed against by Ye Feng, panting heavily, while she too breathed softly, tears glistening in her eyes. her body nearly collapsing under the force of Ye Feng's movements. Chapter 23. Ah Feng, come with me downstream. I have something to discuss with you. Just then, a deep roar resonated from the depths of the deserted island, causing stones to tumble from above the cave. Upon hearing this growl, the black bear, surprisingly, tucked its tail and fled. Once Ye Feng confirmed that the bear had retreated, he sighed in relief, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Ye Feng, equally drenched in sweat, weakened and fell beside him. The other women were also in distress, gasping for breath on the ground. Ye Feng felt a heavy pain in his chest and noticed that he was still bleeding from his rear. Exhausted and in pain, he inadvertently reclined his head and slipped into unconsciousness, oblivious to the state of his trousers. Time passed, and when Ye Feng finally awoke, he found himself lying flat at the cave entrance, his trousers having been pulled up by someone. "You're awake." Ye Feng approached, her eyes filled with concern. Upon noticing Ye Feng's awakening, Su Yun suddenly pushed Ye Feng aside, resting Ye Feng's head on her own lap, a flicker of anger in her eyes. Chun-Li remained silent, hugging her knees in a sulk. Ye Feng then turned his gaze to Ding Tuanshuan, who seemed to be watching him. Upon making eye contact, she quickly covered her eyes with both hands like a child. Ye Feng smiled faintly, preparing to rise, but a sharp pain shot through his left chest. More intense than before, panic flickered across his face. An internal injury on a deserted island could be life-threatening. "Yinner, where are Chun Jihua and Wang Tao?" Ye Feng inquired. Just as Su Yun was about to respond, Wang Tao's boisterous voice echoed from downstream. "Ha, now your arm is fractured. Ye Feng has internal injuries. So I am the boss now. You all must obey me." "Tao, I'm not criticizing you, but when the black bear approached, if you had stood beside me, we might have scared it away. Why did you run off?" As they spoke, the two revealed themselves, Wang Tao holding up a tiny dead fish, clearly having caught little. "Run? Do you dare accuse me of running away? I intended to divert the bear with my body, but it didn't chase after me. What could I do?" Upon finishing his words, he noticed Ye Feng had awakened. A smirk crossed his face as he placed the dead fish on the fire to cook. At that moment, the four women began to swallow hard. "Wang Tao, how did you only catch one fish? What are we going to eat?" Su Yun questioned. "All you think about is food. Don't you know that fishing is exhausting too? Now, as a complete man, I shall consume this fish alone. You can endure hunger for a few meals without perishing." With that, Wang Tao placed the grilled fish into his mouth. Su Yun bit her lip, suddenly turning to Ding Tuanshuan. "Tuanshuan, please look after Ye Feng for me. Don't let any other women approach him while I go catch fish." "Ah, me care for him?" Ding Tuanshuan's face flushed instantly. "Yes, only when Ye Feng recovers will we have a chance at survival," Su Yun stated. "Well, all right then." Ding Tuanshuan approached and sat beside Ye Feng, while Su Yun gently laid Ye Feng's head upon her slender thigh as a pillow. At that moment, Ye Feng caught a whiff of a maiden's fragrance, distinctly the scent of innocence, which was refreshing and soothing. "Oh, be good, and I'll catch you some fish to eat soon." Ding Tuanshuan, unsure of how to care for someone, recalled how her mother had tended to her in childhood, mimicking those gestures to comfort Ye Feng. Though Ye Feng found it amusing, he appreciated her efforts. Meanwhile, Wang Tao finished his fish and cast a glance at Ye Feng, a flicker of jealousy crossing his eyes. "Little sister, do not be deceived by that lecher. He is nothing but a pervert, having thoughts about his former mother-in-law. Do you think I am unaware?" Wang Tao said coldly. "Be quiet." Chun Jihua immediately retorted. "I shall not be silent. Ye Feng, be honest with yourself. Do you not desire Ye Feng? After all, though she is nearing 40, her figure and poise are captivating. Who wouldn't want her?" Wang Tao continued. "Wang Tao, do not speak such nonsense. I am much older than Ah Feng. He holds me in respect, with no such thoughts." Ye Feng interjected, feeling embarrassed. "Alas, Aunt Bai, you know the face, but not the heart. This scoundrel is not honest at work. He often steals glances at President Su's back. Do you think I am oblivious? So, be wary of him. Do not let him seize an opportunity." Wang Tao feigned a look of earnest concern. "Stop speaking. Ah Feng is not that kind of person," Chun Jihua exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. Had it not been for his fractured left arm, he might have charged at Wang Tao. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes and slowly sat up. His left chest ached greatly, and he could not use his left arm, yet even with just his right hand, he could easily handle Wang Tao, that worthless fool. "Wang Tao, if you continue to spew such filth, do not blame me for striking you," Ye Feng declared, standing up. "Ha ha ha, you injured fool, still so arrogant? Today, I will show you who the real boss is. With that, Wang Tao clenched his fists and charged forward. Predictably, Wang Tao, being utterly useless, could not even match one of Ye Feng's hands. After 5 exchanges, he found himself on the ground, another tooth knocked out. How about it? Do you yield? Ye Feng stood with his foot on Wang Tao's chest. Wang Tao, both astonished and furious, could not believe that even in his injured state, Ye Feng was still too formidable. I will not yield to you. He spat defiantly. If you refuse to submit, I can only knock out all your teeth. Ye Feng replied, picking up a stick and aiming for Wang Tao's mouth. Ah no. I yield. Ugh, I yield. Wang Tao verbally conceded. Yet his tone was laden with resentment. Ye Feng, however, could not be bothered to argue. For today, this fellow still held some utility. If you've conceded, then rise and, per my instructions, transform these trees into appropriately sized timber, Ye Feng declared coldly. Left with no choice, the wastrel Wang Tao begrudgingly set about the laborious task. The lengths must be precise, with not a single centimeter of error. A fool is indeed a fool. Is there not a measuring stick I prepared nearby? Sharpen the ends a bit, Ye Feng added, one hand dangling idly while the other pointed accusingly at Wang Tao's nose. Wow, big brother, how impressive, Ding Tuanchuan exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Ye Feng. She had imagined Ye Feng incapable of besting Wang Tao, yet he triumphed with a mere hand, earning the little girl's admiration for the strong. How she wished Ye Feng were her father. Pride swelled within Ye Feng, causing him to puff out his chest. Alas, he felt a twinge of pain in his left chest, yet a peculiar energy within him was mending the internal injury. Ah Feng, accompany me downstream. I have something to discuss with you, Chen Jihua interjected, speaking before making his way downstream. Chapter 24. No need, you are too tired. Ye Feng's face flushed red, akin to a schoolboy caught in mischief, as he followed. Although he and Bai Guifan had not yet crossed that threshold, they were nearly there. Given the right opportunity, it would surely happen. After walking a dozen meters downstream, Chen Jihua sat down and gestured for Ye Feng to take a seat on a stone opposite him. Ye Feng's mind raced, concocting various excuses. Ah Feng, you might not know, but for the past decade, your aunt and I have been sleeping apart. Thus, I have a favor to ask of you, Chen Jihua began, dropping a bombshell. What is it? Ye Feng inquired cautiously, observing Chen Jihua intently. The drawback of a husband and wife with a significant age gap is this. When I am able, she is not. When I am not, she is as fierce as a wolf. Perhaps this is fate, but witnessing her endure such hardship each night fills me with guilt. Do you understand what I mean? Chen Jihua sighed deeply, hesitating to elaborate. I do not understand. Ye Feng shook his head. To speak plainly, last year I even contemplated finding a younger man. Yet I could not bring myself to say it. You know your aunt's disposition. She is someone who values reputation greatly. However, now that we are on this desolate island, I cannot allow her to remain in such a state of solitude. Can you assist me with this? But there is a condition. This matter must remain between us. Only you, I, and your aunt must know, especially not Shaoli. Chen Jihua's intentions began to surface. Ye Feng remained silent, perplexed as he regarded Chen Jihua. What on earth was this old man implying? Uncle, what are you really saying? Ye Feng retorted. Do you not comprehend? I want you to find an opportunity to help take care of your Aunt Bai. Just look, your pants have turned this way as we speak. Chen Jihua pointed to Ye Feng's trousers. Uncle, please, do not speak frivolously. I shall take this as a jest. Ye Feng hastily covered his trousers, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Do not be shy. I am aware of your thoughts. However, the only impediment is that your Aunt Bai will undoubtedly disapprove. For she is a woman of unwavering virtue, and I know her well. Chen Jihua sighed. Ye Feng nearly burst into laughter. Are you certain you truly understand your own wife? I have devised a plan. Tonight, once your Aunt Bai has fallen asleep, I shall distract the others, allowing you two to enjoy some intimate moments together. Chen Jihua spoke earnestly, fully aware that his wife had been enduring a life of solitude. Yet he found himself unable to act. Uncle, please refrain from continuing. If you do, I may become quite upset. Ye Feng's expression was one of embarrassment. Hearing such words from Chen Jihua felt rather peculiar. Ah Feng, do not feel bashful. This matter has been contemplated thoroughly. Initially, I intended to enlist Wang Tao's assistance. But that fool fled when he encountered a black bear yesterday. Only you had the courage to rush out and save me, which is what you rightfully deserve. Furthermore, your Aunt Bai could certainly benefit from it. So why are you being so polite? Chen Jihua shook his head. Uncle Chen, I still find this somewhat difficult to accept. Ye Feng felt a sense of resistance within. If he were to engage in such a liaison with Bai Guifan discreetly, perhaps he could manage it. But the thought of Chen Jihua knowing made it quite awkward. Look, Chen Jihua pointed to Bai Guifan upstream, speaking in a tempting tone. Though your aunt Bai is nearing 40, her figure and skin are indistinguishable from those of a university student, and I assure you, her physique will not disappoint. Ye Feng fell silent, lowering his head as if he had tacitly agreed. Now that's more like it. However, there is a complication. Your Aunt Bai will surely resist. Therefore, tonight, while she sleeps, I will lure the others away. Once it is done, even if she discovers it was not me, she will have no means to protest. Chen Jihua suddenly revealed a secret. Phew. Ye Feng exhaled deeply. This Chen Jihua certainly knows how to navigate these matters. It left him quite flustered. Uncle Chen, the door is not yet constructed. Discussing such trivialities is futile. We must first ensure the door is complete. Only then can we contemplate our return home, Ye Feng stated. Yes, I understand. We shall wait until the door is finished. Chen Jihua replied with a knowing smile. A man understands another man best. He believed Ye Feng harbored such thoughts. By the way, uncle, is your arm fractured or dislocated? Ye Feng inquired suddenly, sensing that Chen Jihua's arm seemed more dislocated than fractured. I am uncertain. Can you assess it? Chen Jihua asked. Allow me to give it a try. After some effort, Ye Feng, suppressing the pain in his left chest, managed to realign Chen Jihua's dislocated bone, securing his left arm with 3 branches. In 3 days, once the bone has fully set, it can be removed. Upon returning, Wang Tao, who had been slacking off, quickened his pace. At that moment, Bai Guifan, with her enchanting gaze, quietly observed him from behind her husband. Ye Feng recalled Chen Jihua's words and quickly turned his head, fearful of losing control. By the way, what was that sound last night? It seemed to echo from over 10 miles away, reminiscent of a dinosaur. At this juncture, Chen Li spoke up. Suddenly, the demeanor of the group shifted to one of seriousness. Last night, the roar was utterly terrifying. Was it an elephant? Ding Tianchuan speculated. For only a creature of such magnitude could produce a sound of that caliber. No, the voice of an elephant is different. It resembles that of a tiger. But a tiger's roar would not frighten a black bear. It must be some other creature, Ye Feng pondered. Initially, he had envisioned ruling as a king on the deserted island, indulging in a life of luxury, but now he dismissed that thought, yearning instead for the safety of home. At that moment, Su Yun returned, clutching 2 trout, though her entire being trembled. Clearly, catching those fish had required considerable effort. It hardly seemed worth it, as the caloric value of the 2 fish might not compensate for the energy she expended. Ah Feng, you're injured. Let me cook the fish for you, Su Yun said, her face pale. No need. You are too fatigued. I will handle it myself, Ye Feng replied, taking the fish with a twinge of concern. I'm not exhausted. You have no idea what I saw downstream, Su Yun continued, her complexion growing even more ashen. Was it a spotted hyena? Ye Feng's heart sank. He had almost forgotten that, besides black bears, hyenas were formidable adversaries. No, I can't explain it. Just eat the fish, she said, sitting down, terror flickering in her eyes. While she was in the water catching fish, a strange serpent had suddenly emerged. The serpent was nearly as thick as her thigh, and bizarrely, it boasted a crimson comb atop its head. Shortly thereafter, the fish were ready, and considering his own injuries, Ye Feng consumed them all by himself. The others, even as their stomachs grumbled with hunger, refrained from asking for a share, understanding that once Ye Feng's wounds healed, there would be ample food for everyone. Chapter 25. My darling, you weren't frightened, were you? Noon arrived swiftly, and Wang Tao was drenched in sweat. Brother Feng, I'm utterly exhausted. May I rest for a moment? Wang Tao inquired. No, we must gather the timber before nightfall. Otherwise, the black bears will certainly return. Their memories are quite sharp. Ye Feng responded without a hint of leniency. The expressions of the others shifted dramatically. Then let us assist as well. Otherwise, we shall not dare to sleep tonight, Su Yun declared, hastening to lend her aid, with Ye Feng offering no objection. Thus, 4 women joined the labor. As time passed, Ye Feng felt a notable alleviation of the pain in his left chest. Strangely, despite sustaining such a severe injury, which typically would require at least 3 days of rest, he was nearly healed after just 1 day. He shouldered his bow and arrows and ventured downstream for several meters. Thwack, thwack, thwack. 3 arrows flew true, one of which struck 2 targets simultaneously. He returned with 4 plump trout, ample enough to satisfy several appetites. After roasting the fish, Chen Jihua and the 4 women gathered around, eagerly devouring the fish with smiles gracing their faces. It was a far cry from being with Wang Tao, whose incompetence was maddeningly selfish. Wang Tao could only swallow hard in envy, recognizing that this inept individual would still need to exert himself. Ye Feng tossed half a fish onto the ground. Here, this is for you. Thank you, Brother Feng. You are truly the best. Wang Tao, disregarding the dirt, picked up a fish and began to gnaw at it. He had previously been somewhat plump, but after days on the deserted island, he had grown lean from hunger. After finishing the fish, Ye Feng commenced the construction of a wooden door. Employing the principle of mortise and tenon, he meticulously fitted together several pieces of wood. However, this method was still not entirely secure. Wang Tao, there are some stinky sephora trees in the woods. Go scrape some sephora oil for me. I need it as glue. Also, bring back a few thorn bushes, Ye Feng commanded. Understood, Wang Tao replied, appearing thoroughly subdued as he obediently ventured into the forest. Yet, Ye Feng could discern the resentment simmering in Wang Tao's eyes. Given the chance, he would surely be the first to turn against him. Several women soon gathered around, marveling at Ye Feng's creation. Incredible! You managed to construct a door without a single nail, Su Yun exclaimed, caressing the wooden door, her face alight with delight. Big brother, you are amazing, Ding Tianchuan exclaimed in admiration. Although Chun Jihua's family remained silent, their eyes sparkled with approval. Come, let us raise the door and secure it at the cave entrance, Ye Feng instructed. Together, they exerted their strength to lift the heavy door, weighing several hundred pounds, and anchored it into the earth with wooden stakes. Still not entirely satisfied, Ye Feng utilized additional timber to wedge it into the crevices of the rocks, ensuring that the black bear could neither push nor pull it open in a short span of time. In the future, we shall enter and exit through this narrow gap, squeezing ourselves in sideways. Once inside, we can use a stick to block the opening, effectively guarding against both black bears and hyenas. Ye Feng began teaching them the method of entry and exit. Wonderful. Tonight, at last, we can enjoy a good night's sleep, Bai Guifan remarked, her gaze inadvertently drifting toward Ye Feng. By this time, the sky was gradually darkening, and Wang Tao returned, dragging the thorn bushes and sephora oil. The sephora oil was highly adhesive, serving as a natural glue, and its odor also repelled mosquitoes. Place the thorns downstream in the creek, should any animals approach. They will step on the thorns and emit cries, providing us with a warning, Ye Feng ordered. Yes, yes, Brother Feng, Wang Tao replied as he took the thorns downstream, while Ye Feng began to apply the sephora oil to the locking mechanisms of the door, ensuring a tighter fit and preventing wood-boring insects. Not good, not good. The dogs have returned, Wang Tao shouted from downstream, rushing back in a panic, his calves bleeding. Following him was the sound of growling barks. The hyenas from the beach had reappeared, but this time, there were over a dozen of them, summoned by the hyena queen. Quick, into the cave. With that, the group hurriedly squeezed through the wooden door, and Ye Feng used a stick to secure the 30-centimeter gap. Hey, I'm not inside yet, Wang Tao cried from outside. Wang Tao, run to the side and see if you can lead them away, Ye Feng said coldly. Now that the door had been constructed, Wang Tao's capricious nature rendered him expendable. It was time to consider abandoning him. Please, I beg you, I don't want to die. And I can't outrun those dogs. Wang Tao was anxiously pacing outside. You can climb a tree. Hurry, otherwise they'll catch up. Ye Feng pointed behind him. Wang Tao turned to see that the spotted hyenas had already surrounded them. Ye Feng, you scoundrel. If I die, I'll haunt you as a ghost. After cursing, Wang Tao chose to flee into the woods. However, only 3 hyenas pursued him, while the rest surrounded the wooden door, growling ominously. At that moment, something soft brushed against Ye Feng. Su Yun clutched his arm. What should we do, Ah Feng? If they keep guarding this place, we'll be trapped to death. Upon hearing this, fear spread across the faces of the others. As the saying goes, prolonged defense leads to loss. They would eventually need to venture out for food. Peering through the gaps, Ye Feng surveyed the hyenas, counting them carefully. There were a total of 12, with 3 chasing Wang Tao, leaving him to contend with 9. Among which was the largest, the hyena queen. Don't worry, I will handle everything, he assured, drawing his bow and aiming at the nearest hyena. Thwack! The bamboo arrow struck its rear. The startled hyena leaped up, while the others recoiled several steps. The one had attempted to turn and remove the arrow, but to no avail. Ye Feng, with a fierce expression, knocked another arrow. Thwack! A howl erupted as the second hyena was struck in the side. Unfortunately, the bamboo arrow had limited lethality, only penetrating a few centimeters before being trapped by its muscles. At this point, the hyenas finally recognized Ye Feng's threat and began to retreat downstream, though they were reluctant to flee far. Wonderful, Ah Feng, your aim is impeccable, Su Yun exclaimed joyfully. Ye Feng remained serious, drawing a third arrow and pulling the bowstring taut. Thwack! This time, fortune favored him as he struck a hyena in the eye, causing it to collapse and convulse on the ground. Finally, the hyena queen, along with her companions, fled, vanishing downstream. Simultaneously, the bowstring snapped with a loud crack. Let us go. Dispose of the carcasses far away, or their bodies will disrupt the food chain for hundreds of meters, Ye Feng declared, striding out of the wooden door. In that moment, his stature became increasingly imposing among the four women. Bai Guifan gazed at Ye Feng with sparkling eyes, growing fonder of him, when suddenly, a hunched figure obstructed her view. Darling, you're not scared, are you? If you are, I can give you a hug, Chen Jihua said gently. No need. Bai Guifan's expression instantly turned cold. Chen Jihua. Ye Feng approached the hyena, which was still writhing in agony, desperately trying to rise. Su Yun, gather everyone. Each of you stab it with a bamboo spear until it's dead, Ye Feng commanded. What? I've never even killed a chicken, Su Yun protested. Precisely why I want you to practice your courage, Ye Feng replied calmly. Thus, several women encircled the hyena, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon it. Before long, the creature was utterly lifeless. Ye Feng grasped it by the hind legs and unceremoniously cast it into the stream, allowing the current to carry it downstream. Now, go sit by the fire. I believe it is time to impart some skills to you. Otherwise, should I ever fall, you will possess no means of survival. With that, Ye Feng settled beside the fire, while a few women obediently stood by, ready to learn. First, let us explore how to maximize the power of the spear. The carcass of the hyena was soon swept downstream. In a region overgrown with aquatic plants, a massive creature suddenly leaped from the depths, splashing water everywhere as it dragged the hyena's body beneath the surface. Have you grasped the concept? Ye Feng thrust his spear forward with vigor, generating a strong gust of wind. I comprehend now. The coordination of the body is paramount. Su Yun, having received a higher education, was the first to respond. All right, practice some feigned thrusts with your spears. I shall create a scarecrow for you. Treat it as your adversary. Thus, the women commenced their training once more. After merely half an hour, they were drenched in sweat, exhausted. That's enough for today, Ye Feng called to the women. Training must be gradual. We cannot allow them to develop aversion to learning on the first day. Suddenly, Bai Guifan's eyes sparkled with mischief. I wish to wash myself downstream. Who will keep watch for me? Her gaze deliberately lingered on Ye Feng. My dear, let Ah Feng accompany you. My arm is injured, rendering me unable to protect you. Chen Jihua interjected. Ye Feng immediately understood Chen Jihua's implication, yet he felt somewhat embarrassed. No need. You and your daughter can accompany her. Ah Feng will join me at the waterfall for a bath. Su Yun, however, looped her arm through Ye Feng's. What about the others? Won't I be left alone at the cave entrance? Ding Tuanchuan exclaimed, standing up in alarm. After a brief contemplation, Su Yun proposed, then you and I shall bathe together. And let Ah Feng keep watch. He will not be distracted by you. Yes, yes. Ding Tuanchuan eagerly nodded. Consequently, the 6 individuals divided into 2 groups, each heading to their respective bathing spots. Su Yun and Ding Tuanchuan swiftly vanished behind the curtain of the waterfall, while Ye Feng scanned the surroundings with keen vigilance. The multitude of dangers rendered him too preoccupied to indulge in any surreptitious glances. Men are, by nature, born warriors, possessing an innate ability to sense the lurking perils in the air. The nights on the deserted island were filled with an array of eerie calls, and occasionally, the rustling sounds from the bamboo grove hinted at the presence of unseen phantoms. Ye Feng cast another glance towards the area where Wang Tao had disappeared. That wastrel had yet to return. Perhaps he had already become prey for the dogs, yet Ye Feng harbored no concern. At present, his responsibility lay in safeguarding an elderly man and 4 women, a burden that weighed heavily upon him. Unless he could forge iron weapons, his predicament would remain dire. With this thought, Ye Feng extracted a rusted dagger and began sharpening it against a rough stone. After half an hour, the tip of the dagger had become keen. He then procured some slender vines, and securely bound the dagger to a bamboo spear. Thus, he would possess a fighting chance against any large carnivorous beasts that might threaten them. At this moment, Su Yun and Ding Tuanchuan emerged from the curtain of water, their faces adorned with cheerful smiles. Su Yun radiated youthful beauty, her damp hair cascading elegantly over her shoulders, while the petite and adorable Ding Tuanchuan had her wet locks clinging tightly to her cherubic face. Ye Feng was instantly entranced, captivated by the exquisite beauty before him, vowing silently to safeguard these precious beings from any lurking dangers. "What are you staring at?" Su Yun approached, her fragrant form settling into Ye Feng's embrace. Suddenly, she extended her hand and stuffed a fruit resembling a grape into his mouth. Ye Feng hastily spit it out. "What is this? You can't just shove things into my mouth," he exclaimed. "Don't worry, I've already tasted it. It's sweet and harmless," Su Yun reassured him, popping another fruit into his mouth. Indeed, it was delectably sweet, but Ye Feng found himself savoring an even greater sweetness within his heart. Ding Tuanchuan, clad in her damp attire, moved to the fire to warm herself. "Don't roast yourself like that. When you grow old, you'll surely suffer from rheumatism. Go to the cave, strip off your clothes, and let your sister Su Yun help you dry them before you put them back on," Ye Feng cautioned. Ding Tuanchuan's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly covered her face and retreated to the cave. At that moment, Chun Jihua and his companions returned, holding what appeared to be a shovel-like tool. "Ah Feng, we just dug this out from the soil by the creek. It's incredibly sharp. It even cut through Ye Feng's skin," Chun Jihua explained, handing the tool to Ye Feng. Upon inspecting it, Ye Feng realized it resembled a military entrenching tool, albeit with a razor-sharp edge and a handle forged from steel. With only a small amount of paint chipped away, this tool could prove quite useful. Ye Feng swung the entrenching tool a couple of times, feeling an invigorating rush. Subsequently, the women retreated into the cave, shedding their garments, while one of them took the clothes to dry by the fire. After several rotations, all their attire was thoroughly dried. Chun Jihua, a paragon of virtue, refrained from casting even a glance into the cave. Ye Feng, maintaining his propriety, stole only a few furtive glances, albeit the darkness obscured his view, leaving him with mere glimpses of pale silhouettes moving within. As the clock approached 10 at night, the six of them sat in pairs around the fire, engaged in conversation. Suddenly, Ye Feng's expression shifted as he turned toward the spot where Wang Tao had vanished. "Tiger brother, this is the place. There are many beautiful women in this cave," Wang Tao's voice rang out, prompting Ye Feng to rise swiftly. Moments later, bamboo was pushed aside, and 4 men emerged. Wang Tao led the way like a sycophant, followed closely by 3 men, the foremost being a burly bald man, his upper body bare and muscles prominently developed. The other 2, while not as muscular, were still robust middle-aged men. "Ah, is there fish to eat?" The bald man strode over without greeting Ye Feng, seizing a leftover roasted fish to gnaw upon. The 4 women instinctively retreated a few steps, especially Ding Tuanchuan, who trembled in fear. Sensing something amiss, Ye Feng stealthily backed away, grasping a spear affixed with a bayonet. After finishing the fish, the burly man patted his belly, showing no intention of introducing himself, but instead directed his gaze toward the 4 women. Chapter 27. "Ah Feng, could you assist me with something?" "Hey, little Tuan Tuan, what brings you here? Come to uncle," the bald, muscular man declared, striding towards Ding Tuan Tuan. "Ah, no, you're not my uncle. You're a bad man." Ding Tuan Tuan shrank back in fear. Ye Feng could no longer restrain himself and positioned himself in front of her. "My friend, you arrive and consume my fish without even a greeting?" Ye Feng said coldly. "Get lost, or I will have to teach you a lesson," the bald man bellowed, incensed by Ye Feng, who stood at less than 1.8 meters tall, thereby appearing diminutive next to the towering figure of nearly 1.88 meters. "Teach me a lesson?" Ye Feng's eyes narrowed. He was unfazed by the bald man, yet he was aware of the 2 accomplices lurking behind him, clearly indicating they were a united front. "How dare you?" The bald man threw a punch. Ye Feng met it head-on, engaging in a fierce struggle. Although he took a blow to the face due to a slight pain in his chest, he managed to bring the bald man to the ground, delivering several rapid punches until the latter was unable to defend himself. "What are you 3 standing there for? Take him down," the bald man shouted in fury. Thus, Wang Tao and his companions charged forward, ready to strike. "Do you dare?" Su Yun exclaimed in anger, seizing a spear and rushing towards them. Ye Feng also rose, knocking an arrow to his bow, breathless as he aimed at the trio. The bald man scrambled to his feet and retreated to his allies. At that moment, they formed two opposing factions. Chun-Li and the other women also brandished their spears, joining the standoff. Anyone who approaches will be pierced. I am not to be trifled with, Su Yun declared, shedding her earlier gentleness for a fiery demeanor. By Ye Feng, holding a bamboo spear, pointed at Ye Feng's bow and arrow. Do you see the weapon in my son-in-law's hands? If you dare to act recklessly, he will shoot. Indeed. The bald man and his companions took a few steps back. They were not particularly afraid of spears, but arrows were a different matter, as they could be lethal if aimed at the eyes. Let us go downstream, the bald man decided decisively. Ah, tiger brother. Aren't we going to deal with Ye Feng? Wang Tao asked in a panic. Calm down, we'll discuss it downstream, the bald man replied, leading the two men away, leaving Wang Tao behind. He shivered and hurriedly followed them. Ye Feng's expression grew grim. Not only did he have to contend with wildlife, but now he faced four adversaries as well. In truth, had the four men charged at him simultaneously, Ye Feng would have faced considerable disadvantage, for he was the sole combatant on his side. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed from the sky, and a mass of dark clouds obscured the moon. A fierce wind swept from downstream, causing the skirts of the women to billow straight out. Quick, let us take shelter in the cave, Ye Feng shouted over the roaring wind. As soon as he uttered those words, a massive bolt of lightning struck from the clouds, stretching deep into the desolate island, nearly spanning the entirety of the tropical rainforest. A torrential downpour cascaded from the heavens. Ye Feng had already ushered the women into the cave, peering through the crevice at the tumultuous sky. The rain was torrential, unlike anything Ye Feng had witnessed in the countryside. It felt as though someone were dousing the earth with a bucket of water. Simultaneously, various insects and ants began to burrow into the crevices of the stones, presumably seeking refuge from the downpour. In the dim light, Ye Feng speared a small snake with his lance and forcefully tossed it from the cave. As it too had sought shelter from the rain, a cluster of women huddled together, emitting high-pitched screams, for the stone walls were teeming with bugs, scorpions, and small snakes. An abundance of mosquitoes had also infiltrated the cave. The deluge arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. After an hour, the skies cleared, and the air became noticeably fresher. Ye Feng and the others hastily exited the cave, which had transformed into a realm of insects. Look at all the bites on my hand. Su Yun approached Ye Feng, extending her pristine arm towards him. Alas, when dawn breaks, I shall gather some herbs for you. Ye Feng, feeling a pang of concern, clasped Su Yun's hand tenderly. The torrent above the waterfall had swelled to more than double its previous size, causing the creek's water level to rise perilously close to the adjacent bamboo groves. Some animal carcasses, swept down from the mountain peak, rendered the creek's waters murky. Fortunately, the crevice was situated more than 10 meters from the waterfall, otherwise, it too would have been inundated. Ye Feng rekindled the campfire and moved it into the cave, covering it with green leaves. A thick plume of smoke soon billowed forth, driving the insects away and restoring some semblance of cleanliness to the cave. Braving the smoke, Ye Feng relocated the fire outside, allowing the women to rest within. Chen Jihua, looking frail, leaned against the wooden door, slumbering with a spear in hand. As the leader, Ye Feng could not keep watch, so he settled down amongst the women to sleep. After enduring such tribulations, he found no inclination for flirtation. Thus, he fell into a deep slumber. Daybreak arrived swiftly, and Ye Feng was the first to awaken, sensing that his chest wound had healed to a considerable extent, leaving only a slight dull ache. Time to rise. Time to rise, he called out, rousing everyone. However, since Chen Jihua had kept watch the previous night, Ye Feng permitted him to continue sleeping. The girls, still bleary-eyed, gathered outside the cave, awaiting Ye Feng's assignment of tasks. Today, I shall scour the base of the mountain for sulfur or limestone to sprinkle throughout the cave, preventing venomous snakes and insects from entering. Additionally, I will gather some herbs to apply to your bodies, alleviating the irritation from mosquito bites, Ye Feng stated gravely. What if you encounter that bald-headed strange uncle again? Ding Tuanshuan exclaimed, her expression turning anxious. The other women shared her trepidation, rising to their feet, unwilling to let Ye Feng depart alone. Fear not, I shall leave behind my bow and arrows. Should he return, you can defend yourselves with them, Ye Feng assured, gesturing towards the weaponry on the ground. Su Yun nodded, picking up the bow and arrows. Subsequently, Ye Feng assisted them in catching 5 or 6 trout before preparing to venture into the woods. Ah Feng, wait. It's dangerous for you to enter the woods alone. I shall accompany you, Bai Guifan suddenly interjected. Very well, two can look out for one another. If we stumble into a marsh, there will be someone to lend a hand. Ye Feng agreed with a nod. Su Yun cast a glance at Bai Guifan, but ultimately chose silence. She trusted that, under such circumstances, everyone felt a sense of urgency, dismissing any trivial matters between men and women. After bidding farewell to Su Yun and the others, Ye Feng and Bai Guifan ventured into the woods. He began his journey along the foot of the mountain, walking for over 2 miles until the sun emerged. Bai Guifan trailed behind, her gaze continually assessing Ye Feng's sturdy silhouette. How robust, how reassuring. The embers of desire that had once dimmed within her flared back to life. "Ah Feng, I feel quite itchy here. I must have been bitten by mosquitoes last night, and the swelling hasn't subsided. Could you take a look?" Bai Guifan suddenly remarked. Ye Feng calmly turned around, only to find Bai Guifan lifting her skirt. "Madam Bai, do you believe this is the appropriate moment?" He responded. "Wang Tao and the others are still lurking downstream. We ought to hasten our pace." Nevertheless, his demeanor belied a change within him. Chapter 28. I hope one day you do not fall into my hands. Ever since consuming the white fruit, he felt his vitality leaking away. What is there to fear? A moment's delay won't cost us much time. If you're concerned about time, you can assist me while we walk, Bai Guifan said with a sultry expression, her tongue licking her lips. Ye Feng felt an electric shiver run down his spine. She certainly knew how to play the game. Such tactics were unexpected. Perhaps we should refrain for now. We can discuss it later. I, too, harbor desires, but this is not the right time. Once we have fully established our camp, you may indulge as you wish. How does that sound? Ye Feng confessed his true feelings, dropping his pretense. Bai Guifan smiled brightly, walking alongside him. Yet the flames of her desire remained unquenched, frequently teasing Ye Feng with her words. "Ah Feng, you are still too young and inexperienced. I have encountered some affluent gentlemen who, at exclusive clubs, would line up a dozen beauties and take turns with them, rewarding any who elicited a response with an additional 10,000 yuan. Bai Guifan spoke with an enticing tone. Those are wealthy magnates. They can afford such indulgences. What about me? A mere pauper. I have no means for such frivolities, Ye Feng replied. But this is a deserted island. With just you, your daughter, Su Yun, and Ding Tuanshuan, you could have your own lineup. Bai Guifan provocatively suggested, her audacity seemingly boundless. For reasons unknown, seeing Ye Feng's forced restraint only fueled her urge to flirt. Let us not jest. Even if you were willing, what about your daughter? Su Yun and Ding Tuanshuan would certainly refuse, and especially since Ding Tuanshuan is so young. Ye Feng shook his head, his expression suddenly intense. Deep within the woods, a small tree emerged, bearing 3 white fruits. Silence. Ye Feng gestured for quiet, stealthily approaching the tree. As the white fruit began to retract, he swung his entrenching tool decisively. 2 fruits fell to the ground, while the remaining 1 quickly retreated. Ha! Ye Feng scooped up a white fruit and placed it into his mouth. Waves of intense warmth surged through his body, radiating through his limbs. In an instant, Ye Feng felt an overwhelming heat enveloping his body, his trousers clinging awkwardly like a piece of steel. Oh my goodness! Bai Guifan could no longer contain herself and covered her mouth in astonishment. She surrendered to her impulses, bending forward without restraint. This time, Ye Feng did not refuse. The circumstances were indeed favorable. Bai Guifan was quite adept at her flirtations, yet she thought it prudent to seek excitement elsewhere as well. Thus, she turned around, her hands resting upon a stone at the foot of the mountain, inviting him in a way that suggested a trap. Ye Feng inhaled sharply, forcefully parting her defenses. At that moment, he distinctly sensed every hair on his body standing on end. "Shall I proceed?" he gasped, his eyes ablaze like a bull poised for action. "Don't be so polite. Come at me with fervor." Bai Guifan playfully bit her red lip. Suddenly, a voluptuous woman stumbled towards them, her eyes widening in terror as she beheld the scene before her, particularly the sight of Ye Feng's lower abdomen. Ye Feng was taken aback and hastily adjusted his trousers, while Bai Guifan awkwardly lowered her skirt. "Hey there, beautiful, let us have some fun." For figures emerged from behind, the notorious Wang Tao and his companions. Their trousers equally unflattering and their expressions lewd. The woman glanced nervously between Ye Feng and the approaching quartet before resolutely hiding behind Ye Feng. Her attire was tattered, revealing glimpses of her ripe form as she moved. "Is it you again, you scoundrel?" Wang Tao spotted Ye Feng immediately. The burly, bald man narrowed his eyes, producing a dagger from his pocket. This time, it's just the two of us. Let us deal with him directly. And that mature lady by his side? I'll have my turn first. He advanced menacingly towards Ye Feng. What should we do? Ye Feng clutched Ye Feng's arm tightly, while the woman cowered behind him. Ye Feng gripped his entrenching tool, a sense of trepidation creeping into his heart. The bald man possessed considerable strength, yet Ye Feng felt he had a 70% chance of handling him. However, the additional 3 men complicated matters. Anyone who approaches will meet my shovel. Ye Feng declared coldly, adopting a combat stance. Yet, the bald man waved his dagger mockingly. Is that so? Then come at me. The confrontation erupted. Ye Feng swung his shovel, sending the dagger flying from the bald man's grip. Suddenly, Wang Tao lashed onto Ye Feng's leg, immobilizing him. Thud! A punch landed squarely on Ye Feng's chest. Damn it! Enraged, Ye Feng retaliated with an elbow strike to Wang Tao's back, sending him crashing to the ground. Blood spattering from his mouth. Simultaneously, he received a blow to the face. The battle intensified, with Wang Tao's group quickly becoming winded. Yet, Ye Feng thrived amidst the chaos. He felt the energy from the white fruits he had consumed surging within him, enhancing his stamina. We can't hold out against him. The bald man and his companions gasped, their confidence wavering in the face of Ye Feng's ferocity. Ye Feng's arm bore a wound, yet the bald quartet also bore their share of injuries, leaving no victor among them. Brother Hu, shall we continue? Wang Tao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Earlier, Ye Feng's elbow had struck him, causing a minor internal injury to his back. Continue? The bald man paused, glancing at the woman beside Ye Feng, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Brother, your strength is commendable. Why must you oppose us? Simply join our ranks, and these women shall be at your disposal. Once they bear your child, you can discard them without a second thought. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Those women in your cave are exquisite beauties. Once we return to civilization, men like us would not even be worthy of their foot baths. But here on this deserted island, we should seize the moment and indulge ourselves. When the rescue arrives, we can dispose of them all, and no one will report us. What do you think? The bald man chuckled. You? Silence yourself. Ye Feng felt a jolt of fear. If Ye Feng acquiesced to this bald man, it would spell doom for her entire family, as the choice lay solely in Ye Feng's hands. The beautiful young woman also bore a look of terror and quietly distanced herself from Ye Feng. What utter nonsense! Your actions are more despicable than those of animals. Leave at once, or I assure you, I will deal with you all first. Ye Feng brandished his entrenching tool. The bald man's expression shifted. You possess courage. I hope you never fall into my grasp. With that, the quartet had no choice but to retreat, for further conflict would result in mutual destruction. Chapter 29. The nursing mother. The enchanting woman sighed in relief and moved closer to Ye Feng, though the fear in her eyes lingered. Thank you, young brother. Big brother, I am truly grateful. The alluring woman expressed her gratitude. No need for thanks. I am Ye Feng, and this is Ye Feng. What is your name? Ye Feng maintained a level gaze, consciously avoiding glances at her bosom and thighs, lest he frighten her away. The more hands we have, the stronger we become. I am Tian Shuitao, but my child is missing. Woo, he is still so small. Upon uttering this, Tian Shuitao could no longer contain her emotions and broke into tears. Ye Feng then noticed her ample figure, suggesting she was still in the nursing period. After the shipwreck, it seemed unlikely that her infant had survived. Ye Feng quickly approached, wrapping her arms around Tian Shuitao's shoulders in a gentle gesture of comfort, understanding as a fellow mother. After a moment, Tian Shuitao managed to regain her composure and looked at Ye Feng with a pitiful gaze. Now, let us search for limestone or sulfur, which can help prevent mosquito bites. Ye Feng suggested, leading the way with his entrenching tool. Wait, did you say limestone? I just remembered, while I was fleeing, I saw a pile of white stones that emitted a pungent odor. Tian Shuitao suddenly exclaimed. Let us go. Ye Feng rejoiced, urging Tian Shuitao to lead the way. However, he noticed that every so often, she would squeeze her chest, appearing to be in considerable discomfort. Finally, they arrived at their destination, and Ye Feng beheld a mound of white stones, elated. This is indeed limestone. He removed his upper garment, wrapped 3 stones, and hoisted them onto his shoulder. Near the limestone, there lay a barren patch of land, nearly devoid of any vegetation, for the stench of the limestone was too pungent, deterring both flora and fauna from approaching. Homeward bound, at last, this outing was not in vain. A perfect trifecta. Ye Feng chuckled as he forged ahead, soon reaching the mouth of the cave. Su Yun and the others chased after him from a distance, surrounding him with eager anticipation. "You have finally returned," exclaimed Su Yun, her face a mask of concern. "Behold, this is limestone. Place it in the helmet. Fill the helmet with water, suspend it over the fire, and boil it into a caustic lime solution. Then, douse the entire cave with it, ensuring that no insects dare to enter again." Ye Feng explained with a grin. Su Yun nodded and, along with Chun-Li, busied themselves with the task. They were so preoccupied with their worries about Ye Feng that they failed to notice the strikingly beautiful mature woman who had joined them. "Who is this sister?" Ding Tianquan asked, glancing at Tian Shuitao. "Hello, little sister. I am Tian Shuitao," she replied, embracing Ding Tianquan warmly. "Ah, it's so stifling." Ding Tianquan quickly wriggled free. She felt a sense of discomfort under the tender gaze of this newcomer, which radiated a maternal warmth. "Ha ha ha, Aunt Bai. Please introduce them to one another while I go downstream to catch some fish." "With a new member joining us, we must extend a warm welcome," Ye Feng said. His spirits lifted. With 5 women now in their ranks, the team had grown stronger, allowing him to rest easier during night watches. Upon arriving downstream, Ye Feng showcased his skills, effortlessly capturing a dozen plump trout. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he sensed a significant enhancement in his vision, strength, and speed. Clearly, that white fruit was indeed a miraculous elixir. As Ye Feng returned with the fish, he noticed several women rushing into the cave, only to emerge swiftly thereafter. They were pouring the lime solution inside, but the odor was overwhelmingly sharp. "Allow me to grill the fish," Ye Feng offered, taking the fish from him and beginning to prepare it. "Big brother, come here for a moment," Ding Tianquan suddenly called out. "What is it?" Ye Feng hurried over. Ding Tianquan, with a peculiar expression, pointed towards Tian Shuitao in the distance. "That sister seems strange. She appears a bit, well, you know," Ding Tianquan said. "What do you mean?" Ye Feng furrowed his brow, concerned about discord within the team. "She asked me for help earlier, saying she felt quite uncomfortable. But I'm already grown up. I wouldn't do that," Ding Tianquan replied. Ye Feng suddenly understood. Women in lactation often experience discomfort due to engorgement, and he could empathize with her plight. "Ha ha ha. You're the youngest here, so why not lend her a hand?" Ye Feng jested. "Absolutely not. I'm not a child," Ding Tianquan retorted, covering her face as she dashed away. Just then, Tian Shuitao turned around abruptly, her doe-like eyes locking onto Ye Feng's. The moment their gazes met, they both instinctively looked away. As if sharing a telepathic connection, Ye Feng swallowed hard, while Tian Shuitao cast a subtle glance in his direction. "Come and eat some fish," Ye Feng announced, having prepared the meal. Ye Feng inhaled deeply, settled beside the fire, and began to distribute the fish, deliberately giving Tian Shuitao an extra piece, for a woman in lactation requires nourishment. Tian Shuitao sensed Ye Feng's kindness and immediately bestowed upon him a grateful gaze. After they finished their meal, Ye Feng proceeded to delegate tasks. From this moment, we transition from civilized society to a more primitive state, necessitating that women learn essential skills, such as crafting dried fish and preserving food. Should we find ourselves cornered by a bear in the cave, starvation could ensue. Furthermore, each individual must master the use of bows and arrows, as well as spears. "I shall train you gradually," Ye Feng stated solemnly. "I concur. I aspire to be the queen of the jungle," Ding Tianquan exclaimed, raising her hands in agreement. "First, ensure that you do not become prey yourself," Ye Feng sighed, gently patting her chubby little head. The women exchanged glances and stifled their laughter. Tian Shuitao, overflowing with motherly affection, embraced Ding Ku air tightly, playfully squeezing her cheeks. Su Yun stood up, drew her bow, and aimed at a distant sapling. With a thwack, the bamboo arrow veered off course, causing Su Yun to cry out in pain. Clutching her chest, "The bowstring snapped against me," she exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes. "My dear, let me take a look." Ye Feng hurried over to comfort Su Yun. Just then, Ding Tianquan knocked an arrow and, with a thwack, successfully embedded it into a tree, emerging unscathed. "Ha ha, I am unharmed. I surpassed Sister Su Yun," Ding Tianquan declared proudly. However, the other women cast her youthful figure with peculiar expressions, realizing her oversight. Ding Tianquan's face fell as she bowed her head in embarrassment. Meanwhile, while the others practiced archery, Tian Shuitao stealthily slipped behind the waterfall. Her discomfort from engorgement was overwhelming, and she felt on the verge of bursting. After a moment of squeezing, she realized that her hands were insufficient. leading her to attempt to suckle herself, but she could not reach, leaving her in tears, desperate for relief. Peering through the curtain of water, she gazed at Ye Feng's silhouette. No, he already has a girlfriend. He surely wouldn't agree. What am I to do? The discomfort is unbearable, she lamented, stamping her foot in frustration, causing ripples in the water. Ye Feng, having experienced similar tribulations, observed Tian Shui Tao's retreating figure and then glanced at Ye Feng, fully aware of the situation. During her own pregnancy with Chun Li, she had often suffered from similar discomfort, requiring Chen Jihua's assistance each night until he grew weary of it. From noon until nightfall, the women diligently practiced with their spears and archery. Ding Ku Air showed remarkable improvement, nearly matching Ye Feng's proficiency by a third. Ye Feng also excelled with the spear, capable of throwing it 10 meters, demonstrating considerable lethal potential. The other women were rather ordinary, yet they exhibited some progress. Chief Instructor Ye Feng casually guided them with a bamboo rod, accelerating their improvement. I am confident that in a few days, even in my absence, these women will be capable of sending Wang Tao and his companions fleeing in disarray. In the lower stream, the bald-headed quartet sat together. Wang Tao was the most unfortunate, reduced to a servant for the three. Wang Tao, you are utterly useless. You cannot catch fish or start a fire. You've caused me to catch a cold. Keep fishing, and do not return unless you have something to show for it. The bald leader scolded fiercely. Over the past few days, they had caught 6 or 7 fish by sheer luck. Yet Wang Tao was left with nothing but the fish heads. The fish meat was exclusively offered to the bald trio. Wang Tao felt deep regret. Had he stayed with Ye Feng, he would have at least had enough to eat, despite the fatigue. Now, under the bald trio's command, he was not only exhausted but also starving. Fortunately, he had accumulated some fat in civilized society. Otherwise, he would have collapsed by now. Yes, brother Hu. I will go upstream to help you catch fish, Wang Tao said, clutching a stick and stealthily making his way upstream. Before long, he heard the light laughter of women emanating from below the waterfall. Ye Feng was seated on a rock, training several women. The atmosphere was relaxed, punctuated by occasional giggles, and beside the bonfire lay several uneaten fish. Wang Tao swallowed hard, consumed by envy. Finally, steeling himself, he strode over. Ye Feng spotted him immediately and halted the training. Wang Tao, what are you doing here, you worthless fool? Where is that bald one? Ye Feng inquired coldly. Brother Feng, I have wronged you. Please take me back. I am utterly famished. That bald one is a brute, and I am left with nothing but bones to eat. Now my stomach is completely empty, Wang Tao pleaded, dropping to his knees. Why should I care? Leave at once, or I will use you as a living whip, Ye Feng warned, raising his spear. No, Wang Tao exclaimed, his gaze darting to Chun Li. Li, you are my girlfriend. Please intercede for me with Brother Feng. Chun Li shook her head indifferently, her eyes filled with disdain. Wang Tao then turned to Chen Jihua and Ye Feng. Uncle, Auntie, I am genuinely a rich second generation. If you convince Brother Feng to let me rejoin, I will have my father buy you a villa. By the way, if you desire handbags, luxury watches, or sports cars, I can procure them for you, Wang Tao implored. Ye Feng wasted no words. She seized a spear and aimed it at Wang Tao. With a swift thrust, she missed slightly, only grazing his side. Wang Tao gasped, fleeing in panic. In a state of fear and anger, he sprinted 2 kilometers downstream, only to suddenly change color. Before him stood a towering black bear, its yellowish eyes fixed upon him. In desperation, Wang Tao turned and sprinted back toward Ye Feng's camp. The bear, relentless, thundered after him with earth-shaking strides. Meanwhile, Ye Feng resumed the relaxed training session. At that moment, Tian Shui Tao suddenly beckoned to Ye Feng. Hey, big brother, could you come here for a moment? She whispered, her face flushed with embarrassment. What is it? Ye Feng strode over. Without hesitation, Tian Shui Tao grasped Ye Feng's hand and led him behind the waterfall. What is the matter? Ye Feng inquired again. I feel so uncomfortable. Could you assist me? Redness crept across Tian Shui Tao's cheeks, spreading toward her neck. Ye Feng swallowed hard, scrutinizing her intently. Her figure was undeniably alluring. Especially now during her nursing period, she was simply irresistible. Tian Shui Tao noticed the way Ye Feng looked at her, her heart racing. She merely wished for Ye Feng to alleviate her discomfort. Yet, men often act on impulse, and she feared losing control herself. In this desolate island, if the beast within a man were to be unleashed, the consequences could be dire. What do you need help with? Ye Feng's gaze was intense, and he exhaled sharply, his breath quickening. You know, I lost my child, and if this continues for too long, I might become blocked up and could fall ill, Tian Shuitao admitted. Risking it all. Many cases of breast cancer arise from such blockages. All right, I can help you. Ye Feng felt a droplet of anticipation escape him, even growing somewhat impatient. After all, such assistance could be profoundly restorative in this wilderness. Okay. Tian Shuitao took a deep breath and reached around behind her, but a moment later, she hesitated. Big brother, please, do not have any other thoughts. Just consider this a favor. This is a deserted island, not a game. She felt it necessary to issue a warning to Ye Feng. Rest assured, I understand. Ye Feng nodded. The sound of the waterfall drowned out their conversation, ensuring that Su Yun could not overhear them. Ye Feng had his own intentions. After all, this was his teammate, and mutual assistance was essential for maintaining good relations. Otherwise, in times of calamity, everyone would look out for themselves. How could such a team stand against the bald-headed quartet? Chapter 31. The Fiery Beauty. Oh no, help. It's coming. It's coming. Suddenly, Wang Tao's terrified scream echoed from outside. Tian Shuitao jumped back, retracting her hand. Ye Feng stepped out from behind the waterfall, glancing at Wang Tao. The useless one. That fool dashed into the camp, hurriedly making his way toward the cave. The women were bewildered, unsure of Wang Tao's antics. However, in the next moment, the underbrush parted downstream, revealing a robust black bear. Its ample flesh jiggled as it thundered into the camp. Faced with such a formidable predator, the women scattered in all directions. Some fled into the woods, while others rushed toward Ye Feng, but none ventured into the cave. The stench of recently spilled boiling lime water was too overwhelming. The black bear, undeterred, charged straight for the cave. As Wang Tao delved a few meters into the cave, he was immediately overwhelmed by an unbearable stench, nearly succumbing to asphyxiation. Swiftly, he turned around, only to find a massive black bear perched on the wooden door. Good heavens! Are you trying to kill me? Wang Tao exclaimed, covering his nose, resigned to remain within the confines of the cave. Meanwhile, Ye Feng observed coldly from beneath the waterfall. The bear's strength was formidable. With a slight push, the sturdy wooden door creaked ominously, as if on the verge of collapse. Simultaneously, it tugged backward, dislodging two wooden stakes that had been wedged in the crevice of the rocks. Oh dear, big brother bear, please don't eat me. I'm filthy. Go find something else. Wang Tao pleaded, helplessly kneeling in the cave, bowing repeatedly. Tian Shuitao clutched Ye Feng's arm tightly, leaving an imprint. It seems this door cannot withstand the black bear, she said nervously, using Ye Feng's arm as leverage to escape the confines, leaving it sticky in the process. Ye Feng was equally distressed. The bear seemed to have singled them out as easy prey. If left unaddressed, it would surely launch a surprise attack, a situation that could not be sustained indefinitely. After a few more shakes of the door, the bear, seemingly choked by the odor emanating from within, finally let out a roar and ambled downstream. Ye Feng exhaled a sigh of relief, leading Tian Shuitao out from behind the waterfall. In the bamboo grove, Su Yun and the others emerged, their faces marked by lingering fear. Cough, cough. Wang Tao, the useless one, stumbled out of the cave, clutching his chest and coughing violently. Wonderful. It seems that the black bear does not consume humans, Ding Tuanchuan remarked. However, Ye Feng shook his head. The bear's belly appears swollen. It must have had its fill, which is why it refrained from pursuing us. But what if it returns hungry? Even if we hide in the cave, it would break through the door. Therefore, we must devise a plan to eliminate that bear. Once it is dead, no creature in this vicinity will pose a threat to us. As he spoke, Ye Feng settled beside the campfire, followed by several women who sat down in succession. Wang Tao, ever the coward, cautiously took a seat at the back, fearful of being noticed by Ye Feng. Wang Tao, do you wish to join me? Ye Feng called out. Brother Feng, as long as you allow me to follow you, I am willing to do anything. Wang Tao eagerly pledged his loyalty. Very well. I shall now teach you how to dig traps. Take this entrenching tool and dig a large pit right here. Begin immediately, Ye Feng commanded. Understood. Wang Tao exclaimed joyfully, seizing the entrenching tool and getting to work. Meanwhile, Ye Feng busied himself in the bamboo grove, using a dagger to cut several bamboo stalks, sharpening their tips to place at the bottom of the trap. Wang Tao worked diligently for 2 hours without uttering a word of fatigue. After a moment's consideration, Ye Feng tossed him a grilled fish. Once he finished the fish, Wang Tao resumed his labor. As time passed, the trap pit gradually expanded, and Ye Feng had fashioned a dozen sharpened bamboo stakes. Meanwhile, 5 kilometers downstream, the bald man and his 2 companions waited impatiently, wondering when Wang Tao would return. That fool hasn't been eaten by a dog, has he? The bald man said, rising with his 2 lackeys, preparing to search for Wang Tao. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. As the scene unfolded, 3 men and 2 women approached from downstream. Among them was a tall man, reminiscent of the hapless Wang Tao, appearing as a middle-aged version of him. Accompanying this man was a stunning beauty with an alluring figure. Wang Xiong noticed the trio of bald heads at a glance, but maintained a calm demeanor as he produced a photograph of Wang Tao. "Have any of you seen my son?" "This is his picture," Wang Xiong inquired. As a significant client of Suyin Company, he had joined the cruise for a team-building event, having narrowly escaped drowning with the valiant help of 2 bodyguards. The captivating woman by his side was his mistress, Zhang Yan. "Ah, isn't this him?" The bald man immediately recognized the photo of Wang Tao, but chose to remain silent. "Of course I've seen him." Wang Xiong, elated, pressed. "Where's my son? Why should I tell you? If you inform me, I will pay you. I don't want money. How about this beauty beside you? Let us 3 have some fun, and then I'll tell you," the bald man replied. Wang Xiong narrowed his eyes and slowly reached for his waist. His family specialized in manufacturing mechanical molds. Thus he possessed a homemade handgun with 7 rounds remaining, having expended 5 in the perilous jungle. The bullets had become a precious commodity. Ultimately, Wang Xiong refrained from drawing his weapon and merely signaled to a bodyguard behind him. A dark-skinned bodyguard stepped forward. "Be wise and speak up, or I shall end your life," he warned, his tone devoid of jest. "Huh, you think you can scare me?" The bald man laughed defiantly. Chapter 32. The odious lout peeking at others. After considerable effort, the pit was finally dug to a depth of 2 meters, yet it was still insufficient. Ye Feng instructed Wang Tao to rest above while he descended into the pit to continue excavating. His pace quickened significantly, and within 3 hours, he had piled 2 meters of soft soil above. "All right, throw down the sharpened bamboo," Ye Feng called from 5 meters below. "Coming," Wang Tao exclaimed as he grasped the pointed bamboo, but hesitated for a moment before ultimately tossing it beside Ye Feng. After some effort, Ye Feng managed to plant the sharpened bamboo, panting from exhaustion. "Pull me up with the rope," he shouted from below. Once he ascended, Su Yun hurried over to wipe his sweat, while Bai Guizong fanned him with his sleeve. Ding Tuanshuan, with a sudden spark of mischief, dashed over to Ye Feng and blew air at him. Ye Feng chuckled, unable to resist pinching her cheek. "What are you doing, big brother? Don't you smell my fresh breath?" Ding Tuanshuan replied proudly. "I found mint leaves earlier and shared them with a few sisters for brushing our teeth." Ye Feng leaned closer to her mouth and detected the refreshing scent of mint. "Very good, as neglecting dental hygiene can lead to bacterial growth. I shall brush my teeth as well," he remarked with a smile. Wang Tao, standing behind, wore a forced smile, his heart heavy with indignation. "Having toiled for a considerable time, I emerged without a soul expressing concern for my efforts. Yet now, with Ye Feng's arrival, you all flock around him. Oh, how frustrating. Wang Tao, please gather some leaves and cover the trap. The camouflage must be impeccable, lest the black bear sees through our ruse," Ye Feng instructed. Yes, I will do it right away," Wang Tao replied, hastening to gather branches to conceal the trap. Ye Feng was deliberately making Wang Tao toil. For once he regained a semblance of strength, he would undoubtedly concoct mischief. "A Feng, this path is quite wide. What if the black bear does not traverse this way?" Bai Guizong inquired thoughtfully. "I am aware. We shall place some fish atop the trap. The black bear will come to feast, and naturally, it will fall," Ding Tuanshuan cleverly suggested. However, it seems that black bears are not particularly fond of fish, and given the abundance of fish in the stream, it lacks allure for them, Su Yun countered. Ye Feng smiled slightly. "It appears that black bears have a penchant for targeting humans. Thus, we can use a human as bait." With that, he directed his gaze towards Wang Tao. Wang Tao shuddered, and his movements faltered. The others also fixed their eyes upon him. Just then, 3 bald men emerged from downstream, followed by 3 men and 2 women. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, grasping his bow, while the other women seized their spears. Yet, in the next moment, Ye Feng was taken aback, for the bald men bore bruises, as though they had just endured a beating. "Dad! Oh, father, why have you only just arrived?" Wang Tao exclaimed, his excitement propelling him towards the middle-aged man behind the bald trio. Wang Xiong, equally elated, swiftly approached and embraced Wang Tao. "Son, I was so worried about you. It's a relief to see you alive. Wang Xiong gently patted Wang Tao's back. However, Ye Feng's attention was captivated by Zhang Yan, who stood behind Wang Xiong. This woman, she must be a reincarnation of a siren. With a mere glance and gesture, she radiated seduction, seemingly born for the interplay of attraction between men and women. Zhang Yan also noticed the disheveled Ye Feng, her eyes flashing with displeasure. Is that bum Xionggu watching us? Zhang Yan's voice was both sultry and prolonged, rendering Ye Feng weak-kneed. Secretary Zhang, are you referring to that scoundrel, Ye Feng? Wang Tao finally composed himself and turned to face Ye Feng, his gaze sharp. Ye Feng raised an eyebrow, tightening his grip on the bow. Father, you have no idea the hardships I endured on the deserted island. That scoundrel, Ye Feng, poisoned my fish, assaulted me to steal my glory, and even took my girlfriend. Wang Tao began to distort the truth. Suyin could no longer contain herself. She was well aware of Wang Xiong, the company's largest client. Otherwise, how could Wang Tao, an incompetent, have attained the position of head of the RD department? It was entirely due to Wang Xiong's influence. Mr. Wang, that is not the case. Over these days, we have relied on Ye Feng to catch fish. Without him, we would have starved. Wang Tao, I implore you not to distort the truth. Suyin stated coldly. Wang Xiong regarded Wang Tao with a neutral expression, casting him another glance. His complexion was pallid, and he had lost considerable weight. Most notably, 2 of his front teeth were missing. Regardless, my son claimed he was at fault, which surely meant he was indeed in the wrong. Son, how do you intend to deal with him? Wang Xiong inquired. Chapter 33. Are you planning to torment me further? Do not kill him just yet. I wish to savor the torment I inflict upon this scoundrel, who has brought me such misery, Wang Tao lamented, sounding much like a jilted lover. Ye Feng laughed softly. Stepping forward, torment me? Such bravado. If you possess the courage, come at me. Since consuming 3 ginkgo nuts, Ye Feng felt his internal strength gradually intensifying. To date, both his endurance and power had surged several-fold compared to before. Armed with a bow and arrows, as well as a spear, he felt more than capable of handling these individuals. Use the knife. First, knock out his 2 remaining front teeth, Wang Xiong commanded. The burly bodyguard stepped forward, advancing toward Ye Feng. In the interest of fairness, Ye Feng handed the bow and arrows to Ding Tuanchuan. They immediately engaged in battle. To Ye Feng's surprise, this imposing figure wielded ferocious fists and feet, his moves embodying a martial spirit far beyond that of the bald man. Nevertheless, he ultimately triumphed, leveraging his lifelong martial training to bring the bodyguard down. Gasping for breath, Ye Feng asked coldly, What, still intend to torment me? However, as soon as he spoke, every hair on his body stood on end. Before him loomed the dark muzzle of a gun aimed squarely at his head. No! Su Yun cried out in alarm from the side. The other women exhibited expressions of fear, retreating a step. Quite the bravado, aren't we? Wang Xiong taunted, gripping the handgun. Ye Feng fell silent, his expression darkening. Now it was Wang Tao's turn to gloat, bouncing about like an excited monkey. Ha ha ha, Ye Feng, quickly kneel before me. First, bow your head 3 times. No, 30 times. After that, knock out your own front teeth and await my further instructions. This worthless fool unleashed all his pent-up resentment. Ye Feng pressed his lips together, remaining silent, his gaze fixed intensely on the gun's muzzle. Will you kneel or not? Wang Tao challenged, taking the gun and aiming it at Ye Feng's head, his finger brushing against the trigger as if ready to pull it at any moment. Ye Feng's back arched, poised like a coiled leopard. He was indeed capable in combat, yet faced with a firearm, he was rendered helpless. If you kill me, you will also face imprisonment upon your return. There are no walls that do not let the wind through. Even if you eliminate all my allies here. What of your bodyguards? What of your mistress? They may remain silent for a time, but who can predict the future? Ye Feng spoke slowly. Indeed, Wang Xiong's eyes flickered momentarily. However, Wang Tao remained undeterred, pointing the handgun forward. Bang! A bullet whizzed just above Ye Feng's head, striking the stone wall. A series of screams erupted. A cold sweat trickled down Ye Feng's forehead. Damn it, I will ask you one last time. Will you kneel? Wang Tao demanded furiously. At that moment, Chun Jihua approached. Ah Feng, perhaps you should kneel for now. Once dead, there will be no chance for a comeback. Bai Guifan stepped forward, gently tugging at Ye Feng's arm. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no fear of lacking firewood. Just kneel for a moment. Ye Feng pressed his lips tightly together, his gaze sweeping over the women behind him. Su Yun's face turned pale, a flicker of fear flashing in her eyes. Ding Tuanchuan stared at him unblinkingly, her eyes seemingly filled with anticipation. Chun-Li, on the other hand, directed her gaze towards Wang Tao, her expression complex. I cannot do it, Ye Feng declared, slowly raising his spear. Damn it! Wang Tao's eyes glinted with murderous intent as Ye Feng recoiled slightly. Even in death, he vowed to hurl the spear that represented his dignity, refusing to be slaughtered like a pig. A deafening roar erupted. A massive dark figure burst forth from the woods, seizing the last woman in its jaws. Ah! Help! Brother Xiong, save me! The woman was lifted off the ground by a great black bear, blood splattering everywhere. It was evident she would not survive. Oh my goodness! The three bald men, terrified, scrambled downstream. The gruesome scene was too horrifying for them. They had merely boasted but had never truly taken a life. At that moment, the black bodyguard suddenly snatched Wang Tao's handgun, aiming directly at the bear. Bang! 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 The magazine was emptied, yet only one bullet struck the bear in the eye, while the rest missed entirely. Roaring in pain, the bear released the woman, clawing desperately at its injured eye. Give me the bow. The bow. Ye Feng could not let this opportunity slip away. Upon receiving the bow, he unleashed a barrage of 3 arrows. However, all were deflected by the bear's massive paw, failing to pierce even its skin. Damn it! Ye Feng discarded the bow and seized the spear, thrusting it towards the bear's eye. Thud! It struck its face. The bear swiped its paw, sending Ye Feng hurtling 2 meters back, crashing heavily onto the ground. Observing this, the black bodyguard swiftly drew a dagger, fiercely plunging it into the bear's back. Thud! Roar! The bear attempted to turn and claw at him, but the bodyguard had already evaded. Roaring in frustration, the bear, realizing it could not overpower these humans, retreated with earth-shaking steps into the bamboo forest. Ye Feng slowly rose to his feet, rubbing his arm. It didn't seem so painful. Perhaps the white fruit had enhanced his constitution. Qingjie, Zhang Yan, Wang Xiong's mistress, stood beside the woman, her long fingers tightly covering her mouth. Brother Xiong, Qingjie is dead. After saying this, she leaned her head against Wang Xiong's shoulder. Isn't it just a subordinate who died? Why are you crying? Wang Tao's voice cut through, icy and detached. As soon as he spoke, a flash of anger crossed the faces of the 2 bodyguards, though it quickly vanished. Wang Xiong frowned, casting a disapproving glance at his son. It seemed that he had not inherited his father's admirable traits. Su Yun helped Ye Feng sit on a stone and then looked at the other women. To her surprise, Chun-Li suddenly gritted her teeth and strode towards Wang Xiong. Chapter 34. I beseech you, take me in. Uncle Wang, greetings. I am Chun-Li, the girlfriend of Ah Tao, Chun-Li said sweetly. Oh. Wang Xiong glanced at Wang Tao. Humph. Wang Tao sneered, seizing the gun from the black bodyguard and aiming it once more at Ye Feng. Ye Feng, kneel and sing conquer, or I will undoubtedly blow your brains out, he declared coldly. Wang Xiong frowned. He had heard the gunfire moments ago and knew it was devoid of bullets. Yet he refrained from revealing this, recognizing the value of intimidation. Young Master Tao, there are no bullets left in the chamber, the black bodyguard suddenly interjected bluntly. What? Wang Tao exclaimed in shock. Wang Xiong's expression darkened as he shot a glance at the black bodyguard, who then feigned a look of fear, stepping back as if he were a misbehaving schoolboy. Ye Feng found this peculiar and turned to observe the black bodyguard at the back, who subtly nodded in his direction. This black bodyguard, named Long Wu, was a retired Special Forces soldier. Ye Feng had recently defeated him in a fair manner, earning his respect for strength. Wang Tao hastily checked the magazine and confirmed that it was indeed empty. With a calculating gaze, he extended his hand toward Wang Xiong. Father, do we have any spare magazines? None. Wang Xiong sighed. The prolonged absence of their rescue had made it clear that his financial influence could no longer sway these 2 bodyguards. His previously demanding treatment of them had left him vulnerable now, without the golden shield of wealth. Taking a deep breath, Wang Tao tossed the handgun to the ground. Brother Feng, I was just joking earlier. Haha, I didn't expect you to be so tough. I truly admire you. Humph. Ye Feng replied with a sinister smile. Knocking an arrow. Now, allow me to test your resilience. Kneel, or I will surely shoot you dead. With a decisive thud, Wang Tao knelt, raising his hands high. Bow your head, 300 times, not one less. Ye Feng commanded coldly. Thud, thud, thud. Wang Tao demonstrated no spirit, immediately starting to bow. Ding Tuanchuan rushed over, standing beside him to count. 1, 2, 3. Wang Xiong watched as blood oozed from his son's head. He could no longer restrain himself and stepped forward. You must be Ye Feng. I am Wang Xiong. You must have heard of my name. Release my son, and I will give you 1 million upon our return. Or you may name your price. Ye Feng's eyes were icy as he aimed his bow at Wang Xiong. You speak well. Then, let us share the burden for your son. Bow 150 times, or I assure you, I will shoot your worthless son dead. You? You want me to bow? Wang Xiong's fury ignited for the first time. It must be said that influential figures possess a certain intimidation. Ye Feng felt almost daunted. Meanwhile, Wang Tao continued to bow fervently. Wang Xiong, pained for his son, knelt down to help share the burden. 1, 2, 3. Ding Tianchuan stood beside Wang Xiong once more. Chun Li, feeling awkward, hesitated before dutifully walking over to Ye Feng. Zhang Yan hesitated for a moment and surprisingly stood beside Ye Feng, casting him a flirtatious glance. Such is the nature of women. They gravitate towards the strong. As she had once been drawn to Wang Xiong's wealth. Enough is enough. Conserve your strength and dispose of that corpse properly. Clean the blood from the ground with the stream water. Do not tarnish my territory. Ye Feng contemplated the implications of the blood on the food chain and ultimately sent the father and son duo to work. The woman had met a gruesome fate. Half of her skull bitten off. The father and son rose to their feet. Long Wu, go and dispose of the body, and do it thoroughly, Wang Xiong commanded. Long Wu hesitated briefly but complied. After all, there remained a glimmer of hope to return to a civilized society, and he did not wish to lose his lucrative job. Once the area was tidied up, Ye Feng gestured downstream. Ladies and gentlemen, I regret to inform you that you are not particularly welcome here. So I kindly ask you to leave. Wang Xiong breathed a sigh of relief and, accompanied by Wang Tao, walked downstream. The two bodyguards followed suit. Miss, I believe we are not well acquainted, so it would be best for you to leave as well. My resources are limited, and I cannot provide for you. Ye Feng stated coldly. What? But? There are no buts. Depart quickly. Following me will not guarantee you sustenance. Thus, Zhang Yin reluctantly made her way downstream. At that moment, Ye Feng's gaze shifted to Chun Li. Miss Chun, please follow your boyfriend. He gestured invitingly. What? Chun Li was taken aback. Chen Jihua and his wife hurried over to plead on her behalf. Ah Feng, please forgive her. She is just a child, confused in the moment. Yes, Ah Feng. Let little Li stay with you. If necessary, allow her to be your girlfriend. Furthermore, if you wish, both little Li and I are agreeable. Ye Feng shook his head. No need. I have Su Zong, Ding Tuan Tuan, and Tian Shui Tao. They can accompany me. I will not retain those who lack unity. Ah Feng, grant me another chance. I truly did not understand what came over me earlier. How about this? When you sleep, let me lie on you and consider me your cushion. Chun Li implored. Ye Feng took a step back, pressing his spear against her chest and pushing her downstream. Leave. Do not compel me to act harshly. His tone remained as icy as ever, devoid of any room for negotiation. You? Very well, Ye Feng. I can depart, but can my parents remain with you? They have always stood by your side, Chun Li inquired. That is permissible, but you must leave, Ye Feng replied. Thus, Chun Li could only bid a tearful farewell to her parents as she chased after Wang Tao and the others downstream. Uncle, Auntie, though you were somewhat cowardly earlier, you still considered me under the threat of Wang Tao's firearm. I remember your kindness, and you may stay, Ye Feng remarked. Neither spoke, appearing hesitant to express their thoughts. Let us speak no more. Everyone has been startled. I shall catch some fish for you to eat, Ye Feng said, taking his bow and arrows to the stream. Upon reaching the downstream area, he spotted Zhang Yin running upstream, weeping, with 5 distinct fingerprints on her face. Ah, brother Ye Feng, I implore you, take me in. Wang Xiong no longer wants me. How am I to survive? Zhang Yin cried, covering her face with her hands. Chapter 35. Do not strain too tight. Ye Feng ignored her, swiftly shooting an arrow that struck a trout dead. Brother Ye Feng, could you truly be so heartless? Zhang Yin asked with a pitiful tone. Ye Feng glanced at her delicate appearance. He had to admit that Zhang Yin possessed a slender figure, yet her curves were striking, almost as if she were sculpted by nature itself. You wish to join my team, but what value do you bring? At first glance, you seem incapable of any task, he remarked as he strung the trout onto a bamboo skewer. Zhang Yin, however, cleverly unfastened 2 buttons of her blouse. Instantly, a breathtaking expanse of white captivated Ye Feng's gaze. Who says I am incapable? Rest assured, I possess a wealth of knowledge and specialized training. Are you familiar with the split? You shall witness my prowess." With that, Zhang Yan lifted one leg gracefully, extending it overhead until her legs formed a perfect split. Ye Feng swallowed hard, feeling his trousers become uncomfortably tight. This woman was indeed captivating. Yet, he reflected, she must be pitiful, bound to serve that aging Wang Xiong. Perhaps they shared a similar plight. "Very well, I see your predicament. Take the fish. Come home with me later, and I shall train you well," Ye Feng declared, tossing the fish her way. With Chun-Li no longer in his team, Zhang Yan seemed a promising candidate for development. If trained properly, she could become a significant asset. Zhang Yan accepted the fish, a glimmer of allure in her eyes, and leaned in closer to Ye Feng, her lips brushing against his ear. Please. Do not say such things. They distract me," Ye Feng stammered, his face flushed. This woman appeared to be naturally skilled in such matters. He had no desire to entertain her flirtations. After 2 arduous hours, Ye Feng managed to catch only 4 fish, hindered by his own clumsiness. Finally returning to the cave, he found Chun Jihua preparing lime water in a helmet. "What is the purpose of boiling lime water now? Hasn't the cave already been disinfected?" Ye Feng inquired. "Indeed. But the great black bear will surely return. Once it falls into the trap, we shall douse its face with scalding lime water, rendering it blind. We can then ambush it from the shadows until it is defeated," Chun Jihua explained. Ye Feng paused, slowly raising his thumb in approval. Although this tactic was cruel, it was effective against a black bear whose hide could withstand bullets. This was their only recourse. At that moment, Su Yun and the other women emerged from behind the waterfall. "Ah Feng, why have you brought her back?" Su Yun said, linking her arm with Ye Feng and casting a hostile glare at Zhang Yan. Given the woman's alluring presence, any female would feel a sense of rivalry. "I simply sought to bolster our numbers. She insists on following me. I cannot simply shake her off." "Fear not. With some training, she might prove useful," Ye Feng replied, attempting to placate Su Yun, his eyes avoiding Zhang Yan's gaze. With a mere glance, this woman could render Ye Feng's trousers quite unseemly. Su Yun nodded and turned to Zhang Yan. "Zhang Yan, I am aware that you are Wang Xiong's personal secretary. You must also know who I am, correct?" "Indeed. It's you, Su, whom I have encountered before," Zhang Yan replied in a soft, lusciously sweet tone, laced with a hint of disdain. "I hold another title. I am Ye Feng's girlfriend, and upon our return, we shall wed," Su Yun warned. "Oh, I was under the impression that he was already your husband. It appears he is merely your boyfriend. Does this not imply that other women still have a chance?" Zhang Yan's voice was soft, yet brimming with a potent edge. "You?" Su Yun's face flushed with fury as she clasped Ye Feng's arm. "Ah Feng, tell me. Upon our return, will you marry me?" Yes." Ye Feng nodded affirmatively. Zhang Yan, unwilling to concede, inched closer to Ye Feng. "Ye Feng, dear, I wish you happiness. Alas, I may not have the opportunity. How unfortunate." Before long, the 2 women were embroiled in a quarrel, leaving Ye Feng to retreat into his own thoughts as he busied himself with repairing the door. The black bear possessed immense strength, and even the thick wooden beams bore slight cracks. As night fell, the voices of the 2 women faded into silence. Su Yun sat sulking nearby, while Zhang Yan leisurely attended to her appearance. This woman had a remarkable talent for enhancing her allure with whatever was at hand. Now that we have a new member, it is imperative that everyone assumes their responsibilities and refrains from any underhanded antics within the team. Tonight, Chun Jihua will keep watch, and should he feel overwhelmed by sleep, he must awaken one of us before succumbing, Ye Feng announced, standing atop a rock to delineate tasks. "Ye Feng, dear, what does it mean to be underhanded? Is it akin to infidelity?" "I am not familiar with the term," Zhang Yan inquired sweetly. "Shameless," Su Yun muttered under her breath, turning her head away. She understood that engaging in a verbal sparring match was futile against Zhang Yan. Tian Shuitao was too preoccupied with her own discomfort, feeling an urgent need to relieve herself of a burden. The other women would not acquiesce, leaving only the men to assist her, namely, Ye Feng and Chun Jihua. "Now, I shall teach you archery," Ye Feng declared, picking up a bow and arrow. Among his female pupils, only Ding Tuanshuan displayed rapid learning. Yet she still fell short of true combat readiness. Zhang Yan suddenly approached, turning her back to Ye Feng. "Ye Feng, dear, could you guide me hand in hand? I have always been on the receiving end and have yet to shoot anyone myself." Ye Feng felt a headache coming on. This woman was exceedingly tempting, and he feared that, with Su Yun present, he might lose his composure. However, he did not find this behavior distasteful. as his thoughts were less conventional in such a remote setting. Once the black bear was dealt with and the cave was fully restored, he would ensure that his comrades were not left wanting. Very well, first grasp the bow and draw the string, Ye Feng instructed, gently positioning his body against Zhang Yan's back. A wave of softness enveloped him. Su Yun nearly ground her teeth in frustration, forcing herself to look away. The arrow finally soared through the air. Alas, dear Maple, your aim was off. Might you grant me another attempt? Zhang Yan playfully stamped her foot and nestled closer to Ye Feng, wiggling her petite backside. Ye Feng felt as though he might explode from embarrassment. Yet, with so many eyes upon him, he steadied himself and began to instruct. Relax your left arm, do not tense it too tightly, for that will cause the bow to tremble, diminishing accuracy. As you draw the bowstring back, release it smoothly. Once you reach my level, you won't even need to aim, for you will shoot by instinct, ensuring a hit every time. Ye Feng imparted his wisdom to Zhang Yan. Knowledge he had accrued over 20 years. Had he not found himself marooned on this island, he would never have bothered to teach. Chapter 36. Is the scent not quite pleasant? After a while of tutoring, Ye Feng sensed it was enough. He could not overwhelm them with too much at once, lest they develop a distaste for learning. Let us prepare for sleep. Shun Jihua will keep watch. With that, Ye Feng strode confidently into the cave. The women smiled and followed him inside. As was customary, Ye Feng embraced Su Yun for sleep, while Ye Feng nestled against his back. Surrounded by their warmth, he drifted into a deep slumber. Time passed unmeasured until Ye Feng was roused by Chun Jihua's gentle nudging. Are you weary? Ye Feng inquired. Indeed. At my age, I find it difficult to endure, Chun Jihua replied, looking rather unsteady. Ye Feng, with a sigh of resignation, took up the spear himself to stand watch. Seated outside the cave, Ye Feng added a piece of wood to the fire, allowing its glow to extend further into the night. Alone with his thoughts, he contemplated the peculiarities of their situation. Clearly, this island lay beyond the reach of satellite surveillance, perhaps influenced by some magnetic anomaly. Otherwise, with today's technological advancements, rescue teams would have arrived within days. He suspected others shared this realization, yet they clung to a flicker of hope, unwilling to confront the truth. For Ye Feng, however, there seemed little to lose. After all, he was but a lowly figure, and upon returning to civilization, he would likely remain a mere cog in the machine. Yet here on this island, things were different. Su Yun, Tian Shui Tao, Ding Tuanshuan, Zhang Yan, Ye Feng, each a stunning beauty in her own right, representing the pinnacle of allure across various ages, would be his to enjoy, should he desire it. Upon returning to society, he was entirely certain that Su Yun would never marry him. Her sweet words were but fleeting impulses. Just then, he heard soft footsteps approach, accompanied by a waft of a delightful fragrance. Why are you here instead of sleeping? Ye Feng inquired, turning his head. I couldn't sleep, Tian Shuitao replied as she settled beside the fire. Ye Feng's eyes lit up at the sight of her. She had styled her hair elegantly, exuding an air of sophistication akin to that of a prominent figure's wife aboard a luxury cruise. Little boat, King Masikong, what is your relationship to him? Ye Feng suddenly asked. He had caught a glimpse of the affluent Masikong from afar, a billionaire whose presence commanded respect, even from Su and Wang Xiao. While Ye Feng could not recall Masikong's features, he distinctly remembered his beautiful young wife. Her hair was elegantly styled in an updo, cradling an infant in her arms, adorned in a striking red kimono, exuding an aura of regal grandeur. Masikong is my husband, Tian Shuitao spoke slowly, a hint of pride gleaming in her eyes. Although Masikong was over 20 years her senior, marrying such a prominent figure was a dream cherished by countless women. By the way, how is the little boat, King, faring now? Ye Feng inquired further. He should still be alive. He is an excellent swimmer and is accompanied by a multitude of bodyguards and several shipbuilding engineers, Tian Shuitao asserted, revealing her unwavering confidence in her husband. I hope you two can reunite as a couple, Ye Feng sighed. Such a woman was forever beyond his reach. Otherwise, upon returning to civilization, the little boat king, with his power and influence, could devise myriad ways to make his life unbearable. Though he did not truly believe he would return to civilized society, one could never be certain. Ye Feng, is there still unfinished business between us? Tian Shuitao suddenly lifted her head, gazing courageously at him. Unfinished business? Ye Feng replied, visibly puzzled. Have you forgotten? We never got to begin, as that enormous black bear interrupted our moment, Tian Shuitao said, her face flushing crimson. It was worth noting that her bosom had only ever been touched by her husband, Masakong. Ye Feng leaned back cautiously, regarding Tian Shuitao with a newfound wariness. "You are not truly named Tian Shuitao, are you?" he remarked coolly. "Huh." Tian Shuitao looked up, astonished by his insight. "How did you know?" "The Little Boat King married a woman 2 years ago, a sensational event that captivated the entire news industry. I naturally have some recollection. If memory serves, Masakong wed a woman from an island nation named Raimai. You must be Japanese," Ye Feng stated, scrutinizing her eyes intently. "Well, you are correct. At that time, I wished for you to assist me discreetly, so I refrained from revealing my true name. However, since you have uncovered it, I hope you will continue to call me Tian Shuitao. My real name is Naire Maisie," she confessed. Naire Maisie. Ye Feng attempted to suppress unwelcome thoughts, though his discomfort was evident. "For convenience, you may call me Maisie. However, I have one request. Please do not disclose my true name to anyone. Otherwise, upon returning to civilization, my reputation will be ruined, and the Little Boat King will be displeased," Naire Maisie implored. "Very well, I shall keep it to myself," Ye Feng replied, rising to his feet. "It is time to bring glory to our nation. Let us move to the waterfall. It is not suitable here, as others can easily see us." He gestured towards the waterfall. "Then, I shall rely on you." Maisie nodded obediently, a charming blush gracing her cheeks. Burp. Ye Feng let out a hearty belch, a white, nutritious substance trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Is the flavor not to your liking?" Maisie asked nervously, gathering her provisions. If Ye Feng found the taste unsatisfactory, she would feel embarrassed to disturb him again. "No, it is just that there was so much. I was momentarily unable to digest it all." Ye Feng wiped the corner of his mouth. In truth, he found it exceptionally delightful and rich in nourishment, invigorating him entirely. "Thank you for not disturbing me in other matters." Rico bowed at a 90-degree angle to Ye Feng, finally embodying the grace of a Japanese woman. "Rest assured, my reputation is impeccable. Unless you explicitly request otherwise, I shall not impose." After speaking, Ye Feng emerged from behind the waterfall, accompanied by Tian Shuitao. Rico felt a surge of gratitude. When Ye Feng had assisted her moments ago, she nearly released a cry from the depths of her soul. After 7 long days, she had finally experienced a moment of liberation, a sensation unparalleled, surpassing even the joy of soaring through the skies. With this thought, Rico gazed at Ye Feng with her eyes shimmering like autumn waters. In truth, when Ye Feng had aided her earlier, her body had weakened, and had he dared to cross certain boundaries, she was uncertain if she could have resisted the allure. "You should return to your rest. I must continue my vigil." Ye Feng indicated towards the cave. Rico replied, taking delicate steps back to the cave. However, upon entering, she found Zhang Yin staring at her intently. I just stepped outside for a moment," Rico stammered nervously. Zhang Yin remained silent, scrutinizing Rico from head to toe. It dawned on her that this could not be the same person. The wife of the Little Boat King was resplendent. How could she possibly bear the simple name Tian Shuitao? Ye Feng sat by the fire, keeping watch, yet he remained industrious, meticulously crafting a dozen bamboo arrows with a knife, and even fashioned an additional bow. This second bow was a labor of love, composed of 2 bows fused together, thereby enhancing its lethality. Once drawn, both bows would generate tension, maximizing the arrow's penetrating power. Alas, the absence of iron tips was a lamentable oversight. With iron tips, he could likely hunt even a black bear. Thus, Ye Feng meandered by the brook. Before long, he unearthed a clump of red clay and brought it to his nose, inhaling the scent of rust. This soil was rich in iron bacteria, and with a month of effort, he could employ sedimentation and firing techniques to yield a small quantity of iron. However, the endeavor was excessively laborious, requiring hundreds of pounds of red earth to extract a mere few taels of iron. The disparity between effort and reward was too great for Ye Feng to consider. "Oh, perhaps I could find some hard stones." Ye Feng's spirits lifted, and he eagerly searched the stream. Some hard stones, if sufficiently sharp, could be fashioned into arrowheads. While they would not rival iron tips, they would at least surpass the bamboo arrows in penetrating power. After selecting suitable stones, Ye Feng commenced his sharpening by the fire. With enough effort, even an iron rod could be honed to a needle-like point. As time slipped away, dawn approached. Several women rose lazily from their slumbers. Su Yun, eyes still closed, ambled to the fire and rested her head against Ye Feng's chest. The others followed suit, washing their faces and brushing their teeth, while laughter echoed by the waterfall. "No, I won't give you this, you wicked woman," Ding Tuanshuan suddenly declared, hiding her hand behind her back. "Little sister, be obedient. And share just a bit of mint leaves with me." "No, absolutely not." Ye Feng felt a headache coming on. "Little Tuanshuan, please give some mint leaves to Sister Yin. We are a team, do not be stingy," he implored by the fire. Reluctantly, Ding Tuanshuan offered a single leaf. Su Yun, swaying unsteadily, rushed over to brush her teeth. They stripped the bark from the willow branches and crushed the inner core with stones, fashioning what resembled a toothbrush, suitable for both dental hygiene and body cleansing. After freshening up, Su Yun presented Ye Feng with a mint leaf. "Make sure to brush well. I've done my part," she hinted. Oh, half an hour later. Fish began to roast by the fire, with Ding Tuanshuan sitting beside Ye Feng, occasionally exhaling towards him like a little meat dumpling. "All right, I see you're capable. You even found a mint leaf," Ye Feng chuckled, exasperated. Such was the nature of the little girl. With the slightest achievement, she sought his endless praise. Though they formed a team, two factions had emerged within it. Su Yun, Ding Tuanshuan, and Bai Guifan were particularly close, while Nairei Meizi and Zhang Yin bonded as well. "Ye Feng, we cannot remain stranded on this deserted island indefinitely. We must devise a plan to escape," Nairei Meizi interjected. Her words resonated with several women simultaneously. "Indeed, the rescue aircraft may not arrive, but we can save ourselves by constructing a bamboo raft to leave," Su Yun concurred with a nod. "Darling, your face seems a bit swollen. Did you not sleep well last night?" Ye Feng diverted the conversation. Was it not preferable to reign supreme on this deserted island? Why yearn for a return? Moreover, after living with several women for so long, they had yet to engage in any serious endeavors. "No, we haven't consumed salt for several days, which explains the swelling," Su Yun replied. Ye Feng smacked his forehead. They indeed had not ingested salt recently, yet it had gone unnoticed before, as in civilized society, everyone's salt intake was typically excessive. However, after several days, replenishment was essential, otherwise, they would suffer from weakness and even water retention. "How about this? I will take one person to the beach shortly to gather some sea salt. The others can shape these stones into arrowheads. If we encounter a large black bear upon our return, do not seek refuge in the cave. Instead, scatter and climb trees to hide," Ye Feng advised. "I will accompany you. I have lived by the sea and know how to extract sea salt," Nairei Meizi volunteered. Indeed, she had resided near the ocean. Was not life merely a larger version of an island? However, Zhang Yin too was eager to join. "Meizi, oh no. Let Tian Shui Tao and me accompany you to the beach. The rest can remain here. I will calculate the time needed for sun-drying and filtering the salt. It will take about 10 hours. Once we secure the salt, we shall return. You all must behave here," Ye Feng instructed. With arrangements made, Ye Feng and Nairei Meizi departed. Meizi wielded a long spear while Ye Feng held a bamboo spear and bow. Another bow was left for Ding Tuanshuan. After walking downstream for 5 kilometers, Ye Feng halted. There, he noticed several torn garments belonging to a woman. He vaguely recalled them as belonging to Chun-Li. "Is it Chun-Li?" Meizi gasped, covering her mouth in dread. "Let us venture forth, weaving through the bamboo grove ahead. After a couple of kilometers, we shall reach the beach," Li Feng stated with an impassive expression. He had already relegated Chun-Li to the status of a mere passerby, indifferent to her fate. Having spoken, the two of them entered the bamboo thicket, hastening towards the shore. Their aim was to collect seawater and subsequently extract the precipitated white substance. This was merely the initial step. Thereafter, they would need to utilize plant ash to filter out the heavy metal elements contained within the white substance. A second step that must be executed beside the brook. Thus, time was of the essence for the pair. Downstream, a group of 7 men and 1 woman wandered aimlessly. Chun-Li was clad only in a pair of shorts, with 2 banana leaves draped over her upper body. Wang Xiong led the group, proclaiming, "As long as you heed my words in the days to come, my daughter-in-law will be at your disposal. Just look at her figure and beauty. It is certain to please." He attempted to win their favor through another means, though Chun-Li had yet to become an object of their desires. It was only a matter of time. The trio of bald men had long since suppressed their greedy gazes. At last, Li Feng and Raimai arrived at the beach. He immediately donned his helmet to scoop seawater, pouring it into a depression on a rock to dry. Meanwhile, Raimai drew forth a spear and inscribed a massive symbol in the sand. For a woman of her standing, returning to civilization was paramount. After all, She belonged to the upper echelons of society and could lead a life of luxury upon her return. Ye Feng, however, was singularly focused on the task of salt harvesting. With the sun blazing, within 2 hours, the first batch of white substance had dried. Ye Feng extracted the hardened blocks and placed them into pre-prepared bags, then began drying a second batch. Raimai knelt on the beach, gazing at the horizon where the sky met the sea, her weary eyes shimmering with hope. Stop looking. No ships will pass by. Come rest in the shade. Ye Feng beckoned beneath the coconut trees. Raimai nodded but suddenly unfastened her covering, revealing her ample form. Miss Raimai, may I assist you? Ye Feng inquired. Please, help me thoroughly this time, and I can endure for 2 days, Raimai replied. With a cry, Ye Feng lunged forward, causing Raimai's face to flush crimson. Enough, enough, I am already at my limit. Faced with Ye Feng's insatiable desire, Raimai felt a twinge of panic. For Ye Feng's trousers were decidedly unappealing. She feared that if he continued to press, his intentions might stray elsewhere. Miss Raimai, may I? Ye Feng had maintained an air of decorum when others were present, but with only the two of them on the beach, he shed his pretense. That is absolutely out of the question. Raimai stepped back, her expression tense as she regarded Ye Feng. He was now somewhat exhilarated, aware that she might not be able to resist him. Haha, I was merely jesting, testing your resolve. It appears you are indeed a virtuous woman. Ye Feng awkwardly sought an excuse. Though he harbored lustful thoughts, he would never resort to coercing a woman. That was his unwavering principle. However, if a woman were to present herself willingly, he would not decline. Rimiko sighed with relief and suddenly remarked, as long as you can construct a bamboo raft, I would not be opposed to granting you a chance. Ye Feng replied nonchalantly, hurry and collect the salt. Do not squander time. Otherwise, once night falls, traversing the jungle will become treacherous. Isn't it unpleasant being stranded on this deserted island? Constructing a bamboo raft is utterly pointless. Ye Feng thought, laboring until afternoon, gathering several kilograms of a white substance. In the interim, he assisted Rimiko once more, causing her balloon to shrink significantly, yet her countenance appeared more relaxed. Ha ha ha, at last. I have you cornered. At that moment, Wang Tao's voice echoed from the opposite side of the beach. Soon, several individuals emerged, casting sharp glances towards Ye Feng. His expression darkened as he grasped his bow and arrow, while Rimiko hurriedly secured her attire and picked up a spear from the ground. I thought you all had perished from hunger. I did not expect you to still be alive. Ye Feng's hand trembled slightly on the bowstring. If he were alone, he could evade by retreating into the woods, but now he had to protect Rimiko. The 7 men swiftly encircled Ye Feng, with Longwu hesitating briefly to block the path to the jungle, preventing Ye Feng's escape. Although he held respect for Ye Feng, their allegiances differed, and the soldier's instinct to obey was ingrained, unchangeable in an instant. Now, it is just the two of you. Today, I shall ensure your demise. Wang Tao advanced menacingly, brandishing his club. According to the rules of the underworld, who will step forward for a duel? Ye Feng inquired. To hell with duels. Everyone, attack together and eliminate this worthless fool. Wang Tao bellowed. Thus, the battle commenced. Ye Feng initially knocked Wang Tao down with a punch, but then felt a kick from Long Wu strike his back. The bald man attempted to sneak up for a surprise attack, only to be met with Ye Feng's swift kick to his groin. Remarkably resilient, he clung to Ye Feng's legs. I've got his legs. Quickly, finish him off. The bald man shouted. As the words left his mouth, Ye Feng executed a double ear slap, delivering a sharp blow to both of his ears. Ah! The bald man felt a ringing in his head and collapsed. Yet, Ye Feng was met with another punch to his back from a different bodyguard. After half an hour of relentless fighting, Ye Feng collapsed onto the sand, exhausted. On the opposite side, the bald man and Wang Tao lay unconscious, but regrettably, Wang Xiong and 2 other bodyguards remained standing. Wang Xiong, I have seen you before. You are acquainted with my husband, Ma Xikong. Please release Ye Feng, and I shall repay your kindness upon my return, Rimiko stated, gathering her hair into an elegant style. Wang Xiong wiped his eyes, recognizing her. You are the wife of the ship king. I can indeed recognize you in such attire, but it matters not. This Ye Feng dared to make me bow. He must die. Wang Xiong shook his head. How about this? I shall bow on behalf of Ye Feng. Will that suffice? Rimiko proposed, kneeling before him. Wang Xiong swallowed hard, taken aback. To speak frankly, the number of women he has been with is incalculable, yet the woman before him is unlike any other. She is the wife of the little boat king. What would it feel like to indulge in her? Kneeling is futile. If you can serve me just once, perhaps I might spare Ye Feng, Wang Xiong declared, as he unzipped his trousers. He had devised a plan. Once Rimai willingly attended to his desires, he would eliminate Ye Feng, knowing that otherwise, Rimai would lack the motivation to serve him wholeheartedly. Rimai gasped, retreating in alarm. Wang Xiong's expression darkened as he signaled to Long Wu. At that moment, Ye Feng suddenly surged forward, thrusting a spear against Wang Tao's neck. Wang Xiong, let me go, or I shall slit his throat, Ye Feng warned, tugging at Wang Tao's ear, causing the dazed man to awaken. You? Wang Xiong, furious, spat blood in disbelief at Ye Feng's audacity to hold a hostage. You go clear a path through the woods. We must retreat, Ye Feng instructed Rimai. Oh, very well, she responded quickly, gathering her belongings and positioning herself at the edge of the forest. In the blink of an eye, Ye Feng had already slipped into the thicket. Follow me. With a commanding shout, Wang Xiong led the remaining followers into pursuit. Chun-Li hesitated momentarily, trailing behind, her heart in turmoil. She had initially believed that aligning with Wang Tao would earn her Wang Xiong's favor, only to realize he viewed her as mere fodder, exploiting her body to manipulate his subordinates. Now abandoned by Ye Feng, she felt trapped with no way forward. After traversing 2 miles into the woods, Ye Feng noticed that Wang Xiong and his men were still in close pursuit. A clever idea struck him. He swiftly tore off a vine and flung it into their path. A gift for you, a black mamba, Ye Feng shouted. Oh no, quickly get back. The pursuers erupted into chaos, but soon recognized they had been deceived. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Feng lunged forward, driving his spear into Wang Tao's thigh, exacerbating the injury. Run. Once the mischief was accomplished, Ye Feng grasped Rimai's hand and fled toward the stream. He had genuinely contemplated killing Wang Tao, but doing so would incite Wang Xiong's relentless pursuit. Thus, he merely inflicted a grievous wound, ensuring Wang Tao would not perish, which would necessitate a division of forces to tend to him, significantly hampering their mobility. Sure enough, upon reaching the stream, Wang Xiong and his men did not follow. He would surely prioritize caring for his son, relegating the hunt for Ye Feng to a secondary concern. Can you still run? Ye Feng asked, observing Rimai's pale countenance. I can, she asserted, summoning her strength to rise. Climb on my back, Ye Feng said, hoisting Rimai onto his shoulders and continuing upstream. Just under a mile later, they encountered a leopard drinking from the stream. Hiss! Ye Feng halted, seizing his spear. The leopard locked eyes with Ye Feng before leaping across the stream to vanish into the bamboo grove. Chapter 39. No, please, don't. Rimai cried from his back. Ye Feng exhaled in relief and resumed his sprint upstream, his heart racing as he pushed his limits to their utmost. Just now, that leopard leaped a distance of 4 meters. In a state of utter unpreparedness, humans stand no chance against its stealthy assault. At this moment, he felt a twinge of longing for home. Panting heavily, Ye Feng, drenched in sweat, finally glimpsed the campsite. Suyin was the first to spot him. Ah, you're back. You're back. Upon hearing these words, Ye Feng collapsed to his knees, falling to the ground with a thud. The earlier battle on the beach, the frantic escape through the jungle, the burdensome sprinting, and the terrifying encounter with the leopard had all drained his spirit and strength. At the sight of those he trusted, he could no longer hold on. Downstream by the creek, Wang Tao emitted a sound akin to a donkey's bray. No, please, no. For men pinned him down, exposing the wound on his thigh. Meanwhile, Long Wu approached with a glowing dagger in hand, step by step. Although he could have utilized certain clotting plants to staunch Wang Tao's bleeding, he chose instead to employ the heated dagger. Son, bear with it. It will be over soon, Wang Xiong urged, holding Wang Tao's arm. Suddenly, a plume of white smoke erupted. Oh! Wang Tao's eyes rolled back, and he fainted, his body convulsing slightly. Long Wu felt a surge of satisfaction, retracting the dagger, which was now smeared with a small patch of scorched flesh. Brother Xiong, I'm afraid that for the next few days, young Master Tao won't be able to walk. We must carry him on a stretcher, Long Wu remarked. Indeed, thank you. Long Wu, when we return, I will reward you with 500,000. I keep my promises, Wang Xiong said, issuing an empty check. Thank you, Brother Xiong. Before long, the stretcher was prepared, and the 3 bald men took turns carrying Wang Tao, panting heavily and feeling as though they might protest. Ye Feng gradually regained consciousness, only to find himself surrounded by a sea of white. Why am I lying in your arms? He asked, gazing at Ri Maisie. You fainted and were unable to eat. So I sought your girlfriend's consent to feed you with this. Ri Maisie replied gently, caressing Ye Feng's hair. Oh, so they all witnessed me sucking from you. Ye Feng sat up. He was uninjured. It was merely the exhaustion of spirit and strength that had caused his slumber, and a brief rest had fully restored him. Big brother, you're awake. Ding Tuanshuan entered the cave. Could you please speak with a bit more depth? Ye Feng retorted, of course I'm awake. Call everyone over to the fire. I need to hold a meeting. He resumed his authoritative demeanor. In no time, Ye Feng gathered a few women around the fire, with Su Yun now cradled in his arms. As Su Yun delicately tore pieces of fish meat, feeding them to Ye Feng, he addressed the group, everyone. This deserted island is fraught with peril, so do not harbor thoughts of living lavishly here. We must construct a vessel to return home. However, we lack tools, so we can only craft 2 bamboo rafts and then push them downstream to the sea. I firmly believe this creek flows continuously to the ocean. Once we reach the sea, we can tie the 2 rafts together, enhancing their stability. Does anyone have any objections? No objections. I completely agree. Not a single objection. At this moment, Ding Tuanshuan looked at Ye Feng, puzzled. Big brother, we never intended to live a life of palatial luxury. Did you inadvertently reveal your true thoughts? Ye Feng's face flushed crimson. It seemed he had imposed his desires upon the women. Just then, Rai Mai raised her hand. Then we must prepare sufficient fresh water. Otherwise, if we drift at sea for months, we shall perish from thirst. Ye Feng's head throbbed again. How large could 2 bamboo rafts be? Even if they stored fresh water, it would hardly suffice, barely enough to sustain them for 3 to 5 days. Ah Feng, you can create a wooden door without a single nail. So surely you can also employ mortise and tenon joints to construct a grand vessel, Chen Jihua interjected. Indeed, we can build a large ship, Ding Kur exclaimed joyfully. Jumping up, the other women, save for Rai Mai, mirrored her excitement. Ye Feng's face darkened. Build a large ship? First, we cannot resolve the issue of the keel. Typically, a keel is forged from steel. Otherwise, a mere giant wave would dismantle the vessel. Of course, one could craft a keel from wood. But that would also be a monumental endeavor. Even if they toiled for years, they might not succeed. It appeared this plan would have to be shelved once more. Ye Feng shook his head. Forget it. It seems best to reign as a king on this deserted island. Although the leopard poses a challenge, it is far easier to contend with than a black bear. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a thunderous sound of footsteps emanated from downstream. Ye Feng's expression changed dramatically as he stood up hastily. The great black bear had returned, its intentions clear. It was charging toward them. Bears hold grudges. And since it had sustained an injury to its eye, its dominion had been challenged, especially after a leopard had intruded upon its territory for water. This incited its fury, as it sought to tear Ye Feng and his companions to shreds. Everyone, remain calm. Lure it into the trap, Ye Feng said with composure. However, upon glancing back, he saw the women had already fled into the woods. Wait for me. Ye Feng too began to run. The oppressive presence of the black bear was overwhelming. And despite their prior planning, they could not suppress their innate fear when faced with the creature. At last, the formidable black bear entered their territory, standing upright and unleashing a series of roars. Suddenly, after just a couple of bellows, its massive form plunged directly into the trap, collapsing the sharpened bamboo beneath it, none piercing its hide. However, one managed to penetrate the tender region of its posterior. Roar! The black bear was enraged, extending its claws, eager to climb out. Once free, it would unleash havoc. Quickly, Uncle Chun, douse its eyes with scalding lime water. Ye Feng was the first to rush forward. The other women mustered their courage to follow. I forgot to prepare it today, Chen Jihua said, looking remorseful. Damn it. Hurry and make the lime water. The rest of you follow me. Use the bamboo spears to prod it. Do not let it ascend, Ye Feng declared, seizing a bamboo spear and thrusting it toward the black bear. Just as the bear's head emerged, it received a sharp jab to the face. In a fit of rage, it swiped with a claw, causing its entire body to tumble into the pit. Everyone rushed over, urging haste. For the first time, Ye Feng uttered a curse. If the black bear was not slain now, they would live in constant trepidation. Su Yun was the first to reach the edge of the pit, thrusting a bamboo spear at the bear. The bear caught the spear's tip in its claw and yanked it back. Su Yun shrieked, nearly being dragged into the trap. At a critical moment, Zhang Yin grasped her clothing firmly. Chapter 40. Chen Jihua's demise. Thank you. Thank you, Su Yin managed to say. No need for thanks. You owe me a favor, Zhang Yan replied with a charming smile. Subsequently, Chen Jihua took charge of boiling lime water while the others surrounded the pit. Each time the black bear attempted to ascend, they struck it back down with their makeshift weapons. Is the lime water ready? Ye Feng inquired, punctuating his question with another jab of the spear into the bear. Almost, Chen Jihua assured, continuously adding fuel to the fire. At that moment, the black bear, in a frenzy, disregarded Ye Feng's attempts to stab it, determinately clawing its way upward. Though it appeared clumsy, it was astute enough to realize that it could gain no advantage from the pit's depths. With a thrust, the spear punctured the bear's mouth, causing blood to flow profusely. Ye Feng felt a jolt in his hand, involuntarily staggering to the side as the bear surprisingly yanked the spear free with its jaws. At this point, half of its body had already emerged from the pit. Die! Bai Guifan lunged with her spear. The bear slid back slightly, yet its formidable strength propelled it upward once more. Is it not ready yet? Ye Feng exclaimed in alarm. It's nearly boiling, Chen Jihua replied, glancing at the bubbling lime water. Without regard for the scalding helmet, Ye Feng seized it barehanded, splashing the contents onto the bear's face. A plume of white smoke erupted. With a growl that reverberated from the pit's edge, the bear remained resilient, showing incredible endurance despite the pain, managing to claw its way out after several attempts. Scatter! Ye Feng shouted, but before he could react, a bare paw struck his back, staggering him several steps before he regained his balance. My goodness! The women quickly dispersed, casting terrified glances at the enormous bear. The bear swiped at its face with its claws. In mere moments, the skin was shredded, revealing its bulging eyes. This horrifying sight sent a chill down Ye Feng's spine. The bear, feeling a burning itch on its face as its flesh was being corroded, let out another roar. But blinded and disoriented, it stumbled towards a tree, forcefully pushing against it. The tree, as thick as a man's thigh, was uprooted. Ye Feng swallowed hard, taking the spear with a blade from Bai Guifan and thrusting it into the bear's back. After delivering the blow, he quickly withdrew, denying the bear any chance for retaliation. The bear sniffed the air, beginning to pace back and forth at the cave's entrance. Run! A group of women shrieked as they engaged in a game of hide and seek with a massive black bear. Ding Tuanshuan intermittently aimed her bow and arrow at the bear's face, inciting its furious wrath. Blood streamed down the bear's visage, and in a sudden flash of inspiration, Ye Feng brandished a smoldering piece of wood, bringing it down forcefully upon the bear's face. With a final, defiant roar, the bear collapsed, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath it. Aim for its eyes, strike at its vulnerable spots, and ensure it is thoroughly vanquished, Ye Feng commanded, leading the charge. The women, regaining their courage, relentlessly attacked the bear. It convulsed for a solid 10 minutes before succumbing to death. Panting heavily, the group collapsed onto the ground. As if they had just endured a fierce battle, onlookers would surely misinterpret the scene. At that moment, Chen Jihua suddenly clutched his stomach, blood pooling around him. Darling? Bai Guifan lifted his shirt, only to gasp in horror. A massive claw mark marred his abdomen, with a portion of his intestines spilling out. Ye Feng rushed to his side, applying pressure to the wound. The chaotic skirmish with the bear had left Chen Jihua gravely injured. Darling, it will be all right. The rescue team is on the way, Bai Guifan reassured him, forcing a smile through her tears. Chen Jihua lay weakly on the ground, his lips turning a shade of blue. Such grievous wounds on a deserted island were beyond even divine intervention. Wife, Lily, she stuttered. Do not worry. I will take care of Liar, Bai Guifan wept. After 2 decades of marriage, while the passion may have faded, a profound bond of affection had formed. Chen Jihua shook his head and turned his gaze to Ye Feng. Ah Feng, I implore you, my daughter, please help her, he uttered weakly. Ye Feng's expression flickered with uncertainty. Uncle, do not despair. The rescue team will arrive shortly. You must hold on. This injury is nothing. You will recover, he comforted. No, it is too late. Ah Feng, please promise me. Take them home. I must rely on you. They will heed your words, serve you, Chen Jihua said, blood spilling from his mouth. Me? Very well, I promise, Ye Feng nodded. A faint smile graced Chen Jihua's face as his legs slowly straightened. Having already endured considerable hardship on the deserted island, guarding the night and nursing injuries, he could no longer withstand the toll and succumbed to death. Bai Guifan sobbed over his lifeless body as the other women rushed to console her. Ye Feng felt a wave of melancholy. A comrade had perished so swiftly. While he had contemplated a life of luxury on the island, was he being selfish? What are you crying about? Aren't there provisions to sustain you? Wang Tao, lying on a stretcher, observed the weeping Chun-Li. At that moment, they found themselves back on the beach. I feel my father has died, Chun-Li said, gazing up at the sky, tears cascading down like a kite severed from its string. Perhaps death is preferable. After all, your father was of no use. Wang Tao remarked nonchalantly. You? Chun-Li retorted, her fury igniting a venomous glare. Beside the cavern, a grave mound had been erected, and Ye Feng exerted himself to place a tombstone that read in memory of Chen Jihua. Bai Guifan knelt before the grave, her spirit seemingly shattered. When her husband was alive, she perceived Chen Jihua as feeble and ineffectual, yet in this moment, she felt as though she had lost the most vital part of her existence. Roast the fish for me. After I finish, I will retrieve Chun-Li, Ye Feng sighed. Speaking slowly, since it was the dying wish of another, he resolved to offer Chun-Li another chance. If she remained obstinate, he would feel justified in sending her away. At this moment, Bai Guifan wiped her tears and began to roast 2 fish. Ah Feng, I will accompany you. Shaoli is the only legacy of Jihua and me, and I must ensure her safe return home, Bai Guifan declared. No need, Auntie. You are not in the best condition. I can go alone, Ye Feng hesitated. Do not argue. I must follow you, Bai Guifan asserted resolutely. Chapter 41. Bai Guifan and Yi Xing's wishes fulfilled. Very well, Ye Feng conceded. For Chen Jihua's demise bore a slight connection to him. It was he who had instructed Chen Jihua to keep vigil nightly, which had dulled his reflexes and left him vulnerable to the indiscriminate attack of the black bear. As he savored the roasted fish, Ye Feng's gaze wandered, only to find Ding Tuanchuan kneeling before Chen Jihua's grave, murmuring softly. This brought him some solace. The little girl still possessed a kind heart. Therefore, he quietly approached, eager to hear her words. Uncle Chun, please do not come looking for me at night. I am quite afraid of ghosts. If you must seek someone, choose another, like Zhang Yin or Sister Su Yun, or even Brother Yi. Just do not enter my dreams. I beg you, she concluded, bowing her head in reverence. Ye Feng's irritation surged, and he grasped her pouting face. You little rascal, go skin that bear, dry the hide and use it as a blanket, he scolded. Ah! Ding Tuanchuan hurried off to her task. Once they had finished their meal, Ye Feng and Bai Guifan set out. Ye Feng assessed their situation. Wang Tao was gravely injured and would likely be recuperating downstream, far from their camp to avoid conflict. Auntie, let us proceed downstream, Ye Feng suggested. Indeed, Bai Guifan responded, urgency glimmering in her eyes. After traveling 6 or 7 kilometers downstream, Ye Feng encountered several packs of carnivorous creatures. There were hyenas, but upon spotting Ye Feng, they fled, having developed a psychological aversion to him. Why have we not yet found my daughter? Bai Guifan inquired anxiously. Let us continue searching, Ye Feng replied. Suddenly, Bai Guifan shifted her gaze, approached Ye Feng, and embraced him. Ye Feng. Ah Feng, I am aware that you have not earnestly sought after Li Li. Would you kindly do this for my sake? I'm ready to offer myself to you, especially since no one is around. And my husband expressed before his passing that I could become yours. With that, Bai Guifan slowly removed her top. Ye Feng felt an overwhelming sense of resistance. After all, Chen Jihua had just passed away, and engaging in such an act would be utterly despicable. However, he was a normal man, still in the vigor of youth. Please, Auntie. I promise I will search diligently, Ye Feng managed to utter with difficulty. There is no one here. You needn't feel burdened. Only by giving yourself to me will you genuinely seek out Lily. I understand the rules. There is no need for formality, Bai Guifan asserted before forcefully pushing Ye Feng to the ground. Ye Feng replied, Auntie, please don't misunderstand. I have been earnestly searching for Chun-Li. I will honor my promises, but if Chun-Li behaves in such a manner again, I will not concern myself with any semblance of loyalty and will cast her aside once more. Just as Ye Feng spoke these words, Bai Guifan had already commenced her advance. You? Ye Feng uttered a single word, and in that instant, he was rendered speechless, an unparalleled sensation washing over him. After a brief pause, Bai Guifan wiped the corner of her mouth and slowly turned around, her hands resting upon the stone. Ah Feng, do come here. Once I have given you what you desire, you will earnestly assist me in searching for my daughter. I comprehend the thoughts of men, so do not hesitate. Ye Feng's eyes instantly turned crimson, as rationality was swiftly overwhelmed by primal instincts. I truly did not mean it that way, he stammered, swallowing hard, struggling to maintain his composure as his entire being was set ablaze. Nevertheless, Bai Guifan paid no heed to his reservations and lunged toward him. Ultimately, Ye Feng found himself unable to restrain his desires, and a moment of passion ensued. In that instance, he released all that had been pent up for years. An hour later, Bai Guifan languidly sat upon the stone, cleansing her body with her hands. Once finished, a glimmer of seduction sparkled in her eyes as she began to attend to Ye Feng's needs. Ah Feng, was that enjoyable just now? Bai Guifan's eyes sparkled with allure. Never had he felt such comfort before. Ye Feng spoke earnestly, gently running his fingers through her hair. Bai Guifan smiled faintly, suddenly covering her crimson lips once more. Her gaze wide with astonishment as it fell upon Ye Feng's trousers. Have you thought of it again? Ye Feng was suddenly engulfed in embarrassment. With Chun Jihua's recent passing, he felt more beastly than human. Yet, the vitality of youth prevailed, and he could not help it. Bai Guifan hesitated for a moment before once again placing her hands on the rock. Above the bamboo grove, the euphoric birds sang sweetly, their melodies both poignant and enchanting. By the riverside, a male frog had climbed onto the back of a female frog. An hour and a half later, Bai Guifan, exhausted, sat upon the stone, devoid of any strength. Ye Feng had no choice but to offer his assistance. Ah Feng, you are truly stunning, absolutely breathtaking, Ye Feng remarked with a smile. Oh, stop it. You are far too fierce. I fear I cannot handle this alone. However, it's all right as long as we find Lier, Bai Guifan chuckled softly, covering her mouth. But can you still walk? Ye Feng inquired. There should be no issue. Bai Guifan, eager to find her daughter, had just risen when she stumbled and fell back into Ye Feng's embrace. Let us take a moment to rest, Ye Feng suggested, placing her gently upon a stone. You have gathered an astonishing amount. I have never witnessed such a bounty. Is there something amiss with your health? Bai Guifan inquired suddenly. Ye Feng shared her bewilderment, for he had never amassed such a collection before. Perhaps it was indeed related to the white fruit he had consumed. After eating it, he felt an extraordinary vigor, a strength beyond his wildest imagination. No, it should merely be a result of my newfound vitality, Ye Feng chuckled. Yet, your strength is quite remarkable. I fear that in the future, neither I nor Shao Li will be able to restrain you. However, it matters not, for are there not numerous women in the cave? I am certain they would be more than willing, especially that Zhang Yan. Her gaze upon you is utterly enchanting. Should you merely give her a nod, she would undoubtedly oblige. Bai Guifan spoke with a hint of jealousy. She lamented her own ineptitude in managing Ye Feng, since she could not contain him. She decided to let him run free, as long as he could look after her and Shao Li on the desolate island. The two rested until noon, at which point Bai Guifan could scarcely manage to walk, her legs trembling significantly from behind. After traversing several kilometers downstream, it was already afternoon, and the heat grew increasingly oppressive. Ye Feng abruptly halted. At the river's terminus lay a lake, approximately a kilometer in diameter, teeming with herbivorous creatures. Some were drinking, others grazing, while a few lurked in the underbrush, eyes glinting with predatory intent. Chapter 42. Su Yun's sister, Susan. Ye Feng's heart tightened, and he swiftly pulled Bai Guifan behind him. In the next instant, a crocodile leaped from the lake, seizing a young water buffalo in its jaws. The lake was instantly stained crimson. Meanwhile, a leopard darted through the grass, sinking its teeth into the neck of a spotted deer. In the areas cloaked in aquatic vegetation, a small lamb was suddenly dragged into the depths of the lake. We must leave. This place is far too perilous. Wang Tao and the others could not possibly find refuge here. Ye Feng's expression darkened as he urged Bai Guifan to hurry. However, after only a few dozen meters, she collapsed onto the ground. Without hesitation, Ye Feng hoisted her onto his back and began to sprint. At long last, they returned to the site of their previous skirmish. Ye Feng gasping for breath. The lush waterside indicated fierce competition for survival. It appeared he had been fortunate to remain near the creek's source, thus avoiding encounters with these carnivorous beasts. What shall we do? Are we not searching for Shao Li? Bai Guifan asked from his back. Wang Tao and the others are likely not along this stream. There is a possibility they may be on the beach. They certainly would not be in the jungle, for the mosquitoes are plentiful there. I inflicted a wound on his thigh, and the mosquitoes would lay their eggs in his injury. Let us head to the beach, Ye Feng declared, gently setting Bai Guifan down. Bai Guifan felt a pang of sympathy for Ye Feng, having just carried her with such fervor, and thus took the lead. Her alluring silhouette ignited a spark of exhilaration within Ye Feng. Sometimes, once the floodgates open, the inner beast can no longer be contained. Ye Feng inhaled deeply and suddenly embraced Bai Guifan from behind. Bai Guifan exclaimed in surprise. I'm afraid I can no longer endure your harshness. If this continues, I might find myself unable to walk, Bai Guifan said, her voice trembling with fear. Ye Feng felt a wave of shame wash over him. How could he still be preoccupied with such matters at a time like this? I apologize, he said, but it is I who should be expressing regret. I have become useless, yet it matters not. Once we locate Xiaoli, I shall ask her for assistance to alleviate some of my burdens, Bai Guifan remarked. Gazing at Ye Feng, let us head to the beach, Ye Feng suggested, taking the initiative to walk ahead. Otherwise, if he lingered behind, watching Bai Guifan's retreating figure, he would be unable to restrain himself. Upon reaching the beach, Ye Feng cast a glance to the southern side, where the rocky area lay, an ideal spot for fishing. You should remain here, hidden among the trees, while I venture to the rocky region. Perhaps I might encounter someone there. Do take care. Ye Feng made a gesture, bow in hand, stealthily approaching the rocky area. Alas, there was no one in sight. This was the only place to catch fish. And if Wang Tao and his companions were on the beach, they would likely choose this location as their campsite. Thus, it became evident that Chun-Li was also absent from the beach. This posed a significant dilemma. Searching for someone in the tropical rainforest was akin to seeking a needle in a haystack. There was also the grim possibility that Chun-Li may have already perished. Ye Feng, is that you? At that moment, a woman in her 30s rose from behind a rock, adjusting her trousers, clearly having just relieved herself. You? Assistant Su? Ye Feng's eyes lit up. The woman before him, around 30, possessed a fit physique and piercing eyes. Was she not Su Yun's personal bodyguard? He had imagined such a strong and athletic woman countless times, never anticipating that she too had survived. Yet, it was not entirely surprising, after all. She had been trained from a young age by the Su family and possessed a certain survival capability. I never expected you to be alive. Are there others? Susan inquired flatly, her complexion seemingly vibrant, indicating she had fared well on the deserted island. Simultaneously, her impression of Ye Feng was less than favorable. After all, Wang Tao had spoken of Ye Feng's character in unflattering terms at the company, describing him as lewd and a voyeur, qualities she held in disdain. Of course not, Ye Feng replied, his demeanor growing cold. He sensed Susan's aversion towards him. That was simply his nature. If one liked him, he would reciprocate. But if one harbored genuine disdain for him, no matter how alluring or beautiful they were, he could not bring himself to feel affection. I wonder how President Su is faring, Susan pondered, her brow furrowing as she slowly turned to the side. Instantly, her curves were laid bare before Ye Feng's gaze. It must be said that Susan was not only ample but also robust, exuding an aura of health that any man would find irresistible, even contemplating the notion of procreation. After all, humans are animals. When considering reproduction, health is paramount. Yet, in modern society, perspectives have shifted, with beauty taking precedence. In the past, in rural areas, elders would assess women based on their sturdiness and the size of their hips, for larger hips were deemed favorable for childbearing. Susan, however, possessed not only the visage of an angel but also the physique of a goddess. It is said that she is an orphan, raised from a young age by the venerable Mr. Su, ultimately becoming the esteemed bodyguard of the Su family, dedicated to the protection of Su Yun. Thus, while they are referred to as master and servant, they are, in truth, akin to sisters. Her plight is somewhat tragic, for the sake of safeguarding Su Yun. She has reached the age of 30 without ever experiencing love or contemplating marriage. Come, regardless, we are all part of the same company. Follow me, and I can at least ensure you one tea starve, Susan declared, retrieving a wooden spear from behind a rock. Actually, Mr. Su is still alive, Ye Feng remarked. Susan exclaimed with delight, grasping Ye Feng's shoulder. Where is she? Her voice trembled with excitement. The instinct to protect Su Yun was etched deep within her very being. It's about a 7 or 8 kilometer trek through the woods. I have taken good care of her, Ye Feng responded. You've taken care of her? Susan's demeanor shifted to one of caution. Given Ye Feng's tarnished reputation within the company due to Wang Tao, her perception of his care had taken on a dubious connotation. Assistant Su, is that you? At that moment, Bai Guifan approached, her face alight with surprise as she looked at Susan. Sister Bai from finance. Susan reciprocated her joy. The two women immediately embraced, nearly squashing Bai Guifan in the process. Ye Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment. Truly, she was a formidable woman. Let us go back and see Yun, Susan said, preparing to head into the woods. However, the next moment, The sound of footsteps echoed from within the trees, and a large wild boar burst forth, its formidable tusks gleaming ominously. Ye Feng was taken aback. This creature was omnivorous, meaning it also consumed meat. He quickly positioned himself in front of the two women. "Let me handle this." But before he could finish, Susan pulled him aside. "Get back. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Let me take care of this." She seized Ye Feng's line. Ye Feng paused, then sheathed his spear, eager to observe Susan's combat prowess. With a swift motion, Susan drew back the spear, her left hand fully extended to shield the spearhead. In the next instant, she tensed her powerful glutes, transforming her body into a sleek, athletic line. With a forceful thrust, the wooden spear was hurled, piercing the 200-pound boar cleanly through. The creature emitted a piercing scream, hastily retreating into the woods. "Come, let us not waste this food," Susan exclaimed, drawing a dagger from her waist and striding forward in pursuit. Ye Feng felt a surge of joy. Susan demonstrated commendable fighting ability, ensuring that his camp would boast two formidable allies. The other women, however, possessed little in the way of combat skills. Following the trail of blood for over 100 meters, they finally discovered the boar, lifeless in the underbrush. "Let us drag it to the beach and butcher it, taking the meat with us to find Yun Yun," Susan suggested. Agreed. The two swiftly transported the boar to the sandy shore, where Susan began to skillfully dismember it. Ye Feng now finds himself in dire need of lard. In civilized society, greasy substances are deemed detrimental to health. However, on a deserted island, fat transforms into a precious commodity. It not only lends a sheen to one's hair, but also provides a protective layer for the lips. After butchering the pig, Susan discarded the bones and the head, hoisting a bloodied half of the pork and gesturing towards the other half. "You and by Ye Feng carry the remaining pork, Ye Feng. Do you possess the strength for it?" Ye Feng's face flushed crimson. How dare this wretched woman look down upon him? "I need not assistance. I can manage it alone." He too lifted the other half, and the trio began to sprint through the woods towards the creek. They needed to hasten, for they were all smeared with pig's blood. The rustling sounds in the dense forest indicated that at least dozens of creatures had their sights set upon them. Fortunately, the coastline harbored no large carnivorous beasts, otherwise they would never make it back to the creek. Upon reaching the creek, Susan was panting heavily, casting a glance at the calm Ye Feng, a flicker of doubt crossing her eyes. "If you feel fatigued, take deep breaths. It alleviates the pressure on your lungs, lest you face complications," Susan advised. "Very well," Ye Feng replied, feigning heavy breaths. He understood the nature of a woman like Susan, strong-willed and assertive. She preferred not to have anyone stronger than herself nearby, as it would evoke a sense of insecurity. "Sister Susan, let us cleanse the blood from the pork in ourselves. Otherwise, the fresh blood will disrupt the food chain of the jungle," Ye Feng suggested. "No need. If those beasts dare to approach, we shall slay them," Susan retorted sharply. After resting for 5 minutes, Susan resumed her sprint with the pork. Ye Feng followed closely behind, admiring the contours of her gluteus maximus. This woman exuded vitality and strength, igniting a sense of conquest within him. He recalled a lecherous man at the company who often surreptitiously photographed Susan's silhouette, only to hastily retreat to the restroom, emerging 5 minutes later looking feeble. This illustrated that many men harbored thoughts about Susan. "How much longer must we travel?" Susan inquired from the front. "We shall arrive shortly," Ye Feng replied, glancing up at the sky, his expression suddenly shifting. Above, a handful of vultures circled ominously, emitting raucous cries. "This is bad." Ye Feng abandoned pretense, unleashing his full strength and swiftly overtaking Susan. Susan's face flushed with embarrassment as she too summoned her strength in an attempt to surpass Ye Feng. Yet, he quickly distanced himself from her view. "Has he taken something?" Susan gasped, her chest rising and falling dramatically, as if it might burst. "Let us move." "Perhaps Ah Feng has sensed danger," Ye Feng urged, leading the way. At the cave's entrance, nearly 10 hyenas were feasting upon the carcass of a large black bear, while Su Yun and the other women brandished bamboo spears and bows to drive them away. However, the hyenas paid little heed, with a few even encircling Su Yun. "Little Tuan Tuan, hurry and shoot them," Su Yun shouted. "Ah, I have run out of arrows." Ding Tuanshuan concealed herself behind the crowd. Suddenly, Zhang Yin let out a piercing scream, blood gushing from her thigh. Retreating to the back, Su Yun assumed the role of the leader in Ye Feng's absence. A cunning hyena stealthily approached her side, aiming to bite her alluring rear. It is well known that these hyenas typically feast on carrion, harboring a multitude of bacteria in their mouths. A bite could prove fatal or at least cost half a life. Be careful, Ding Tuanchuan shouted. At that moment, a spear shot forth from the downstream position. Thud! The hyena was pinned to the ground by the sheer force. Su Yun turned to see a robust man sprinting towards them, swiftly withdrawing the spear from the carcass and thrusting it forward once more. A howl erupted as the most ferocious hyena was impaled through the mouth, dying instantly. Ye Feng swept his spear aside, sending another hyena flying. The remaining hyenas ceased their feeding and lunged at Ye Feng in unison. You wretched beasts, taking advantage of the absence of the lion to bully the lioness? Ye Feng bellowed in fury, thrusting his spear forward to impale an old hyena, flinging it aside. The pack of hyenas howled mournfully, retreating into the bamboo forest under the lead of their queen. After all, Ye Feng was too formidable, having dispatched 3 hyenas instantly. Attempting to flee, Ye Feng yanked his spear back. Thud! The hyena queen was firmly pinned to the ground. Breathing heavily, Ye Feng approached, extracting the spear with a swift motion and plunging it into the queen's eye. The vultures circling above, hoping for leftover flesh, were taken aback by the emergence of such a powerful predator, flapping their wings as they vacated the sky upstream. Downstream, Susan was taken aback, covering her mouth in shock. Ye Feng's actions had been ruthless and decisive. She feared that even she would not possess such skill. Had she underestimated him in the past? Her emotions became complex in an instant. Darling, are you all right? Ye Feng hurriedly embraced Su Yun. You're back. That's all that matters. We were terrified. Su Yun finally broke into tears, relieved to see her pillar of support return. She had been horrified, fearing she would become hyena fodder. Ye Feng provided an overwhelming sense of security. Big brother, you're finally back. Ding Tuanchuan rushed forward to embrace Ye Feng's back, followed by Zhang Yan, who seized the opportunity to cling to him as well. Only Li Meizi remained rooted in place, her eyes filled with admiration. Sister, Susan finally approached. Upon hearing her voice, Su Yun trembled, slowly lifting her gaze. Sister, sister. The two beauties embraced tightly, reluctant to part. Ye Feng looked on with satisfaction, moving downstream to retrieve 2 slabs of pork. Chapter 44. Dining on the most succulent portions. Ouch. Zhang Yin suddenly collapsed to the ground, clutching her thigh in pain. Ye Feng rushed over, cradling her long leg in his arms. What should we do? Will there be a scar? Zhang Yin asked anxiously. You're worried about scars? The hyena's mouth is filthy and likely carries rabies, Susan remarked coldly. She certainly recognized Zhang Yan, the mistress of Wang Xiong. She harbored little fondness for such women. Ah, brother Ye Feng, you must save me. I will repay you. Remember the spinning split? You haven't seen it yet. Please don't let me die. Zhang Yan exclaimed in terror. Ye Feng retorted sharply, Be quiet. There are so many people around. He instructed her, Get on my back. I will take you into the woods to find some herbs. Ye Feng crouched down in a horse stance. Terrified, Zhang Yan leaped onto his back. You? Su Yun muttered a few words from behind, casting a fearful glance at Susan. Susan served as her steward, always quick to intervene whenever she wished to indulge in reckless behavior. As Ye Feng dashed into the woods with Zhang Yan on his back, he began to search for herbs that could cleanse the blood. He aimed to expel the congealed blood from her wound first, then find coagulant herbs to facilitate healing, though scarring was inevitable. After 2 hours of searching, Ye Feng finally gathered the necessary herbs. However, they had ventured 2 kilometers away from the camp, and with no water source nearby. Ye Feng had no choice but to pull up Zhang Yan's skirt. In an instant, a sheer pair of shorts became visible. Are you in such a hurry? Zhang Yan inquired. No, this allows me to see better, Ye Feng replied, after which he chewed the herbs and spat them onto Zhang Yan's thigh. Zhang Yan's thigh twitched slightly as the mixture trickled down, staining Ye Feng's trousers. The earlier pressure had not fully been released, and Ye Feng feared he might lose control. After all, the beast within him had been unleashed. Zhang Yan's wound continued to bleed, her once rosy lips turning pale, resembling someone who had just attended a funeral. Once the blood turned to a more normal hue, Ye Feng cleaned the wound. The sensation was almost overwhelming, testing Ye Feng's restraint. He then chewed the coagulant herbs and applied them to the wound. Is it done? Zhang Yan asked. Not yet. Do you have any cloth? I need to bandage the wound, Ye Feng responded. Cloth? Yes. Zhang Yan slowly stood, striking a pose, and unexpectedly removed the sheer shorts, handing them to Ye Feng. Use this. I don't have much clothing left to tear, she explained, placing her long, fair thigh in Ye Feng's embrace, her skirt barely covering the upper part of her leg. Ye Feng swallowed hard as his trousers became increasingly unsightly. While bandaging her, his eyes were drawn to her skirt as if guided by radar, unable to resist the temptation to glance beneath. Zhang Yin noticed his furtive behavior and occasionally shifted her thigh, teasingly revealing glimpses that nearly drove Ye Feng to the brink of madness. Had it not been for Zhang Yan's excessive blood loss, he might have succumbed to his desires right then and there. "I feel so dizzy," Zhang Yin exclaimed. Having lost too much blood, she clutched her head and suddenly sank into Ye Feng's embrace. "Ah, no, this won't do. You're not wearing anything underneath. And what if something happens?" Ye Feng warned that he had been striving to restrain his primal instincts. Should Zhang Yin continue to tease him, he would lose all control. Unfazed, Zhang Yin nestled herself into Ye Feng's embrace. He swallowed hard. Yet, in the next moment, Zhang Yin had closed her eyes in his arms, surrendering to slumber. Ye Feng felt as if he could simply push her away, but he forced himself to resist. Time to head home. He carried Zhang Yin back, cradling her in his arms. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Su Yun hurried over. "Is she dead?" she asked coldly. "No, she merely lost too much blood and fainted." "Let us go grill some fish," Ye Feng replied, gently placing Zhang Yin on the ground. Su Yin regarded Ye Feng with renewed scrutiny. He could not be as vile as Wang Tao had claimed. However, the moment Ye Feng laid Zhang Yin down, his unsightly trousers became evident. Su Yan's face flushed with embarrassment. "Ye Feng, Wang Tao was right. You truly are a lecherous man. She is injured, and yet you still think of such things. You are nothing short of a beast," she scolded. Though her words were fierce, jealousy simmered within her for Zhang Yin. After all, she had lived for 30 years without ever having a boyfriend, not even holding a man's hand. Whenever she saw couples pass by, a wave of resentment washed over her. Had Ye Feng cradled her instead, she would have been elated, although she would never admit it. This is a natural physiological response for men. Besides, it wasn't he initiated by me, Ye Feng retorted, anger rising within him. It was often said that Su Yin was a fierce tigress within the company, and indeed, the rumor mill had circulated that for 30 years she had never dated. Men whispered that her charms could ensnare and never release. "I cannot be bothered to discuss this with you. It's humiliating," Su Yin declared, pulling Su Yun closer to her side, forbidding her to walk alongside Ye Feng. Su Yun, feeling helpless, could only offer Ye Feng a resigned gesture. Having been under Su Yan's strict watch since childhood, she harbored a certain fear of her older sister. At that moment, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. It was from Naire Maisie, who had finished roasting a pig's leg, generously sprinkling it with filtered salt. When Ye Feng and Bai Guifin had ventured out, Maisie had utilized wood ash to purify the white substance, leaving nearly all of it as salt. Though a few impurities remained, such details mattered little on a deserted island. She hesitated for a moment before offering a piece of meat to Ye Feng. "You have worked the hardest. You deserve to eat the most succulent portion," Maisie said gently. "Thank you, Tian Shuitao," Ye Feng responded. "She is not Tian Shuitao. You have no discernment. She is the wife of the little boat king," Su Yin interjected from a distance, her voice icy. Her words stirred a hornet's nest, drawing the gaze of numerous women toward Maisie. Instantly, Maisie's cheeks flushed crimson. The entire cave was now aware of her entanglement with Ye Feng. She feared that upon returning to civilization, the little boat king might cast her aside. Chapter 45. Disgusting. "I have deceived you. I sincerely apologize. But I have my own burdens to bear," Maisie declared before returning to tend to Zhang Yin. At this moment, Susan was assisting Su Yun with her attire. "Come, let's go behind the waterfall. I need to check if anyone has taken advantage of you," Susan remarked. "Sister, must we really?" Again, Su Yun's cheeks flushed crimson. Yet she obediently followed her to the waterfall's rear. Ye Feng sat nearby, munching on a pig's leg, feeling as though he had acquired a housekeeper. It seemed that the pleasures of this harem life would have to be temporarily set aside, unless he could also win over Susan, compelling her to kneel before him and sing of her conquest. He had heard she had been single for 30 years. Perhaps it was time for him to test his mettle. "Come, bite me. Do it quickly," he mused. After finishing his meal, the women felt the need to invigorate their bodies to digest the food, each succumbing to drowsiness. However, Ye Feng found himself unable to sleep, sensing that his authority was being challenged. Just then, Bai Guifin strolled downstream, nearly vanishing from Ye Feng's sight, when she suddenly turned back and cast him a flirtatious glance. Ye Feng inhaled deeply and promptly followed her. An hour later, he lay on the ground, with Bai Guifan nestled in his embrace, tracing circles with her finger. How was it earlier? Did you release some pressure? She inquired with a seductive smile. You're quite remarkable. I'd say I let go of about 70 to 80%, Ye Feng replied, gently stroking her hair. Now it's time to retrieve Chen Li, otherwise it would be unfair to Chen Jihua. In truth, he wanted to express that he had only released a small portion of his tension, as he was already quite formidable, and the consumption of that ginkgo had transformed him into a king among men. Guifan, let us wait until tomorrow. I'll persuade that one to accompany me in search of Chen Li. After all, her abilities are commendable, Ye Feng stated. Bai Guifan's eyes sparkled with gratitude, and she lowered her face against him. Time passed, and eventually, they returned to the camp in shifts. As Bai Guifan insisted they should not delay Ye Feng and Su Yun's budding relationship. Where did you go just now? Susan inquired. I went downstream to wash up, Ye Feng replied. Well, from now on, we are a team, and we must act with purpose. Firstly, I thank you for taking care of my sister these past few days. When I return, I will ensure that old Master Su promotes you. Secondly, starting tomorrow, we should designate 2 individuals to wait on the beach for the rescue plane's arrival. Otherwise, the jungle foliage will obscure us from view, Susan articulated slowly. Indeed. Miss Susan, you are absolutely correct, Raimai exclaimed excitedly. Sister, you truly are impressive. Su Yun gazed at Susan with genuine admiration. The other women also expressed their enthusiasm. You are remarkable. Why hadn't I thought of that before? Ye Feng said awkwardly. Susan cast him a meaningful glance, causing a flutter in his heart. For reasons unknown, her eyes held no allure or suggestiveness, but her gaze ignited a thought deep within him. Perhaps this was a unique skill developed by a woman after 30 years of abstinence, an unwavering stare. Did you not consider it, or simply did not think? Never mind. Let us focus on our efforts together. If the rescue aircraft does not arrive, we shall construct bamboo rafts to depart. We cannot allow ourselves to languish on this deserted island. Susan's words instantly garnered her numerous admirers, with the exception of Bai Guifan, who had already savored the taste of Ye Feng. Especially after the first encounter, she felt as though she had squandered nearly 40 years of her life with Ye Feng. She would relinquish everything. Now, I shall skin the bear and then dry the hide. In the evening, I will lay it upon the hay, ensuring a softer resting place. Ye Feng picked up the dagger beside Susan and began his tasks. The other women also busied themselves, slicing the bear and pig meat into strips, threading them onto fine bamboo skewers, and hanging them on tree branches to cure. As they dried, they applied a layer of salt to prevent the meat from spoiling or decaying. Just as they completed the salting of the pig meat, they found they had exhausted their supply of salt. The remaining unseasoned bear meat shall be roasted for our meal, and any leftovers will be pressed beneath the waterfall to avoid attracting other predators, Ye Feng suggested. By nightfall, Ye Feng and the 6 beautiful women sat by the fire. The recent loss of Chen Jihua cast a pall over their spirits. Let us not dwell too heavily on our sorrow. Jihua would wish for us to live joyfully. How about I share a joke? Bai Guifan suddenly interjected. That sounds delightful, the others responded with eager anticipation. Bai Guifan then recounted a rather crude joke. Though it was rather lowbrow, it effectively stirred the dynamics between the genders. In an instant, Ye Feng's gaze shifted to Su Yun, who was quietly assessing herself. As for Susan, although she feigned indifference, Ye Feng could unmistakably sense her stirring emotions. I have a friend whose girlfriend ran off with a black man. 2 years later, she returned from Black State, wanting to marry him again. On their wedding night, as he removed her trousers, he was utterly astonished. How could it be so large? He exclaimed. His girlfriend retorted, Why do you need to say that twice? My friend, equally baffled, replied, I only said it once. Do you understand? The opening is too big, it echoes. Ye Feng also shared a joke. PFF. Ahaha. Bai Guifan laughed heartily, with the other girls unable to suppress their amusement. Only Ding Tuanshuan appeared bewildered, with a large question mark hovering over her head. Su Yun's cheeks flushed as she buried her face in Susan's embrace. Susan rolled her eyes at Ye Feng, a blush creeping onto her charming face. What a disgusting joke. You must never tell that again, she lightly admonished, having nearly succumbed to laughter herself. After her comment, Susan seemed less antagonistic towards Ye Feng, for a shared laugh can often dissolve enmity. By the way, what of Wang Tao and the others? Susan pondered aloud. Su Yun's expression darkened as she recounted all the vile deeds Wang Tao had committed in recent days. No way. Manager Wang always appears so upright. And I personally witnessed his championship trophy. How could he possibly be incapable of catching fish? Susan exclaimed, her face a mask of astonishment. Oh, if you were to provide me with 50,000, I could craft a trophy worthy of an Olympic champion and even gild it. Who would not be impressed? Ye Feng scoffed. The mere mention of Wang Tao, that inept individual, ignited his fury. Chapter 46. Extracting the poison with words. Well, let us change the subject. Who shall regale us with a joke next? Ye Feng inquired. Subsequently, several girls attempted to share their jokes, yet none elicited laughter, nearly lulling Ye Feng into slumber. Nevertheless, he forced a smile. After some time, Ye Feng proceeded to skin the bear. He utilized Susan's dagger, which was exquisitely sharp, evidently forged from high-quality steel. Upon completion, he soaked the bear's skin in water, as it was infested with numerous parasites and required a 2-day soak before it could be dried and used as bedding. Everyone must be weary. Henceforth, I shall assign tasks, Ye Feng declared, standing atop a stone. Tonight, let us have 2 people keep watch. Ding Tuanchuan. You and Tian will stay awake, while Naire Maisie will join you. The rest may retire to rest. With that, Ye Feng guided Susan and the others into the cave. As soon as Susan entered, she frowned. Is this truly the only sleeping area? Where will you rest at night? She asked Ye Feng. We shall all huddle together. The temperature fluctuates greatly in the jungle, Ye Feng replied. That won't do. You, a man, cannot just crowd among the women. How about you lay down some straw and sleep on the other side? Susan suggested. At that moment, Su Yun interjected, Sister, let it be. Ah Feng is exhausted. Allow him to sleep with us. Otherwise, he may freeze alone at night. Well, who among you would be willing to sleep close to Ye Feng? Susan asked. Instantly, all the women gravitated toward Ye Feng, including Su Yun. Susan shot a fierce glare at her, prompting Su Yun to reluctantly step back. Then it is settled. Ye Feng shall sleep on the outermost side. By Jia, you may share his space, while the rest will occupy the inner spots, Susan decisively stated. Ye Feng, visibly displeased, had no choice but to squeeze in beside Bai Guifan for sleep. In the middle of the night, Ye Feng felt an unusual chill. He could not resist nudging Bai Guifan, only to discover her skin was burning hot and her body trembling slightly. Alarmed, he reached out to touch her forehead, and his heart sank. Oh no! Everyone wake up! Aunt Bai has a high fever, Ye Feng shouted. The other women, equally cold, were immediately roused. What shall we do? Su Yun asked, her eyes still closed, on the verge of slipping back into slumber. Alas, just when it rains, it pours. I will gather some herbs to reduce her fever. You all, please clean the helmets and boil some water for her to drink, Ye Feng instructed before rushing outside. Ding Tuanchuan had already fallen asleep nearby, leaving only Naire Maisie on watch. She held a dagger, carving a piece of wood. Nanny, what is it? Naire Maisie inquired. Someone has a fever. I need to find some herbs. Otherwise, a high fever on a deserted island could be fatal. Upon finishing his words, Ye Feng pulled a torch from the fire and seized a long spear, dashing into the inky blackness of the forest. As he entered the woods, a sudden shock gripped his heart. Before him lay a python, as thick as a wrist, struggling to consume a wild rabbit. He took a deep breath and quickly chose a detour. The torch flickered wildly in the wind of the jungle, igniting his anxiety. In the cave, Bai Guifan lay weakly with her eyes half open, her face flushed with fever. The death of her husband had struck her profoundly, compounded by Chun Li's mysterious disappearance, leaving her in a state of unbearable anxiety. At last, she succumbed to illness. Auntie, please drink some water. I've cooled it down, Ding Tuanchuan offered, holding out a helmet filled with cool water. Bai Guifan managed a faint smile, taking a small sip before breaking into a violent cough. In a corner, Susan crouched, suddenly gazing into the depths of the jungle. Can Ye Feng manage alone? Is he in danger? Sister, you must go find him and bring him back, Su Yun urged, her anxiety palpable. Susan's expression darkened. You're not developing feelings for him, are you? No, not at all, Su Yun quickly clarified. At that moment, Ye Feng returned, a bundle of herbs in hand. For these 3 herbs, immerse them in cold water. For these 2, add them once the water reaches a boil, and this last one, add it after the water has boiled for 10 minutes. Ye Feng began instructing Rai Mai Zi. Do you understand traditional Chinese medicine? Rimai's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Of course, I come from a family of traditional healers. Ye Feng replied with a hint of pride. Living in Wu village, where skirmishes between neighboring villages were frequent, they often found themselves injured. Over time, they had become proficient in healing. Rimai took the herbs to prepare, while Ye Feng turned his attention to Bai Guifen. She appeared frail, her eyes half closed. Lily, Bai Guifen whispered. Ye Feng felt a pang of sorrow. It seemed the weight of her worries had taken a toll on her health. Herbs could only address the symptoms. The heartache was the true ailment. It was clear that finding Chun-Li was imperative. Without her return, Bai Guifen's illness could not be fully cured. Rest assured, I will bring Chun-Li back tomorrow. Without fail, Ye Feng declared firmly, clasping Bai Guifen's hand. A faint smile graced her lips as she gradually drifted into sleep. In the corner, Su Yun nudged Susan. Sister, look, Ye Feng is truly a good person, not at all as Wang Tao described. Susan's expression softened slightly, yet her words remained sharp. One can know a person's face, but not their heart. Who knows if he is merely pretending? She retorted coldly. At that moment, a shriek echoed from outside the cave. Oh no, a venomous snake! Rimai cried, hopping near the fire, nearly spilling the concoction in her helmet. Ye Feng, like a panther, charged outside. There, a jet-black snake writhed near the fire, its mouth agape, poised to strike Rimai. Upon closer inspection, Ye Feng's complexion paled. It was a black mamba. Get away, he shouted as he hurled his spear. Yet, the black mamba deftly dodged and lunged at Ye Feng instead. Damn it, Ye Feng exclaimed, narrowly evading its strike. The black mamba slithered towards the cave. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Feng seized the boiling herbal concoction and poured it over the serpent. At last, it proved effective. The black mamba emitted a series of hisses and hurriedly plunged into the stream. A sigh of relief escaped Rimai's lips as she collapsed onto the ground. Were you bitten? Ye Feng scrutinized Rimai's thighs and arms. A bite from such a creature was fatal. Even attempts to suck out the venom would be in vain. I wasn't bitten, Rimai replied, her hands frantically exploring her body, and soon, the shape of her chest began to shift. That's good. This cave isn't safe, Ye Feng remarked, his brow furrowing. This cave appeared far from habitable. There were no natural defenses, and wild beasts could ambush them from the forest at any moment. Moreover, the threat of venomous snakes was ever present, especially at night. Susan emerged, her countenance equally grim. Despite her formidable fighting skills, women inherently feared snakes. The others were also restless, opting to gather around the fire for warmth. Chapter 47 Swallowing Hard. Ye Feng pondered aloud. This cannot continue. Tomorrow, I shall seek out Chun-Li and Zhang Yan. You take Susan to find limestone. Once located, grind it into powder and scatter it around the cave entrance. Although lime powder won't deter wild beasts, it can provide some protection against snakes and insects. Understood. Susan nodded, the first time she acquiesced to Ye Feng's directive. This is merely the first step. After I locate Chun-Li, we must also devise a plan to fell trees and enclose the cave entrance, creating a courtyard. This way, we can defend against wild animals. Everyone agrees? Ye Feng inquired further. Absolutely. With a courtyard, we can move about freely, Ding Tuanshuan exclaimed with enthusiasm. The other women, though silent, wore expressions of agreement. However, Susan shook her head. Our primary objective should be to construct a bamboo raft and seek an opportunity to leave this deserted island, rather than focusing on building a shelter here. Very well, a bamboo raft must be built, but shouldn't we prioritize survival first? We must stabilize our basic situation before contemplating our escape from this island. Does that not make sense? Ye Feng questioned Susan. After a moment's hesitation, Susan finally nodded in agreement. Then it is settled. Tomorrow, I shall go alone to find Chun-Li. Zhang Yan will accompany Susan to locate limestone, while the others remain here to tend to Aunt Bai. If danger arises, you must. Ye Feng's voice trailed off, realizing that without himself and Susan, the remaining women possessed little fighting capability. Facing wild beasts was one matter. They could always retreat into the cave and barricade the entrance. But what if they encountered Wang Tao and his band of humans? Susan, you must return with the limestone as swiftly as possible. I will also hasten to find Chun-Li, Ye Feng added. Understood, came the reply. Ah Feng, why not let me accompany you tomorrow? Rimai suddenly suggested. Absolutely not. You must remain here to look after Aunt Bai. You have more experience. As for Ding Tuanshuan, she is too young and unreliable, while Susan, well, she tends to aim high but lacks practical skills, Ye Feng replied sternly. Who are you calling impractical? Su Yun rushed forward and unleashed a flurry of punches, causing Ye Feng to cry out in distress. Ding Tuanshuan, visibly upset, turned her back and muttered to herself. As dawn broke, Ye Feng donned his bow and arrows. Gripping a spear firmly, several women encircled him, incessantly urging him to be cautious. Ah Feng, take care on your journey. A whole family of women awaits your return for protection. Su Yun adjusted Ye Feng's tattered collar. Brother Yi, travel safely. Ding Tuanshuan chimed in. Ye Feng responded. Now it is Susan's turn. Be careful not to bring harm upon yourself. Susan spoke in a calm tone. With a sigh, Ye Feng gazed skyward and murmured. The wind howls, the waters grow cold. A hero departs, never to return. Su Yun, should I fail to return, seek a husband and do not wait for me. With that, he swiftly dashed downstream. Susan and Zhang Yan exchanged glances before slipping into the woods. Left behind were only a sickly individual and 3 vulnerable women. Ye Feng ran alongside the stream, recalling that Wang Tao's group was neither by the stream nor among the rocky beach, suggesting they might be situated to the north of the beach. After sprinting a few kilometers, he veered into the woods, intent on searching the northern beach. The sun had yet to rise, and he moved with ease, having previously forged a path. After an hour of running, Ye Feng finally spotted a grove of coconut trees. His expression shifted, and he suddenly crouched low. In the rocky area of the beach, a group was milling about. It was Wang Xiong and his companions. Wang Xiong's slicked back hair had lost its luster, with 2 strands hanging over his forehead. The bald man's head had sprouted stubble. 2 bodyguards sat atop the rocks, engaged in hushed conversation. Among the group, only these 2 bodyguards exhibited any vigor. The others, including Wang Xiong, appeared utterly drained. Wang Tao was, unsurprisingly, asleep on a stretcher. Where was Chun-Li? Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, striving to see further. Suddenly, a striking blonde emerged from behind the rocks. She stood approximately 1.75 meters tall. Adorned in a bikini, her physique beyond merely alluring, it was positively explosive. Following her was Chun-Li, indicating that new members had joined their ranks. Ye Feng muttered to himself as he assessed the situation. He felt no fear towards the others, save for a slight apprehension regarding the 2 bodyguards. He glanced back at the blonde, unable to deny the fairness of her skin, which contrasted starkly with his own sun-darkened and robust form after several weeks in the jungle, an unmistakable dichotomy of light and dark. Alice, did you not mention that your boyfriend had set sail to seek rescue? Why is he yet to return? Wang Xiong could not restrain his curiosity. The 3 bald men directed their unabashed gazes at Alice, their eyes seemingly ablaze with desire. Do not worry, he will come back for me. Alice replied with a radiant smile. Ye Feng assessed that Alice was likely around 18 or 19 years of age, but Westerners tend to appear older at that age. They often resemble individuals in their 20s or 30s. Nevertheless, her physique was truly exceptional. In terms of figure alone, no woman in the cave could compare to her. At this moment, the bald man could no longer contain himself. Brother Knife, let me have her just once. I've been holding back for days, he implored. However, Long Wu shook his head in refusal. No, if her boyfriend happens to find the rescue team, he will undoubtedly have us all imprisoned. Let's wait a couple more days. If the rescue team has not arrived by then, I will no longer intervene with these 2 women. Long Wu maintained his principles, having been protective of Chun-Li and Alice for the past few days. However, since they were not related, if the rescue team did not arrive soon, he could not oppose the entire team and would have to relent. Nevertheless, he could assure himself that he would not take any action. Wang Xiong glanced at Long Wu. Feeling anxious, 3 days prior, he had already lost control over the 2 bodyguards. If this continued, he would merely become a background figure. He needed to devise alternative means to establish his authority. With this thought in mind, Wang Xiong approached Long Wu. Brother Long, your daughter has always wanted to study in Europe, hasn't she? Rest assured, if I can return, I will certainly send her there. I have 2 companies in Germany. Long Wu nodded disinterestedly, turning his gaze away. At that moment, Alice suddenly walked towards the woods, directly toward Ye Feng. What do you want? The bald man asked abruptly. I need to relieve myself. Is there a problem? Alice's demeanor was icy as she faced him. Don't even think about running. I will keep a close watch on you. The bald man replied, swallowing hard. Chapter 48, Rooting Out the Problem, damn it. Alice cursed, boldly striding into the woods. Ye Feng's heart raced. Would she scream upon seeing him and alert the others? Seizing the opportunity as she began to remove her shorts, he sprang forward and swiftly covered her mouth. Goodness, this woman's body is incredibly hot. The moment our skin touched, I felt a wave of dizziness. Alice struggled fiercely, but the disparity in strength rendered her cries futile. Do not scream. I am a good person. I have come to rescue you and another girl named Chun-Li, my ex-girlfriend. Her mother is with me, and I intend to reunite them, Ye Feng whispered in her ear. Alice froze for a moment, then began to blink rapidly. Ye Feng gradually released his grip on her mouth. In the next instant, he noticed his pants felt damp. Oh no, this Western girl has actually wet herself. It was no surprise. His sudden ambush had startled her, leading her to believe she was under attack from a beast. Are you Ye Feng? Alice asked softly. Yes. Has Chun-Li mentioned me? Ye Feng was taken aback. She often speaks of you, expressing deep regret for betraying you. What should we do now? Alice speaks Chinese quite well, though her pronunciation is slightly off. Now, seize the opportunity to bring Chun-Li into the woods. We shall make a swift escape towards my camp, where bows, arrows, and spears await us. Wang Tao and his gang would not dare to provoke us, Ye Feng remarked. Understood. Alice promptly adjusted her shorts. She had just relieved herself, drenching Ye Feng's pants completely. Observing the wet stains on his trousers, Ye Feng felt a surge of exhilaration. Did this not imply that he had, in a sense, made contact with this bold woman? Hey, Shaoli, do you need to relieve yourself? Alice inquired. Relieve myself? Didn't he? Oh right, I need to go, Chun-Li suddenly realized. The two women immediately clasped hands and ventured into the woods. On the beach, only the bald man was vigilantly watching the two women. Noticing their departure, he intercepted Alice again. Didn't you just relieve yourself? Why are you going again? He questioned, his gaze wandering over the two women. I can help chase away any snakes lurking in the woods, Alice explained. I don't believe it. This time, I'm accompanying you into the woods, the bald man declared. You? Isn't there a saying in your culture about men and women keeping their distance? How can Shaoli relieve herself with you around? Alice retorted angrily. I don't care. I'm going, if you don't like it. Just wet your pants. The bald man sported a mischievous grin. Fine, but don't regret it, Alice replied, pulling Chun-Li into the woods. The bald man followed closely behind. The two women gradually ventured deeper into the coconut grove, soon reaching a depth of 10 meters. The sunlight here had dimmed considerably. Ye Feng's expression turned increasingly cold as he picked up a stone. Hurry up and relieve yourself. It would be quite a sight for me, huh? The bald man said, his eyes gleaming as he fixated on the two women's figures, their pants looking rather unseemly. Suddenly, a sly smile crept across Alice's face as she placed her hands on her shorts, slowly beginning to pull them down. Gulp. The bald man swallowed hard, unable to resist leaning forward. Bang. Ye Feng sprang into action, striking him sharply on the head with the stone. In an instant, the bald man fell to the ground. Unconscious. Run. Ye Feng shouted, gripping Chun-Li's hand as they raced towards the creek. Although Alice was barefoot, it did not hinder her speed. Can you keep up? Ye Feng glanced back, his eyes widening in surprise. He beheld Alice running, her bikini swaying enticingly, nearly breaking free from its constraints. What are you waiting for? Hurry. We mustn't be seen by those ruffians. Alice panted. Oh, right. Ye Feng collected himself and continued sprinting towards the creek. Half an hour later, the three arrived at the creek, breathless. Alice plopped down into the water, droplets of sweat trickling down her cheeks, cascading along her fair neck and landing on her form. Ye Feng felt an urge to help her wipe away the beads of sweat. Could you please check my back? It's terribly itchy. Perhaps I've been bitten by something? Alice turned her hand around to scratch her back. Ye Feng, filled with excitement, quickly positioned himself behind her. To his dismay, he noticed a swollen patch near her strap, likely the result of an insect bite. The itchiness was unbearable. As Alice continued to scratch, her hand inadvertently brushed against the strap, resulting in a sudden pop as it snapped open. The unexpected visual impact nearly caused Ye Feng to lose his composure. In the face of this unforeseen situation, Alice remained unfazed. The mindset of Western women is quite different. They often engage in romantic relationships during high school and, on occasion, celebrate graduation by gathering the entire school in a spirited display. Thus, her perspective was far more liberal compared to that of Eastern women. Ye Feng, please help me wash my back. It's so itchy, Alice implored. Of course, right away, Ye Feng responded eagerly, assisting her in washing. It must be noted that the skin of Western women is not as delicate as that of their Eastern counterparts. It can even be somewhat coarse. However, their body temperature tends to be higher, perhaps indicating warmth within. Chun-Li, on the other hand, became a mere observer, feeling somewhat at a loss. All done. Let us return to the camp, Ye Feng. Rest assured, from this moment forth, I, Chun-Li, will no longer be duplicitous. My affections will be solely for you. She vowed, raising her hand to the sky. Ye Feng hesitated for a moment, ultimately deciding not to inform her of her father's passing. Let us head back to the camp first, he replied, fastening Alice's clothing before taking Chun-Li's hand and sprinting upstream. They had barely run 2 kilometers when Ye Feng suddenly released Chun-Li's hand, aiming his spear toward the woods. Soon, a small, bobbing creature emerged from the thicket. It was an adorable young black bear, roughly the size of a dog, with a silly demeanor. Upon spotting the humans, the little bear approached them eagerly, affectionately rubbing against Alice's calves. Ye Feng recognized it as the cub of the large black bear, a reminder of the necessity to eliminate threats at their source. Alice, kick it away. The meat of such a young bear is tender, he suggested, pulling back slightly. No. The 2 women suddenly shielded the little bear. Please don't harm it. It's so cute, Alice exclaimed, embracing the cub as it playfully licked her fair face. Ye Feng, don't kill it. How about we tame it? We could keep it tied at the cave entrance. It could serve as a lookout. Chun-Li pleaded as well. Ye Feng's gaze flickered before he ultimately lowered his spear. Indeed, an animal's alertness surpasses that of humans. Tethering the little bear at the cave could serve as a useful watch. We need to be cautious with it. Discipline is necessary, or else when it matures, it will be uncontrollable, he remarked. He pondered how Chun-Li would react if he revealed that her father had died at the hands of this cub's mother. Let us keep moving, Ye Feng urged from behind, prodding the little bear with his spear to hasten its pace. The little black bear was filled with anger, yet felt utterly helpless. After some time, Ye Feng finally returned to the campsite. He observed several women gathered together, smashing limestone into powder, while Susan sprinkled lime around the entrance of the cave. Ah, back already? Su Yun exclaimed joyfully, preparing to leap into Ye Feng's embrace, but Susan stood tall, casting a warning glance at her. Indeed, I have returned, and I bring with me a foreign friend. Alice, please introduce yourself, Ye Feng said with a smile. Hello everyone. My name is Alice, she began, but was abruptly interrupted by Ding Tuanshuan's enthusiastic exclamation. Ah, it's so adorable, as she scooped up the little black bear and lifted it high, then lowered it again. The women's fascination with the bear clearly overshadowed their interest in Alice, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, the women harbored a hint of jealousy towards her voluptuous figure, which bred a sense of rivalry. I am Naire Maisie. Pleased to meet you. Only Maisie and Alice exchanged a handshake, while Chun-Li seemed to be ignored by everyone. However, Chun-Li appeared to sense something ominous. Upon returning to the campsite, her demeanor was notably uneasy. She stumbled into the cave, and soon, the sounds of Bai Guifen's surprise echoed from within. Yet, mere moments later, Chun-Li's anguished cries pierced the air. Daddy. Ah, Daddy, I have no father. Her wails were heart-wrenching, evoking a sense of sorrow among the other women. We should store the remaining limestone in a dry area of the cave. We may need it in case of rain, Ye Feng instructed. Zhang Yin obediently complied, albeit walking with a slight limp, as her thigh wound had been cleaned several times. Essentially, she wore nothing beneath her thin skirt. Chun-Li emerged from the cave, finding the gravestone of Chun Jihua, and covered her mouth as she wept incessantly. No one approached her for comfort, not even Su Yun. It was evident that since the betrayal, the women in the camp had distanced themselves from her, with Alice being the only one who occasionally exchanged a few words with her. Let us commence with the logging. We shall erect a perimeter. Avoid using knives and daggers. Simply use stones, Ye Feng commanded. Understood, came the prompt response from the group. Ding Tuanshuan joked lightly. Yes, Lord Yi. From noon until nightfall. Ye Feng and the women felled 3 large trees, stripping them of their branches. Ding Tuanshuan, terrified by the bugs residing in the trees, screamed and scurried into the cave, refusing to come out. This spectacle elicited hearty laughter from Ye Feng and the other women. As night fell, Ye Feng retrieved the bear meat submerged in water to roast for dinner. However, the little black bear approached him, rubbing against the bear hide. This creature may seek revenge as it grows, Ye Feng warned. It won't tea. It's too adorable, Ding Tuanshuan insisted, clutching the little bear tightly. Ye Feng, weary of further debate, resolved to find an opportunity to deal with the bear. Otherwise, its size would continue to increase until it became unmanageable. After a while, Ye Feng unexpectedly emerged from the cave. Although her body remained frail, her complexion had improved. Upon her daughter's return, she had begun to regain her strength. Mother, Chun-Li gently assisted Ye Feng to a seat beside the fire. Ye Feng counted. There were a total of 7 women. He felt as though he had transformed into Wei Xiaobao. If he could manage to build a proper shelter, ruling as a local emperor on this deserted island might not be so bad after all. Return to civilized society? What a far-fetched notion. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed the little black bear standing upright, emitting a baby-like growl. Ye Feng's expression changed instantly as he snatched a torch from the fire and hurled it downstream. In the flickering light, several faces became visible. A few figures, realizing they could not remain concealed, swaggered into view. Wang Xiong, what brings you here again? Ye Feng readied his bow and arrow. The other women, not to be outdone, armed themselves with bamboo spears, adopting a defensive stance. Why did you take our women? Hand over Alice. As for Chun-Li, we no longer want her. Wang Xiong brandished a wooden stick, followed by the remaining men. Wang Tao, leaning on a cane, appeared within the crowd. Very well. Let me ask Alice directly if she wishes to accompany you, Ye Feng said, turning to Alice. She clutched a stone and resolutely shook her head. Alice, we have caught fish for you to eat and protected you over these past 3 days. Are you truly so heartless as to leave us? Obey, return to the group. And I assure you that the 3 bald men will not harm you. Long Wu interjected for the first time. Xiao Dao, you are a man of integrity. But I deceived you. I do not have a boyfriend, nor did I ask a boyfriend to build a boat for rescue. Alice dropped a bombshell. What? Long Wu's eyes twitched, his face flushed with embarrassment. It turned out that the 7 men had been outwitted by a single woman. Why? Why did you deceive me? Wang Xiong stepped forward, his face marred by tension. How dare you question me? If I had not said that, I would have likely been insulted by your subordinates on the first day. I was merely saving myself. Do you understand? Alice replied. Ye Feng silently nodded. Alice was indeed astute, far more so than Chun-Li. Wang Xiong hesitated for a moment before suddenly flashing a smile at Ye Feng. Ye Feng, you possess great skill in attracting so many women to your side. But what are your plans moving forward? Building a boat to return home? If that is your intention. With your current manpower, it might take years to construct a vessel. How about this? We merge our 2 groups. We have all the men here who can handle the labor of crafting the keel and deck, while the women from your side can weave the sails. This way, the process will be expedited, Wang Tao suggested. No need. You should return from whence you came, or do you see this bow and arrow in my hand? Ye Feng issued an eviction order. Chapter 50. You may begin on your side. Wait. He makes a valid point. Susan suddenly stepped forward. Her mind was solely preoccupied with the thought of returning home, indifferent to the grievances between Ye Feng and Wang Xiong. Sister, how can you collaborate with such a wicked bunch? Su Yun interjected hastily. I care not for who is virtuous or vile. As long as we can construct a vessel to return home, all grudges may be set aside, Susan replied. I concur. Rimiko also raised her hand in agreement. Ye Feng's countenance darkened as he observed the expressions of the women. Apart from Su Yun's dissent, the others, though silent, revealed their stance through their expressions. Their reluctance to voice agreement stemmed from their expectation of his command. If they were to ally with such brutes, it would not be long before they faced unwanted advances. For these men had only one thing on their minds, especially the trio of bald-headed men, who seemed perpetually fixated on the women's physique. Enfin, though they are nefarious, their reasoning holds merit, and we women are not suited for strenuous tasks, Ye Feng softly suggested to Ye Feng. He remained silent, his expression grim. Just when he was on the cusp of becoming a figure of influence, 7 rivals emerged, dampening his spirits. Moreover, he had no desire to return home. The desolate island felt far more comfortable. Seemingly attuned to Ye Feng's inner turmoil, Ye Feng leaned closer and whispered, Rest assured. I will not be drawn to any of them. Once they taste your essence, they will be utterly devoted to you. Of course, if you remain opposed, I shall stand by your side. After hearing her words, Ye Feng turned his gaze to the others. Big brother Yi, should we collaborate with them? Ding Tuanchuan inquired. Very well, Ye Feng sighed, then addressed Wang Xiong and his group. Your camp must be situated at least 20 meters from ours. You will be downstream while we are upstream. This stone shall serve as our boundary marker. Should you cross it, I will not hesitate to act. Ha ha. It is settled then, Wang Xiong nodded, leading his companions to their designated location to establish their camp. Susan rolled her eyes, exclaiming, How childish. setting a boundary marker. As of playing house, Ye Feng had his own plans. Shortly, he would have Wang Xiong's team fell trees to construct a fence around their area. Gather round the fire for a meeting, Ye Feng announced, ready to establish rules. The women promptly seated themselves around the fire, while Zhang Yin squatted across from them, her legs gracefully shifting. Wang Xiong's group was fixated on one thing, so when collaborating with them, it was best to minimize conversation. Any matters should be communicated to him, and he would handle the negotiations. Just as Ye Feng was about to elaborate, he noticed Zhang Yin suddenly part her legs slightly. The flickering firelight captivated his attention. What is happening? Su Yin asked. Wait, my thoughts are a bit muddled. Ye Feng ruffled his tousled hair. Meanwhile, Susan followed Ye Feng's gaze and immediately spotted Zhang Yin. Humph. Even at this moment, your mind is still on that. Ye Feng issued a few more instructions before sending the women back to the cave to rest while he took it upon himself to keep watch. Wild beasts may be manageable, but humans were far more elusive. Sure enough, in the early hours of the morning, the bald man approached the boundary marker. What are you doing? Ye Feng knocked an arrow, genuinely contemplating the act of eliminating the bald man, who was insufferably audacious. The bald man claimed he needed to borrow some food from me, promising to repay once he caught fish tomorrow. His eyes flickered with apprehension. He had been reprimanded by Ye Feng several times, leaving him with a psychological scar, particularly after that last incident where he narrowly escaped a fatal blow to his head. Then go hungry and leave quickly. Ye Feng stepped forward. Don't be like that, brother. Those women are exquisite temptations. Do not be deceived. They comply with you here on this deserted island only because they are dependent on you. Once we return, you and I will be nothing but losers in their eyes. Therefore, we should indulge ourselves with every inch of their being while we are here. When the rescue arrives, we can dispose of them entirely, the bald man urged. Huh? Ye Feng scoffed, releasing a bamboo arrow that struck the bald man's thigh with a painful yelp. You truly dared to shoot. The bald man was both astonished and terrified. Ye Feng pressed his lips together, drawing another arrow, this time aiming for the bald man's neck. Wait, I'll leave. The bald man limped away, leaving a trail of blood behind. Once the bald man departed, Ye Feng settled beside the fire. He knew he had to be ruthless. Otherwise, the bald man, accompanied by 7 others, would never acknowledge the strength on his side. Moreover, the bald man's words were provocatively compelling, even shaking the resolve of someone like Ye Feng, who prided himself on being upright. After all, who wouldn't he want to indulge in such beauty? Fortunately, the 2 bodyguards on their side were not overly lecherous. Otherwise, he would be unable to protect the women. Morning arrived swiftly, yet Ye Feng felt no fatigue. Several women lazily emerged from the cave to wash themselves by the waterfall. With bloodshot eyes, Ye Feng gazed downstream, observing Wang Xiong and his companions also washing in the creek, their envious glances occasionally darting upstream. The bald man, having been shot yesterday, was still unrepentant, incessantly conversing with the 2 bodyguards. The cacophony of birds in the jungle drowned out their words. But judging by the bald man's lewd demeanor, it was evident he was inciting the guards. After their ablutions, Long Wu personally approached the boundary marker. Ye Feng, we shall begin by using stones to break the bamboo and then cut it to suitable lengths. Meanwhile, could you weave the canvas by stripping the green skin off the bamboo? Are you skilled in wickerwork? Long Wu inquired. Ye Feng scrutinized Long Wu. There was a glimmer of righteousness in his gaze. At least he was not fixated on the women. I am familiar with wickerwork and can teach them. You may start on your end, Ye Feng replied. Excellent. Long Wu nodded, showing respect towards Ye Feng. At that moment, Wang Tao approached, leaning on his cane. Brother Xiao Dao, this arrangement is inappropriate. Our side is engaged in labor-intensive tasks, while theirs is focused on craftsmanship. Thus, they must provide us with 3 meals a day. Otherwise, we would suffer greatly, Wang Tao proclaimed loudly. He harbored an intense hatred for Ye Feng, unable to resist the urge to stir up trouble, ideally provoking a conflict between Ye Feng and Long Wu. He discerned that there was a mutual admiration between Long Wu and Ye Feng, which prevented their group of 7 men from forming a unified front. The voice of this useless individual immediately drew the attention of the others. My son was right. The people on Ye Feng's side were engaged in relatively easy tasks, thus they ought to provide us with sustenance. Should they fail to do so, we shall part ways amicably. Chapter 51. Disgusting. Keep your distance. Long Wu's expression soured as he turned to Ye Feng. What if we acquiesce to their demands? I can provide for 6 of you, but not for Wang Tao, Ye Feng replied, arms crossed. The moment Wang Tao's tail was raised, Ye Feng knew he was up to no good. What? Why? Ye Feng, are you deliberately targeting me? Wang Tao fumed, envisioning himself wielding a machine gun to execute Ye Feng 100 times over. The others were not incapacitated. They could perform physical labor, but as a cripple, Wang Tao was deemed unfit for such tasks. Since this was a cooperative endeavor, Wang Tao could not be counted among the six. Ye Feng calmly articulated his analysis. Damn it! Ye Feng, are you intentionally opposing me? Wang Tao's eyes reddened, on the verge of tears. Long Wu glanced at Wang Tao and nodded. You make a valid point. Therefore, please provide us with food for 6. What? Wang Tao exclaimed in shock. Brother Xiao Dao, how can you do this? We are a team of 7. Wang Tao felt a wave of frustration rise within him. Ye Feng had a point. Wang Tao was indeed incapable of work. Although the bald man had also suffered an arrow wound to his leg, it was not severe, making him more valuable. Long Wu offered an objective assessment. But we are a team. Should one of us be injured, does that mean we would discard you? Wang Tao attempted to salvage his standing with Long Wu. Long Wu fell silent, clearly conflicted. Ye Feng, do not attempt to sow discord among us. Your tactics are too juvenile. The bald man glared at Ye Feng, notwithstanding the shallow arrow wound, as Ye Feng had already targeted him several times. Indeed, do not attempt to divide us, echoed the bald man's 2 lackeys. Regardless, I will only provide food for 6 individuals. If the 3 of you choose to side with Wang Tao, then you must share your provisions with him. Hurry and get to work. If you do not fell 40 bamboo stalks by noon, I shall likewise withhold food from you. Ye Feng, disinterested in their protests, settled beside the fire with several women. Long Wu could only lead a few others downstream, beginning the arduous task of striking the bases of the bamboo with stones. This was physically demanding work and rather rough on their hands. After all, the effects of force are reciprocal. As they struck the bamboo, the stones also wore against their palms. Before long, the hands of the bald man and his companions had swollen. On Ye Feng's side, only 2 bamboo stalks had been cut down, while he, an experienced bamboo craftsman, began to instruct the women on weaving canvas. See, this is how you weave. Pay attention and avoid cutting your palms, Ye Feng said with a relaxed smile beside the fire. You are incredible, big brother, Ding Tuanchuan admired, gazing at Ye Feng. Since encountering Ye Feng, she felt as if he were omnipotent, akin to a deity. The women quickly began to learn, and after some contemplation, Ye Feng decided to assist them by crafting a few pairs of gloves. Otherwise, the sharp bamboo skins would surely slice through their delicate fingers. Soon, noon approached, and Ye Feng assessed the workload downstream, tossing 6 small fish to them. As for Long Wu, he received an additional piece of cured meat. For he was the strongest among them, and it was essential to win him over and fragment their collective strength. The trio of bald men clutched 3 small fish, while Wang Tao looked on enviously. Fear not, Wang Tao, I keep my promises. Come, let us share with you. Consequently, they divided a portion of fish with Wang Tao, and the 4 of them enjoyed the 3 small fish together. Time passed slowly, and the old bamboo craftsman Ye Feng's hands moved with increasing speed. At that moment, a 5-square-meter bamboo mat was woven at the cave's entrance, suitable for use as either a sail or a cooling mat. Downstream, Long Wu began to bore holes in the bamboo with a dagger. Ye Feng roasted 6 more small fish and handed them to Long Wu, adhering to the customary practice of providing him with a small piece of cured meat. The trio of bald men had not satiated their hunger at noon, and now they eagerly gnawed at the 3 small fish. Hey, share some with me. I haven't eaten yet. Wang Tao exclaimed in surprise. The bald man paused momentarily and replied slowly, You haven't done much work, so missing a meal is of little consequence. We, however, have labored all day. It's best to rest now, for sleep will alleviate our hunger. You can't do this. We are a team. Wang Tao, flustered, protested. Wang Xiong approached and handed half a fish to Wang Tao. Son, eat up. However, Wang Tao snatched the entire fish and devoured it voraciously. Though this good-for-nothing may have been ineffective, his size allowed him to finish Wang Xiong's fish in just a few bites. Ah, how satisfying. Wang Tao patted his belly, a look of contentment on his face. Wang Xiong sighed, left to sit in hunger. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a tantalizing aroma wafting upstream. There, he saw Ye Feng grilling a large piece of meat over the fire, sizzling and oozing oil, accompanied by the melodious laughter of several women echoing from afar. Wang Xiong glanced back at his companions. Long Wu and another bodyguard had already leaned against a rock, sound asleep. while the trio of bald men curled up on the ground, snoring softly. This was a stark contrast between heaven and hell. Ha ha ha, stop it. You're going to make me laugh myself to death. Zhang Yin playfully punched Ye Feng. Moments ago, he had shared a rural joke that nearly left the women gasping for breath. Even Susan couldn't help but turn her head away to suppress her laughter. Dear ladies, I have also crafted gloves for you. Tomorrow, you shall not harm your hands, Ye Feng announced, producing 3 pairs of gloves made from bare inner skin, as the outer skin was too rigid for finger movement. How wonderful. I want them. Please give them to me. Look at my hands. Big brother, please. The women instantly began to jostle for the gloves. Allow me to take charge. Today, the fastest weavers were Susan, by Ye Feng, and Raimai, while the others worked at a leisurely pace and thus received no gloves. After stating this, Ye Feng distributed the gloves to the 3 industrious women. Although Su Yun exerted herself, she was accustomed to a life of privilege and lacked practical skills. Zhang Yin was even less capable, having never lifted a finger, managing to produce less than 20 square centimeters in a day. Ding Tuan Tuan performed the worst, relegated to merely assisting from the sidelines. Big brother, let me keep watch tonight. I need to prove myself, Ding Tuan Tuan suddenly declared. Very well, Ye Feng replied, take up the bow and arrow. While you may not excel in many areas, your archery has reached at least 30% of my skill, so I formally accept you as my named disciple. Henceforth, I appoint you as the Grand Marshal of Night Watch, Ye Feng stated with gravity. Ding Tuan Tuan puffed out her chest proudly as she accepted the composite bow from Ye Feng. The other women exchanged glances and couldn't help but giggle. At that moment, Ye Feng felt a warm sensation at his feet. It turned out that a little black bear was licking him. How revolting. Get away. Ye Feng kicked at the bear, which rolled away but quickly got back up and resumed licking Alice's instep. Chapter 52. Never enough to eat. We need to name this creature, don't you think? I've decided on Little Licking Dog. Does anyone object? Ye Feng inquired. That seems rather hasty. I think Little Blackie would be quite fitting. Let us call it Little Tuan Tuan. Please don't misuse my name. After some debate, the name Little Licking Dog was tentatively agreed upon. Finally, it was time to rest. Ye Feng, concerned about Ding Tuan Tuan's reliability, volunteered to keep her company during the night watch. Inside the cave, the 6 women were already asleep, emitting soft, cat-like snores. Tuan Tuan, I'll take a quick nap. You keep watch for the first half of the night. If you grow tired, wake me up. You cannot simply fall asleep without alerting me, understood? Ye Feng instructed. Rest assured, am I that useless? Ding Tuan Tuan replied, somewhat disgruntled. Ha ha. Ye Feng affectionately ruffled her chubby little head and settled down beside the fire to sleep. It was unclear how long he had been asleep when he suddenly sat up, hearing shouts from downstream. What the heck? Something up in the trees is throwing excrement at us. I got hit on the head. Upon turning his head, Ye Feng saw Ding Tuan Tuan sitting with her back to him, clutching her spear tightly and remaining as still as a mountain. However, a gentle push caused her to topple over, emitting soft, cat-like snores. Sighing, Ye Feng picked up the nearby composite bough and hurled a torch downstream. The commotion awakened Long Wu and the others, who were now running back and forth at the edge of the bamboo forest, casting furious glances upward. Ye Feng grabbed another torch and threw it fiercely into the air above the bamboo grove. There, wild monkeys were nimbly leaping about, occasionally dropping objects that struck the bald heads of several individuals, causing them to yelp in distress. Long Wu seized a bamboo spear, his body taut as a string. After the bamboo spear soared 10 meters into the sky, it was immediately obstructed by the dense foliage and fell helplessly to the ground. Ye Feng took a deep breath, utilizing the moonlight above to lift his composite bough. With a swift motion, a wild monkey plummeted to the ground. Ha ha ha, we've dispatched this creature. The trio of bald heads rejoiced, rushing over to the fallen monkey to deliver a final blow. Ye Feng once again drew his bow, aiming for another wild monkey. However, the cunning creature retreated deep into the bamboo thicket, where the thick leaves obscured both Ye Feng's line of sight and his arrows. Moments later, Long Wu approached, wielding a spear. Thank you, Ye Feng. Your archery skills are commendable, he remarked, tossing the carcass of the wild monkey to him. This is the prey you brought down. I return it to you. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than Wang Tao limped over. Brother Xiao Dao, you are blissfully unaware of hunger. If you do not wish to eat, why return it to Ye Feng? Wang Tao exclaimed angrily. Long Wu, accustomed to sharing a fish and a piece of salted meat, felt no hunger, unlike Wang Tao. Ye Feng picked up the dead monkey, and suddenly, an idea struck him. Wang Tao, if you wish to share in the food. Very well. Tomorrow at dawn, you shall go to the beach alone and bring back some salt, at least 5 kilograms. If you can accomplish this, I shall guarantee your provisions in the future, Ye Feng proposed. Although collecting salt was time-consuming, it required little skill. Even someone as inept as Wang Tao could manage it. Go alone. What if I am devoured by wild beasts? Wang Tao protested. Let Chun-Li accompany me. You useless fool, if you are unwilling to go, then prepare to starve, Ye Feng replied, preparing to retreat with the monkey's carcass. Wait, I will go. Is that not sufficient? Wang Tao, filled with resentment, capitulated for the sake of food. Very well. I shall await your good news tomorrow, Ye Feng said as he returned to the fire, cradling Ding Tuanchuan back into the cave to ensure she could have a restful sleep. After all, she was still a 15-year-old girl. Ye Feng did not expect her to contribute much, as long as she did not betray him. Long Wu glanced at Ye Feng with deep admiration, nodding slightly. This leader was exceedingly harsh to outsiders, but remarkably kind to his own. No wonder the women willingly chose to follow him. As the night dimmed and the stars flickered, dawn soon approached. Although Ye Feng had kept watch through the latter half of the night, he felt no fatigue. Rising, he gazed downstream. Wang Tao had already shouldered his pack, bidding farewell to his father, preparing to venture to the beach for salt. Long Wu resumed drilling holes in the bamboo. Once all the holes were completed, they could take these semi-finished products to the beach for assembly and set sail toward home. However, Ye Feng was indifferent to their shipbuilding progress. Turning around, he noticed Raimai Zi stepping out first. Ah Feng, come here for a moment, please. Her voice was both urgent and enticing. Ye Feng's heart raced. Surely, she did not wish for my assistance? Thus, the two stealthily concealed themselves behind the waterfall. 20 minutes later, Ye Feng emerged from behind, letting out a hearty belch. Rico, it seems your recent meals have been quite satisfactory. However, I desire a change in palate. Perhaps next time you could refrain from consuming salted meat and indulge in more fruits, Ye Feng said earnestly. Uft, you're insufferable. The flavors there have nothing to do with what I consume. Rico couldn't help but chuckle. The trio of bald men had been diligently occupied, yet they observed the scene intently. Goodness, the upstream is akin to paradise, while our downstream existence resembles a hellish plight. How I long to join them. As breakfast was prepared, Ye Feng handed over 6 small fish and a piece of salted meat to the individuals downstream. The bald men had already consumed 2 small fish the previous day, and the fat content in the fish could not compare to that of bear meat, leaving them quite famished. Ye Feng, could you possibly provide larger fish next time? This merely ensures we don't starve, but it hardly satiates our hunger, the bald man remarked. Indeed, you cannot be so miserly, Wang Xiong added. Ye Feng surveyed his yard, and a flicker of inspiration crossed his face. Very well, but you must assist me with some additional tasks. If performed satisfactorily, I shall grant you an extra piece of salted meat with each meal, Ye Feng proposed. What tasks? The bald man inquired hastily. Simple enough. Help me fell some sturdy trees, at least as thick as a thigh. Strip them of their branches and sharpen the ends to form stakes. I require them for constructing a fence, Ye Feng explained. Building a fence is indeed a labor-intensive endeavor. Although Ye Feng could manage it himself, it would undoubtedly consume considerable time. With these free laborers at his disposal, he would be remiss not to utilize them. Furthermore, salted meat and fish were readily available to Ye Feng, and as for salt, he could send Wang Tao to the beach to gather some, requiring only a filtration through ash. Essentially, he could have these robust men serve him with minimal effort, akin to the metaphor of catching a wolf barehanded. The bald men fell silent, exchanging glances. By the way, my salted meat is quite delectable. Don't just take my word for it. Ask Long Wu, Ye Feng chuckled. Chapter 53, an exquisite delicacy indeed. Long Wu nodded in affirmation. The bald man and his 2 companions conferred and finally gave a slight nod. All right, from now on, the 3 of us will construct bamboo rafts in the morning and assist you with logging in the afternoon. We hope you keep your word, the bald man stated. And I too shall join. Wang Xiong and another bodyguard stepped forward. As all 5 men had only consumed a single small fish, they were in dire need of sustenance to replenish their energy. Very well. Although supporting all 5 of you may be somewhat burdensome, greater capabilities entail greater responsibilities. Ye Feng shrugged, feigning a troubled expression. Speaking of which, it seemed that only Long Wu was adept at fishing, and even he found it quite challenging. Despite the abundance of fish in the stream, they were quite agile when it came to capturing them. Ye Feng, however, understood the habits of the fish. Suddenly, Long Wu glanced at the compound bow in Ye Feng's hand. "May I have a look?" he inquired, having witnessed the bow's power firsthand the previous night, where a single arrow soared over 30 meters, striking down a wild monkey. He was eager to learn more. Though he was capable of crafting bows and arrows, he could only produce a single-piece bow, which lacked the potency of Ye Feng's creation. Moreover, his expertise lay in firearms, leaving him far inferior to Ye Feng in the realm of melee weapons. Ye Feng's body stiffened momentarily, yet he ultimately extended the composite bow forward, his hand inadvertently brushing against the dagger at his waist. Indeed, it was masterfully crafted, a clear testament to the maker's diligence. Long Wu returned the composite bow to Ye Feng. "I shall teach you when time permits." "Very well, I shall return to my tasks," Long Wu replied as he made his way downstream. Ye Feng turned to observe that several women had busied themselves with their work. With gloves on, Susan wove increasingly faster, closely followed by Raimai. The skills of the others, however, were rather mediocre. Just as he was about to sit down, a piercing scream echoed from downstream. A bald-headed thug clutched his head, blood streaming profusely. Concurrently, the air above the bamboo grove was filled with the raucous cries of wild monkeys. "Curse it! Those beasts are back again." Ye Feng knocked an arrow, aiming skyward. Though diminutive in size, these monkeys were agile in the jungle and adept at launching projectiles from heights. A blow to the head could prove fatal. "This is bad. Ye Feng, we need your help," the bald thug shouted, clutching his head. Long Wu and another bodyguard hurled bamboo spears into the air, but they fell helplessly after barely ascending a few meters. Ye Feng took a deep breath and released a trio of bamboo arrows in swift succession. Thud! 2 wild monkeys plummeted to the ground. Yet the third arrow was diverted from its course by the dense foliage. These creatures are a considerable nuisance if left to their own devices. Ye Feng felt a heaviness in his heart. Li Chong, don't you dare die," the bald thug wailed as he cradled his injured comrade. Ye Feng hesitated momentarily before crossing the boundary marker. He beheld the unfortunate fellow, blood gushing from his head, and it was evident he was on the brink of death. These beasts had been hurling stones. Although each stone weighed only a couple of kilograms, from a height of 20 meters, they could easily claim a life. Ye Feng surveyed the area around the cave entrance. Thankfully, there were no towering trees nearby. Otherwise, they too would be in peril. "Li Chong is done for," the bald thug cried out. "Bring him over to me." Ye Feng responded decisively. His intention was not out of compassion, but rather a desire to retain a strong laborer. Hoping to salvage the situation, the bald thug and his companions hastily carried Li Chong towards the boundary marker. Notably, Wang Xiong inadvertently stepped over the marker. Ye Feng, without hesitation, swung his dagger fiercely. "Ouch! Why did you cut me?" Wang Xiong exclaimed, clutching his bleeding arm, glaring at Ye Feng. "Only Li Chong may cross. Do not think to take advantage of the chaos. Return to your downstream tasks." With that, Ye Feng hoisted the unconscious Li Chong with ease, his strength having significantly increased, lifting the over 130-pound man effortlessly. "Everyone else, please continue downstream. I must attend to him," Ye Feng stated coldly, bearing Li Chong upon his shoulder. "Can I stay by his side to assist?" the bald thug inquired. "What do you think?" A glint of cold light flashed in Ye Feng's eyes. Thus, a few individuals had no choice but to return downstream. The wild monkeys, having lost 2 of their number to gunfire, would temporarily cease their harassment. However, these creatures are notoriously vengeful and are likely to return before long. Li Chong was placed beside the fire, and Ye Feng cast a glance at his head, which bore a dent from a blow. It seemed he would not survive, yet Ye Feng resolved to make an effort. He prepared a broth with the helmet to offer him, and whether he would live or not depended on fate, Ye Feng remarked. A few women expressed reluctance, but ultimately complied with Ye Feng's orders. Time passed slowly, and soon it was midday. Li Chong still exhibited faint breaths, yet remained in a comatose state. "Ha ha ha, Ye Feng. Look, we have felled 5 logs." The bald men, each carrying a log, approached the boundary marker. "All right, insert the logs into the earth and pound them firmly with stones to secure the stakes," Ye Feng instructed. "Understood." The 4 immediately began the task, while Ye Feng stood by, hands clasped behind his back, directing them. "Drive them deeper. At least half of the logs must be buried in the soil, or they won't withstand the assault of large beasts. Put some effort into it. Have you not eaten? All right, my 4 friends, here is your well-deserved sustenance," Ye Feng said. handing over 4 fish and 4 pieces of salted meat. The bald men, panting from exhaustion, broke into smiles at the sight of food. Upon returning downstream, the 4 eagerly began to eat. Delicious. This salted meat is the finest fare I have ever tasted. One of the bald men savored the meat slowly, reluctant to devour it all at once. Indeed, it is truly a delicacy, Wang Tao echoed, having sampled many gourmet dishes but finding this salted meat uniquely flavorful. Ye Feng smirked and retreated to his own camp. The 5 wooden stakes merely marked 1% of the boundary wall. To enclose the entire cave entrance would likely require several hundred stakes. As night fell, Li Chang remained unconscious, yet Wang Tao returned, brandishing a spear in one hand and carrying a dozen bamboo tubes on his back. Ye Feng, I'm back, he announced, placing the tubes on the ground. Upon inspection, Ye Feng discovered a white substance inside, weighing approximately 2 kilograms. I've been hungry all day. Hurry up and give me something to eat, Wang Tao urged anxiously. Having set out in the morning and returned at night, he had only nibbled on some grass along the way, leaving his stomach completely empty. Ye Feng hesitated briefly before tossing him the smallest fish. Here, eat this, he indicated. What? I toiled all day to bring you salt, and you give me just this little fish? Wang Tao exclaimed, his eyes reddening. I told you to gather 5 kilograms, yet look at this, barely 2 kilograms. This fish is a gesture of humanitarianism. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have scraps to consume, Ye Feng retorted bluntly. He understood Wang Tao's character well. Once this wasteful individual was sated, he would inevitably seek to cause trouble. You cannot do this. Look at me. I've become so thin, I am starving. What good does this do for you? Wang Tao's body trembled with anger. If you won't eat it, then return it to me, Ye Feng said, reaching out for the small fish. No, I will eat it, Wang Tao replied helplessly, taking the fish downstream. Rimaizi, please filter this white substance into salt using the wood ash, Ye Feng instructed. Understood, Rimaizi replied, busily getting to work. Meanwhile, Ye Feng sat beside the fire, stretching lazily with a contented expression. Such days are delightful. It feels as though I have done nothing, yet have reaped so much labor. I cannot allow these fellows to catch on. Ye Feng suddenly straightened up and slowly made his way downstream. Baldy, starting tomorrow, I will only need 2 people to help me build the wall. The other 2 can continue assisting with the bamboo raft, as returning home is of utmost importance. Ye Feng stated, a hint of difficulty in his tone. Then, will those who are making the bamboo raft also receive extra salted meat? Wang Xiong suddenly inquired. I apologize, but constructing the bamboo raft is not my personal task. Thus there is only 1 small fish to share, no salted meat. Only those who assist me with the wall will receive salted meat. However, my supply of salted meat is currently quite limited, so I can only hire 2 people. I lack the means to employ the other 2, Ye Feng explained. In truth, he had plenty of salted meat, but he needed to incite competition among the 4. If they realized his intent, a collective strike would surely ensue. Whatever, Wang Xiong was the first to catch on. Having once been a capitalist himself and sensing Ye Feng's scheme, the others turned away in anger. You 4 can discuss it among yourselves. I can only hire 2 people. I'm leaving now, Ye Feng announced, returning upstream. Suddenly, a low rumble of thunder echoed in the sky, followed by a torrential downpour. Ye Feng quickly led the women into a cave for shelter, while the men downstream could only shiver in the rain. The night was already cold, and being drenched only exacerbated their discomfort. Reluctantly, the 6 men huddled together for warmth, occasionally sneezing. The cave, treated with lime water, had significantly reduced the mosquito population, and the women easily dispatched the remaining pests. They then stood at the cave's entrance, gazing at the pitiful sight of the men downstream. A sense of superiority blossomed within them, and they instinctively inched closer to Ye Feng. Thankfully, they had chosen wisely, following the wilderness survival expert Ye Feng instead of Wang Tao's group. Who knows how miserable it could have been. An hour later, the rain ceased. Though the night remained chilly, Long Wu took quite some time to kindle a flame, adding some damp firewood to it. The 6 men stripped down to their bare skin, seeking warmth by the fire downstream. Oh, that person just moved, Rimaizi suddenly remarked. Ye Feng quickly approached. He found Li Chang opening his eyes and slowly sitting up. The sight of the plump and slender figures in the cave caused Li Chang's gaze to turn a shade of crimson. However, the next moment, he suddenly felt around his pants. What is happening? Upon seeing you all, I often feel a sense of familiarity, yet now, why is it that I feel nothing? Li Chang, in a state of alarm, rushed out of the cave, only to be met with despair upon confirmation of his fears. What on earth is happening? What is wrong with me? His voice quavered with emotion. What is the matter with him? Li Maisie inquired, her expression one of confusion. At that moment, Alice spoke up. The injury on his head must have affected his pituitary gland, which is quite serious. Ye Feng glanced at Alice with renewed respect. She possessed a surprising depth of knowledge. Ah, does that mean he has been rendered incapable? Chun-Li remarked. One could say that. He is indeed incapacitated, but the thoughts will still linger in his mind, which is the most tormenting aspect, Alice concluded, drawing a cross over her chest. I cannot believe this. How could this happen? I refuse to accept it. Li Chong roared at the sky, but his cries changed nothing. Will his body become weaker? Ye Feng inquired further. Not at all. Since he cannot procreate, his vitality will actually surpass that of an ordinary person, Alice explained. Oh, Ye Feng felt a glimmer of hope. Currently, the camp housed 7 women and only 1 man, himself. To be frank, Ye Feng felt considerable pressure. Should danger arise, these women possessed no combat prowess. However, having Li Chong by his side would make a significant difference. With that thought, Ye Feng donned a paternal smile and placed a reassuring hand on Li Chong's shoulder. This fellow, short and sturdy, was indeed a capable worker. Li Chong, do not be too disheartened. From now on, you shall accompany me. I will find a way to help you recover. I come from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, and with some time, I am certain I can cure your ailment, Ye Feng said earnestly. Really? Is that true? Brother Feng, I shall rely on you from now on. Li Chong sighed in relief. Rest assured, whenever I have the time, I will dedicate myself to your treatment. However, you must also heed my guidance. As long as you comply, not only will you reside in the cave and live amongst these women, but I shall also ensure your sustenance, Ye Feng assured him. Women? Li Chong turned to glance at the 7 women, then at his own trousers, letting out a resigned sigh. Very well, Brother Feng, I shall heed your words. But you must ensure my recovery. Li Chong had no choice but to comply with Ye Feng. Hey, someone, prepare a piece of salted meat for Brother Li Chong. He is now one of us, Ye Feng instructed. Before long, Li Chong was gnawing on the salted meat. However, Ye Feng remained ever vigilant of Li Chong, fearful of his potential recovery. Moving forward, the herbs collected for Li Chong would need to be approached in reverse. Otherwise, should this fellow regain his strength, the women would be in peril. The night passed uneventfully, and soon dawn arrived. The bald man immediately spotted Li Chong. Ah, Xiao Chong, you have finally recovered. Come over here. The bald man beckoned. Yet, Li Chong turned his gaze towards Ye Feng, taking a step back instead. I am now Brother Feng's subordinate. Do not call me Xiao Chong any longer, do you understand? Li Chong was acutely aware of the changing dynamics and unceremoniously betrayed the bald man. You? The bald man's eyes narrowed. Ye Feng spoke up, addressing the bald man. From now on, you shall refer to him as Brother Chong. For the distribution of provisions will be entrusted to Xiao Chong. Should you fail to curry favor with him, he may very well spit in your food. The bald man, infuriated, stormed downstream with a violent flick of his hand. Chapter 55, United We Stand. Ye Feng cannot exploit us. Wang Tao hesitated for a moment before shouldering his bamboo tube, resolved to venture onto the beach to harvest salt. He had made up his mind to fulfill the 5-kilogram task this time, for failure would mean enduring hunger once more. Upon reaching the lower stream, he nibbled on some tender grass, which alleviated his hunger somewhat. Ye Feng was busy crafting baskets upstream, while only Long Wu toiled at the lower stream. The other 4 sat nearby, their faces etched with anger as they conspired. Indeed, 5 minutes later, the 4 seized their bamboo spears and stormed towards the boundary marker. Ye Feng, do not overstep your bounds. We 4 have come to an agreement. Should you attempt to eliminate 2 among us, we shall collectively strike. Wang Xiong declared. Ye Feng exhaled in relief, having anticipated a more confrontational approach from the 4. Very well, from now on, I shall provide food solely to Long Wu. As for the rest of you, I regret to inform you that even that little fish is off the table, Ye Feng replied indifferently. You? Damn it. There are 4 of us men, we will take him on, Wang Xiong retorted, leading his companions across the boundary marker. Everyone come help, Ye Feng barked. Engaging in battle with the bodyguard. The bodyguard, already no match for Ye Feng, weakened further after days of starvation and labor, finding himself overwhelmed. Meanwhile, on the other side, 7 women, along with Li Chong, were beating Wang Xiong and his companions, leaving them battered and bruised. The skirmish concluded swiftly. and Ye Feng cast a cold smile at the bodyguard sprawled on the ground. You four had best return. I haven't even unleashed my full strength yet. Reluctantly, Wang Xiong and his companions retreated to the sidelines. Downstream, a jungle tiger, weighing nearly half a ton, was making its way slowly, causing chaos in its wake. A wild monkey, perched 10 meters high in the branches, emitted sharp, frantic cries, alerting other creatures of the impending danger. Its shrill voice seemed to provoke the jungle tiger. In a single bound, the tiger leapt onto the tree, its powerful tail swaying gently to maintain balance. The frightened monkey, overcome with terror, attempted to escape by jumping to another tree. However, the tiger's climbing prowess was formidable. It lunged mid-air, capturing the monkey with precision. With a swift motion of its claws, the monkey was torn asunder. Having dispatched the monkey, the jungle tiger continued its patrol upstream. Its territory lay at the lake downstream. But the upper reaches were occupied by a formidable black bear. While the bear was alive, it marked its territory with urine every couple of days. However, since its demise, the scent had grown fainter, and a torrential downpour the previous night had washed away the lingering odor. Detecting the diminishing scent of the bear's urine, the tiger surmised that the bear had either met with misfortune or vacated its territory. Thus, it could no longer restrain itself and boldly ventured into the bear's domain. Although the jungle tiger may not be able to overpower the black bear, its intimidating presence is far more formidable to smaller creatures. The tiger's prowess in swimming and climbing trees, coupled with its unparalleled speed on land, renders it almost invincible across terrestrial, aquatic, and aerial domains. Rest assured, brother, we would rather starve than assist him in building a wall, attempting to suppress us with his capitalist tricks, declared the bald man resolutely. Indeed, as long as we stand united, Ye Feng shall not exploit us, Wang Xiong concurred with a nod. However, scarcely had he finished speaking when his stomach began to grumble ominously. How about this? Today, my companion and I will lend a hand to Ye Feng, ensuring we do not perish from hunger, and tomorrow, you and your followers can assist him as well. This way, we could alternate between hunger and satiation, at least preventing death, Wang Xiong suggested unexpectedly. Don't even try that with me. I know your true intentions. You wish to eliminate us and leave us unemployed, the bald man retorted, finally dropping his facade. Huh, isn't that what you secretly desire? Wang Xiong stood up defiantly. Before long, the four of them had quarreled their way to Ye Feng's boundary marker. Ye Feng, I, Wang Xiong, am willing to help you with logging, Wang Xiong announced first. Ye Feng, my companions and I are also eager to assist you, the bald man chimed in. As Ye Feng savored his grilled fish, he sauntered over to the boundary marker while chewing. All four of you wish to work for me? Ye Feng inquired, spitting out a fishbone slowly. Indeed, my companions and I are young and vigorous, far more capable than that middle-aged man, the bald man boasted, flexing his muscles. Wang Xiong, unwilling to be outdone, replied. While I may not be as strong as him, my extensive experience allows me to employ skillful techniques. To hell with that. Skillful techniques? Isn't that just a euphemism for slacking off? Who are you insulting? The two men immediately erupted into a heated argument, nearly overwhelming Ye Feng's patience. Enough. Here's the plan. You four shall undergo a trial period for 1 day to see who can fell the most trees and perform the best work. However, let me make it clear, there will be no food provided during this trial, Ye Feng declared. All right, I'm in, the bald man exclaimed, rushing into the forest with his companion. Let us go, Dahai. We shall join them, Wang Xiong asserted, eager to follow. Ye Feng shrugged and returned to his fire. As midday approached, observing the fervor with which the four labored, he decided to reward them with a small fish each. While it was not enough to satiate their hunger, it would prevent starvation. As for Long Wu, Ye Feng maintained his previous generosity, providing him with a fish and a piece of salted meat. As he felt grateful for Long Wu's past assistance, suddenly, trouble arose. The wild monkeys were back. The four men, clutching their heads, scrambled out of the woods, only to hear the cacophony of chaos in the sky. Ye Feng's previously buoyant mood was swiftly dashed. He seized his compound bow, aiming at the monkeys above. This time, he spotted the leader, a massive monkey king. If he could eliminate this king, the remaining monkeys would scatter, no longer a threat to his tranquil existence. Just as Ye Feng focused on the monkey king, a cacophony erupted. Squeak, squeak, caw-caw. The monkey king glanced downstream and, in a sudden turn, fled deep into the jungle, distancing himself from the creek's water source. Ye Feng felt an unsettling premonition and quickly positioned himself atop the boundary stone, peering downstream. The chirping of birds in the forest seemed to vanish, leaving an eerie silence. Long Wu, at the lowest point of the stream, also climbed onto a rock to gaze downstream. In the next moment, he dropped his tools, panic-stricken, and dashed towards Ye Feng. "What's wrong?" Ye Feng asked, his voice laced with caution. "A tiger! A tiger!" Long Wu shouted in alarm. "What?" Ye Feng retreated a few steps, a flicker of fear crossing his face. Although he possessed considerable strength, he had not yet become arrogant enough to confront a tiger head-on. It is well known that a tiger's muscle mass constitutes 70% of its body, while the strongest human, Bruce Lee, boasts a mere 15%. Moreover, the bone density of a tiger is 7 times that of a human. In the jungle, tigers reign as natural kings, agilely leaping through the dense foliage. Chapter 56. Into the cave, secure the door, hurry. Into the cave and secure the door. As soon as Ye Feng uttered these words, 7 women and Li Chong hastily sought refuge in the cave, trembling as they gazed downstream. At that moment, Long Wu and the remaining 4 rushed to the cave entrance. After a brief moment of hesitation, recognizing their potential usefulness, Ye Feng allowed them all inside and firmly secured the wooden door. The banks of the stream fell silent, save for a solitary alarm bird emitting frantic cries from a nearby branch. In the next instant, Ye Feng's eyes widened in shock. Downstream, a yellow and black striped tiger sauntered into view, its size comparable to that of a calf, weighing at least half a ton. Everyone remained silent. "The tiger appears to be well fed," Ye Feng cautioned, gradually retreating. The others instinctively followed suit, moving deeper into the cave. The tiger approached the campfire, sniffing the bare skin draped over a branch. A low growl erupted, and the tiger suddenly lifted its leg, urinating on the bare skin before its amber eyes turned towards the cave entrance. Ye Feng slowly raised his spear, swallowing hard as his hands trembled. The tiger finally reached the cave entrance, rising on its hind legs and striking the wooden door forcefully. The entire door shuddered, a joint loosening under the impact. "Shoo!" Ding Tuanshuan tightly covered her mouth. "Retreat further inside," Ye Feng whispered. However, the cave, merely 10 meters deep, was already cramped with over a dozen people, leaving little room to maneuver. The tiger seemed to have caught the scent of humanity. It suddenly retreated a few steps and then lunged at the wooden door with tremendous force. Creak! The door, crafted from tree trunks as thick as a human arm, did not yield to the tiger's strength, which, though formidable, was less than that of a bear. Ye Feng exhaled in relief, his expression gradually easing. "Thank goodness we installed a door here, otherwise, we would all be doomed." Once assured of their safety, the bald man stepped forward. "Hand me the spear." He took the spear from by Ye Feng and thrust it through the gap in the door towards the jungle tiger. Roar! The jungle tiger let out a piercing howl, swinging its paw fiercely at the wooden door. A deep gash, 5 centimeters in length, suddenly appeared on the hard wood. "Ha ha ha! You brute, can't get in now, can you?" "I'll poke again," said the bald man, thrusting towards the crack in the door once more. "Stop poking. Just scare it away," Ye Feng interjected. He could discern that the tiger, having just feasted, had no intention of attacking humans. It merely sought to mark its territory. "Ye Feng, you are far too timid. The tiger cannot enter anyway. Hand me your compound bow. I shall slay it with a single arrow," the bald man stated matter-of-factly. Just then, the tiger suddenly glanced upward. The cave was essentially a vertical crevice in the stone. The wooden door stood over 3 meters high, merely guarding the wider bottom section, while above there remained a half-meter gap. With a roar, the tiger leapt gracefully, akin to a cat, directly over the wooden door. "Damn it!" The bald man was so frightened, he nearly lost control of himself and hurriedly squeezed into the throng. "This mess you've caused. Hurry and block the tiger." Ye Feng pushed the bald man towards the entrance. The tiger, large in stature, seemed to possess the ability to contort its body, as it squeezed through the half-meter-wide stone gap and landed with a thud inside the cave. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" Ding Tuanshuan was the first to scream, her piercing voice echoing throughout the cavern. "What do we do now? Damn it! Shall we confront it together?" The crowd pressed inward. Upon landing in the cave, the tiger strode directly towards the bald man. "Let me in," the bald man pleaded desperately, yet a massive paw rested heavily upon his shoulder. "Ah!" In the next instant, the tiger's claw swiped down gently, stripping the flesh from the bald man's right arm as if it were cooked, exposing the vivid red bone beneath. "This cannot continue." We must fight back. Ye Feng seized a spear with a barbed tip and thrust it fiercely towards the tiger. Long Wu was the second to react, lunging forward with his bamboo spear. With a roar, the tiger casually swiped its paw, causing Ye Feng's spear to fly from his grasp while he was sent crashing sideways. Long Wu's bamboo spear did strike the tiger, yet it barely grazed its fur. At that moment, Susan seized the opportunity. She drew her dagger and pulled back her body. In the next instant, the dagger flew from her hand, embedding itself directly into the tiger's face. With a roar, the tiger was thoroughly incensed. It leapt into the crowd, its paw crashing downwards. Ye Feng was immediately flattened to the ground. Mother! Chun-Li attempted to pull Ye Feng away, but the tiger clamped down on her shoulder with its jaws. In the next moment, a torrent of blood gushed forth. Let us fight back. Ye Feng had circled around to the cave's entrance, yet he did not flee. Instead, he picked up a broken spear and jabbed it at the tiger's rear. With a thud, it penetrated successfully, but the tiger's steel-like tail lashed across his cheek, spinning him around and sending him tumbling to the ground. Long Wu retrieved the dagger from the floor and suddenly leapt onto the tiger's back, stabbing down fiercely. Roar! 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 The tiger roared furiously, attempting to throw Long Wu off its back. Yet Long Wu clung tightly to the tiger's fur with one hand, while relentlessly stabbing with the other. Ye Feng recognized the fleeting opportunity and rushed forward to grasp the tiger's tail with one hand, while the other wielded the broken spear, thrusting vigorously. The tiger's roar transformed into a wretched scream. Suddenly, it flipped over, shaking Long Wu off its back, and with a snap of its jaws, bit down on Long Wu's backside. Ah! Long Wu cried out in agony, blood pouring forth. Several women had retreated to the deepest part of the cave. Yet Susan bravely stepped forward, picking up a composite bough from the ground. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. At last, 1 arrow found its mark, piercing the tiger's eye. The beast let out a pained cry and, in a surge of ferocity, leaped above the wooden door and fled downstream in a panic. Once the tiger had departed, Ye Feng covered his face, noticing the swelling and the fresh cut on his palm from the spear slipping. The most grievous was Chun-Li. Her shoulder collapsed, blood flowing incessantly. Ye Feng had been struck in the chest and lapsed into unconsciousness. As for the bald man, he had succumbed entirely to unconsciousness, blood gushing forth, his right arm exposing bone, beyond even divine intervention. Come, let us take them outside the cave, Ye Feng said, his words slurred. The women took 5 more minutes to recover, tremblingly lifting the 3 injured individuals outside. Long Wu, with a bite on his backside, had to use the bamboo spear as a crutch, standing behind the others. Ugh! Su Yun covered her mouth, unable to bear the sight of their wounds. Ding Tuanshuan, however, did not shy away, confronting the gruesome scene head-on. Water! I need water! Chun-Li was the first to regain consciousness, weakly calling out. All right. Ye Feng quickly fetched a helmet full of water and brought it to Chun-Li's lips. Chapter 57. How should these 3 be dealt with? Chun-Li took a sip, but immediately spat it out. Ah Feng, where is my mother? A glimmer of awareness returned to her eyes. Yet Ye Feng felt a sinking sensation in his heart. She merely fainted. She would awaken shortly. Ye Feng rested Chun-Li's head on his thigh, gently brushing her hair back. Ah Feng, I'm sorry. Can you forgive me? Chun-Li spoke weakly. You have done nothing wrong. In a civilized society, those who seek wealth tend to thrive. If I were a woman, I too would choose a wealthy partner. It is only natural. Ye Feng realized something and softly consoled her. Thank you, Ah Feng. You truly are a good person. Please take care of my mother, Chun-Li said slowly, blood spilling from her lips. The others gathered around, their expressions somber, with Su Yun quietly sobbing. It is my duty, you need not worry. I will also care for Aunt Bai, Ye Feng replied gently. A faint smile appeared on Chun-Li's face, but then her eyes widened in alarm. Ah Feng, has it grown dark? Why can't I see? Ah Feng, I can't see. Am I blind? Chun-Li's voice trembled with despair. Ye Feng let out a deep sigh, holding Chun-Li tightly in his embrace. By midday, Chun-Li had passed away. In her final moments, the unconscious Ye Feng convulsed a few times. He too was at the brink. Li Chong sat beside the bald man, gesturing towards his ashen face. Give him some water, Ye Feng instructed, then turned his gaze towards Long Wu. Long Wu could not sit. He lay sprawled on the ground, resting. Brother Xiao Dao, the entrance to this cave does not seem safe. That tiger's leaping ability is formidable. Even if I surround the cave entrance with a fence, it could still leap in and attack. Therefore, I plan to wait until you recover before we hunt that tiger together, taking advantage of its weakened state, Ye Feng declared. Long Wu, battling fatigue, managed a nod before slipping into a deep slumber. Though Ye Feng himself was injured, he dared not rest. Instead, he took it upon himself to carry wood to seal the gap above the wooden door. If the tiger could leap in, so could a leopard. He needed to be prepared. He hoisted a 100-pound log with great difficulty as he made his way toward the entrance. At that moment, a hand reached out to take the log. It was Susan. Ye Feng, you are injured. Let me handle this. You should rest for a while to recuperate, Susan said, smiling brightly at him. In that instant, Ye Feng felt the surrounding light dim slightly, with her smile forever etched in his memory. To his recollection, Susan had always maintained a stern demeanor, but this smile was as if an iceberg had melted, a garden in bloom, truly dazzling. Susan took the log and got to work. When the tiger had jumped in, everyone had recoiled, yet Ye Feng was the first to bravely take action. Her admiration for him surged. Ye Feng, feeling emboldened, sat beside her, leaning against a stone. Raimai hesitated for a moment before suddenly embracing Ye Feng's upper body, resting her head on her soft, white thigh, and began to feed him in front of everyone. The other men immediately turned red with jealousy, casting envious glances at Ye Feng. Su Yun hesitated but ultimately said nothing. She understood the physiological aspects. After childbirth, a woman experiences swelling, and Ye Feng's assistance to Raimai could also provide nourishment. Ye Feng greedily ate while his gaze drifted towards Susan. She had climbed atop the wooden door, attempting to wedge the log into the crevice above. From below, he could see her legs taut in her snug safety pants, accentuating her alluring silhouette. "What is the matter?" Raimai asked, glancing at Ye Feng's pants. He was startled and quickly tugged down the ragged hem. But it was evident that he was only making things worse, for the pants were oversized and unflattering, offering little concealment. Zhang Yin, ever understanding, suddenly sat beside Ye Feng, using her body to shield him from embarrassment. Meanwhile, Su Yun and Ding Tuanshuan were lifting the log to pass it to Susan. "Li Chong, you should lend a hand as well," Ye Feng suddenly remarked. Li Chong, who had been lounging on the ground, had no choice but to assist. At that moment, Wang Xiong rose to his feet. "The vast ocean, along with that scoundrel Ma Dong, now finds the three of us unscathed, while Ye Feng and Long Wu bear the wounds. This presents an opportune moment for a power grab. The Hai, you shall eliminate Ye Feng, and Ma Dong will deal with the traitor Long Wu. Do you have any objections?" Upon hearing Wang Xiong's words, Ye Feng was taken aback, struggling to sit up. "Wang Xiong, you old bastard, Ye Feng was injured while trying to save us. How can you take advantage of his plight?" Zhang Yin was the first to voice her outrage. Wang Xiong narrowed his eyes and struck Zhang Yin across the face with a resounding slap. "Wretched woman, I lavish 30,000 a month on you, and you dare question me? The Hai, what do you say? Here, there are no laws. As long as we shed the shackles of morality, we can act as we please. You wouldn't mind spending the night in a cave, would you?" Wang Xiong continued. Yuan Dahai nodded, advancing step by step towards Ye Feng with a bamboo spear in hand. Meanwhile, Ma Dong approached the unconscious Long Wu. Wang Xiong let out a hearty laugh, brandishing his spear to intimidate the women. "You scoundrel, do not touch my brother Yi." Suddenly, Ding Tuanshuan rushed forward, attempting to claw and strike at Yuan Dahai. "Get lost." Yuan Dahai retaliated with a forceful slap, sending Ding Tuanshuan crashing to the ground. Despite his injuries, Ye Feng remained cautious, inching closer to confront Yuan Dahai. His vision blurred, a consequence of the wounds on his face. Yet he felt confident in dealing with Yuan Dahai. "Have you three forgotten about me?" At that moment, Susan's icy voice resonated from behind. "Just a mere woman. Let me have a go. Hee hee, little girl, I shall be the first to play with you. I am quite fond of your ascetic visage." Wang Xiong chuckled sinisterly, approaching Susan like an eagle swooping down on its prey. In the next instant, Susan delivered a swift kick to his groin. Wang Xiong fell to the ground without uttering a word, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Yuan Dahai was taken aback and redirected his spear towards Susan. Susan quickly grabbed a compound bow, knocking an arrow and aiming it at Yuan Dahai's chest. "Beautiful lady, put down that toy bow, or I shall endure your arrow just to eliminate you," Yuan Dahai threatened. No sooner had he spoken than he felt a sudden heaviness in his head, collapsing to the ground in a heap. Ye Feng tossed aside the stone in his hand and clapped his palms together. "With such meager skills, you dare to stage a rebellion?" At that moment, Ma Dong had aimed his spear at Long Wu, but being his first experience with murder, he hesitated to strike. Seeing the situation stabilized, Ma Dong dropped the spear and knelt with his hands raised. Ye Feng, how shall we deal with these three? Susan inquired. Chapter 58. You speak nonsense. We will surely return. Maisie, bring me the dagger. Ye Feng received the dagger and dragged Yuan Da high to the stream's edge, positioning the blade against his neck. With a swift motion, the dagger sliced through, blood spraying into the stream as Yuan Da Hai's body writhed in agony. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yuan Da Hai finally lay still. Several women were pale with fear, their gazes towards Ye Feng devoid of the usual admiration, replaced instead by terror. However, Susan remained expressionless, offering Ye Feng a slight nod. Ye Feng's hands trembled. It was the first time he had taken a life. His heart racing and his mouth dry. Yet, he could not stop. He seized Wang Xiong's collar and dragged him towards the brook. Please, Ye Feng, spare me. I still have value. I can help you build walls, assist in hunting. I can give you 100 million upon return. With a swift motion, Wang Xiong's voice was silenced as his throat was slit, blood gushing into the brook. Ye Feng then kicked the corpse into the water, allowing it to drift downstream to prevent attracting carnivorous creatures. Now, it was Ma Dong's turn. Startled, Ma Dong suddenly fled downstream with a swift movement. Susan calmly picked up her compound bow. The shot was slightly off, merely grazing Ma Dong's side. As she prepared to draw again, Ma Dong leaped into the brook, letting the rushing current carry him away. Forget him. He won't last long in the jungle, Ye Feng remarked nonchalantly. After that, he turned to embrace Rimai Zi, only to find her retreating a few steps in fear, her gaze evasive. A sinking feeling enveloped Ye Feng as he glanced at Su Yun and the other women, who indeed avoided making eye contact with him. Ye Feng sensed he had lost something vital. Li Chang, go check if the bald man is dead, he instructed. Yes. Brother Feng, I'll go immediately, Li Chang replied, nodding vigorously, his face etched with dread. While he had been frightened by the tigress attack, it was nothing compared to the terror of Ye Feng's act of murder, which reminded him of the gruesome scene of slaughtering a pig in the countryside. Truly, Ye Feng was like a butcher. Leaning against a rock, Ye Feng slowly closed his eyes. Susan took the other women to mend the gaps above. He was unsure how long he had slept when a piercing scream jolted him awake. Opening his eyes, he saw Bai Guifan collapsed over Chun Li's corpse, her back heaving silently. Ye Feng glanced at the sky. Night had fallen. Brother Feng, you're awake? Li Chang stood cautiously at a distance, forcing a smile. What about the bald man? Ye Feng inquired. He is dead. Sister Susan disposed of his body in the brook. It should have drifted downstream, Li Chang replied. It's better this way, less suffering. Ye Feng rose, feeling his strength returning, though his face was still swollen, likely taking 2 days to heal. The tiger's tail had indeed felt as hard as steel. He sensed his left molars were loose. Not good. Aunt Bai has fainted again. Su Yin called out from the side. Ye Feng hurried over, carrying Bai Guifan into the cave, then dug a hole beside Chun Jihua's grave, wrapping Chun Li's body in the bamboo mat they had prepared, placing a leaf over her face. Let us prepare to fill the grave. Ye Feng's voice carried a hint of melancholy. Chun Li had been with him for a year. Her sudden demise left him with a tinge of sorrow, yet overshadowing that was a profound sense of melancholy. After giving Chun Li a proper burial, Bai Guifan regained consciousness. This time, she did not weep. Instead, she stood silently before the 2 graves, her gaze vacant. Su Yun, please console Aunt Bai with kind words. We mustn't let her succumb to madness, Ye Feng urged. The others gathered around the fire, while only Susan chose to sit beside Ye Feng, distancing herself from the other women, who were still grappling with the unsettling reality of Ye Feng as a murderer. Please, do not regard me with such eyes. Allow me to speak, Ye Feng declared gravely. Perhaps from this day forth, we shall be compelled to inhabit this desolate island. Impossible. We shall return in a few days. Narimai was the first to protest. Her eyes filled with defiance. Do you not see? Observe the moss, clearly a plant of the frigid zone. And look at this. It is evidently a temperate climate vegetation. This is no mere deserted island. It may well be a realm untouched by humanity. Furthermore, the spotted hyena, typically found on the African savanna, has inexplicably appeared in this tropical rainforest. Lastly, have you not noticed the erratic temperatures? It reaches 40 degrees during the day, yet plummets to a mere 10, or even 7 or 8, at night. Ye Feng finally unveiled the thoughts he had suppressed for days. That cannot be. You speak nonsense. We will undoubtedly return. Ding Tuanshuan covered her ears. Alice shook her head, her eyes filled with panic. However, Su Yun felt a shiver course through her, and she assisted by Ye Feng to the warmth of the fire. What Ye Feng says may indeed hold truth. On the very day we arrived at the cave, I ventured downstream to catch fish and encountered a peculiar snake. I assure you, such a creature does not exist in this world. It resembled a python but bore a rooster's comb atop its head. Upon hearing Su Yun's account, even Susan's expression darkened. Yet, in the next moment, she let out a light chuckle. All right, your little jokes have reached their conclusion, and they are hardly amusing. Refrain from sharing them henceforth. With that, Susan retreated alone into the cave. Ye Feng glanced downstream and suddenly inquired, at this late hour, why has Wang Tao not returned with the salt? On the beach, 2 fires had been kindled, and a group of men and women were animatedly conversing. Rest assured, Boss Ma, I can guarantee your wife is still alive, Wang Tao was saying to a middle-aged man. That is reassuring, Ma Sikong replied, patting the pistol at his waist. Though he possessed only 2 magazines, totaling 14 rounds. The penetrative power of these bullets was formidable enough to fell an elephant. I consider your father a partner. If you assert that Ye Feng truly wronged you, I shall eliminate him without hesitation. This is a deserted island, devoid of legal constraints, and these individuals are all my subordinates. They will not betray me. Ma Sikong stated matter-of-factly. For a man of his stature, even in civilized society, taking a life would be but a trivial task, executed without leaving a trace. Thank you, Mr. Ma. As long as you are willing to lend me your support, I will guide you at dawn, Wang Tao exclaimed excitedly, his unkempt hair parted down the middle. As night fell, a fire was kindled at the mouth of the cave, but Ye Feng had wrapped himself in a thick bear pelt and, along with Susan, took refuge in the shade of a banyan tree downstream. Chapter 59. Ye Feng, I can no longer wait. From this vantage point, they could see the cave entrance from afar. Beside the fire sat Long Wu and Li Chong, while all the other women had retreated into the cave to rest. This was a decision made by Ye Feng. Having suffered a setback, the tiger would certainly return. Thus, until Long Wu's injuries healed, they were to establish 2 lookout posts above ground and 2 concealed ones. Should a fierce tiger launch an attack, Ye Feng would be able to shoot arrows incessantly from the banyan tree. In his possession was a new bow, a compound bow requiring considerable strength to draw. The bowstring was crafted from ancient vines aged over a century, capable of penetrating even the toughest of hides. The only dilemma was the arrowheads. Ye Feng had a dagger and a bayonet, yet no arrowheads. Consequently, he skillfully fashioned 3 arrowheads from resilient blue stone. Please rest for a while. I shall awaken you when I grow weary, Ye Feng said to Susan. All right, Susan replied, clad in safety shorts and a snug tank top. While her outer garments and jeans had been washed and hung to dry, the fitted attire accentuated her alluring figure. Ye Feng swallowed hard and nestled Susan's head in his embrace, ensuring she would not fall from the tree in her slumber. Feeling Ye Feng's warmth, Susan stirred slightly but kept her eyes closed. Are you unable to sleep? Ye Feng inquired. By the dim light of the moon, Susan's cheeks flushed for the first time, as Ye Feng's presence made her feel as though resting upon a soft cushion. I need to descend to relieve myself, Susan stated, preparing to climb down the tree. However, the next moment, an unsettling chittering echoed through the woods. Susan quickly halted, settling back into her perch on the banyan tree. The dense foliage concealed them entirely. Before long, the chattering drew alarmingly close. Could it be wild monkeys? Ye Feng mused, observing the creatures swinging from the branches with a hint of confusion. Monkeys were not nocturnal hunters. What compelled them to venture out at night? Yet, within moments, he understood. Several monkeys suddenly fell from the trees, struck by an unseen force, their anguished cries resonating on the ground below. The remaining monkeys, terrified, abandoned their arboreal refuge and hastened toward the far bank of the stream. A faint whistling pierced the air as the slowest monkeys were struck and collapsed, convulsing upon the earth. What pursues them? Ye Feng asked. Susan shook her head, for their hiding spot only afforded them a view of the stream's banks, obscuring the forest floor. A deep, resonant roar reverberated through the night. Startled, Ye Feng swiftly seized the compound bow. However, in the next moment, Ye Feng found himself momentarily stunned. Indeed, it was the tiger that had appeared during the day. However, at this juncture, the tiger was in a state of sheer panic, hastily fleeing and soon plunging into the stream. What could it be? Even a tiger is forced to retreat in terror? Ye Feng swallowed hard, widening his eyes to discern the surroundings. He observed the tiger shaking its body, seemingly attempting to dislodge something. As it waded into the stream, its massive form collapsed into the water, subsequently beginning to convulse violently. Ye Feng sensed the cacophony of chirping insects and avian calls had ceased. Even the hooting of the owl had vanished. A foreboding feeling surged within him. In the next instant, shadows began to emerge from the forest, one after another. These shadows were dark, approximately a meter in height, yet each held a long stick, the length of which exceeded their own height by half. At that moment, one of the shadows suddenly lifted its head to glance at the trees above. Ye Feng felt a buzzing in his head. This creature, entirely cloaked in darkness, possessed eyes that glowed a vivid green. Before long, the dozen or so shadows rushed to confront the tiger, discarding their sticks as they extended their claws, commencing a gruesome assault on the tiger's body. In just a few swift motions, the tiger's resilient hide was sliced open, its entrails spilling forth, releasing a pungent odor of blood that wafted through the air. Ye Feng covered his mouth, on the verge of retching, for these shadows were indiscriminately stuffing the tiger's innards into their mouths. They devoured with a brutal and frantic urgency. What on earth are these creatures? Ye Feng could assure himself he had never encountered such beings before. They resembled monkeys in size, yet their eyes were green, and they wielded tools. Most terrifying were their claws, incredibly sharp, capable of effortlessly slicing through tough tiger skin. "Susan, do you recognize this creature?" Ye Feng inquired, turning to her. However, he found Susan's face pale as she shook her head, one hand pressed against her thigh. "What's wrong?" Ye Feng asked again. I really need to relieve myself," Susan replied with difficulty. Ye Feng glanced down at the shadows below. They were still feasting on the tiger's flesh, and he had no idea how long it would take. "Let us endure a little longer. They should leave once they are satiated," Ye Feng whispered into Susan's ear, cautious not to disturb the strange beings below. Susan could only nod, her complexion grim. In truth, she had been holding her bladder since she had climbed the tree with Ye Feng, reluctant to confess her predicament. Just when she could no longer hold it, she encountered those shadows beneath the tree. Ye Feng cast his gaze upstream. Approximately 30 meters away, these shadows showed no intention of moving upstream. This was fortunate, for their slender forms could easily slip through the gaps in the wooden door. Merely 10 minutes passed, and the dozen shadows had completely devoured the massive tiger, leaving only its head, bones, and hide. They finished eating. Just a bit longer, Ye Feng indicated toward the shadows below. Susan did not respond. She felt her bladder was entirely full, and any slight movement would cause her to overflow. As she gazed expectantly at the shadows beneath the tree, a scene of despair unfolded before her. The 10 or so shadows showed no signs of leaving. Instead, they began to pair off, occasionally grouping in threes, leaving Susan blushing furiously. "Ye Feng, I can't wait any longer. I need to descend from the tree to relieve myself," Susan declared, preparing to climb down. "No." Ye Feng grasped her arm, urging her to stay. "There are still so many creatures below. If it becomes too dire, you should remain in the tree. I promise I won't peek." Upon hearing his words, Susan halted her movements. "But there's nowhere to perch up here. I fear I might fall," she replied, her discomfort palpable, as if she might burst at any moment. "Susan, if you trust me, remove your safety shorts. I will hold you from behind, just like your father did when you were little," Ye Feng proposed, despite feeling the embarrassment of the situation. Chapter 60. Get away, you scoundrel. Though he tried to suppress such thoughts, Susan's figure was undeniably captivating, and he found it difficult to restrain himself. "What did you say?" Susan was about to express her anger when her eyes widened in realization. It seemed she had momentarily lost control, having wet her shorts a little. "All right, but you mustn't sneak a peek. Keep your eyes closed," she said, her voice tinged with resignation. "Rest assured, I will keep my eyes shut," Ye Feng swore earnestly. Below, the shadows remained oblivious to the conversation transpiring 20 meters above in the banyan tree. "Okay, turn your back towards me," Susan instructed, her face flushing crimson. Under the dim light of the moon, Ye Feng nearly lost himself in the moment. "I'm going to sit in your embrace now. You must hold my legs tightly, or I might fall," Susan whispered, attempting to maintain a sense of decorum, though her voice trembled. The shadows below lingered, showing no signs of leaving. Finally, he felt a warm sensation as Susan nestled into his embrace. Ye Feng quickly grasped her curvaceous thigh. "I'm about to remove my safety shorts. You need to close your eyes now," she stated, her urgency palpable. "All right," Ye Feng responded, his eyes widening in anticipation. "Am I certain you have your eyes shut?" Susan's head tilted slightly, her hair brushing against Ye Feng's chin, wafting a sweet feminine scent. I'm sure. Hurry up, he urged. Okay. Susan, desperate to relieve herself, finally felt the moment arrive. Ah, what a relief, she sighed contentedly. A minute later, just as she was about to pull up her safety shorts, both she and Ye Feng were startled. Below, several pairs of glowing green eyes were scanning the sky, seemingly searching for something. Oh no, they must have heard us. Ye Feng quickly froze in place. The two pressed tightly together, their fear palpable as they watched the ominous figures below. After what felt like an eternity, approximately 3 minutes passed, and the green glow gradually faded as the creatures withdrew their gaze. They then used their sharp claws to sever the head of a nearby creature and proceeded across the stream. Yet, Ye Feng and Susan dared not make a move, waiting until the creatures had completely vanished before daring to stir. A minute later, the mournful howls of hyenas echoed from the forest on the opposite shore. Both exhaled a warm breath in unison. You rogue, get away. Susan hastily rose. Ye Feng, startled, released her hand. At last, they awkwardly separated, yet for reasons unknown. Ye Feng felt an unquenchable sense of dissatisfaction. Susan harbored similar sentiments, although she had never shared a bed with a man. She pondered whether she might have succumbed if Ye Feng had truly forced himself upon her. In those films, when men and women engaged in such acts, despite the women's cries of refusal, she could discern an undercurrent of pleasure in their voices. However, she quickly shook her head. Susan, you are sworn to protect Su Yun. How could you entertain such thoughts? The priority now is to return to civilized society, not to indulge in matters of intimacy. Susan, do you know what they say about you at the company? Ye Feng could not resist inquiring. What are they saying? Susan retorted. They say your long teeth can bite. Ye Feng revealed. Are you seeking death? Silence, or I shall kick you down from this tree. She exclaimed. Oh, come now. I merely jested to ease the tension from earlier, he replied with a chuckle. Do you think that joke suits me? All right, I concede, I shan't do it again. Ye Feng awkwardly averted his gaze, but his trousers were indeed a sight to behold. Susan was akin to a fierce tigress. She would not be easily subdued. Hasten the dawn. Once daylight breaks, I shall take Zhang Yin downstream. Perhaps that will resolve my trouser predicament. Ye Feng sensed that whatever he proposed to Zhang Yin, she would likely acquiesce. As for Bai Guifan, given her current mental instability, it was best to leave her be. Time passed, and eventually, dawn broke. Ye Feng and Susan slid down from their perch in the trees. There, by the stream's edge, lay the lifeless bodies of 5 or 6 wild monkeys. Their corpses were stiff and emitted a peculiar odor, an aroma that defied description. It was neither the scent of decay nor that of excrement, yet it was undeniably foul. This tiger skin is quite decent. We could fashion it into a garment. The jungle is rife with thorns that could easily graze the skin, Ye Feng remarked. Chapter 61. Zhang Yin, do you feel anything? Susan nodded, yanking the tiger skin from the water. What do you see? She asked, extracting a 30-centimeter thorn from the skin, which emanated a fragrant scent. Ye Feng similarly retrieved a thorn from the wild monkey's body, inhaling its delightful aroma. I surmised that the tiger and these wild monkeys met their end by these thorns. Yet, a single thorn could hardly slay such a large beast, could it? Contemplating this, Ye Feng abruptly discarded the thorn, quickly cast it away. It must be laced with potent poison. Such a slender spike could not possibly have felled a tiger. Startled, Susan also hurled the thorn far from her. Let us depart for home. The tiger skin can wait for now. One can never be too cautious, lest the poison be transmitted through the skin. The two promptly returned to the camp. It was morning, and Long Wu, pale-faced, leaned on his spear, while Li Chong lay sprawled on the ground, deep in slumber. Back already? Long Wu greeted them. Indeed, I went to awaken the woman in the cave. You two should return to your rest, Ye Feng replied before re-entering the cave. However, upon his return, Ye Feng's eyes widened in shock. He beheld Zhang Yin, with her legs crossed and her trousers hiked up, unabashedly exposed to his gaze. Oh! A wave of warmth washed over Ye Feng. Rise and shine, he called out. Zhang Yin was the first to awaken. She glanced at her skirt before shifting her gaze to Ye Feng. In the next moment, a glint of allure flickered in her eyes as she cast a flirtatious glance his way. Ye Feng hastily fled from the cave. Though Bai Guifan had awakened, she wandered at the cave's entrance, muttering to herself, seemingly on the verge of a mental breakdown. A group gathered around the fire. Zhang Yin and Wang Tao likely encountered an unforeseen circumstance and may not return. Therefore, shortly, we shall head to the seaside to dry salt, ensuring we have sufficient supplies of salted fish and meat. Only with ample provisions can we focus on constructing our shelter, Ye Feng stated with gravity. Zhang Yin glanced at Ye Feng's trousers, covering her mouth as she let out a soft chuckle. Of course, Master Yi, we shall heed your every word. Su Yin interjected. Ah Feng, if you wish to go, then by all means do so. What can we accomplish here at the camp? You all should reinforce the door, securing the gaps with wood to leave no openings. As for building the walls, we shall address that once we have ample food reserves, Ye Feng asserted. He had already contemplated that they could not rely solely on fish for sustenance. While fish provided decent nutrition, it paled in comparison to terrestrial animals. He sought an opportunity to venture to the lakeside to hunt wild boars or water buffalo. A single successful hunt would suffice to feed the camp for several days. Otherwise, spending 2 hours daily fishing would hinder their progress in building a shelter. After their meal, Ye Feng set off with Zhang Yin. Ah Feng, be cautious on the way. Do not let any misfortune befall you. Brother Feng, we shall await your safe return here. Safe travels, Brother Yi. Ye Feng mused. Does this little group even converse? As they strolled downstream, Zhang Yin initially behaved modestly. Yet, once they were out of sight of others, her demeanor shifted restlessly. Brother Feng, do you think my leg has healed? Zhang Yan's voice was sweet and sultry, laced with temptation. Let us head to the beach. I will help you examine it thoroughly. Ye Feng responded, a sense of urgency bubbling within him. The fire in his lower abdomen had yet to extinguish, and Zhang Yan's teasing ignited it anew. Zhang Yan glanced at Ye Feng's trousers, stifling laughter behind her hand. Brother Feng, before we enter the woods, let us wash ourselves. You understand, right? She teased. Very well. I understand, Ye Feng nodded. At this moment, they had traversed 4 kilometers downstream, and with just 1 more kilometer, they would enter the woods. Suddenly, Ye Feng's expression changed. Zhang Yan, do you sense that the surroundings have become eerily quiet? Ye Feng inquired. Quiet? Zhang Yin had barely uttered the word when a throng of animals surged from downstream. There were deer, water buffalo, wild boars, and even crocodiles fleeing in haste. The swiftest among them was a leopard, which leaped in front of Ye Feng in mere moments. Startled, Ye Feng instinctively raised his spear. However, to his astonishment, the leopard bypassed them and continued to sprint upstream. With a thunderous rumble, the ground trembled as a multitude of animals rushed past the duo, their sole intent being escape. From a bend further downstream, the anguished cries of a buffalo echoed. Quick, climb the tree. Ye Feng realized the urgency of the situation. Swiftly lifting Zhang Yan's lithe form and hoisting her into the branches of a banyan tree, he then scrambled up after her, both seeking refuge amidst the dense foliage. At last, the animals fled upstream, revealing a dozen shadowy figures by the brook. With the sunlight filtering through, Ye Feng finally discerned their forms. They resembled monkeys, yet their eyes glinted with a fierce and vengeful light. Walking upright like humans, each shadow wielded a stick. Just then, one of the creatures took the stick into its mouth and blew gently towards the upstream direction. A sharp projectile shot forth from the stick, striking a buffalo squarely on its rear. The buffalo leaped as if seared by a branding iron, bounding several meters in the air before it dashed upstream for a short distance, only to collapse, its hind legs twitching uncontrollably. This was no ordinary stick. It was a blowpipe. Ye Feng began to understand why even the jungle's king, the tiger, would flee in terror. They employed a blowpipe with poisonous darts. What on earth were these creatures? They resembled monkeys, yet were not entirely so. Zhang Yin pressed her soft form tightly against Ye Feng. He remained silent, lips pursed, scrutinizing the bizarre monkeys through the interstices of the thick branches. Their fur was as dark as ink, their hands akin to human hands. Yet the claws glinted with an ominous sheen, sharp as knives. No wonder they could effortlessly rend tiger skins. They appeared to be an entirely new species. With this thought, Ye Feng's gaze shifted to their tails. Approximately a meter long, the tails were nearly as tall as the creatures themselves. Most alarming was the conical, horn-like appendage at the tail's tip, equally sharp. Don't make a sound. Let them leave, Ye Feng whispered. Zhang Yin nodded, nearly melting into Ye Feng's embrace. Chapter 62. What if you lose control? The strange monkeys were below, feasting on the buffalo meat. By daylight, their manner of eating appeared even more savage, devouring the flesh with an insatiable hunger until their bellies bulged as if they had been pregnant for 6 months. After consuming the bison meat, the peculiar black creatures resumed their antics beneath the trees. Ye Feng felt an overwhelming headache. Was this all they did after a hearty meal? Didn't they possess any other thoughts? Just then, he faintly heard human voices emanating from the forest. Wang Tao, we've been walking for quite a while. Why haven't we spotted the stream yet? Fear not, Mr. Ma, the stream lies just ahead. You must assist me in eliminating that scoundrel Ye Feng. The voices drew nearer. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, observing Wang Tao, the inept one, being the first to reach the stream's edge, even going so far as to clear the underbrush. Soon after, a middle-aged man emerged, followed by a group of approximately 10 men and women, who all gathered at the stream's bank. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The strange monkeys halted, fixing their fierce gazes upon Wang Tao and the others. These monkeys had quite an unusual appearance. Could they be a new species? Mr. Ma scrutinized the peculiar group, while his bodyguards stood in vigilant formation before him. In the next moment, one of the odd monkeys raised a blowpipe. What was it doing? Be careful. Puff. A dart struck one of the bodyguards, who promptly extracted it. What is this? He managed to utter 2 words before his complexion drastically changed, and he collapsed, rolling on the ground in agony. Not good. The dart is poisoned. Mr. Ma, retreat downstream. Another bodyguard warned, only to be struck by darts in both his face and chest. Without uttering a sound, he collapsed and began to convulse on the ground. The remaining 5 bodyguards could no longer contain themselves, drawing their firearms in unison. Ye Feng hurriedly covered Zhang Yan's ears. Bang, 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 bang. Several of the strange monkeys were instantly obliterated, yet no crimson liquid flowed from their bodies, only a small amount of green fluid. Most terrifying of all was one monkey that, despite having its arm severed, charged forward recklessly. Ye Feng, perched in the tree, caught a whiff of the repugnant green liquid and nearly retched. Zhang Yan could no longer hold back and vomited onto Ye Feng's trousers. Not good. These creatures are remarkably agile. We must retreat. The gunfire continued, and a bullet whizzed past Ye Feng's face. He fought the nausea and peered down at the scene. Although the bodyguards possessed decent marksmanship, the monkeys' agility surpassed their aim. At times, the monkeys utilized the blowpipes as poles, leaping 3 to 4 meters into the air. While airborne, they would place the blowpipes in their mouths and unleash deadly darts with pinpoint accuracy, claiming the lives of 2 humans. Such precision during rapid jumps would surely earn them the respect of even the most skilled soldiers. Run. The bodyguards fled while firing their weapons, hastening downstream. Only 4 or 5 human corpses and 7 or 8 monkey bodies remained at the scene. Now's our chance. Descend from the tree, Ye Feng urged, assisting Zhang Yan down from the banyan tree. A handgun. Ye Feng's spirits soared as he picked up a pistol, fully loaded with 7 rounds. Zhang Yan also retrieved a handgun. The bullets within are fully loaded. Quickly, check the others. However, only a single bodyguard remains, who has just emptied his firearm. As for the last 2 corpses, they belong to 2 middle-aged men who are unarmed. Nevertheless, having 2 guns is still a stroke of fortune. Ye Feng suddenly glanced at the corpse of the strange monkey. He picked up a spear and prodded the body of the monkey. Its remains resembled dry wood, hard and devoid of any softness. One of the monkey's stomachs had burst, spilling a substantial amount of beef, tiger meat, and various unidentified flesh. Let us proceed to the seaside. Ye Feng took Zhang Yan's hand and ventured into the thicket. After an uncertain duration of running, the pair finally arrived at the ocean. Breathing in the briny sea breeze, Ye Feng wasted no time and began to soak in the seawater. Meanwhile, Zhang Yan toyed with the handgun, her face illuminated with excitement. Be careful, it might go off, Ye Feng warned, his vigilance heightened. Rest assured, I have experience with firearms. As long as the safety is off, there's no issue, Zhang Yan replied, aiming the gun at Ye Feng. An immediate chill ran down his spine. Frustrated, he strode over, snatched the handgun from her grasp, and firmly pulled her into an embrace, delivering several sharp slaps to her posterior. Do you dare to aim a gun at me again? Ye Feng demanded with ire. Ouch. That hurts. You should be gentler, Zhang Yan playfully retorted. Before long, she began to writhe, her hands reaching for Ye Feng with an insistent desire. Ye Feng, didn't you say once we reached the beach, we could proceed? I've never seen such unappealing trousers. May I take a peek inside? Zhang Yan gazed at him with sultry eyes. That might not be appropriate. I forgot to wash them earlier, Ye Feng awkwardly replied, feeling a resurgence of heat in his lower abdomen due to the tantalizing vixen before him. What is the worry? We can wash them here, Zhang Yan teased, tugging at his trousers as if to remove them. Wash in seawater? That seems unwise, Ye Feng countered, aware that seawater could be more contaminated than urine, potentially leading to infections. You find the seawater dirty? Or would you prefer I assist you with the washing? Zhang Yan said, suddenly exerting pressure on the waistband. In an instant, Ye Feng found himself entirely exposed. Heavens! Zhang Yan, holding his trousers in one hand and covering her mouth with the other, was wide-eyed with shock. In the next moment, she reluctantly helped him get dressed again. That was terrifying. I still feel a bit faint. You nearly scared me to death, Zhang Yan exclaimed. After enduring the previous night with Susan, and now having to restrain himself with Zhang Yan, he was no monk. Noticing Ye Feng's discontent, Zhang Yan extended her hand. Would this help? Perhaps it's best to refrain. Ye Feng shook his head. Then, shall I assist you in another manner? Zhang Yan suggested, her meaning clear. Is that truly advisable? Ye Feng felt his resolve wavering. Stop holding back. Come on, let us go behind the rocks, Zhang Yan insisted, pulling him toward the boulders. What followed was a display of her talents, and Ye Feng, without pretense, allowed her to showcase her abilities. One must admit, Zhang Yan possessed considerable skill. After a considerable time, the two emerged from the rocky area, their faces flushed and hearts racing. Let's find an opportunity when we return. Once I recover, I will certainly give it to you, but what if trouble arises? I certainly do not wish to become pregnant, Zhang Yan said with a hint of distress. Hee. Rest assured, my self-control is quite robust, Ye Feng replied with a smile. Chapter 63. You should join me for a soak after basking in the sun. Ye Feng glanced across to the shallow waters. Ever since consuming a few ginkgo nuts, his vision had sharpened remarkably. He spotted numerous oysters clinging to the opposite cliff. Oysters! Oysters! Ye Feng exclaimed joyfully, wading towards the other side. Oysters! I want to go too. Zhang Yan followed closely behind. After traversing 200 meters, they finally reached the rocky wall, where the oysters were densely packed, their shells unsightly. Ye Feng pried off a large oyster, its size surpassing that of a fist. Quick! Use the knife to pry it open, Zhang Yan urged. Pop! It opened with a satisfying sound. This oyster is so plump and tender. It's mouth-watering just to look at. Oysters, known as a man's energy station and a woman's beauty salon, are adored by both genders. Ye Feng, having frequently indulged in grilled oysters in the city, felt invigorated after consuming them. This fresh oyster could be eaten raw. Upon saying this, Ye Feng handed the opened oyster to Zhang Yan. With a slurp, she consumed it in one go, its creamy juice trickling down her lips. So delicious, Zhang Yan exclaimed happily. Ye Feng then pried open an even larger oyster to eat it raw himself. Indeed, it was succulent and juicy. A delightful burst of briny flavor overwhelming his palate. He assured himself that such exquisite oysters could never be found in the city. The two continued to feast on 7 or 8 more oysters before reaching their limit. Ye Feng removed his shirt, tying the sleeves together to carry over 20 large oysters back home for the women in the cave. As for Li Chong, he would not be receiving any, lest that fellow regained his male functions. However, Long Wu was a different matter, being a man of integrity. Otherwise, he would have long since taken advantage of Alice and Chun-Li. Let us hurry back. The oysters will lose their flavor if they die, Zhang Yan said, her skin seemingly radiating a newfound luster. Indeed, Ye Feng was about to agree when a sudden thought struck him. He recalled that oysters typically thrived at the confluence of fresh and salt water. But here it was all seawater. Could it be? Wait for me here. I will climb over this cliff to take a look. With that, Ye Feng stripped to his bare torso, and, like a skilled climber, swiftly scaled the cliff. Upon reaching the top, he was greeted by a dense thicket. As he emerged, the seabirds scattered into the sky, squawking loudly at him. Ignoring the dirt, he plunged into the foliage. There was an abundance of bird droppings, along with numerous bird eggs. After walking about 600 or 700 meters, Ye Feng suddenly heard the sound of rushing water. Parting the branches, he peered down, his eyes widening in astonishment. Before him flowed an inland river, several dozen kilometers wide, cascading from the depths of the deserted island into the sea. 2 distinct colors of water became sharply defined, yet simultaneously intermingled. Beneath his feet, the cliff beckoned with an abundance of luscious oysters. Such a vast river? Ye Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Could this be a tributary of some continent? Surely, it was not a deserted island. If he followed this inland river upstream, might he discover a human settlement? The mere thought darkened his expression as he scrutinized the river anew. Within its depths lay a plethora of refuse, such as branches, driftwood, and the occasional carcass of an animal. He had to squint to catch sight of the far bank. Yet, to his dismay, there was no evidence of civilization like plastic bags in the vicinity. This indicated that the upstream regions were devoid of towns or cities. Were this indeed a continent of civilization, such a wide river at the confluence with the sea would have long since birthed a grand metropolis. Cities such as Hainan and Tang stand proudly at the juncture of sea and inland river. Thus, it appeared that this truly was an uncharted, desolate island. Perhaps even a colossal one. Given such a significant drainage capacity, a mere islet could not suffice. Ye Feng now felt a 90% certainty that this was a place yet undiscovered by humanity. As for why satellites had not detected it, perhaps it was related to magnetic fields or phenomena beyond scientific comprehension. Regardless, it was time to return home. There were many women awaiting him in the cave. Ye Feng smiled nonchalantly and turned back into the woods. Just before descending, he stealthily pilfered 2 bird eggs, eliciting frantic cries from the seabirds above. What a fuss! Can't they just lay a few more? He tucked the eggs into his pocket and soon arrived at the shallow waters. Zhang Yan had already departed. It was time to head home. Ye Feng hoisted the oysters and sun-dried sea salt, with Zhang Yan leading the way. After an indeterminate time, Ye Feng suddenly halted. Human voices reached his ears. "Ma Zong, aren't you going to look for your wife?" came Wang Tao's voice. "What for? Can't you see that monster lurking by the creek? We'll wait for it to leave before heading upstream, and we'll also take care of Ye Feng." Moments later, a dozen individuals emerged from the thicket. Ye Feng and his companion had already concealed themselves among the broad-leaved foliage. After a quick count, it seemed there were 8 men and 5 women remaining in Ma Xikong's group. Among the 5 women were 2 Caucasians and a stunning black woman, along with 2 individuals of Asian descent. In summary, their appearance was not lacking. After all, they were companions of the Little Boat King, and surely the women he kept close would not be of inferior quality. If their figures and looks were wanting, it would be a disgrace to accompany the Little Boat King. Eventually, the group passed by the broad leaves and soon vanished from sight. "Let us go home." Ye Feng's countenance darkened. He had truly considered eliminating these individuals with his pistol. However, bullets were too precious, and Ma Xikong's bodyguards were likely more skilled marksmen than he. Who could say who would prevail? Most importantly, he needed to conserve his ammunition for dealing with large carnivorous creatures. There could be no waste. Finally arriving by the brook, Zhang Yan hesitated for a moment before shedding her clothes entirely and immersing her body in the water. "Don't linger in there. We should hurry," Ye Feng urged. "What's the rush? I've just worked up a sweat. You should join me for a soak," Zhang Yan replied, suddenly lifting a long, delicate leg from the water and beckoning Ye Feng toward her. That leg seemed to possess a magical allure, drawing Ye Feng into the brook alongside her. The two embraced in the water. "Ah, this is intolerable," Zhang Yan exclaimed. Ye Feng's face flushed with embarrassment, and he muttered a curse under his breath. Yet, Zhang Yan leaned closer, teasingly saying, "What's the fuss? Once I recover, I promise to take good care of you." Chapter 64. Indeed, being a woman has its merits, how true. Ye Feng lamented, his hands exploring Zhang Yan's form, leaving marks upon her tender skin. "Let's head home." After dressing, the two raced upstream. Strangely, Ye Feng felt the nearby birdsong had grown sparse, and they encountered no large carnivorous beasts. Upon reaching the campsite, Long Wu had already awakened, busily driving a wooden post into the ground, intent on constructing a courtyard. Once completed, it would allow several women to move about freely within. "Brother Wu." Ye Feng found himself admiring this man for the first time. "You're back?" Long Wu beamed, his smile exposing a set of pearly white teeth. "Indeed, your injury isn't fully healed. Refrain from heavy labor. Let others handle these tasks." "Feng, you're back. It's wonderful to see you. We encountered a monster earlier. It was terrifying." A group of women gathered around, eager to crowd near Ye Feng. Ye Feng helped Alice remove some leaves from her hair, then suddenly inquired, "Where's Li Chong?" "He went behind the waterfall. It's been 2 hours, and he hasn't returned," Susan replied. Ye Feng nodded, pondering whether Li Chong's indecisive nature might lead to trouble. He picked up a spear and made his way toward the waterfall. The roar of the cascading water drowned out his footsteps. Upon reaching the waterfall's rear, Ye Feng set down his spear. He found Li Chong sitting on the ground, muttering to himself, "I'm not yet married. How can I become a eunuch? Can't I wait until I'm married and have a child?" Li Chong's voice was tinged with urgency and helplessness, evoking sympathy. "Xiao Chong, you've been here for 2 hours just pondering this?" Ye Feng asked. Li Chong turned around. exuding an air of despondency, devoid of any vitality. Brother Feng, I'm no longer a man. Wah! The tears of a man are rarely shed unless truly heartbroken. Ye Feng patted his shoulder, saying, actually, being a woman has its advantages. No, I refuse. I want to be a man. I want to be a man. Li Chang cried out in anguish. Brother Feng, can you help me? That day, I observed Ramaiko with you, and an unexpected warmth surged within me. Perhaps, if you were with her and I were nearby, it might restore my spirits. Li Chang suddenly seized Ye Feng's arm, his eyes gleaming with a fervent madness. He had always reacted when watching films. But on this desolate island devoid of mobile phones, he could only witness Ye Feng's live performance. You pervert! Ye Feng retaliated with a sharp slap, pulling Li Chang away. Brother Feng, please help me out. Even if it's from the sidelines, I need a strong visual stimulus to revive myself, Li Chang implored. I refuse to believe you aren't tempted. The women here are all alluring. Just look at Ye Feng, ripe and ready. And then there's Susan, so fit. Not to mention Su Yun, with her exquisite elegance, and Ramaiko too, particularly during this unique time. I would be content merely to observe. Li Chang's plea was tinged with desperation. Smack! Ye Feng delivered another slap, feeling a surge of excitement at Li Chang's words. Everyone, come and enjoy some oysters, he announced, pulling Li Chang along as he unveiled the oysters. The women instantly lit up with joy, each receiving one. This is a beauty spa for women. I wish to indulge in another. I want to. After distributing the oysters, Ye Feng turned to Li Chang. Li Chang, you receive none. What? Li Chang's face contorted with dissatisfaction. Ye Feng had his own plans. Given Li Chang's peculiar nature, if he were to recover after consuming an oyster, it would spell trouble for the women in the cave. Better for him to remain a eunuch. After the oysters were consumed, Ye Feng instructed Long Wu to rest while he commenced logging, preparing to encircle the cave entrance and a portion of the stream. In the future, the women could frolic in the yard, bathing after play without exposure to the harsh outside world. Men ought to ensure women feel secure. Thus, he envisioned himself reigning as a local sovereign. As he fantasized about a life filled with 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, Ye Feng felt invigorated. Just then, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. Torrential rain cascaded from the heavens. Everyone sought refuge in the cave, yet Ye Feng persisted. Working in the rain was, in fact, quite refreshing. The downpour washed over his robust physique as he hoisted a nearly 300-pound log, struggling against the current, his powerful chest heaving rhythmically, adorned with wriggling worms. He worked barefoot, allowing his 5 toes to grip the ground, providing stability in the muddy terrain. At the cave entrance, Susan gazed at Ye Feng through the deluge with a profound look. Witnessing his relentless toil stirred a pang of compassion within her. After all, everything Ye Feng did was for their safety. The torrential rain subsided to a moderate downpour, which then dwindled to a light rain, continuing unabated throughout the day. Ye Feng repaired approximately 10 meters of the yard wall, panting heavily, and could only retreat into the cave to rest. Feng, quickly remove your pants and wear this bear skin, Su Yun urged, clutching the bear skin, her face a portrait of concern. Feng, you've worked so hard today. Let me hold you as you sleep tonight. Ramaiko stepped forward, her voice softening. The human heart is tender. Ye Feng braved the torrential rain, laboring for half a day for their safety, evoking compassion in anyone. You should quickly remove your trousers. We shall not peek, but be wary of catching a cold, Susan remarked, turning her head aside. Ye Feng nodded, clutching the bear's skin as he ventured deeper into the cave. Before long, he transformed into a native, donning only the bear skin around his lower body. Long Wu, adhering to his principles, spread a layer of dry grass at the cave entrance and refrained from crowding with the women as they slept. Li Chang was also beckoned over, allowing the 2 men to huddle together for warmth. As for Ye Feng, he intended to join the men but was held back by the women. In the dead of night, the drizzle persisted, and the temperature plummeted to 2 or 3 degrees. Ye Feng awoke from the cold, while the women huddled together, their various fragrances wafting through the air. After a moment's hesitation, he embraced Su Yun and Ding Tuanshuan, the youngest and most delicate of the group, who were most susceptible to illness. A cold could prove fatal on this desolate island. Ding Tuanshuan's furrowed brow relaxed immediately, and Su Yun wrapped her arms around Ye Feng's neck. Turning his head, Ye Feng noticed Li Chang nestled in Long Wu's embrace, their position somewhat peculiar. As dawn broke, Ye Feng gazed through the cave at the overcast sky, his expression grim. Chapter 65. This is good. It stabilizes our foundation. He had not anticipated the onset of the rainy season, and they had yet to gather sufficient provisions. Did this mean they would have to hunt in the rain? Additionally, during the rainy season, animals would not approach the creek for water, leading to a continued decline in available game. This was unacceptable. They could not remain cooped up in the cave. They had to devise a plan to stockpile food. With this thought, Ye Feng rose, eyeing the salted meat hanging at the cave's entrance. There was likely less than 50 pounds remaining, with 10 of them consuming 15 pounds a day. It would be gone in 3 days. The trout in the creek had vanished, as their sole purpose was to spawn and then sacrifice themselves, ultimately leading to their collective demise. The 7 women were still fast asleep, and Ye Feng chose not to rouse them, instead taking a seat at the cave entrance to gaze outside. Prolonged habitation here seemed unwise. If necessary, they could relocate to a different camp, perhaps by the vast inland river, which would serve as an excellent choice. They could construct a modest vessel, large enough to accommodate 10 people, and stockpile provisions aboard. Henceforth, the boat could become a mobile home, allowing them to flee in times of danger and tether it ashore when safe, where they could sing, dance, and engage in group activities on the deck. Before long, everyone awoke in succession. The day promised to be particularly cold. Ding Tuanshuan curled up tightly. Ye Feng felt the chill as well. It was only about 10 degrees, and they were all clad in light clothing. "Let us build a fire in the cave and chop some bamboo to direct the smoke outside," suggested Long Wu, shivering uncontrollably, his injuries still unhealed. "That sounds feasible. I will go chop some bamboo," Ye Feng replied, shedding the bare skin and rushing into the icy drizzle clad only in his undergarments. After an entire day's toil, they finally completed the smoke exhaust pipe. The women could at last don their light garments within the cave, as the smoke was expelled, leaving the warmth to linger. "Thank you, Ah Feng," Susan suddenly spoke up. "Thank you, Brother Ye Feng." In the cave, everyone referred to Ye Feng as brother, including Long Wu and Li Chong. Yet, Ye Feng also called Long Wu fifth brother. Regardless, each had their own way of addressing one another. "I am grateful for the brotherly titles bestowed upon me. But now it is time to strategize. We must hunt for water buffalo and crocodiles, and subsequently strip their hides to craft leather garments. It is now autumn, and come winter, surviving in mere light clothing will be impossible," Ye Feng asserted solemnly. "Yes, the rain has ceased. I shall accompany you. Crocodile and water buffalo meat can be preserved as jerky," Long Wu remarked. "No, it should just be the 2 of us men. We must leave 1 man to guard the home. If danger arises, it would be unwise to have only women here," Ye Feng replied. "Brother Feng, I am a man too," Li Chong protested indignantly. "My apologies. I seem to have fallen into a habitual thought pattern," Ye Feng quickly apologized. "Huh," Ding Tuanshuan chuckled softly, only to be met with Li Chong's furious glare. She quickly covered her mouth, her large eyes darting around. On the beach, Ma Sikong and his group huddled beneath a rock, but the wind and rain continually splattered droplets upon them. "Achoo!" Wang Tao sneezed, instantly producing a stream of mucus. The others fared no better. "This is bad. Lena has a fever," a concerned Caucasian woman exclaimed. Ma Sikong immediately approached Lena and placed his hand on her forehead. "What should we do?" The women turned their anxious gazes toward Ma Sikong. "What can I do? She must rely on her own immunity, if she cannot withstand it. We shall have to abandon her, as we are all in precarious situations," Ma Sikong replied coldly. Half conscious, Lena flashed a look of despair upon hearing this and coughed violently. Ma Sikong was startled and took a few steps back. "This cold isn't contagious, is it? If not, we should place her in the woods, away from us," he added. "But Lena is a PhD in physics. She has been with you for 3 years. Is it truly right to leave her behind?" The Caucasian woman questioned. "Humph. I have thousands of executives who have worked with me for over a decade. Do you expect me to cater to each one? Besides, is a PhD in physics particularly impressive? My company is not lacking in highly educated talents," Ma Sikong retorted, signaling his 2 bodyguards. They were his last line of defense. Although their guns were out of ammunition, their robust physiques and loyalty remained steadfast. "Wait, since we are going to abandon her anyway, why not let me have my fun?" Wang Tao suddenly exclaimed with delight. "Suit yourself," Ma Sikong replied, distancing himself from Lena, fearful of infection. Wang Tao, brimming with excitement, limped toward Lena. But after a moment, he erupted in a fit of rage. "Awaken. You must rise quickly." His thigh had been pierced by Ye Feng, resulting in a significant loss of blood. Coupled with the persistent hunger, he had temporarily become a eunuch. Ha ha ha. If he cannot get up, then let us hastily cast aside that woman, Master Sikong declared. Master Ma, in that case, the 5 of us sisters shall depart together. We cannot abandon Lena, retorted the white woman. Absolutely not. You 4 shall remain here obediently, serving as my flesh cushions at night and warming my feet, Master Sikong ordered. As 2 bodyguards restrained the 4 women. Anna, do not plead with him any longer. I shall walk on my own. You must live well, Lena said. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she struggled to sit up, fading sorrowfully into the rain. Ye Feng, armed with a pistol at his waist and wielding a stone axe, vigorously labored downstream, felling trees. While there were many trees upstream, finding suitable materials proved arduous. They needed to be of the right thickness, straight, and made of sturdy wood. Consequently, Ye Feng had ventured 4 kilometers downstream. Here, he encountered numerous old trees, their wood dense and appropriately sized. The other trees were mostly tropical evergreens, which, due to their rapid growth, were rather brittle and unsuitable for constructing walls. With a thunderous crash, an old tree toppled in the rain. Ye Feng seized the stone axe and meticulously stripped it of its branches and leaves. However, this old tree stood over 10 meters tall and, though only as thick as a thigh, weighed nearly 500 pounds. Crouching down, Ye Feng exerted himself with a mighty shout, his muscles taut, hoisting the old tree onto his shoulder. Home. He exhaled a heavy breath, trudging upstream with great difficulty. The banks of the stream had turned to muck, each step sinking him a foot into the mire. Yet, this fortuitously steadied his footing. Suddenly, Ye Feng squinted, discarding the log and hastily making his way into the bamboo grove. There, he found a white woman, barely clinging to life, lying amongst the bamboo. Chapter 66. Grass. Is she already shot? Even in unconsciousness, she exuded an air of serene grace, adorned with large gold-rimmed glasses that lent her an aura of wisdom akin to that of a university professor. Ye Feng glanced back at the timber, then at the woman. Forget the wood for now. I must first rescue this woman. It would be a pity if she were to die, he murmured to himself. With that, he lifted her in his arms, striving to shield her from the relentless rain. Along the way, Ye Feng gathered several herbs to reduce fever. Whether they would save her was left to fate. Although Lena was unconscious, she sensed a robust man lifting her, racing through the rain. At that moment, a tear slipped from the corner of her eye, quickly washed away by the downpour. Finally reaching the cave, Ye Feng hurried inside with Lena cradled in his arms. These herbs, when simmered gently, can be reduced from 5 bowls of water to 1. After cooling, administer it to her, he instructed. All right, I shall take care of it, exclaimed Raimai, busily attending to the task, her interest in traditional medicine evident. Farewell, there remains a piece of wood downstream that I have yet to retrieve. Having spoken, Ye Feng vanished into the gentle rain. Su Yun leaned against the door, her gaze following the direction in which Ye Feng had disappeared. A hint of concern etched upon her face. She had begun to feel anxious, fearing that Ye Feng might not return. Although Long Wu appeared capable, he lacked assertiveness. Nevertheless, he executed whatever Ye Feng instructed with remarkable efficiency. The cave was warm, and several women had stripped Lena of her clothing, covering her with a bare skin. Raimai finally prepared the traditional medicine, cradling Lena in her soft embrace and gradually feeding it to her. After 2 hours, Lena awoke. Though still weak, she sensed that her body was slowly recuperating. I shall prepare some meat broth for her, Susan declared, taking her helmet and heading off to work. Where am I? Lena inquired. You're awake. How wonderful. Foreign sister, this is the camp of our elder brother Ye Feng. You looked quite terrifying earlier, as though you were lifeless. It was elder brother Ye Feng who braved the rain to carry you back, and he even gathered herbs to reduce your fever. Subsequently, the women explained the situation to Lena, portraying Ye Feng as an upright and capable warrior. His name is Ye Feng? How splendid. I have 4 sisters at Masakong's place. Masakong is truly despicable. He makes us women warm his feet at night, treating us like mere cushions. Previously, in civilized society, I thought he was a successful entrepreneur and a gentle man, but now, on this deserted island, his true nature is fully revealed. Could you help me bring my 4 sisters here? Lena asked. Raimai, listening intently, felt a shiver run through her body, her expression complex. We cannot promise you that. We must wait for our leader to return, Long Wu replied, standing by, somewhat dazed. At that moment, Li Chong, with a glint in his eye, interjected. May I see your body, beautiful lady? It might stimulate my own. Get away, Susan exclaimed, slapping him to the ground. Ye Feng, trembling, carried a heavy log upstream. He paused frequently, not due to a lack of stamina, but to conserve energy for any unexpected dangers that might arise. He had taken a tumble downstream, injuring his knee. At that moment, he truly understood the hardships faced by his ancestors millions of years ago, struggling to survive, combating wild beasts, and ensuring the continuation of their lineage. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed from downstream. Alarmed, Ye Feng hastily discarded the log and cautiously peered downstream. Indeed, it was Wang Tao and his group. The shooter was none other than Masakong. Damn, I have a gun too, Ye Feng thought, taking cover behind a rock as he fired 2 shots at Masakong. Unfortunately, his aim was woefully poor, and both shots soared into the sky. Being a novice with firearms, he was unaware of their mechanics, failing to angle the gun downward when firing, resulting in his bullets flying upwards. Consequently, he was left with only 5 rounds. This is bad. That kid has a gun too, Masakong exclaimed in shock, quickly retreating behind a crowd. Ye Feng, your demise is imminent. We outnumber you significantly, and I am well aware of your encampment, Wang Tao taunted from within the bamboo thicket. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, aiming his firearm at the dense foliage. Yet he hesitated, fearing the waste of a bullet. Wang Tao, you scoundrel, I should have eliminated you long ago, he cursed from behind a stone. That was your folly. Wang Tao sneered. Now you are exposed while we lurk in the shadows. Unless you relinquish that cave, we shall surely bring about your end. This revelation caused Ye Feng's expression to darken. Wang Tao and his cohorts roamed like stray dogs, lacking a fixed base, while Ye Feng possessed a secure hideout. They could strike at any moment, posing a significant threat, unless he could eliminate them entirely or deplete their ammunition. With this thought, Ye Feng picked up a stone and, emulating a scene from a film, tossed it aside in hopes of prompting Ma Sikong to fire his weapon. However, Ma Sikong was no fool and refrained from shooting. After a moment's hesitation, Ye Feng removed his shorts and used a branch to reach toward the stone above. Still, no shot rang out. What a rogue! Ye Feng sighed. He could not afford to linger here. He needed to return to the encampment to warn the women, or else Ma Sikong and his comrades might circumvent him and unleash chaos upon the camp. While Long Wu and Susan possessed combat skills, they would still be at a severe disadvantage if caught off guard. With this in mind, Ye Feng suddenly sprinted upstream in a zigzag pattern, darting left and right. Bang! Just as he was running fervently, a sharp pain struck his back. Damn, is this how I get shot? Ye Feng felt a sting but did not falter. Instead, he quickened his pace, continuing his ascent. After running 2 kilometers, the pain intensified, and he sensed vitality waning as blood began to seep from his wound. Breathless, he sank to the ground and touched his back, finding it stained crimson. The loss of blood was rapidly depleting his strength. Determined, Ye Feng bit his lip, pried a piece of bark from a nearby tree, and pressed it against the wound in an attempt to staunch the bleeding, though the pain nearly rendered him unconscious. Huh! Ye Feng gasped, continuing his ascent, his breath growing increasingly frigid. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, grazing his arm and leaving a trail of blood. He had not anticipated Ma Sikong's marksmanship and gritted his teeth, propelling himself onward. Chapter 67. Ah Feng, I want to show you something. Run. Ye Feng vaguely discerned the encampment ahead. Long Wu, Susan, he shouted. All at once, everyone emerged from the cave. Ah, you're bleeding. Su Yun was the first to rush over, supporting Ye Feng as he stumbled into the cave. I have no time to bleed. Long Wu, there are men of Wang Tao downstream, and among them is a sharpshooter. I need you to find a tree downstream to serve as a lookout. If you encounter them, focus on eliminating the one with the pistol, Ye Feng instructed urgently. Understood. Long Wu seized the pistol and dashed into the gentle rain. Susan glanced down at the firearm in her possession. Ye Feng had 2 pistols in total, the other of which he entrusted to Susan. I will lie in ambush behind the waterfall. Should anyone approach the cave, I shall show no mercy. Without waiting for Ye Feng's command, Susan too plunged into the downpour. Tuanchuan, take the compound bow, remain vigilant at the cave's entrance, and when the enemy draws near, shoot without hesitation. Ye Feng settled onto a bare skin, while Lena, beside him, opened her eyes and curiously regarded him. Brother Feng, as a man, I can also contribute. What do you need me to do? Li Chong inquired, brandishing a spear. You. Just as Ye Feng began to respond, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, until the sound of a gunshot roused him from unconsciousness. He opened his eyes to find the downstream shrouded in complete darkness, with only a few stars twinkling above. Judging by the gunshot's origin, it was Long Wu who had fired. Cursing under his breath, Ye Feng attempted to rise, but a sharp pain coursed through his back, although an uncanny force was at work, mending his wounds. "Ah, you're finally awake?" Raimai exclaimed, cradling Ye Feng's head in her arms. The other women gathered around him, as if they had found their anchor. "When I fainted, did you help remove the bullet?" Ye Feng asked. "No, we had no tools," Su Yin replied. "Very well. Where's Li Chong? Why is he not here in the cave?" Ye Feng inquired again. Li Chong took another compound bow downstream. He insisted that as a man, he must do his part for the team, Su Yin explained. Ye Feng felt a surge of gratitude. It seemed his decision to save Li Chong had been wise. "Tuanshuan, hand me the compound bow. I shall go downstream to investigate." "No, you're gravely injured. What if something happens to you?" Tuanshuan vehemently shook her head. "Give it to me," Ye Feng insisted, snatching the bow and making his way towards the riverbank under the starlight. Upon reaching the downstream area, he spotted Li Chong crouched behind a rock, bow in hand. He turned and wiped the rain from his face. "Brother Feng, you're incredible. You've already recovered?" Li Chong exclaimed in astonishment. Ye Feng nodded, and they both took cover behind the stone. "Where's fifth brother?" Ye Feng asked. "Over there." Li Chong pointed towards a banyan tree by the stream, where a branch swayed slightly, Long Wu signaling. "Well done. What of those scoundrels?" "They were shot by fifth brother and fled downstream, but they likely haven't gone far," Li Chong replied. "Excellent work. Remain here and keep watch," Ye Feng instructed before returning to the cave. Although the pain in his wounds had lessened, the bullet embedded within continued to cause discomfort. "Your name is Ye Feng. Did you save me?" Lena approached him suddenly. Though still somewhat unsteady, she appeared to be recovering. "Indeed. I never expected you to survive. Your immunity is remarkable," Ye Feng replied with a smile. "I am Lena, a German. Thank you for saving me." With that, Lena extended her hand towards Ye Feng. "Very well," he nodded, suddenly shifting his expression. He recalled discovering a notebook on the corpse, inscribed in German. If Lena were of German descent, she would undoubtedly understand the language. "Lena, here, could you help me decipher the words within?" Ye Feng said, opening his suitcase and handing her the notebook. Lena hastily accepted the small book, her lips moving as she recited a passage in German. However, midway through, her expression shifted dramatically. "What's wrong?" Ye Feng asked, momentarily taken aback. Lena did not respond, but continued flipping through the pages, her countenance becoming increasingly grim with each turn. "No, this cannot be. Is this notebook a forgery?" She loosened her grip, causing the notebook to tumble to the ground. "What is happening?" Ye Feng grasped Lena's shoulders. She began, but her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. It seems she is not fully recovered. This notebook must contain some terrifying information. Please take good care of her until she awakens," Ye Feng sighed. That night, Ye Feng dared not sleep. He propped himself at the entrance of the cave. Dawn soon broke, yet the light rain continued unabated. Li Chong returned, first consuming a piece of roasted meat, then wrapping another in leaves to carry downstream for Long Wu. After a while, Susan also returned, looking weary. "Sister, have something to eat." Su Yin offered a piece of roasted meat. Susan rested briefly in the cave after eating, then ventured behind the waterfall. Ye Feng felt a pang of concern watching her. But in these trying times, everyone had to contribute. As midday approached, Ye Feng lay upon the bare hide. Behind him, Susan was sharpening her knife. "Susan, please be gentle. A bit more tenderness." "Thank you," Ye Feng implored, biting down on a stick, his eyes filled with trepidation. Susan, lips pressed tightly together, remained silent as she heated the dagger over the fire, ostensibly to sterilize it. Extracting a bullet was far more agonizing than the moment of being shot. Many soldiers in battle were not killed outright, but succumbed to the torturous pain of bullet extraction. Suddenly, Alice approached, her bare legs presented before Ye Feng. "Ye Feng, do you wish to see something? I can show you," she offered. At her words, Ye Feng's eyes widened, the dread of the bullet extraction momentarily overshadowed. "All right," he acquiesced, focusing intently on Alice's legs. She leaned against the stone wall, striking a sultry pose directly in his line of sight. Blood rushed to his face, and his eyes grew crimson. Behind him, without hesitation, Susan made a swift incision into Ye Feng's wound. He gasped in surprise, only to be met with a shriek of agony as he felt Susan's fingers delve into his injury, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. "Feng, I will show you too." Chapter 68. Ah Feng, I wish to ask you for a favor. Su Yun, disregarding her modesty, suddenly unbuttoned her garment. Ye Feng felt as though the pain had significantly diminished. Brother Feng, would you like to see this? Ding Tuanshuan approached, playfully swaying her cherubic face before him. Indeed, she was quite adorable, bringing a sense of tranquility to Ye Feng's heart. Several women showcased their unique talents to alleviate his suffering. At that moment, Ye Feng sensed someone lying beside him. It was Lina. She gazed deeply into Ye Feng's eyes before leaning in closer. With deft movements, she tantalized his taste buds, triggering a substantial release of dopamine within him. A soft pop echoed, reminiscent of uncorking a bottle of fine wine. Susan extracted a bullet from Ye Feng's wound. Its form distorted and smeared with blood. Quick, we must stop the bleeding, she urged. Rai Zi crushed the traditional Chinese medicine Ye Feng had prepared, applying it to the wound, then removed her shorts from the wooden door to bind his waist. Another soft pop resonated as Lina parted from Ye Feng. His lips turned pale as he lay on the bare skin. Ah Feng, you are too weak. You need to drink something pure, Rai Zi said, resting Ye Feng's head upon her lap. In the next moment, he sipped the restorative elixir and peacefully drifted into slumber. This time, he slept until the afternoon. Feeling the wound on his back was no longer painful, but rather intensely itchy. That mysterious force was extraordinary, showcasing superb healing capabilities. 2 kilometers downstream, Wang Tao and his companions sheltered beneath a large tree, yet they were still drenched. As for the fire, it was impossible to ignite in such conditions. As there was no cover, any flame would be extinguished by the rain. I am so hungry, Ma Xikong groaned, patting his belly. The colder he felt, the hungrier he became, and he sensed his body temperature plummeting. As night approached, the temperature would only drop further. Boss Ma, how about this? We negotiate with Ye Feng. You have the world's top shipbuilders and naval engineers. Surely they wish to return home as well. We could leverage their expertise to reside in Ye Feng's cave and then find an opportunity to eliminate them all, Wang Tao suggested. The others lifted their heads, clearly intrigued. After being drenched for so long, they might endure a few days, but could they last a week? After a week, everyone would catch a cold and meet a miserable end on this deserted island. However, they had firearms. Who would be willing to negotiate with them? As soon as Ma Xikong finished speaking, all eyes turned sharply toward Wang Tao. No, I have enmity with Ye Feng. I would likely be shot before even showing my face. If it comes to that, send a woman to negotiate. Ye Feng is quite the lecher and would not harm a woman, Wang Tao suggested, glancing at Anna. At the cave's entrance, Ye Feng leaned against Rai Zi, admiring the gentle rain outside. The other women gathered around the fire, occasionally bursting into light laughter. Though unspoken, they had reached a consensus in their hearts to collectively attend to Ye Feng. Life was extraordinarily pleasant. Ye Feng was determined to protect this hard-won existence. Once his injury healed, he would set about constructing the courtyard. Yet, in Ye Feng's heart, there lingered a thought, to construct a vessel neither too grand nor too modest, equipped with a deck, a cabin, and a storage room, thus creating a mobile sanctuary. Ah Feng, I wish to request your assistance, Li Meizi suddenly murmured. What assistance? Ye Feng inquired. I am aware that my husband is downstream, and he has even harmed you. I deeply regret this. However, do you understand? I am currently without a child, which prevents me from meeting him. Without a child, he will not value me. Therefore, I beseech you to help me conceive. In 2 years, I shall return with our child to inherit the Ma family's legacy. Li Meizi unveiled a plan that left Ye Feng astounded. You? Is that even possible? Ye Feng nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. Why not? Do you believe I would be fond of a 40-year-old man? The sole reason I married him was for his family's wealth. The ship king possesses a fortune in the billions. Should this endeavor succeed, my future will be secure. And of course, our child too. Will you assist me in this? Li Meizi implored. But the Ma family is so vast. They would surely conduct some sort of blood relation verification or genetic testing. You cannot conceal this, Ye Feng protested. No, I have a solution. I forgot to mention. I hold a master's degree in genetics, Li Meizi responded. A master's in genetics? Impressive, Ye Feng remarked, giving her a thumbs up. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of temptation. Ah Feng, do not hesitate. As a scholar of genetics, I know how to invigorate your entire essence, providing you with an unparalleled experience. What do you say? Li Meizi's eyes sparkled with allure at this juncture. Although such actions may be deemed unethical, since Ma Xikong shot me, vengeance is imperative. So be it. Once I heal, We shall commence without delay, Ye Feng declared gravely. Giggling softly, Li Meizi covered her mouth. Just then, a voice echoed from downstream. Li Chang called out, Brother Feng, come quickly. A woman named Anna is seeking to negotiate with us. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng sprang to his feet. Meanwhile, Lena also stood up within the cave. What are you doing? Ye Feng glanced back. Anna is my closest friend. I shall accompany you, she replied. Thus, the two proceeded to Li Chang's location, peering downstream. In the bamboo grove stood a woman. Brother Feng has arrived. Speak your mind. Li Chang declared loudly. Mr. Ye Feng, our Mr. Ma has sent me to negotiate. We have shipbuilding engineers, and you possess a camp. We wish to rest at your camp while we assist you in returning to civilization. Please respond promptly. We are unable to kindle a fire. And we are both hungry and cold. Anna's voice sounded frail. I apologize, but I have no intention of returning home at the moment. You may as well go back. Ye Feng replied nonchalantly. He had presumed that Ma Sikong was faring well. However, it turned out they were all drenched like drowned rats. This light rain provided an excellent opportunity to torment them before he leisurely reaped the rewards. Anna, it's me, Lena. Lena suddenly stood up and waved at Anna. You're still alive? Anna exclaimed with joy, eager to rush over. But then she remembered her position downstream and the gun aimed at her back. Anna, come here. I have food and shelter. Ye Feng is wonderful and takes good care of people, Lena shouted. A faint smile appeared on Anna's face, as long as her sister was well. That was all that mattered. Unfortunately, she found herself in a dire situation, forced to continue associating with Ma Sikong. I'm sorry, but there's a gun pointed at me, Anna replied. Ye Feng and the others quickly withdrew their heads. Damn it, Ma Sikong, you have no sincerity. I think we should call it quits, Ye Feng said, preparing to leave with the two companions. At that moment, a man's voice echoed through the bamboo grove. Our manager Ma has expressed his sincerity. I believe you would like to take our boat home as well, right? Cooperation is beneficial for all. One of the bodyguards relayed the message. Ma Sikong was terrified of death and dared not reveal his position. That's true, but I won't let you into the cave. You will all freeze to death. By the way, you can't start a fire, can you? Without that, you won't be able to cook meat, and within a week, you'll all starve, Ye Feng coldly remarked from behind a rock. Ye Feng, please don't go too far. How about this? You provide us with a meal first, and after we eat, we can continue negotiating. Ma Sikong's voice finally came through. Though he was cleverly hiding behind a massive stone, flanked by others for protection. Provide food? Me? Ye Feng was about to indulge in some banter when a thought struck him. Ma Sikong, what is the maximum tonnage of ship you can construct? Ye Feng inquired. Under the conditions of this deserted island, we can manage a vessel with a displacement of 20 tons at most, but it would require everyone to cooperate fully. The response came not from Ma Sikong, but from another man, presumably an engineer. How long would it take? Ye Feng pressed on, with axes and saws, and everyone giving their utmost. It would take about 5 months. However, given the complete lack of resources on this island, it would realistically take 2 to 3 years. Ye Feng's interest was piqued. He indeed wanted to build a ship, but not to return home. Rather, he envisioned navigating that inland river, drifting upstream, and enjoying life aboard with several women. I can provide you with food, but you cannot enter the cave. That is the greatest concession I can make. After all, with so many of you in the cave, I would be afraid too. Ye Feng declared. What? Not enter the cave? You expect us to continue soaking in the rain? Wang Tao fumed, feeling both hungry and cold, barely able to endure any longer. Ma Sikong's eyes twitched wildly, his anger reaching a boiling point. In the civilized world, others had always sought him out for negotiations. He had not anticipated being so thoroughly dominated by Ye Feng on this deserted island. Are you Ye Feng? I quite admire you. Upon your return, I shall appoint you as the general manager of my branch, with an annual salary of 5 million. What do you say? Ma Sikong asked loudly. Ye Feng scoffed disdainfully. Thank you for your recognition, Manager Ma, but as a mere rough-hewn individual, I fear I would not be suited for such a lofty position. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Will you accept these terms, or not? I shall only provide you with cooked food. As for entering the cave, that is out of the question. Moreover, partaking of my provisions comes at a price. I shall secretly monitor your progress daily, and should I find you idling, I will promptly cease your rations, leaving you to perish from hunger or the cold. Ye Feng stated bluntly. A silence enveloped the group downstream, evidently indicating that several individuals were deliberating. Ye Feng, kindly provide us with a hot meal first. After we have dined, We can discuss matters properly, Ma Xikong suggested. You have two choices. Either agree now, or we will overturn the table, Ye Feng retorted coldly. These individuals were exceedingly cunning. He could never permit them entry into the cave. As for warm food, it was a limited supply, meant to keep them from starving. For once satiated, 70% of human energy would be directed towards the brain, undoubtedly leading to mischief among them. After a brief pause, the group fell silent once more. Very well, I concede, Ma Xikong replied in a low voice. Ye Feng could sense the anger in his tone. Ha ha ha, that is more like it. Wait a moment. I shall prepare a meal for you shortly. After you have dined, you may rest in the rain for the night, and tomorrow you will immediately commence shipbuilding. Do not attempt to deceive me, for if I find you slacking, I shall never collaborate with you again. With that, Ye Feng returned to the cave with Lina. He instructed the women to prepare some roasted meat, though not in abundance. At his command, several women busied themselves. Ye Feng wrapped the warm roasted meat in leaves and began to make his way downstream. Li Chang, take the roasted meat over there. Huh, Brother Feng, what if they shoot at me? That won't happen. A hearty meal is still a clear distinction for them. All right. Li Chang reluctantly delivered the food and then hurried back. My goodness, that scared me to death. He patted his chest, inadvertently adopting a somewhat feminine gesture. Realizing this, he quickly shifted to a more masculine stance, hands on hips. Yet only appeared more effeminate. Ye Feng felt a chill run down his spine. You stay here. I shall return home. Back in the cave, Ye Feng enjoyed a meal from Raimai before slowly drifting into slumber. His robust physique, coupled with the consumption of ginkgo, helped him endure the agony of the bullet extraction. This night, Ye Feng slept uneasily, caught between wakefulness and slumber until dawn broke. Li Chang returned, looking weary and sneezing. Li Chang, you should rest. It is my turn to stand guard now. With that, Ye Feng mustered his strength to rise. I'll go. Ding Tuanshuan seized the compound bow. Perhaps that is not wise. Ye Feng sighed, having little faith in Ding Tuanshuan. I will go. Alice took the compound bow and vanished into the gentle rain. Ye Feng hesitated for a moment before stepping into the drizzle as well. Chapter 70. Is this paradise? Upon reaching the downstream position, there was no sign of movement from Ma Xikong and his group. Ye Feng could no longer contain himself. Ma Xikong, are you not going to begin shipbuilding? Hurry, or else there will be no meal for you come morning. Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, a bald middle-aged man finally emerged from the shadows. The two men each wielded a wooden stick, sketching the shape of a vessel upon the ground. Ye Feng nodded in acknowledgement, then suddenly remarked, Ma Xikong, instruct your two bodyguards to procure some game. I shall take charge of the barbecuing, but I require half of the tax. A loud roar erupted from downstream. Ah? Damn it. At that moment, Ma Xikong peered through the leaves upstream, raindrops incessantly washing his eyes. While Ye Feng provided prepared food, he was tasked with constructing a boat and assisting in the hunt. As a businessman for many years, he had never suffered such a loss, leaving him feeling quite aggrieved. Once I find the opportunity, I will turn Ye Feng into mince, Ma Xikong gritted his teeth. Behind him, four women exchanged glances. Their eyes filled with longing as they gazed upstream. They yearned to enter Ye Feng's camp, so they too could enjoy the warmth of a cozy cave and feast on delicious roasted meat, just like Lina. Hey, what are you four wenches staring at? Are you dreaming of escaping to Ye Feng's camp? Ma Xikong barked angrily. Though selfish, he was astute enough to perceive the thoughts of others. No, Ma. How could you think that? Anna responded, startled. Humph. Spare me your tricks. Anyone who dares to flee will be shot on the spot, he declared, patting the gun at his waist. Boss, shall we go hunting? One bodyguard inquired. Ma Xikong's demeanor softened considerably in the presence of his bodyguards. Xiaofan, please go hunt, while Lao Yang stays by my side to protect me. I will ensure you both are well compensated upon our return, he said courteously. Despite his brutality, he understood the dynamics at play. His subordinates remained loyal primarily due to the steadfastness of his two devoted bodyguards and the firearm in his possession. Yes, boss. The bodyguard named Xiaofan ventured into the forest, armed with a bamboo spear. Ye Feng had waited in the cave for a considerable time when he finally saw Li Chang return, dragging the carcass of a young water buffalo alongside Ma Xikong's bodyguard. Wonderful. Quick, come help. A throng rushed out of the cave, placing the buffalo in the rain to bleed out, with Susan personally handling the dissection. The bodyguard cast a lingering glance at the cave before reluctantly making his way downstream. Susan displayed commendable skill with her knife, expertly peeling away the buffalo hide. This time, Su Yun did not feel nauseated, Rather, she mustered the courage to observe the dissection. After all, people do progress, and she was no exception. A small, eager pup scampered over to the carcass, eagerly lapping the bloodstains from the ground. Ye Feng frowned, noting how quickly the little pup had grown. It had once resembled a kitten, but now appeared more dog-like. Before long, noon arrived, and Ye Feng made his way downstream once more. He observed several men arranging wood and bamboo to outline the shape of a boat, then began driving stakes according to this outline. Ye Feng nodded in satisfaction and returned to prepare warm food for them. The incessant rain continued, and a week passed. Downstream, several engineers were diligently crafting the keel. The dragon spine is crafted from a colossal timber, measuring 15 meters in length and over a meter in diameter. Its surface is punctuated with numerous small holes, facilitating the installation of the dragon ribs. Once these ribs are affixed, the vessel's foundation is solidified. Subsequently, meticulous attention is directed towards the construction of the lower hold, the ship's sides, the deck, the midsection, the upper cabin, as well as the mast and sails. Meanwhile, the women busily weave canvas from bamboo strips. At that moment, a bald man unexpectedly collapsed onto the ground. "This is bad, Master Ma. Engineer Chung has fainted," cried the group of engineers. Ye Feng, concealed behind a stone, observed the unfolding scene without intervening. Shortly thereafter, 2 bodyguards transported the bald man downstream. "Ye Feng, our chief engineer has collapsed. Can you allow us access to the cave? If he dies, who will build the ship?" shouted Master Ma from downstream. Ye Feng exchanged glances with Li Chong. "Certainly, however, all individuals on your side must disrobe and raise their hands as they emerge, including yourself," Ye Feng responded loudly. "You Yi are being excessive. Without our weapons, we would become your slaves. If you insist on this course of action, we shall charge toward you. Can you guarantee you would eliminate us all?" Master Ma bellowed. "You may certainly attempt that." Ye Feng raised his firearm defiantly. Nearby, on the banyan tree, Long Wu similarly readied his weapon. "All right, Ye Feng, I will make a concession. Take Engineer Chung into the cave, at least allow him to recuperate." Master Ma quickly regained his composure. "That is acceptable. Send 2 women to carry him here." Ye Feng replied. "Humph. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? Seeking to seize what is mine?" With that, a bodyguard approached, carrying the bald man on his back. Ye Feng sighed, initially contemplating to save 2 women, but realized Master Ma was not easily deceived. It appears that these affluent individuals are quite shrewd. "Brother Feng, Master Ma has instructed me to deliver the man," the bodyguard stated solemnly. Regardless, Ye Feng was the leader in this situation, prompting the bodyguard to address him as brother. "Very well. Xiao Fan, you may return." Ye Feng had considered enticing the bodyguard, but feared inviting trouble, ultimately refraining from recruiting him. Subsequently, Ye Feng carried the bald man into the cave. "Clean him up and prepare some broth for him," Ye Feng instructed. Thus, several women set to work. Downstream, Wang Tao was also expelled to chop wood. Ye Feng hesitated briefly, then picked up a bow and arrow inside the cave. "Everyone, gather round. Today each of you must draw 100 arrows before you may rest." With that, he knocked an arrow, and the compound bow let out a resounding thud as an arrow embedded itself into a tree outside the cave. The women, recognizing the dangers of the deserted island, joined in to practice archery. That evening, the bald man stirred awake. "Is this paradise?" he inquired, gazing around at the beautiful women, enveloped in the warmth of the cave, resting upon a soft bed. "If we cannot construct a ship within 6 months, this will transform into a hell," Ye Feng coldly replied. The engineer sat up with a wry smile, shaking his head. "It is futile. There are no iron nails here, and constructing a ship is utterly impossible. Our previous efforts in shipbuilding were primarily to procure your sustenance. Are you not employing mortise and tenon joints?" Ye Feng felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Did this mean that his 8 or 9 days of toil had been in vain? The mortise and tenon technique is undoubtedly suitable for crafting furniture and small wooden huts, but you must understand, we are talking about a vessel over 10 meters long. It needs to brave the sea. A single wave could dismantle it without iron nails for reinforcement. In fact, it's not just the waves. The sheer weight of the deck, mast, and cabin could distort the joints. The bald-headed man shook his head. Ye Feng fell silent. He had initially believed he could avoid such laborious work, but it seemed he could not escape it now. "Are you saying that as long as we have iron nails, we can build the ship?" Ye Feng inquired. "Not necessarily. It would be best to have an axe, a saw, and a drill. Otherwise, progress would be exceedingly slow." The bald man replied. The women exchanged glances, a flicker of helplessness and despair crossing their faces. If they truly could not construct a ship, they would have to live as natives on this deserted island. But they still had families in the civilized world. Observing the women's expressions, Ye Feng spoke slowly. I have a method to refine iron. You should rest for 2 days. Once you are well rested, continue working to produce the components. Leave the iron nails to me. You can produce iron? You're not planning to melt down this dagger and handgun, are you? The bald man countered. No, you rest. I must get to work, Ye Feng replied, and with his tools in hand, he made his way to the stream's edge. He selected some red clay, inhaling its scent. The suitable pieces were placed in his helmet, while the unsuitable ones were discarded. It was not until around 10 o'clock in the evening that Ye Feng returned, having amassed hundreds of pounds of red clay in the cave. Ah Feng, what are you doing with all this clay? Aren't you supposed to be looking for iron? Susan asked, now referring to him as Ah Feng. This soil contains a wealth of iron bacteria. Just observe from the sidelines, Ye Feng said with a confident smile. Ding Tianchuan hurried over, her admiration for Ye Feng palpable. In her eyes, he seemed capable of anything. At the river's edge, Ma Dong emerged from a vast cave, a fierce glint in his eyes. Slung over his shoulder were 2 old-fashioned rifles, along with a rusty axe, 3 handguns at his waist, and a dirt-colored bag on his back, which clinked as he walked. Ha ha ha, Ye Feng, and that wretched Susan, heaven has shown mercy. I've managed to find so many weapons. This time, I will annihilate you all. Ma Dong laughed heartily. At that moment, a herd of water buffaloes were wallowing in the river nearby. Startled, Ma Dong grasped his rifle. I'll use you as target practice first. With that, he loaded a bullet into the chamber and pulled back the bolt. Bang, bang, bang. The rifle's penetrating power was formidable, swiftly taking down 5 or 6 water buffaloes. The remaining buffaloes fled towards the center of the river. Ha ha ha, time for a feast. Ma Dong sat beside the water buffalo, positioning his rifle conveniently, and began gnawing on a rare steak. In the gentle drizzle, he was unable to kindle a fire. Meanwhile, Ye Feng had toiled through the night, finally retrieving a piece of coarse iron the size of a finger from a pile of charcoal. Remarkable, indeed, Ye brother is quite impressive. Ding Tianchuan leaped up, keeping the vigil while accompanying Ye Feng in smelting iron. What's so impressive about this? Is such a small amount of iron sufficient? Ye Feng felt somewhat disheartened. After an entire night, he had only produced enough iron for a handful of nails. A vessel measuring over 10 meters would require at least 10,000 iron nails. By this calculation, he would need to spend countless nights to forge enough nails for a single ship. 10,000 days equates to 20 or 30 years. 20 or 30 years merely to produce enough nails for one ship. Ye Feng wisely abandoned this notion. At that moment, others began to rise, and Susan approached. She and Long Wu took turns guarding, one during the day and the other at night. After breakfast, she was to relieve Long Wu. Ah Feng, having this iron is already quite good. If you work for another month, you could forge an axe, making logging much easier, Susan remarked before fetching Long Wu back. Brother Wu, after you finish eating, you should rest well. You've worked hard these past few days, Ye Feng said. Long Wu nodded, picking up meat to eat. Ye Feng then sat beside the bald man. Through a day of interaction, he learned that this individual was Cheng Li Bin, a highly educated chief engineer who also served as a professor at a university. Mr. Cheng, could we make the boat smaller? Ye Feng inquired. We could. But a smaller boat cannot venture out to sea. A single wave could capsize it, Cheng Li Bin replied. Ye Feng felt a surge of joy. He did not intend to go out to sea, merely wishing to navigate the inland river. No problem, smaller is fine. I don't mind, Ye Feng chuckled. Just then, a loud bang echoed from downstream. Everyone's expression shifted as they hurried to the cave's entrance. Is that Ma Sikong firing? Ye Feng asked. Long Wu shook his head. No. The sound of a pistol isn't so muffled. It resembles the old-fashioned pull-action rifles, which prioritize penetration and possess greater power than modern rifles. Having served in the military, he had a certain understanding of firearms. Ye Feng turned to Cheng Li Bin. Does Long Wu have a rifle? No, just a pistol, but he has plenty of ammunition, Cheng Li Bin replied. At that moment, gunfire erupted again from behind. Oh my goodness, quickly run up. It was Wang Tao's voice. Ye Feng's expression shifted as he drew his pistol. A large group rushed to the cave's entrance, led by Li Chong, who had failed to secure the downstream area and was now leading the retreat. Following him were Wang Tao, Ma Sikong, and 4 other women. Among them were 2 with yellow skin, 1 with white skin, and 1 with black skin. One of the yellow-skinned girls had blood streaming from her arm. Ye Feng hurriedly closed the wooden door, hiding his body at the cave's entrance. Ma Xikong, do you wish to come here and meet your demise? Ye Feng shouted. No. A formidable character has emerged from upstream. His firearm possesses tremendous power, capable of penetrating trees and striking us directly. Ma Xikong's voice trembled. Who is it? Ye Feng retorted. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If this fierce individual is Ma Xikong's adversary, perhaps I could forge an alliance. It seems to be Ma Dong, one of the two lackeys accompanying the bald man. Wang Tao hid behind the dark-skinned beauty, warily watching the cave, fearing that Ye Feng might turn his gun on him. Is it him? Ye Feng's expression darkened. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and a piece of wood was shattered, splinters flying everywhere. Oh my scatter! Shouted the crowd, fleeing in all directions. Some ran into the woods, others to the opposite bank of the creek, while some sought refuge behind the waterfall. Ye Feng peered into the distance, but saw nothing. Bang! Another bullet struck the wooden door, creating a gaping hole. If more shots were to come, the door would surely not withstand the onslaught. Quick, take cover to the sides, Ye Feng commanded. The women hurriedly found shelter, their faces etched with terror. Chapter 72. We must endure, we must not perish. Bang! Another shot, and that piece of wood was completely obliterated. Ha ha ha! Ye Feng, you scoundrel! Today I have come for revenge, and I will annihilate all of you. Women in the cave, except for Susan, come over to my side. I, Ma Dong, will cherish you from now on. Do not follow that useless Ye Feng. Ma Li's voice echoed from downstream. Ye Feng furrowed his brow and looked downstream once more. He finally spotted Ma Dong, who was standing atop a rock, aiming his rifle at the cave. However, that rock was far too distant from the cave, at least 300 meters away. A rifle can reach such distances, but a handgun cannot. Even if it could hit 300 meters, the limitations of the barrel would send the bullet soaring into the sky. Ha ha ha, Ye Feng. I know you have a gun now. My rifle can shoot 400 to 500 meters. Your handgun, at most, 200 meters. I have you at a disadvantage. The women inside the cave heard him and were ordered to strip down completely and raise their hands to approach him. Otherwise, I will guard this place for 3 days and nights, killing each one of you. Ma Dong boasted. Bang! A bullet shot from above and accurately struck Ma Dong's shoulder. His right arm became immobile instantly. Shocked, he gritted his teeth against the pain, transferring the gun to his left hand, preparing to shoot at the tree. Yet, a nimble figure leapt down from above, tackling him to the ground. You wretched person! Let me go, let me go! Ma Dong's roar echoed across the banks of the creek. Half an hour later, Ma Dong was brought into the cave, bound tightly, amid an array of handguns, rifles, vintage grenades, an axe, 3 bayonets, and a military dagger laid out before Ye Feng. He first tested the dagger, which was undoubtedly forged from high-quality steel, comparable to the one Susan carried. This must have been left by the Germans. Truly, they were the foremost power of their time. Their metallurgical techniques from 80 years ago surpass our current capabilities, Ye Feng remarked. He hailed from Wu village and was adept with blades, capable of discerning the quality of steel. Ma Dong's shoulder had ceased bleeding, yet his eyes were filled with malice, his visage contorted with rage. Where did you find these items? Ye Feng inquired coldly. Damn it, Ma Dong cursed under his breath, turning his head away. He had anticipated a triumphant return, only to be ambushed by that treacherous Susan after firing just a few shots, leaving him resentful. Not speaking, Ye Feng placed a dagger into the fire, slowly heating it to a crimson glow. Ma Dong's eyes twitched, his teeth clenched tightly. Ye Feng, don't go too far. If you wish to torment me, I would rather die than speak, he declared, stubbornness tinged with fear. Ye Feng paid him no mind, continuing to heat the dagger, waving it before Ma Dong's eyes. Sometimes, intimidation proves more effective than direct torture. Wait. I'll talk, just let me think. There's a large river over there, but I can only guide you. There are no signs or landmarks, Ma Dong wept. Ye Feng pondered this. Ma Dong could not die yet. Once they procured weapons, he would deal with him. Let us prepare some broth to restore his strength and dry his clothes, Ye Feng suggested. Li Chang nodded, squatting before Ma Dong to assist in removing his garments. Dong, back when you followed Tiger, you barely ate. Now, with Brother Feng, you have food every day and a warm cave to stay in. You made the right choice. Otherwise, your brothers wouldn't be able to help you, Li Chang remarked as he set about drying Ma Dong's clothing. After consuming the broth, Ma Dong fell into a deep slumber, having lost too much blood. Susan pulled Ye Feng aside. Are you planning to kill Ma Dong once you've used him? She asked. What else? Ye Feng replied, sharpening his nails with the dagger. We need to build a boat, and our numbers are still too few. Though Ma Dong has lost the use of one arm, he can still be of assistance with tasks within his capacity, allowing us to return home sooner, Susan proposed. Ye Feng's expression shifted, and he nodded. I initially intended to kill him, but since you've interceded, I'll grant you this favor. Grant me a favor? Susan scrutinized Ye Feng, sensing a hidden amusement in him. From downstream, the sound of logging resumed, and Ma Sikong and the others returned to their labor. This time, even the cowardly one joined the fray, no longer hiding behind rocks. Earlier, when they had fled to the cave's entrance, Ye Feng had the opportunity to eliminate him but chose not to, thus indicating that he deemed himself useful. With darkness approaching, Ye Feng remarked, Tomorrow, you and I will take Ma Dong to search for firearms and iron tools. If we can locate an engineer's depot, it would be splendid. It would surely contain iron nails and various tools for constructing bunkers. A relaxed smile spread across his face. Yes, let us have Long Wu guard the home. That will give us peace of mind, Susan replied solemnly. Sister Susan, Ye Feng suddenly inquired, if we truly cannot return to civilization, would you be willing to be my companion? What did you say? Susan responded, her gaze piercing and laden with intensity. Ye Feng felt a chill. It seemed she was not easily swayed. Nonetheless, he remained hopeful that he would eventually win her over. Certainly, but there is one condition. If you do not perform at least 20 times in a single night, I shall have to resort to drastic measures, Susan coldly declared. Ye Feng quickly shielded himself, overwhelmed by the unexpectedness of her words. As dawn broke, they rose to awaken Ma Dong, only to discover he was burning with fever, a large swelling forming on his wounded shoulder. Wake up, Ye Feng urged, gently tapping Ma Dong's face. However, Ma Dong remained suspended in unconsciousness, trapped in a deep slumber. Surely he isn't dead? Ye Feng's expression darkened. We must extract the bullet. Lead poisoning will keep him in this state, Susan instructed, swiftly untying Ma Dong and heating a dagger over the flame. Li Chang hesitated before placing Ma Dong's head on his lap. Brother, you must hold on. Do not leave us, he implored. As Susan began the procedure, the dagger slowly pierced through flesh, releasing a torrent of pus and blood, filling the cave with a foul odor. Ma Dong's body convulsed violently, his legs kicking out in distress. This is bad, Ye Feng exclaimed, pinching Ma Dong's acupressure point in desperation, but to no avail. Ma Dong convulsed once more, his legs thrashing. Brother. Li Chang shook Ma Dong's head, frustration mounting. Damn it, the timing could not be worse. Ye Feng sighed, though he clung to a shred of hope. Ma Dong had mentioned he found the firearms near the riverbank. Chapter 73. Do you still wish to deceive me? Reasoning aloud, Ye Feng deduced that Ma Dong could not have traveled far before discovering the weapons, suggesting that the hiding place was downstream, likely near the location he had previously explored. Search within a 5-kilometer radius centered around that area. We are bound to uncover a wealth of weaponry, he declared. Most importantly, we must locate the engineer's toolbox to construct a vessel. Li Chang, carry your brother out. Let his body drift with the current, he instructed. Susan, we shall proceed as planned. At the very least, we know he discovered the firearms by the riverbank. Do you know where there is a river? Susan inquired, puzzled. Ye Feng had refrained from divulging the river's existence, wary of the shifting loyalties that could arise among the women in the cave. Do not worry. I was once a hunter and will find the river using my own methods, he boasted confidently. Very well. Let us seek out the tools, she agreed. After finalizing their plans, Ye Feng reiterated his instructions before arming themselves and setting off downstream. This time, however, they were better equipped, each wielding a rifle and a sidearm from World War II. Upon reaching the riverbank, they spotted Ma Sikong and others resting on the ground. Here, take this axe and expedite the shipbuilding process. We must construct the various components. I will figure out how to acquire nails, Ye Feng commanded. Understood. Marsgong took the axe and glanced once more at the cave upstream. He was already aware that his wife was inside, but his greater concern lay with their newborn child, who was less than 3 months old. Leaving Susan behind, the two ventured downstream through the rain. Fortunately, during World War II, German firearms had been treated for water resistance. If it had been the gunpowder weapons of World War I, they would have been rendered useless in the rain. The banks of the creek were eerily quiet, devoid of any large animals. Ye Feng, how do you plan to locate the river? Susan, leading the way, swayed her fit hips enticingly. First, let's head to the beach. Once we reach the beach, I will employ my family's traditional methods to find the river, Ye Feng replied, his gaze fixated on Susan's form. She was remarkably fit, having developed well-defined gluteal muscles. If he were to be with her, he feared he might not last even 5 seconds. Why aren't you paying attention to the dangers around us? You're too busy staring at my back, Susan asked without turning her head. Ye Feng was startled. Her sixth sense was uncanny. Sister Susan, why at 30 do you still not have a boyfriend? He quickly changed the subject. What? Do you have feelings for me? Susan slightly turned, revealing her curvaceous figure. To be honest, any normal man would have feelings for you, especially a strong man like myself, Ye Feng mustered the courage to say. The more aloof she acted, the more he felt compelled to challenge her. Ye Feng, if you truly desire, I am not opposed to granting you one opportunity. After all, I have needs as well, but there are 2 conditions. First, you must not let me become pregnant, and second, most importantly, once the boat is built, we can be together on it. Susan sighed and spoke slowly. She was a normal woman, appearing distant, yet yearning for a man's affection deep within. In the past, she would have dismissed someone like Ye Feng without a second glance. However, on the deserted island, she began to see him in a new light. Though he was somewhat lecherous, he exhibited a strong sense of responsibility and offered genuine affection, unlike the superficial playboys of civilized society who spoke grandly but would flee at the first hint of sacrifice. Is that really true? Ye Feng glanced at his trousers, which were starting to look disheveled again. The cold rain could not extinguish his fervor. He felt confident about winning over the other women in the cave, but Susan was an enigma he could not decipher. He was taken aback by her forthrightness today. Susan, never joke. When I promise someone something, I will fulfill it. Do you think I am one of those women who only speak falsehoods? Susan continued to forge ahead. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Ye Feng sensed that her movements had become more pronounced. Having some expertise, he knew that a woman's demeanor could change when she was aroused. Sister Susan, is it true that if I can't please you at least 20 times in one night, you would castrate me? Ye Feng asked cautiously. This woman was no ordinary character. It was wise to clarify. Susan paused once more, slowly turning around, a beguiling smile gracing her lips. Guess what? Ye Feng inquired, bewildered. The duo finally arrived at the beach, where Susan was drenched, her figure completely revealed, akin to wearing nothing at all. Ye Feng was not much better off, stumbling awkwardly along the sandy shore. According to the position of the Big Dipper, with the south governed by gold and the north by water, we should head towards the northern rocky area. We are bound to encounter water, Ye Feng stated with gravity. Susan glanced at the misty sky, skepticism flickering in her eyes. It's raining. How can you see the stars? Have faith. Follow me. You regretted, Ye Feng replied, furrowing his brow. He took 3 steps forward, then retreated 2, his fingers incessantly calculating. Let us ascend this rocky wall and continue north for about 600 or 700 meters. We are sure to see the great river. Ye Feng spoke with calm assurance. Susan nodded, securing her weapons upon her back and being the first to scale the ascent. Observing her lithe figure and alluring silhouette, Ye Feng swallowed hard and followed suit. The seabirds ceased their flights, huddling in their nests, safeguarding their eggs. When we return, we can catch a few seabirds to stew, Ye Feng suggested. These islands are in the incubation period. Could you not be a tad more compassionate? Susan trudged ahead, stepping through the bird droppings. We're almost there, Ye Feng declared just as Susan heard the roaring sound of water. She parted a few branches, her expression one of astonishment as she gazed at the majestic river below, her mouth slightly agape, her chest rising and falling with excitement. See, I told you there was a great river here. My grandfather's grandfather was a renowned feng shui master. Have you heard of Zhang Liang? My grandfather once read his fortune, Ye Feng stated with utmost seriousness. Impressive. Susan felt an inkling of doubt, but still gave Ye Feng a thumbs up. Now, let us descend and begin our search for tools, Ye Feng instructed. Since you are so skilled, why not calculate the exact location as well, to avoid wasting time? Susan suddenly suggested. I've already revealed one secret of the heavens. I cannot divulge another, lest it shorten my lifespan, Ye Feng explained. You've definitely seen this great river before. Don't try to deceive me. Susan, perceptive as ever, quickly uncovered Ye Feng's ruse. Suit yourself. The truth is, I indeed deduced it through the arcane arts of feng shui, Ye Feng replied, and promptly made his way down the slope until he reached the riverbank. Chapter 74. If you dare, I dare the wind and rain buffeted the trees beside the river, causing them to sway. I can't take it anymore. The rain is too heavy. We should find a place to warm up, Ye Feng shouted above the din of the storm. All right, let us head into the woods. Susan responded loudly. The temperature had dropped significantly, colder than by the stream. Even Susan began to feel the chill. At last, they arrived beneath an overhanging rock, and Ye Feng swiftly crawled inside. Susan squeezed in as well, and they sat closely together, seeking warmth. After her clothes became drenched, Susan expressed her discomfort, instructing Leaf to turn away and not to peek, as she intended to remove her undergarments. She had relaxed her defenses around him, yet felt too shy to express this openly. However, she would not refuse if Leaf took the initiative. Women, after all, are often susceptible to infatuation, especially when confronted with a robust man like Leaf. It would be unnatural for her not to feel a stir of emotions. Regrettably, she had always maintained a cool demeanor, hesitant to shift her stance too swiftly. After a while, Susan took out her inner garment and rinsed it in the rainwater. Only then did Leaf turn his head, catching sight of her delicate tank top swaying gently. The sensation of it was tantalizing. If one were to grasp it, one might very well ascend to the heavens. Sister Susan, I think you should consider purchasing a larger size. It would be more conducive to your development, Leaf remarked, swallowing hard. What size do you think I should buy? She inquired. Susan surprisingly did not shy away from the topic. At the very least, she was willing to engage. As they conversed, Ye Feng leaned in closer to Susan. Instinctively, she shifted back slightly, but soon, a thought crossed her mind, and she met Ye Feng's gaze directly. Ye Feng, she began, I have heard that when a man holds a woman, it can be quite pleasurable. Is that true? Susan inquired with a rational expression. What is this? Ye Feng felt a surge of warmth within, sensing that Susan seemed to be moved. In such a chilly drizzle, he had never experienced anything like this before. How about you treat me as your subject of experimentation? As Ye Feng finished speaking, he extended his hands. Susan's breath quickened, her chest rising and falling, and she surprisingly did not shy away from Ye Feng's grasp. With determination, Ye Feng seized the moment and reached out boldly. How do you feel? Ye Feng inquired, his 10 fingers suddenly exerting force. Humph. Susan let out a soft murmur, a faint blush gracing her delicate features. A sensation of profound fulfillment enveloped her. She endeavored to maintain a composed demeanor, striving to suppress any semblance of lasciviousness. After all, she had long been accustomed to the persona of an aloof goddess and was reluctant to descend into something so base. How about this? You sit in my lap while I embrace you from behind, allowing my hands to slip beneath your arms. This sense of fulfillment should intensify. Ye Feng suggested. Susan glanced at Ye Feng's trousers, her mind drifting back to that moment when they had shared a private interlude in the tree. At that time, she had nearly succumbed to her desires but had refrained from voicing them. In recent nights, she found herself dreaming of that scene, pondering what it truly felt like to be with Ye Feng in such an intimate manner. For several consecutive days, dreams had ignited a spark of curiosity within this iron-willed woman. However, she was acutely aware of the physiological differences between men and women, and the potential consequences if Ye Feng were to lose control at a pivotal moment. Pregnancy was an outcome she could not entertain. She held steadfast to her principles. Engaging in a playful dalliance with a man as handsome and robust as Ye Feng was permissible, but conceiving was absolutely out of the question. One could indulge in the upper realms of intimacy, yet thoughts of the lower should remain unconsidered unless proper precautions were in place. Susan took a deep breath and slowly spoke, her face flushed with embarrassment, yet she maintained an air of aloofness. Ye Feng could no longer restrain himself and swiftly embraced Susan's slender waist. Ah! Susan let out a gasp. The powerful pulse nearly rendered her unconscious. You deceitful scoundrel! How could you? Susan turned her head, glaring at Ye Feng, her eyes reddened with pain, nearly bringing her to tears. I'm sorry, I lost control for a moment. Let me make it up to you, Ye Feng said, and after straightening his clothes, the two resumed their journey. They walked upstream for about 2 kilometers, where a small hill, approximately 20 meters high, came into view. In front of the hill stood a massive cave, dark and foreboding. Look, there are human footprints on the ground. It seems Ma Dong has been here, Susan pointed out. Ye Feng examined the tracks closely and confirmed they matched Ma Dong's. Let's go inside, he said, pulling Susan along as they cautiously approached the pitch-black cave. After walking roughly 30 meters, visibility dwindled to nothing. If Li Chang managed to enter and find firearms, He must have had some sort of illumination with him. Let us search nearby for any torches or similar items. Ye Feng suggested. To their fortune, he indeed found a torch on the ground, though they lacked a lighter. I'll create a fire by friction. You keep watch for any wild beasts lurking in the cave, he instructed. All right, Susan replied, drawing her rifle and aiming into the dark depths. Before long, a flame flickered to life. However, the torch could only illuminate a radius of 5 to 6 meters, beyond which everything faded into obscurity. After another 30 meters, Ye Feng sensed a slope descending deeper into the earth. This was no natural cave. It had been transformed by human hands into a cellar. He pointed to the neatly hewn stones on either side, clearly the result of human excavation. Indeed, Susan nodded, glancing at the inscriptions carved into the walls, which were unmistakably in German. Just then, Ye Feng felt something underfoot and heard a crunch. To his shock, he had stepped on a human skeleton, shattering its ribcage. Hiss! In such darkness, the sight of human remains startled him. Susan, too, was visibly shaken, her eyes reflecting a flicker of fear. It's fine. If we're not afraid of the living, why fear the dead? Ye Feng reassured her. As they descended further, Ye Feng's expression darkened. The ground was soaked with water, and about 5 meters ahead loomed a colossal stone pillar supporting the ceiling above. Moreover, various objects floated in the water, bones, tattered clothing, and some wooden crates. There must be many corpses submerged in this water. Are you brave enough to go down? Ye Feng asked Susan. If you dare, so will I, she replied through clenched teeth. In truth, she feared not the corpses but the filth. All right. Ye Feng held the torch in one hand and a stick in the other, prodding the ground with each step to avoid plunging into a deep puddle that would extinguish the flame. Susan kept her rifle steady, vigilant for any threats on the sides. The cellar echoed with the sound of dripping water, and occasionally, something would fall into the water with a splash. Ye Feng remained on high alert. He was determined to locate the engineers' tools, or all their efforts these past few days would be in vain. To speak candidly, the location of the cave is far from secure. At the slightest hint of torrential rain, the banks of the stream could easily succumb to flooding. Moreover, leopards and tigers could swiftly emerge to ambush unsuspecting humans. Chapter 75. What exquisite beauty! And let us not even mention those peculiar monkeys, whose venomous spines are not to be trifled with. A mere strike would be fatal even to a creature as formidable as a water buffalo. The mere presence of such creatures along the coastline suggests that their population is not insignificant. There may well be even more lurking in the depths of the deserted island. Only by constructing vessels capable of navigating the inland rivers can we effectively isolate the perils of the jungle. In such a scenario, we could serenade on the ship, indulge in hot pot, and relish the spectacle of nature's ruthless hierarchy along the banks. Now that would be a true life. Ye Feng, look at this. Susan suddenly grasped his arm. Ye Feng turned to see a door nearby, made of iron yet already half decayed, bearing signs of having been forcibly pushed open. It must have been a place that Ma Dong had ventured into. Let us explore it as well, for we might stumble upon something novel. With that, Ye Feng extended the torch into the entrance. A fetid, damp odor wafted out, and water dripped from the surroundings. However, upon a row of shelves, numerous wooden crates lay stacked, covered with a peculiar waterproof cloth. Ye Feng hastily pulled it aside. Inside were neatly arranged rifles, most of which had succumbed to rust. He removed the top layer and peered into the center. At last, he discovered 2 rifles wrapped in oiled paper, untouched by rust. He tore the paper away and pulled the bolt, producing a satisfying metallic sound. This firearm was remarkably well preserved, practically new. These seemed to be single-shot rifles. Let us search for a light machine gun, Susan suggested. Indeed, the duo began to rummage through the armory, which was filled exclusively with handguns and rifles, yet devoid of any submachine guns or light machine guns. Nonetheless, they did manage to uncover some ammunition. Let us move on to another warehouse. It would be splendid to find a machine gun. Once our ship is complete, we shall traverse the island at our leisure, Ye Feng chuckled, his tone alleviating the tension and easing Susan's fears. They waded out of the armory. At that moment, a sudden splash echoed from afar. This was no mere object falling into the water. Something was moving swiftly beneath the surface. Ye Feng's heart raced, instinctively shielding Susan behind him, while extending the torch ahead. Just 5 meters away, a colossal splash surged past. A python? A chill coursed through Ye Feng's veins. Susan, without hesitation, pressed herself against his back, her soft form against his muscular frame. The The splash quickly receded into the distance, vanishing from Ye Feng's sight. Was that in the water a python? Susan trembled as she queried. Most likely. Judging by the size of that splash, it must be at least 10 meters long and perhaps as thick as a human waist. Encountering a python in the water leaves us utterly defenseless, Ye Feng replied, his expression grim. Should we continue searching for tools? Susan inquired. Having come this far, one cannot return empty-handed. You, trailing behind me, keep your rifle poised. Should that creature reappear, shoot without hesitation. No matter how formidable an animal may be, it is no match for modern weaponry. Ye Feng bolstered his own courage, despite being terrified. Susan lifted her rifle, her gaze fixed on the water. After a further 5 minutes, they entered another warehouse. Fortune favors the diligent. There are numerous tools here, saws, axes, and iron nails, though of a peculiar shape. No, wait, these are rivets. Quickly, search for a rivet gun. Ye Feng exclaimed, elated. Rivets are far superior to mere nails. Once driven into place, they expand, creating a tighter bond for the ship's hull. I found the rivet gun, Susan declared joyfully, brandishing a hefty firearm. Let us take some rivets back today, along with 3 saws and 2 axes. As for the rest, we shall summon the larger team tomorrow to assist with the transport. With these tools, if we work together, we might just finish constructing the ship in 2 months, Ye Feng said with enthusiasm. Susan found a military backpack and filled it with everything she could carry. Since Ye Feng held the torch, he could not bear too much weight, leaving most of the burden to Susan. At that moment, the torch flickered ominously, as if it might extinguish. This is bad. Hurry! Ye Feng shouted in alarm, hastening forward, with Susan, burdened by over 100 pounds, trailing closely behind. Indeed, German craftsmanship is remarkable, utilizing only the finest steel. However, during World War II, lightweight steel had yet to be developed, resulting in these heavy materials. After sprinting a dozen meters, the torch was splashed by water above, shrinking to the size of a candle. Run! Ye Feng urged, sprinting desperately. With a resigned sigh, the torch extinguished completely, plunging the cellar into utter darkness. Susan! Susan! Ye Feng whispered, but received no reply. Susan, this is neither the time for jokes nor for fright. It could be deadly, he thought, his heart sinking. Just then, he grasped a hand, cold and delicate. Run! Ye Feng propelled himself forward, spotting a faint glimmer in the distance. A beacon guiding him out. Ye Feng! Ye Feng! Where are you? Suddenly, Susan's voice echoed from 10 meters behind. Ye Feng's heart raced as if struck by lightning. Slowly, he turned to look back. The hand he had seized, was it not Susan's? Damn it! He exclaimed, forcefully shaking off whatever he had clutched. Susan! Susan! Overcoming his fear, he dashed towards her voice. At last, he grasped Susan's warm hand. Without uttering a word, they fled towards the cave's entrance. The light grew increasingly intense, urging them to run faster. Finally, they could discern their surroundings. Ye Feng collapsed at the mouth of the cavern, while Susan, trembling from fright, fell into his embrace. Scattered around them were the remnants of their belongings, strewn haphazardly across the ground. Who? The two of them gasped for breath, their faces still pale with fear. The earlier events had been utterly terrifying. Ye Feng, the man, appeared to be drained of his very soul. As for Susan, her eyes were filled with sheer terror. Suddenly, she picked up the rifle from the ground and aimed it into the dark abyss of the cave, pulling the trigger. Bang! 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 The resounding echoes reverberated within the cavern. Damn it! Susan cursed into the cave, momentarily shedding her beauty. Once her anger subsided, the fear in her eyes gradually faded. Susan, let us return home, Ye Feng declared, striding out of the cave. As they approached the entrance, a ray of sunlight pierced through the darkness. The sky had cleared. Ye Feng let out a deep sigh, lost in reverie as he gazed at the bright azure above. Look! A rainbow! How beautiful! Susan exclaimed, pointing at the vibrant arch that adorned the sky above the river. Is this your first time seeing a rainbow? Ye Feng chuckled. Indeed, it is my first. I have only seen them in movies or books, and they are truly magnificent. Susan's face lit up with delight in that moment. She transformed from a cold-hearted assassin into a spirited young girl. Let us go home. Today has been too thrilling. I need a good night's sleep, Ye Feng stated, gathering most of the tools while leaving a small portion for Susan. As she observed Ye Feng's retreating figure, a spark of intrigue flickered in her eyes, and she followed him with a light step, her delicate hand reaching out to grasp his. Beneath the rainbow, The handsome young man and the beautiful woman walked hand in hand towards home. After much effort, they finally arrived downstream after 4 long hours, only to find the area occupied by a massive dragon bone. But Ma Xikong and the others were nowhere to be seen. "This is bad," Ye Feng exclaimed, tossing aside his belongings and sprinting upstream with his rifle in hand. Upon reaching the upper stream, he encountered a cluster of women quietly weeping. Ye Feng, as if in a trance, gazed at the lifeless bodies scattered on the ground. One belonged to Ma Xikong's group, while the other was Li Chang's. Li Chang's forehead bore a bullet wound, his vacant eyes staring into the sky. "Ah Feng, you have returned." Upon seeing Ye Feng, Su Yun rushed into his embrace. Ye Feng held Su Yun close and pushed through the crowd. There, he found Bai Guifan lying on the ground, her hollow eyes fixed upon the heavens, her chest and abdomen stained crimson with blood. "Brother Feng, you have finally come back." Ye Feng turned to see Long Wu half reclining beside the waterfall, one leg bleeding profusely and bent at an unnatural angle. He clutched his pistol tightly, warily watching the opposite bank of the stream. "Brother Wu." Ye Feng quickly pushed Su Yun aside and rushed to support Long Wu. Just as Long Wu stood, he let out a muffled groan. He had been shot in the thigh, the bone shattered, held together only by muscle and skin. "Ma Xikong, that bastard." "I." Ye Feng gasped for breath, at a loss for words to express his anger. He should have made preparations earlier, once the rain ceased. Mars Kong and his companions could have started a fire in the wilderness to roast meat, thus no longer relying on them. Yet, despite all his calculations, he failed to anticipate that the rain would halt at this precise moment. The absence of both himself and Susan in the cave diminished their combat strength, allowing Mars Kong and his cohorts to launch a successful ambush. On this side, they had lost 2 men, and crucially, Long Wu, their main force, had also been severely injured. Ye Feng did not need to inquire further. He already knew that it was Mars Kong's doing. "Where are they?" Ye Feng asked. After exhausting their ammunition, they fled across the creek. "I, too, was out of bullets, but I bluffed them into retreating," Long Wu managed to say with difficulty. "Brother Wu, with your injuries, the only option is to amputate your leg," Ye Feng stated. At that moment, several women gathered around. Their expressions varied. Some were dazed, others terrified, some sorrowful, and a few with flickering gazes. Especially Alice and Lena, who felt deep down that Ye Feng could not protect them. "Please, don't amputate my leg. I can manage." "Don't worry, it will heal on its own," Long Wu pleaded, watching as Susan approached with a saw, his body thrashing violently. "Brother Wu, you must face reality. If you do not undergo amputation, the wound will fester upward, and ultimately, you will succumb to infection," Ye Feng declared, gritting his teeth as he pinned Long Wu to the ground. Meanwhile, Susan resolutely grasped the saw. Ah! The air by the creek was pierced by his heart-wrenching screams. Eventually, Long Wu lost consciousness. Ye Feng searched for herbs to staunch the bleeding from his thigh, but to no avail. In desperation, he resorted to a more drastic measure, using a heated dagger to cauterize the wound, constricting the blood vessels within. He toiled through the afternoon, with Long Wu losing consciousness from the pain only to awaken again in agony. The women covered their mouths, tears streaming down their cheeks. Finally, the bleeding ceased, but Long Wu lay unconscious. "From now on, I need you to take meticulous care of Long Wu, wipe his sweat, help him cool down, and prepare nourishing soup for him." Without any lapses, Ye Feng turned to the women, his expression solemn. However, this time, the women remained silent. Ultimately, it was Alice who broke the silence. "You only know how to give orders. We follow your commands, yet 2 of us have died, and 1 is injured. You are too young and entirely unfit to lead," Alice said indignantly. Lena hesitated before nodding in agreement. "Ye Feng, I appreciate your saving me, but you are too young, lacking foresight and consideration. Therefore, we need to hold a fair election to choose the most suitable leader. You 2 ungrateful women. My brother Ye Feng has endured countless hardships on this deserted island and has even been wounded. Now, you wish to blame him for a single mistake? If you think my brother Ye Feng is inadequate, then leave." Ding Tianchuan stepped forward beside Ye Feng. Ye Feng's expression became somewhat awkward. While these 2 women were criticizing him, there was indeed some merit in their words. "Dear sister, please do not misunderstand. We speak candidly and do not harbor any ill intent towards Ye Feng. I recognize his good heart, yet he is rather youthful," Lena explained in a flustered manner. "Indeed, I acknowledge that Ye Feng genuinely wishes the best for us, but at times, His decisions are rather hasty. Nevertheless, I still hold affection for him, Alice added. Ye Feng pressed his hands downward. I have taken your words to heart. I am indeed quite young. Here's what we shall do. I will first attend to Brother Wu and then procure some herbs for him. In the evening, we shall hold a fair election. Moreover, even if a leader emerges from the election, should they err at times, you must voice your concerns without hesitation. We must not shy away from hurting feelings. Only through collective wisdom can we survive on this desolate island, Ye Feng stated earnestly. Alice nodded in agreement. Then it was Lena's turn. She suddenly approached and embraced Ye Feng tightly. Ye Feng, I like you. I did not expect you to possess such magnanimity. Most young individuals would react with indignation if criticized, but you remain rational. Perhaps I was mistaken in my earlier judgments. Upon finishing her words, she planted a kiss on Ye Feng's cheek. Ye Feng felt a flicker of embarrassment, yet the kiss dissipated any lingering discomfort. All right, take care of Brother Wu. As for Li Chong and Aunt Bai, find a place to bury them. With that, he turned and walked downstream without looking back. However, after walking a mere dozen meters, he turned around. Do not bury them. Simply cast the two bodies into the stream for a sky burial. We cannot afford to waste energy digging graves. Susan, I need you to conceal yourself in a large tree. If any foes approach, fire a warning shot immediately. To Anchuan, you take the rifle and hide behind the waterfall. Once Susan fires her warning shot, you must also respond, alerting the enemy to our ambush, thereby deterring any rash action. And you, Ramizi, as a foreigner familiar with firearms, take a weapon and conceal yourself across the stream to avoid being caught off guard by Masikong's counterattack. Lena, Alice, and Su Yun, you three shall return after 5 hours to switch places with them. Additionally, tether Xiaohong downstream. It may serve as an early warning system, Ye Feng mused, meticulously considering every detail. Upon hearing Ye Feng's directives, Alice and Lena exchanged glances, a glimmer of joy flickering across their faces. His resolve had transformed their doubts into hopeful anticipation. Ah Feng, what is your purpose in going downstream? Su Yin inquired. Naturally, to eliminate Masikong and his entire faction. Tell me, did everyone on Masikong's side engage in combat, or were only a select few involved? Ye Feng's eyes glinted with a hint of menace. If his comrades had perished without retribution, how would these women perceive him? It was indeed Masikong and his two bodyguards who truly engaged in the fight. The others seemed compelled to charge forward. Lena hastily clarified. Are you certain? Ye Feng countered. Absolutely. Masikong's true confidants are solely his two bodyguards. The others are merely working for him and would not fight to the death, Lena affirmed with unwavering conviction. Understanding dawned upon him. Masikong was out of ammunition, while he possessed plenty. When did they launch their ambush? Ye Feng inquired further. Lena pondered for a moment before responding. It was approximately 3 hours ago. Shortly after the sky cleared, they sent 4 women to the forefront, while the men remained behind with their weapons. Long Wu hesitated to fire due to the presence of the women, which ultimately led to the loss of 2 lives on our side and left Long Wu injured. At this juncture, Su Yun interjected. Although Wang Tao did not directly engage, he provided cover from the rear. With this revelation, Ye Feng gained clarity. His pursuit was now narrowed down to 4 individuals, Masikong, 2 bodyguards, and the inept Wang Tao. Without delay, he resolved to hunt them down. Ye Feng rushed into the cave to retrieve his firearm, only to find Cheng Li Bin still inside. Why didn't you leave with Masikong? He asked, securing a magazine at his waist. Masikong is not worth following. Staying with him will lead to certain demise. It is far more prudent to align with you. Cheng Li Bin replied. A wise choice. Ye Feng acknowledged. Stepping outside the cave, he quietly advised Su Yun, keep an eye on Cheng Li Bin. He is newly joined, and a modicum of caution is warranted. After issuing these instructions, Ye Feng armed himself with a rifle and a pistol, wading across the stream. The recent rain had left a chaotic array of footprints on the ground. Trusting his instincts, he followed the prints, certain of his path. As he acclimated to the situation, Ye Feng gradually quickened his pace. He was uncertain of how long he had been running when he finally halted. Before him lay a lifeless body, an engineer from Masikong's side, killed by a blunt object. This revelation brought him a measure of relief, confirming that Masikong indeed had no ammunition left. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating the forest as the birds began to chirp, while beads of sweat formed on Ye Feng's brow. 2 hours later, he slowed his pace. Although the footprints remained intact, he was confident that Masikong was not far ahead, and he awaited the opportune moment to apprehend the miscreants. Just then, without warning, a stick struck from the left. Ye Feng felt a jolt in his back, staggering forward momentarily. A bodyguard brandishing a club charged at him. Die! Ye Feng raised his weapon and fired. The shot rang out, leaving the bodyguard bleeding from a leg, yet he pressed forward, undeterred, lunging at Ye Feng. Another shot rang out, striking the bodyguard in the head, yet he clung to Ye Feng tenaciously. In that moment, Ye Feng prepared to shove the bodyguard aside when another stick came crashing down towards him. With no other option, he instinctively raised his gun to shield his head. A resounding thud echoed as the rifle slipped from his grasp, prompting him to reach for his pistol. A bodyguard named Dahai charged forward, seizing the firearm. A fierce struggle ensued as they wrestled for control. Ultimately, Ye Feng emerged victorious, steadily aiming the gun at Dahai. Despair flickered in Dahai's eyes as he opened his mouth to speak. Bang! A bullet pierced through, silencing him. Just as Ye Feng dispatched Dahai, a sudden blow to the back of his head sent him reeling, plunging him into a brief state of unconsciousness. As Ma Sikuan lunged forward, he swiftly retrieved the handgun and aimed it directly at Ye Feng's head. Hee. I initially expected to attract Long Wu, but unexpectedly, I've stumbled upon an even greater catch, Ma Sikuan remarked, taking a few steps back while keeping the firearm trained on Ye Feng. Ye Feng pressed his lips tightly together, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. I ask you, where are my wife and son? How have they fared in the cave? Ma Sikuan inquired. Ye Feng was taken aback. Did this fellow remain unaware of his son's demise? It seemed that Rimai Zi had never formally met him. I won't divulge anything, Ye Feng scoffed. Yet his gaze drifted toward the rifle on his left. He calculated the distance, pondering if he could roll over, seize the rifle, and retaliate with sufficient chances to eliminate Ma Sikuan. Then I shall seek them myself, Ma Sikuan declared, unhesitatingly pulling the trigger. Click. However, the sound that echoed was merely a click. A misfire? Ye Feng's heart soared with joy as he dashed forward, gripping Ma Sikuan's throat and pinning him to the ground. Although Ma Sikuan was middle-aged, he possessed considerable strength, proving to be a match for Ye Feng, even after consuming ginkgo. One hand clutched Ma Sikuan's throat while the other swiftly drew a dagger, inching it toward his neck. Ma Sikuan clenched his teeth, allowing the dagger to creep ever closer. This man exhibited remarkable perseverance. Even as the blade approached his throat, he refused to yield. Finally, the dagger pierced his neck, and a flicker of despair crossed Ma Sikuan's eyes for the first time. Ma Sikuan, damn you, pay for the lives of my people, Ye Feng exclaimed, pressing down forcefully. Just then, 8 or 9 individuals emerged from the surroundings, led by Wang Tao, followed by 4 women and a group of engineers. Wang Tao, grab the gun. Take him down, Ma Sikuan shouted desperately. Wang Tao, finally realizing the gravity of the situation, scrambled to retrieve the firearm. Damn it, Ye Feng lamented, temporarily releasing Ma Sikuan and rushing toward the rifle. Alas, Wang Tao had already seized it, yet it was evident he was at a loss regarding its operation. With a fierce shove, Ye Feng sent Wang Tao flying. However, Ma Sikuan had already regained his composure, wrapping his arms around Ye Feng's waist. Wang Tao, shoot him, hurry, Ma Sikuan yelled. In Chapter 78, flushed with rage, Wang Tao clumsily fumbled with the gun for 10 seconds, utterly bewildered by how to fire it. In desperation, he resorted to wielding the weapon like a club, striking Ye Feng's cheek with a brutal blow. Ye Feng staggered, his head spinning, and began to topple sideways. Ma Sikuan rejoiced, seizing the rifle and swiftly loading a bullet, aiming it at Ye Feng's head. We cannot let him prevail, a woman of Asian descent declared, suddenly leaping onto Ma Sikuan's back. The other 3 women exchanged glances and rushed forward, some grabbing his legs, others his arms. Notably, the black girl sank her teeth into Ma Sikuan's ear. Damn, a bunch of wretched harlots, ugh. Ma Sikong's ear was brutally torn away, yet he managed to free himself from the grasp of 4 women. Bang! With a single shot, 2 Asian women fell, pierced through. However, as he prepared to fire again, his rifle jammed. Indeed, the weaponry of the German forces during World War II was advanced, yet it was not without its flaws. Ye Feng suddenly pushed Ma Sikong aside, shielding the remaining 2 women behind him. The dark-skinned woman was undeniably beautiful, her legs longer than those of both Caucasian and Asian women, exuding a wild beauty. Ma Sikong stood alongside Wang Tao, with a group of engineers between them, followed by Ye Feng and the 2 women. 3 factions formed a standoff. Ma Sikong glanced at the makeshift club in his hand and tossed it aside. Ye Feng, It seems you have fallen into my hands today, he declared, addressing the engineers. Anyone who kills Ye Feng will receive a bounty of 100 million to be paid immediately upon return. The engineers, numbering 6 or 7, were more than capable of dealing with Ye Feng. Ye Feng's expression turned icy as he picked up a dagger. Whoever approaches will meet my blade. On this deserted island, a single cut can lead to a festering wound, resulting in a tragic demise, he stated coldly. The engineers exchanged glances, none daring to step forward. When it came to shipbuilding, they would charge ahead without hesitation, but when it involved taking a life, they lacked the courage. A bunch of useless fools. Very well, I shall take matters into my own hands, Masakong declared, extending his left leg slowly, his hands intertwining deliberately. This gesture was imbued with a sense of power, compelling Ye Feng to regard it seriously. I forgot to mention, I am a karate champion. With nothing but my fists, I can bring you to your end. With that, Masakong charged forward. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes and thrust the dagger forward. Thud! Masakong's arm bled, yet he endured the excruciating pain and twisted his hands. Thud! The dagger clattered to the ground. After a brief exchange, Ye Feng's expression darkened. Masakong had evidently trained in martial arts. His stance was firm, his strength immense, each strike delivering the full force of his fists or feet. As they continued, both were left breathless, neither able to gain the upper hand. Witnessing this, Wang Tao suddenly picked up a stick, preparing to join the fray. Stop! Masakong called out, leaning against a large tree, panting heavily. Ye Feng likewise collapsed onto the ground, nearly gasping out his lungs. The earlier struggle had been a test of sheer willpower, and both were nearly exhausted. Ye Feng, hand over my wife and son, and I shall cease to trouble you. We can each return home to our own affairs. How does that sound? Masakong inquired. That is impossible. Ye Feng shook his head. Very well, then tell me, is my son still alive? Masakong's voice trembled. In his youth, he had sown wild oats, resulting in diminished fertility, leading to the birth of his son in middle age, a child he cherished deeply. He is alive, Ye Feng lied. All right, if you take care of my son, I will temporarily refrain from troubling you. Wang Tao, Engineer Li, let us depart. With that, Masakong led his group deeper into the thicket. A group of engineers exchanged glances, with more than half choosing to follow Mars Kong. After all, they had been under his command for over a decade, forming a habitual allegiance. However, 2 younger engineers opted to approach Ye Feng. Ye Feng, we wish to follow you. Mars Kong is unreliable, one of them stated. Follow me. Why? Ye Feng inquired. Because, although you are harsh with outsiders, you treat your own well. I believe there is promise in following you. At least we won't go hungry, the other engineer replied. Very well, let us return, Ye Feng said, glancing at the rifles and handguns on the ground before ultimately picking them up. He intended to investigate why these weapons jammed and planned to consult Long Wu when he awoke, as Long Wu had military experience. Ye Feng, let me assist you. Anna approached and offered her arm. The other girl, though a bit slower to react, managed to support him on the other side. Ye Feng observed that despite her dark complexion, her skin was far more delicate than that of Caucasians or Asians, and her eyes sparkled like jewels. He surmised that she must be among the most exquisite beauties from her homeland. He was not averse to eliminating Mars Kong, but the latter's extraordinary luck and formidable combat skills, complemented by Wang Tao, posed significant challenges. Nonetheless, he found solace in the fact that they had gained 2 engineers and 2 young women, which would expedite their shipbuilding efforts. After walking about a mile back, Ye Feng suddenly heard the anguished howls of hyenas ahead. This is not good. Quickly, let us hide in this patch of grass, he urged, pulling the others into the underbrush. Through the gaps, they observed 5 or 6 hyenas fleeing towards them, pursued by a dozen peculiar monkeys. Upon closer inspection, Ye Feng realized this group was not the same as the previous one, as half of the earlier monkeys had been eliminated, making it impossible for so many to exist. Furthermore, this batch appeared larger, approximately 1.2 meters tall. The most alarming aspect was their running capability in the jungle, surpassing that of leopards. They could use branches as poles and leap onto trees for ambushes. The hyenas were quickly overtaken, leading to a gruesome scene as the monkeys eviscerated them, consuming their entrails raw. Ugh! Anna retched at the sight. After feasting on the hyenas, the monkeys began to engage in a display that left the 2 girls, one fair and one dark, blushing profusely, particularly the darker-skinned girl, whose eyes seemed on the verge of overflowing with tears. Ye Feng could distinctly sense her rapid breathing. Anna managed to maintain her composure, though her skin flushed slightly. While the two young engineers visibly struggled, their pants soon betraying their discomfort. They exchanged awkward glances, attempting to cover their embarrassment. However, upon noticing Ye Feng's own predicament, they quickly felt less self-conscious, as his trousers were in a far worse state than theirs. After what felt like an eternity of chaos, the monkeys finally departed, sated. Ye Feng stood, assisting the two girls to their feet. Oh, what a nightmare. Anna's gaze fell upon Ye Feng's trousers, her eyes reflecting a blend of terror and anticipation, reminiscent of the desire to venture forth coupled with an innate fear. The black girl, on the other hand, regarded Ye Feng with a gaze imbued with glistening curiosity. In Chapter 79, which speaks of the essence of security, it is revealed that foreign women express affection in a rather forthright manner. Should they harbor feelings for you, they do so without reservation. In contrast, women from our homeland tend to be more reserved, often feigning indifference before resorting to various antics. These creatures frequently manifest near the brook, and should we uncover the location of their lair, we would be in dire straits. Ye Feng's expression took on a grave demeanor, starkly contrasting with his trousers. Let us return home first and deliberate on this matter, he declared, leading the way ahead. After considerable effort, Ye Feng guided the four back home. Brother Ye, you're back, Ding Tuanchuan exclaimed as she rushed towards him. Ye Feng gently embraced her, inquiring, has fifth brother awakened yet? Not yet. His injuries are quite severe, Ding Tuanchuan replied. All right. Be a dear and summon everyone for a meeting, except for those on watch. Shortly thereafter, all but Susan had gathered at the cave's entrance. Ye Feng informed everyone of the formidable nature of the monstrous monkeys and elucidated their current predicament. What shall we do? These creatures not only wield tools, but are also undeterred by peril, their claws exceedingly sharp. Even with firearms, we might not prevail against them, Ding Tuanchuan lamented, visibly shaken. That is not the most terrifying aspect. The number of these beasts may exceed 2 groups, and others may emerge, rendering this brook unsafe. Hence, starting tomorrow, we shall dismantle the dragon bones downstream and transport them sequentially to the beach. There lies a grand river to the north of the beach, alongside an immense cavern that could serve as our secondary refuge, capable of accommodating the weight of food and vessels. Constructing the boats here at the brook and moving them in batches to the beach is overly cumbersome. What do you all think? Ye Feng proposed. He had envisioned building the boats adjacent to the Grand River. Once completed, he would navigate upstream and begin to relish a regal existence within the primeval forest. I concur. Lena was the first to raise her hand. Subsequently, others followed suit. Excellent. The motion passes unanimously. We shall commence our relocation tomorrow. It may take several trips to complete. Yet one thing I must emphasize is that I do not wish our meetings to become a mere echo chamber devoid of dissenting voices. Those unaware might mistakenly believe I, Ye Feng, am establishing a dictatorship, he remarked, feigning modesty. Enough of the charade, Susan retorted upon her return, playfully tugging at Ye Feng's ear. The other women merely chuckled, savoring the hard-won tranquility of their lives. A night passed without incident, and dawn broke anew. Ye Feng was the first to rise, gathering all weapons into a single backpack salvaged from the cavern, which, despite enduring 8 decades of tempestuous weather, remained remarkably durable. 2 young engineers fashioned a makeshift stretcher to carry the unconscious Long Wu, while the others equipped themselves with various useful items, gradually making their way downstream. Upon arrival, Ye Feng cast his eyes upon the immense dragon bones. Some dragon ribs have already been installed above, and by the next visit, they may require 8 individuals to lift this immense dragon skeleton. After all, it took nearly 10 days to forge it, and it must not go to waste. The jungle has come alive again after the rain, with various animals darting about and the incessant calls of birds filling the air. The little pup has grown rapidly, now resembling a large male dog. It scurries around the feet of several women, licking them affectionately, with 2 rifles strapped to its back. I cannot afford to keep idle companions. However, the little pup, feeling the added weight, immediately began rolling on the ground in refusal to cooperate. Thus, Ye Feng used a rope to secure the rifles firmly onto its body. Now, the little pup was unable to escape and had to accept the reality of becoming part of the supply unit. After 4 hours, Ye Feng led everyone to the riverbank. Heavens, what a vast river! Could this be the Amazon? One engineer, tossing aside his belongings, leapt directly into the water. Don't jump, Ye Feng shouted. But it was too late. The man had already plunged in. It's so hot. Isn't it nice to take a bath? The engineer inquired. Just as he finished speaking, he felt something amiss and instinctively reached behind him. Oh no, oh no. Soon, he dashed to the shore, bare-bottomed and jumping about. Something's burrowing into my backside. It's still digging, he exclaimed in horror. It must be a parasitic catfish. You go help him out, Ye Feng commanded another engineer, with a disgusted expression. The engineer indeed extracted a long, slender fish from the man's rear. Everyone, come look. This is the carnivorous catfish. If you have even a small wound, they will burrow in to feast on your blood. They prefer not only wounds but also other areas, Ye Feng explained, glancing at the women. Su Yun's face turned crimson, and she instinctively covered her lower abdomen. The other women seemed to feel the same, unable to resist shielding themselves. I'm fine. I've been constipated for a decade. Let them help me with my long-standing issue. Cheng Li Bin chuckled as he approached. But you must be careful. They burrow not just from the back, but also from the front, Ye Feng cautioned. Cheng Li Bin's expression changed, and he hurriedly covered his trousers. From now on, no action without my consent. You must consult me first. Otherwise, this river harbors leeches, red-bellied piranhas, wolf fish, giant arapaima, electric eels, and black caimans. With each species Ye Feng named, the faces of the crowd grew increasingly grim. And the most terrifying of all, the green anaconda, measuring 10 meters long. Capable of swallowing even a water buffalo, Ye Feng dropped this bombshell. The women huddled together, as if seeking solace in numbers. Don't cluster together. It increases the risk of spreading tropical viruses, Ye Feng sternly warned. I want to go home. Woe is me, I want to go home. Su Yun and Ding Tuanshuan were the first to burst into tears. Don't be like that. I was joking. Although these creatures may be prevalent, they cannot all appear simultaneously. Ye Feng hurriedly began to offer comfort. After soothing the emotions of several women, he led them to the mouth of a cavern. The cavern loomed large, standing 20 meters high and 15 meters wide, resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous creature. Upon entering, one could not help but feel a sense of despair, as though being consumed. We shall venture just 20 meters in, then ignite a fire. Do not delve any deeper. For within lurk potential beasts, Ye Feng stated solemnly. The group busied themselves. Some kindled a fire, others gathered dry twigs, while a few spread straw on the ground to prepare for the night's rest. Ye Feng pried loose a weathered rock at the cave entrance with his dagger. Its weathered state indicated no imminent danger of collapse. Had it been composed of softer material, he would not have dared to establish a refuge here, as it could have led to their burial alive. Let us rest well this afternoon. Tomorrow, we shall retrieve the remaining supplies. Susan, do you see that large tree? Climb it, and keep watch over a kilometer radius. If any jungle tigers, leopards, pythons, or humans approach, fire a warning shot, Ye Feng commanded. Susan shot him a glare, but departed with her rifle in hand. Brother Feng, fifth brother has awakened, came Ding Tuanshuan's voice from within the cave. Ye Feng's heart soared as he rushed to Long Wu's side. Although Long Wu had regained consciousness, he appeared frail, his eyes lacking their usual luster. Fifth brother, do not speak, continue to rest. We are safe now, and I shall protect you, Ye Feng assured, grasping Long Wu's hand. Long Wu, too weak to respond, merely nodded slightly before drifting back into slumber. Thankfully, his robust physique and military background would aid in his recovery. Otherwise, losing a leg might have proven fatal. Perhaps you should introduce yourselves, Ye Feng suggested, turning to the 4 individuals he had brought back. Allow me, said a young woman, extending her hand to Ye Feng. This is Brother Feng. He shall be our leader henceforth, and we shall heed his guidance while still being able to voice our opinions. I am Dove. I am Anna, she declared, embracing Ye Feng openly. As for the 2 young engineers, one was named Bao Qifeng, and the other, Yu Sihai. They were relatively young among engineers, but were both around 30. Now that we are acquainted, our singular aim is to construct the vessel. Chief Engineer Chung, along with engineers Bao and Yu, we shall rely on your expertise, and we will assist with simpler tasks. The core elements will require your design. Ye Feng expressed courteously to the engineers. Agreed. For the sake of returning home, we are willing to do anything. After all, my family depends solely on my income. If I cannot return, my parents, wife, and children may face starvation, Cheng Li Bin stated, his expression growing somber. Ye Feng glanced around at the others, noting their grim visages. Let us refrain from discussing unhappy matters. For now, we shall rest well. With 2 more trips tomorrow, we should be able to retrieve everything. he said, forcing a smile. He, indeed, could satiate himself while leaving his family unfed, but what of the others, particularly the men? They are the backbone of the family. Should they fail to return, their entire household would suffer a loss of income. A few foreigners appeared to be in better spirits, though. How parched we are! Are we truly expected to drink from that great river? How utterly repulsive! Ding Tuanchuan suddenly swallowed hard. Ye Feng abruptly realized that previously, by the brook, they were never short of water, as it was pure spring water, fit for drinking. However, the water in this river was undoubtedly complex, likely teeming with countless parasites. The human stomach is not as resilient as that of animals. Consuming it could lead to an array of infections and diseases. Let us send someone with me to find a clean water source. After all, this area is rich in waterways, and clean water should be easily attainable. The rest of you can rest here, Ye Feng proposed. I will accompany you, Zhang Yin declared, raising her hand. Ye Feng exchanged a glance with her, noticing the glimmer of intense longing in her eyes. Could it be? No, it is not the time. The territory has yet to be secured, and we must not squander our energy elsewhere. Very well, Zhang Yin, you shall come with me. Upon finishing his words, Ye Feng handed Zhang Yin a rifle, a handgun, and a dagger, equipping himself similarly. Due to the frequent malfunctions of firearms during World War II, he felt compelled to carry double the supplies. The two swiftly vanished into the jungle. It was now afternoon. Zhang Yin led the way while Ye Feng followed closely behind. The rainforest was stiflingly hot, with no clear path to traverse. Feng, I feel today will go smoothly. What about you? Are you interested now? Zhang Yin suddenly turned her head, smiling at Ye Feng. Ye Feng's breath quickened momentarily, yet he soon regained his composure. Sister Yin, I am indeed interested, but we must first locate a clean water source. Once that issue is resolved, we may discuss other matters at leisure, he replied with difficulty. Zhang Yin fell silent, turning her attention back to the path ahead. However, the atmosphere had shifted to something more delicate. Initially, Ye Feng found his pants slightly uncomfortable, but soon they became increasingly so. Zhang Yin's remarkable figure, swaying before him, with her long legs and slender silhouette, was proving to be a distraction. Feng, I believe there is more to Li Meizi than meets the eye, Zhang Yin remarked suddenly. What do you mean? Ye Feng felt a tinge of displeasure. From the tone of her voice, he could surmise what she was about to say. Li Meizi is quite calculating. Be wary of her. A woman of dubious character would not wed a 40-year-old marquis otherwise. What could her intentions be? Trust me. Even if I do not say it, you must comprehend, Zhang Yin spoke slowly. Ye Feng found himself in agreement internally. However, they were a team. And with the boat yet to be constructed, he did not wish to create fissures within their ranks so soon. Moreover, was Zhang Yin truly of better character? After all, she had been the lover of the notorious king of the dead, Wang Xiong. It appeared that wicked women harbor disdain for one another, as they are rivals. Regardless of one's character, our objective remains the construction of the boat. Let us speak no more of it. Ye Feng interrupted Zhang Yin. Zhang Yin continued. A person of poor character poses a risk when kept close. Just watch, there will undoubtedly be trouble on her side. After speaking, she suddenly turned to face Ye Feng directly. Feng, truthfully, I am also a flawed woman, but I am not as greedy as she is. I merely hope to receive your special care on this deserted island. As long as I am well, you may ask me to do anything you desire. With that, Zhang Yin brought her soft body closer, pressing tightly against Ye Feng. Ye Feng had long sensed that Zhang Yin intended to trade her body for favors, as this was her area of expertise. If that is the case, then I shall not hold back. He promptly pressed her against a broken piece of wood. When I first encountered you, your gaze was laced with disdain. What is this? Are you now trying to curry favor with me? Ye Feng pressed her back firmly. Their bodies entwined, and his lips brushed against her ear. Indeed, Zhang Yan's disdainful gaze had irked Ye Feng when they first met, but he had chosen to remain silent about it. Now that the air had cleared, and he was ready to claim her, he felt compelled to release the pent-up frustration he had harbored for so long. Feng, please refrain from speaking of such matters, Zhang Yin replied, her face flushed, feeling both shy and humiliated. She had not anticipated that, at such a critical juncture, Ye Feng would bring up an old, disdainful glance. Ye Feng leaned in closer, causing Zhang Yan's resolve to weaken. Why should I not speak of it? Do you realize the damage that disdainful gaze inflicted upon someone like me? We possess neither wealth, power, nor status, thus our pride is paramount. Yet, you chose to provoke me with that contemptuous look. Now that we are here, I must speak my mind. As he spoke, His hands began to wander. I apologize, Ye Feng. I should not have looked down on you in the beginning. It was my fault. Please forgive me. Zhang Yan felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, her face burning red. Yet, the combination of this humiliation and the pressure on her body ignited an unprecedented thrill within her. You wretched woman. You are a lowly mistress, seducing another's husband. Ye Feng's heart raced as he unleashed the thoughts he had suppressed deep within. What did you say? Zhang Yan, despite her previous ecstasy, felt a surge of anger. Those who play the role of a mistress dread being labeled as such. In the past, whenever she encountered that term while browsing short videos, she would feel a surge of indignation and immediately retaliate in the comments. However, this time was different. It was Ye Feng who was uttering this insult directly into her ear. You scoundrel! Zhang Yan struggled fiercely, but found herself unable to break free. Isn't it true? Ye Feng retorted softly in her ear. At that moment, Zhang Yan's body completely surrendered. It was precisely because she recognized her own shortcomings that she feared hearing that derogatory term. Just like a fool, upon hearing someone call them foolish, they would feel a surge of embarrassment and anger. Yet now, Ye Feng's assertiveness made her acutely aware of her own depravity. Yes, I am wretched. Then come. Do not spare me. Punish this lowly creature. Zhang Yan's voice suddenly turned enchanting. Ye Feng felt a buzz in his head, and as he instinctively pulled back, there was a resounding thud, akin to a comet colliding with the earth. A scream escaped Zhang Yan, echoing through the forest. A squirrel, clutching a nut, stared in astonishment at Zhang Yan below the tree. After a brief moment, the nut slipped from its grasp and fell to the ground. A bobcat passed by, seemingly influenced by the atmosphere, emitting a series of meows. The initial cries were piercing and shrill, but gradually transformed into a melodious and enchanting tune, captivating all who heard it. An hour later, Zhang Yan nestled in Ye Feng's embrace, her eyes tightly shut, with traces of tears still glistening at the corners, and a delicate blush of satisfaction gracing her cheeks. Ye Feng lay back, a contented smile on his face, casually picking up a twig to clean his teeth. He couldn't help but acknowledge Zhang Yan's professionalism in attending to him so well. After 2 full hours of slumber, Zhang Yan slowly awoke. Casting a sultry glance at Ye Feng, who was still preoccupied with his dental hygiene, as if he had just indulged in a grand feast. As she spoke, her fingers traced circles on Ye Feng's robust chest. Now I realize, you are simply breathtaking, a beauty that transcends the superficial, she remarked. Ye Feng chuckled softly, helping Zhang Yan to her feet. Let us go. There are still 4 to 5 hours before nightfall. We should have enough time to find a clean water source and perhaps wash you up, he added with a grin. You're unbearable. Making it impossible for me to walk now, Zhang Yan retorted playfully. Ye Feng understood her plight and promptly assumed a squatting position. Climb on my back, he said. With Zhang Yan perched upon him, Ye Feng strode forward with vigor. Though she lay against his back, she remained attentive, occasionally wiping the sweat from his brow. After walking for a while, Ye Feng felt no fatigue. Rather, he found that the presence of a woman invigorated his youthful strength, rather than hindering it. At least for the first encounter, the outcome could be different after several hundred. Look, there's a water source ahead. Zhang Yan suddenly pointed. Ye Feng's heart leaped with joy as they approached a massive boulder, towering at about 15 or 16 meters. The stone featured several small crevices through which a stream of mountain spring water flowed, cascading into a pool approximately 2 meters square below. The clarity of the water was striking, unlike the murky river waters. He gently set Zhang Yan down and cupped his hands to drink. This is exquisite, Ye Feng exclaimed, relishing the quality of the water. He then gathered some to offer Zhang Yan, mindful of her near dehydration. Zhang Yan quickly steadied herself, positioning her mouth beneath the flowing water. She drank deeply several times, finally satisfied as she patted her chest. It's cool and sweet, with a refreshing clarity, much better than the Baishuishan. Let us name it Baishuishan, shall we? She exclaimed with delight. Why don't you wash up downstream while I find some containers to bring the water back? Ye Feng assessed, noting that the water source was conveniently located just over a kilometer from the cave entrance. Soon after, he discovered 2 old gourds. He meticulously extracted the meat within using a dagger and filled 2 gourds with water, preparing to bring them back for the women in the cave. Let us go? Yin Yin, it's time to return home. Ye Feng gently assisted Zhang Yan to her feet. Yet, Zhang Yan remained seated by the pond. A hint of confusion etched on her face. Ye Feng, it seems you didn't take precautions earlier, did you? What if I become pregnant? Upon hearing her words, Ye Feng felt a sudden rush of panic. The earlier excitement had left him little time to contemplate the consequences. If she were to conceive on the deserted island, it could prove disastrous. He chastised himself for his youthful impulsiveness, realizing he should have exercised restraint at such a critical moment. It's just once. It can't be that simple, right? Ye Feng replied sheepishly. No, I sense a significant possibility. I'm a woman, and I trust my instincts. You wicked man. You've doomed me. Zhang Yan suddenly covered her face and began to cry. Ye Feng spent a considerable time comforting her, assuring her of a comfortable stay on the island, which eventually coaxed a smile back to her face as she joyfully followed him home. Upon arriving at the cave, Ye Feng offered each woman a sip of water. Ye Feng, take me to see the water source. I need a bath. I feel absolutely filthy. Su Yun tugged at his sleeve. I want to go too. Others chimed in, surrounding him eagerly. All right, ladies shall accompany me first. Gentlemen can wait until tomorrow. After all, women prefer cleanliness, while men can afford to be a bit dirty without consequence, Ye Feng declared with a hint of favoritism. Thus, Chung Li Bin and the other men settled down patiently. A kilometer away, and with Ye Feng having cleared the path, the women confidently marched forward, reaching their destination in under 15 minutes. Wow, I'll go first, I'll go first. Several women exclaimed as they rushed in, clothes and all, to wash. Ye Feng sat nearby, serving as their protector, delighting in their laughter and merriment, already envisioning the blissful life they would share once the boat was completed. Brother Yi, turn around. We're about to undress. No peeking. Ding Tuanchuan shouted playfully. What are you talking about? I, Ye Feng, am always upright. I would never steal a glance. He quickly turned away. Chapter 82. Almost scared to urinate, bathing proved to be quite a hassle for the women. As dusk approached, they still had not finished. Ye Feng urged them to hurry 5 or 6 times, and only then did they playfully don their clothes. All right, you can turn back around now. Ye Feng complied, turning to find himself nearly overwhelmed by the sight. The women stood in a line, their thin garments clinging tightly to their forms, displaying a variety of shapes and figures, some voluptuous, others slender. Heavens! Ye Feng instinctively covered himself. At that moment, Alice boldly approached. Ye Feng, you're quite strong. If you desire, I could oblige you any time. But you must ensure I do not become pregnant, Alice stated unabashedly. Ye Feng turned to glance at the other women, immediately engulfed in embarrassment. With so many people around, Alice certainly lacked discretion. He resolutely pushed Alice aside, exclaiming, Miss Alice, I implore you to show a modicum of respect. Though I, Ye Feng, may possess certain desires, I would never stoop to exploit the vulnerability of others. Indeed, you are quite beautiful, but I am a man of principle. As a son of Huaxia, I cannot act so recklessly. However, before he could finish his statement, the women disregarded him and continued onward, interrupting his lengthy discourse and leaving him feeling quite disgruntled. With a heavy sigh, he had no choice but to follow behind. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed through the dense forest. It was Susan who had fired. Ye Feng's expression changed drastically. Quickly, everyone retreat to the cave. Susan has fired. Danger is upon us, he shouted. The women, immediately sobered, hurriedly fled towards the cave. After ensuring the women had returned safely, Ye Feng dashed towards the tree where Susan was stationed, only to find her descending from the branches. Her skin tanned to a golden hue and her lips cracked, even her bosom appearing somewhat diminished. Susan, have Mars Kong and the others arrived? Ye Feng inquired. However, Susan stormed over and seized his ear. You little rascal, I've been posted in that tree for hours. Why did you not send someone to relieve me? Do you wish to leave me parched? Hurry up and climb the tree, for your aunt wishes to bathe. You all seemed to enjoy your wash earlier, didn't you? She scolded. It dawned on Ye Feng that Susan had been monitoring his every move from above, which meant she was also privy to his encounter with Zhang Yan. What are you standing there for? Hurry and climb. Susan glared at him, filled with a mix of jealousy and irritation, while simultaneously contending with her own discomfort. Being a proud woman, she refrained from expressing her anger at that moment, but could no longer hold back after the other women had finished bathing. Oh, all right. Ye Feng replied sheepishly, hastily making his way up the tree. The fig tree towered over 30 meters, but he stopped at 20, as the branches above were too slender to support his weight. From this height, he could clearly see the stone where he had shared a moment with Zhang Yan, and the embarrassment washed over him. My face is burning, he thought, feeling humiliated, fearing that Susan now viewed him as a libertine. Truly, He had overlooked a treasure for the sake of a trifle. Susan was indeed exceptional. Zhang Yin has misled me. By this time, night had fallen. Ye Feng, clutching his rifle in the tree, kept his gaze fixed on the surroundings of the rainforest. 2 fires had been ignited in the cave, with several women gathered around, engaged in conversation. Meanwhile, 3 engineers were busy at another fire, sketching plans in the dirt, clearly eager to construct a vessel to return home. Susan, however, stood alone, rifle in hand, by the small pond. Ye Feng, who had been drowsy moments before, was suddenly alert. He widened his eyes, intently observing Susan's position. Just then, Susan lifted her head and glanced in his direction. She was seen dressed, completely submerging herself in the water, removing her clothes beneath the surface and tossing them aside. TCH. As if I haven't seen that before. Ye Feng reluctantly withdrew his gaze and continued to observe his surroundings. A thunderous roar echoed, reminiscent of the sound that had previously frightened away the great black bear. Suddenly, the entire rainforest came alive. Countless birds soared into the sky, and various animals darted from the underbrush, frantically fleeing into the distance. Another deafening roar erupted, nearly deafening Ye Feng. Yet he discerned that this second roar was one of lamentation, as if the enormous beast was enduring some form of agony. What on earth? Ye Feng relaxed his ears. The mighty creature, capable of such a fearsome roar, was now emitting cries of distress. Could it be facing an even more terrifying adversary? Judging by its roar, it was certainly several times larger than a tiger, and Ye Feng's mind conjured the visage of the monstrous monkeys. It seemed that only a multitude of these creatures could pose a threat to the giant beast. After all, they were adept at using tools, swift in movement, and utterly fearless. After waiting a while longer, silence fell once more, and Ye Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. The previous roar had originated at least 10 kilometers upstream, posing minimal threat to him. Thus, he turned his gaze towards the location of the cave. The 2 fires had been extinguished. Evidently, the women had grown wiser, fearing that the flames might attract danger. Ye Feng then looked towards the spot where Susan was located. In the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. There stood Susan, completely unclothed, aiming her rifle upstream. After waiting several seconds, she lowered her weapon and glanced around her surroundings. Gulp! Ye Feng swallowed hard. Susan's physique was truly remarkable, perfectly proportioned and exuding a sense of feminine strength. I wonder if I could withstand such a sight. Half an hour later, Susan returned from her bath. This time, only a single small fire flickered in the cave, and Ye Feng had to squint to see it clearly. Never mind, I shall keep watch tonight. Ye Feng sighed, using a vine to secure himself, ensuring he wouldn't doze off and fall. Just as he finished tying himself up, a rustling sound emanated from a meter away at the base of the tree. Ye Feng's eyes widened in terror. There, mere inches from his feet, were a pair of gem-like eyes, unwaveringly fixed upon him. Don't be afraid, it's me, Dove. The owner of those eyes finally spoke. You nearly scared me to death. Could you please announce your presence next time? Ye Feng was somewhat irritated. Dove was so dark that, without careful observation at night, she was nearly invisible. Dove seemed a bit embarrassed, and quickly climbed onto the branch beside Ye Feng, pressing closely against him. I'm sorry, I'll make sure to announce myself next time, Dove apologized. It's all right, I may have overreacted. But what brings you up here? Ye Feng inquired. Chapter 83. How could I possibly sleep? Earlier, Sister Susan inquired about the individuals in the cave. And it seems that only you, Sister Susan, and I possess the ability to climb trees. No one else can replace you, Dove remarked, her delicate skin brushing against Leaf Maple's arm. Her skin was so exquisite, exuding a hint of warmth that stirred Leaf Maple's emotions. Guarding the night is quite arduous. You ought to return, he suggested, shaking his head. It seemed somewhat ungracious to have her, who had just pledged allegiance to him, take on such a task. It's all right. My family used to reside in South Africa, and the wilderness feels just like home to me. You need not worry, Dove replied. Reflecting upon this, Leaf Maple realized that Dove's skin was inherently suited to be a guardian of the night. Even in close proximity to an enemy's ambush, they would struggle to detect her. Very well. Allow me to instruct you on how to wield a firearm and ensure you remain secure atop the tree during the night watch. With limited space on the branches, Leaf Maple embraced Dove, commencing her education on firearms. Dove's heart raced. She could feel Leaf Maple's robust physique enveloping her, a potent aura of masculinity making her feel increasingly at ease. As they nestled close, it was inevitable that their heads would lean against one another. Leaf Maple mused that had Dove not possessed darker skin, her form would be even more suited for embracing during slumber. For the comfort of her silky softness and warmth was utterly intoxicating. Dove, I must express my gratitude, Leaf Maple said, recalling the moment when the girls risked their lives to save him from Moskong's gunfire. It was nothing. It was the least we could do, Dove replied softly. Yet, one thing perplexes me. Given Moskong's wealth, why did you choose to assist me rather than accompany him back to civilization for lucrative opportunities? Leaf Maple voiced his doubts. Believing himself merely moderately handsome while lacking in other virtues, wealth, influence, or status. Why would these girls risk their lives for him? Moskong was decent to us in the past, but on the deserted island, he treated us like mere objects, using us as his mattress, seeking warmth from our bodies, and even employing us to shield him from the rain, using our forms to bribe those 2 bodyguards, Dove recounted, her eyes aflame with indignation. I see now, Leaf Maple responded. But do you not fear that I may be worse than Moskong? He continued. Dove lifted her gaze, her eyes like black jewels fixed upon him. You would not. You exhibit a noble spirit. Moskong fought you with bare hands, while you, despite possessing a dagger, chose to engage him unarmed. We women notice the details in men, she articulated. Leaf Maple's expression gradually solidified, and he straightened his chest, striving to embody the image of a knight. Congratulations. You are entirely correct. I indeed possess a chivalrous spirit, and my character is beyond reproach, he declared earnestly. Inside, he felt elated. Being praised by a beautiful woman was a delightful sensation, leaving him in a daze. By the way, Miss Dove, besides my chivalrous nature, do I possess any other admirable qualities? Please enlighten me, so I may continue to cultivate my virtues, Leaf Maple inquired eagerly. Dove found herself in a predicament. It's gone. That's impossible. Think again. Dig a little deeper. It truly is gone. Ye Feng and the 2 continued their conversation for a while before he descended from the tree. Upon returning to the cave, he discovered that the other women were deep in slumber, with only Remy sitting beside the fire, a handgun resting conveniently within reach. A small, devoted dog lay curled at her feet, snoring heavily. You're back? Remy beamed upon seeing Ye Feng. Yes. Will you be keeping watch tonight? He inquired. Indeed. And I'll also tend to Wu Go. His condition has improved somewhat, she replied. As Ye Feng approached, he noticed that Long Wu's breathing had steadied, and the pain had faded from his face. Since sleep eluded him, he chose to sit beside Remy. One could not help but acknowledge Remy's admirable qualities. Not only was she vigilant, but she also cared for Long Wu, her hands deftly weaving a sail. Lacking bamboo groves, they had resorted to crafting the sail from tree bark. As for the needle, it was fashioned from a large fish spine, with a hole drilled at its tip to thread the line through. The fibers used for weaving were derived from a coarse plant, a foam. They seemed to be fast asleep. Remy suddenly set down her needlework, a glint of allure flickering in her eyes. Ye Feng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the implication. Remy had mentioned wanting his assistance in bearing a child, a ruse to inherit Masakong's estate. Is this truly the right moment? This place is perilous. Let us focus on keeping watch for now. We can consider such matters once we have settled here, he advised. Though he harbored similar desires, he understood the necessity of prioritizing stability over fleeting pleasures, ensuring a foundation for a more enduring enjoyment of life. Remy nodded and resumed her stitching. It's getting late. I too shall rest. If you find yourself overly tired during the night, do awaken me, Ye Feng said, before laying down to sleep. Time passed, and Ye Feng felt a gentle nudge on his arm. He awoke with urgency to see Remy's pale face. What is it? He asked, scanning the entrance of the cave with caution. Remy silently pointed towards the far end of the cave, her eyes filled with apprehension. I heard something inside. It didn't sound like stones falling. It seemed like something was moving, and just as it neared the fire, the sound vanished. She whispered, gripping the handgun tightly. Ye Feng began to piece things together. Perhaps there were still some indigenous inhabitants in the base that required addressing. However, it was too late to act now. They would wait until dawn. Tomorrow, we'll gather everyone, armed with torches and guns. With such a show of force, even if a giant python lurks within the base, it shall not survive our firepower. Don't worry, you might just be exhausted and hearing things. Rest now. I will take the watch, he reassured her, gently stroking Remy's hair. The woman has already endured enough misery, having lost her child, and now living in constant fear on a desolate island. She must not be subjected to further psychological strain, lest she descend into madness like by Ye Feng. Hallucinations? A flicker of doubt crossed Riko's face. Yet she nodded and lay down beside her. Just as she was about to drift off to sleep, Susan suddenly sat up straight, nearly startling Ye Feng. Aren't you going to sleep? Ye Feng whispered. No, there is indeed something in the cave, but upon seeing the light, it seemed to halt its advance. How could I possibly sleep? Susan replied, positioning herself opposite Ye Feng. Chapter 84. If this continues, I might truly become angry. Sister Susan, let us refrain from relocating tomorrow. Instead, let us gather everyone inside, thoroughly clear out the cave, and only after that shall we move our belongings. What do you think? Ye Feng inquired. Susan nodded. The other women were indifferent, but when it came to Susan, even the slightest gesture from her could set his heart racing. Was it possible that his very genes had chosen her? Susan also noticed the flicker of desire in Ye Feng's eyes. She felt a surge of defiance. Why would Ye Feng prefer Zhang Yan over her? Did she not measure up to Zhang Yan? Women often harbor a competitive spirit, especially prideful ones like Susan. While her feelings for Ye Feng might be merely cordial, her competitive nature drove her to seek validation. Ye Feng, I warn you, do not touch my sister. Her first time cannot be given to you, Susan stated seriously. Well, what if your sister were to take the initiative? Ye Feng countered. This woman was certainly overstepping her bounds. Even on a deserted island, she was still adhering to her role as a protector. Then you must reject her, Susan insisted. But I am a young man. I fear I may not be able to restrain myself. Ye Feng replied, a hint of irritation in his tone, laced with sarcasm. If it comes to that, you can look for other women. Aren't you already involved with Zhang Yan? Susan retorted. What if Zhang Yan is unavailable? Who else would I turn to? Ye Feng fixed his gaze intently on Susan's eyes. Who do you wish to seek? Susan matched his gaze. The two locked eyes for over 3 seconds. Ye Feng boldly settled beside Susan. Is it permissible to seek you? He asked, a provocative gleam in his eyes. Me? What about Zhang Yan? She is far more beautiful than I. Aren't you afraid she will become jealous? Susan leaned back slightly, as though not entirely resistant. I am not concerned. My relationship with her is merely transactional. She serves me, and in return, I ensure her safety on this island. But you are different. My feelings for you are genuine, Ye Feng asserted, his expression remarkably earnest. You? Don't speak nonsense. If this continues, I might truly become upset. Susan quickly turned her head away, though her heart raced. Typically, she maintained a stern demeanor, akin to a fierce tigress, which had deterred any man in the company from being overly familiar with her. Yet only Ye Feng dared to voice such audacious sentiments. Ye Feng glanced at the distance and noticed that the other women had succumbed to deep slumber. He gently pressed his body against Susan's warm back and whispered into her ear, Is it wrong to speak the truth? I genuinely harbor fond feelings for you. In the past, I hesitated to express them, for you resembled a fierce tigress. However, now that we find ourselves stranded on this deserted island, I feel no need for restraint. I wish to speak my mind freely. Suddenly, Susan stood up. I am going to sleep now. Please do not disturb my rest. With that, she truly departed from the fire. Ye Feng pondered, could it be that my approach is flawed? As dawn broke, Ye Feng waited for everyone to awaken before venturing into the woods, where he collected a substantial amount of tung oil. Brother Ye, what are you doing? Ding Tuanshuan inquired with curiosity. I am crafting torches. This tung oil is quite resilient to burning. Even if it encounters water, it will not extinguish, Ye Feng replied, his gaze fixed. Brother Ye, you possess such vast knowledge. You must at least be a postdoctoral scholar. Ding Tuanshuan expressed her admiration for him. Ah, congratulations. You have guessed correctly. Moreover, I have served as a visiting professor at Harvard University, Ye Feng replied with a sly smile. Really? Ding Tuanshuan's face displayed astonishment. Enough with the tales for children. Once the torches are ready, let us proceed to clear the underground base, Susan interjected as she approached. She had already secured a handgun at her waist and held a rifle in her hands, having removed her shoes and wrapped her delicate feet with ample rope. The others followed Susan's lead, binding their hands and feet with rope, extending up to their elbows and knees. Be cautious. The water may contain debris that could harm your tender skin, Ye Feng cautioned. The women promptly busied themselves, while the 3 engineers appeared indifferent, merely rolling up their pant legs. Ye Feng refrained from informing them about the potential presence of a giant python in the underground base. He feared that such news would deter them from entering the water. If it came to that, only he and Susan would venture down, which would be quite alarming. At this moment, He had prepared 5 torches, distributing them among 5 individuals. Remember, as we enter the water, we shall form a single file line. I will wield a torch in one hand and a spade in the other, clearing the debris ahead, he instructed. Susan will bring up the rear. Among you, who has experience with real firearms? Ye Feng inquired. Immediately, several foreigners raised their hands. Alice, you will take the second position and keep an eye on the front. If any danger arises, you are to fire, Ye Feng directed. Alice nodded, signaling her understanding as she picked up the rifle from the ground. For torches must be lit in the center to illuminate the area for several meters around us, he continued. With that, Ye Feng took the lead into the depths of the cavern. Ding Tuanshuan was the most exhilarated. Though she lacked the privilege to wield a firearm due to their limited number, she armed herself with a spear and a dagger. Are we going on an adventure? How delightful! Her voice echoed within the vast cavern. As they descended, the group arrived at the underground base, now over 30 meters deep. Thanks to the abundance of torches, the flames illuminated a considerable radius. Ye Feng glanced upward and saw stalactites hanging above, resembling sharp, menacing spikes. Into the water, Ye Feng declared as he stepped into the depths, only to turn back and notice the women displaying signs of trepidation. They were unsettled by the bones and various debris afloat on the surface. Quickly now, Ye Feng urged them onward. With a determined grit of her teeth, Alice stepped into the water, which reached up to her knees. Observing her, the others had no choice but to follow suit. Ding Tuanshuan, the shortest among them, found the water rising to her thighs, causing her considerable discomfort. The surroundings were filled with a soft dripping sound, though it was less frequent than before, likely due to the cessation of rain. This is the door, Ye Feng declared, urging everyone to enter and search for valuable items such as intact firearms, ammunition, nails, axes, and saws. He strode into the warehouse, and upon entering, his entire body shuddered. Before him lay an enormous serpent skin, nearly intact and measuring over 10 meters in length. Dev, the dark-skinned girl, exhibited a flicker of fear in her eyes. The others, having lived in the city for so long, had never encountered a snake skin and mistook it for some sort of fabric. Ye Feng used a spade to lift the skin, noting its freshness. It must have been shed in the past few days. Chapter 85. Are we truly this impatient? It was evident that the serpent was still growing. And given the skin's ability to constrict, once shed, it would shrink in size. Did this not imply that the serpent's length far exceeded 10 meters? I found a gun, Ding Tuanshuan exclaimed, pulling a rifle from a broken wooden crate. Is this a shell? I found it. Su Yun's face was lit with excitement. Hurry up, Ye Feng urged in a low voice. He did not search for items himself, but instead aimed the rifle towards the water, guarding the entrance of the warehouse while extending the torch forward. Should anything unusual arise, he would be ready to fire. Brother Yi, this seems to be a bomb. At that moment, Ding Tuanshuan lifted a large object, approximately half a meter long and around 200 millimeters in diameter. Quick, help her. Don't let it explode. Ye Feng's hair stood on end as he hastily urged them on. The others quickly caught the shell. Upon inspection, Ye Feng realized it was a type of shell he did not recognize, and it appeared nearly new, devoid of any corrosion. This indicated that the German craftsmanship for preserving such shells had been remarkably effective. After 80 years, it had not deteriorated. Having gathered most of the tools and weapons, Ye Feng commanded, "On my signal, we move outside." Just as he spoke, he suddenly perked up his ears. He thought he heard a distant crashing sound, which was rapidly approaching the warehouse. This is bad. Ye Feng quickly shut the dilapidated iron door and extended the torch outside. Is it that giant python? Susan turned her gaze toward the warehouse entrance. Yet, the outside was shrouded in darkness, with the torch illuminating only a few meters ahead. Ye Feng gestured for silence, his attention fixed on the water's surface within the warehouse. Ripples began to form, and observing their direction, they were moving towards the warehouse. Suddenly, with a splash, a dark object leapt from the water. Ye Feng's expression changed dramatically as he thrust the rifle forward. However, upon recognizing the creature, he let out a sigh of relief. Before him was a sleek and shiny otter. You scared me to death. Ding Tuanshuan patted his chest. The otter, approximately the size of a cat, emerged from the water and frolicked before Leaf Maple, grooming its whiskers with its paws. Little fellow, what brings you here? Leaf Maple sighed with relief, lifting it into his arms. Let us head home. Tonight we shall feast on otter meat. A faint smile crept across Leaf Maple's pale face. A group of people gradually departed from the warehouse, initially intending to clear out the peculiar indigenous creatures within. However, upon sighting the enormous serpent skin, Leaf Maple wisely abandoned that notion. Should they encounter such a formidable python, it would likely spell doom for his entire party, unless they could lure the giant serpent to the shore. Furthermore, Leaf Maple was aware of the python's habits. They could feast for months on a single meal. He would have ample time to construct his vessel during those months. 5 torches floated upon the water, unaware of the massive shadow that glided past them mere meters away. Upon finally returning to the cave, Leaf Maple began to tally his spoils. There were several additional rifles, ensuring each person had one, yet the ammunition was limited, most having corroded due to exposure to moisture, rendering them unreliable. He laid all the bullets under the sun to dry, ensuring the tips were facing the stones to prevent any accidental explosions. Leaf Maple issued his orders. Alice, Lena, Anna, take the bullets to dry. He then approached the enormous shell before him. Weighing at least 30 pounds, it could potentially collapse the cave if it were to explode. Wait for me in the cave, Leaf Maple instructed as he carried the shell out, walking a kilometer towards the river before pausing to place it beneath a palm tree. He covered it with dry leaves and placed some brittle branches atop. This would serve as a trap, should he encounter an insurmountable beast or a horde of monstrous monkeys. He could lure them here and ignite the leaves, sending them to their demise. After setting the trap, Leaf Maple carved a triangular mark into the palm tree with his dagger. The forest was densely packed, and without marking, he risked losing his way. Glancing up at the sun, he estimated it to be around 10 to 11 in the morning, with its rays beginning to intensify. Today should suffice, Leaf Maple murmured to himself as he readied his rifle for the return journey. Suddenly, a herd of water buffalo appeared before him, led by a large bull, followed by 3 cows and a calf. Beef? Leaf Maple swallowed hard, slowly raising his rifle. Bang! A shot rang out, and one of the cows collapsed to the ground. Just as Leaf Maple was about to take down the bull, it displayed no courage whatsoever and fled with the remaining buffalo. Only the calf remained, nudging its mother's lifeless body. Clearly, they shared a bond. Barely 10 minutes passed when Susan arrived with a significant entourage, all appearing quite tense. Leaf Maple, have you encountered danger? As soon as she spoke, her gaze fell upon the cow lying in a pool of blood. You've arrived just in time. Drag the carcass back with you. This cow will sustain us for a week. After Ye Feng finished speaking, he grasped the hind leg of the cow, and others came over with expressions of joy to assist him. However, the calf rushed towards him, but Ye Feng paid it no mind, allowing it to follow along at the rear of the group. In the rainforest, the law of survival of the fittest prevails. He had no time to concern himself with the emotions of animals, lest he find himself hungry. Once they dragged the carcass back, the group began to skin it, slicing the beef into appropriately sized strips. You all go fetch some water to wash off the blood from yourselves, and clean the ground as well. Bury anything inedible from the cow to avoid attracting other wild beasts, Ye Feng instructed as he stood, gazing up at the sky. Above, a vulture circled ominously. Such creatures were bothersome. Flying high and seeing far, they knew where to find sustenance and would hover in the sky above, waiting. Some astute beasts would also gather based on the vultures circling, discerning where they might scavenge. I need someone to accompany me to the beach to dry salt. We cannot consume all this beef at once and must cure it with salt. Ye Feng turned his gaze to the women. I shall go. Li Meizi stood, her eyes engaging in a profound exchange with Ye Feng. He swallowed hard. Was Li Meizi so eager? He realized their territory was still unstable. He could not afford to be distracted. Li Meizi, you should remain here. Your steadiness will be of help, Ye Feng advised. I am not unsteady. I will accompany you. Ding Tuanshuan exclaimed, running forth, holding a rope attached to a freshly captured otter. What are you doing with it? Shall I butcher it? The otter's skin is soft and could be fashioned into undergarments. Other animal hides are too coarse and uncomfortable to wear. Chapter 86. Intelligent, mature, and serene Ye Feng drew his dagger. No. Several women protested simultaneously. Brother Ye, this otter is so adorable. Can we keep it as a pet? Ding Tuanshuan pleaded. That is not feasible. A little black bear could serve as a pet due to its ability to stand guard, but what purpose does an otter serve? Without warning, Ye Feng thrust the blade into the otter's body. You? Ding Tuanshuan's eyes welled with tears. Come on, little Tuanshuan, we are heading to the beach. Ye Feng took her hand. No, I will not go with you. You are a bad person, she retorted, pulling her hand away. I will accompany you instead, Lena volunteered. Her body had fully recovered, exuding an aura of maturity and intellect, particularly enhanced by her glasses. All right, Let us set forth. With that, Ye Feng and Lena walked towards the river. Although Lena was a foreigner, she appeared quite serene, rarely speaking. Upon reaching the river, they followed its course downstream and soon arrived at the beach. Not the same beach as before, but the shoreline where the river met the sea. After pouring seawater into a hollow, Ye Feng reclined on the sand to rest. Drying salt was a time-consuming task, and he seized this opportunity to relax. Lena sat beside Ye Feng, her face turned toward the jungle, a pistol firmly gripped in her hand. From this angle, her curves were fully revealed. Lena, there is something I've been meaning to ask you. What exactly did you see in that notebook? Ye Feng suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this, Lena's expression shifted dramatically. Very well, I shall tell you. It was the diary of a German soldier. He mentioned that after their defeat, several divisions set sail from the Mediterranean in search of a new island. However, one day, their ships inexplicably lost control, traversing through a foggy area and arriving at this place. At that time, the vessels carried various flora and fauna, and they intended to create the strongest warriors through genetic synthesis or interspecies breeding, hoping to turn the tide once more. As she spoke, the worry on Lena's face deepened. Ye Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. These individuals were utterly deranged, resorting to interspecies breeding. This could indeed explain the presence of both tropical and polar plants on the island. But if that were the case, your expression shouldn't be so grave. After all, that was 80 years ago. Ye Feng pondered, still perplexed. Your insight is remarkable. The diary concluded with a statement that they could never return. As for where they could not return to, I cannot say for certain, but grammatically, it suggests not a return to Germany, but rather to Earth. A flicker of despair crossed Lena's eyes at this point. Yet Ye Feng felt a surge of elation within. The prospect of them not returning suited him perfectly. After all, one could thrive alone without concern for others. Are there any additional clues? Ye Feng inquired, eager to unearth more valuable information, particularly regarding their warships. If he could locate a battleship, there would be no need to construct a vessel from scratch. Cruising down the great river in a warship amidst the primeval forest would indeed be a sight to behold. Even if they exist, those warships have likely succumbed to the ravages of time over the past 80 years, Lena sighed. No matter, even a half-dismantled vessel would suffice. As long as the keel remains intact, patching it up would be far superior to building one ourselves, Ye Feng declared, standing up, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the river. Since the diary stated that the warships definitely entered here, they are likely located upstream or perhaps anchored on some uncharted beach. Hold on, what about the German soldiers? Even if they perished, surely some descendants remain. Considering that Germany also had female soldiers, Ye Feng queried with caution. If descendants of the Germans were still present, the situation could become quite complicated. They might have already developed more advanced weaponry and established dominance. This is precisely my greatest concern. The diary mentioned a catastrophic event, and after the final entry, there were no more records. I suspect the author met their demise during that disaster, Lena replied with a hint of melancholy. Ye Feng stroked his chin contemplatively. Perhaps death was preferable. He could only hope that their warships had not been destroyed. Even salvaging a steam engine from one would provide immense assistance. I have devised a plan. Tomorrow, we shall first transport the dragon bone back to the cave, while you all remain at home to construct the vessel. I will venture upstream alone, armed, in the hopes of discovering a warship, or at the very least, its remnants. Ye Feng speculated that the warship would undoubtedly be unusable after over 80 years, no matter how advanced German technology was. It could not prevent a ship from rusting in the water. Nevertheless, I am certain it will contain valuable materials. Even mere iron plates and railings could significantly expedite our shipbuilding efforts. Ye Feng, the journal also mentioned a certain virus, one that has merged with the tropical viruses in this area to create a mutated strain that is incurable once it infects a human, Lena remarked. Ye Feng's expression changed dramatically. Faced with a giant python, ferocious beasts, or even that bizarre monkey, he felt he could hold his ground, as they were tangible threats. However, a virus presented an entirely different challenge. He was not a physician, and thus felt utterly powerless. Tropical viruses are predominantly spread from the corpses of animals and require specific temperatures and humidity levels. Therefore, I shall endeavor to avoid damp and unpleasant-smelling areas. Ye Feng stated dryly. His grasp of viruses seemed limited at best. Very well, let us continue to harvest salt, Lena said, as she stored the white substance they had collected and prepared to evaporate more seawater on the rocks. Lena, Could you teach me German? I greatly admire German engineering and metallurgy. Should I ever return to civilized society, I wish to learn some of their advanced techniques, Ye Feng expressed earnestly. Of course. Now, repeat after me, Lena replied, diligently instructing Ye Feng. She sat on the beach with her legs crossed, her glasses lending her an air of intellectual sophistication, reminiscent of a university lecturer, knowledgeable, mature, and serene. Ye Feng listened intently, though he harbored his own motives. Firstly, he did not entirely trust Lena. So he aimed to learn German well enough to personally verify the contents of the journal, questioning the validity of concepts such as genetics and hybridization, which seemed overly esoteric to him. Moreover, he surmised that the underground base likely contained numerous German documents, which he would need to comprehend, as he could not rely solely on Lena's words. What if she had ulterior motives? That could lead to disastrous consequences. Lastly, upon locating the German warship, he would need to master the German terminology to operate its various components, such as steam engines or navigational tools, all of which would undoubtedly be annotated in German. Chapter 87. Care and Maintenance. The two spent the entire day on the beach. While Ye Feng studied, he continued to gather salt. As night fell, he had made considerable progress, having grasped some basic phrases, which, albeit modest, signified advancement. Simultaneously, their collection of the white substance had increased substantially, amounting to over 20 kilograms. Even after filtering out the plant ash, the remaining salt should weigh around 7 to 8 kilograms. To marinate the beef was more than sufficient. Off we go. Ye Feng hoisted several heavy gourds onto his back, with Lena leading the way. Faced with such a serene beauty, Ye Feng felt a twinge of shyness in initiating playful banter. At long last, they arrived at the mouth of the cave. From a distance, Ye Feng spotted a group of women standing in a line, their anxious gazes fixed on the river. I'm back, Ye Feng called out. Upon seeing him, the women's eyes lit up, and they rushed toward him, helping to remove the salt from his body and brushing the sand off, as if he were their beloved. They had indeed been frightened moments earlier. After all, the sky was nearly dark, and Ye Feng had yet to return. What would they do if he did not come back? Rely on those three clueless engineers, or on the already injured Long Wu? Brother Ye Feng, you've returned, boomed a deep voice. Ye Feng's heart soared as he hurried to Long Wu. His good brother was awake, sitting on a bear skin, with a soft mat woven from a cool mat behind him, stuffed with dry grass. Wu Gu, that's wonderful, Ye Feng exclaimed, shaking Long Wu's hand with fervor. Ah, I'm already a cripple. Is there anything I can do to assist you? Long Wu's tone was somewhat tense. Ye Feng noticed a flicker of anxiety in his eyes. No, you needn't do anything. Just focus on your recovery. Rest assured, as long as you have my soup, there will be meat for you to eat. You've been a tremendous help to me. I regard you as a brother, Ye Feng stated solemnly. Please, find me some work. I beg you. I do not wish to be a burden, Long Wu insisted. This revelation struck Ye Feng with clarity. It seemed Long Wu feared being a hindrance to the team and ultimately being cast aside, hence his eagerness to prove himself. All right, Wu Gu, since you have military experience, could you help me maintain these rifles and handguns? Also, check why they tend to jam. If you can resolve the jamming issue, it would be immensely beneficial to us. In an effort to reassure Long Wu, he promptly assigned him a task. Understood. Long Wu's anxiety diminished slightly, and he quickly began to handle the rifle. He carefully disassembled it, arranging the various components neatly on the ground. Ding Tuanshuan, you should also come over and learn. If Wu Gu gets thirsty, pour him some water. If he is hungry, help him roast some meat, Ye Feng instructed. Okay. Ding Tuanshuan immediately squatted down, observing Long Wu as he disassembled the rifle, occasionally inquiring about firearm knowledge. Long Wu, in turn, generously shared what he could, explaining how to maintain stability while shooting, how bullets were discharged, the significance of rifling, and the principles behind bullets. The others listened intently, including several foreign women. Zhang Yan, however, bypassed Long Wu's lecture and approached Ye Feng. Ah Feng, she said, gesturing toward the stream with her mouth, her meaning quite clear. Ye Feng originally thought he could resist, but his youthful body had other ideas. The two walked toward the pond, one after the other. As Zhang Yan arrived at the pond, she eagerly wrapped her arms around Ye Feng's neck. Wait, this place isn't suitable. Who's on duty in the tree today? Ye Feng inquired. It seems to be that dark-skinned girl, Zhang Yan replied. Come on. The branches of that large tree are quite dense and can shield our privacy. After saying this, Ye Feng led Zhang Yan beneath the grand tree. With the cacophony of various birdsongs surrounding them, they felt relatively secure from detection. After what felt like an eternity, their encounter finally concluded. "I'm sorry," Ye Feng said, gazing at Zhang Yan with a flicker of guilt crossing his face. "It's all right. It's the safe period. If we count the days. Relatives will be visiting in a couple of days," Zhang Yan responded, once again wrapping her arms around Ye Feng's neck. Ye Feng felt a surge of excitement. If it was indeed the safe period, he would be relieved of any psychological burden. A sense of delight enveloped him. At that moment, he squinted. "Could you let go of my waist?" Ye Feng gently pushed Zhang Yan away and walked over to the tree, picking up an arrow. "Did you make this arrow?" Zhang Yan asked curiously. Clearly, it was not crafted by her. This arrow was made with a level of professionalism. Ye Feng ran his fingers along the arrowhead, noting that it was fashioned from a type of black stone. Although it was not iron, it was remarkably sharp. The fletching at the back was also meticulously designed, forming a trident-shaped tail that enhanced the arrow's stability and range. "Does this imply that there are indigenous people here?" Zhang Yan shivered slightly, her mind conjuring images of cannibal tribes. "It seems so. This does not resemble arrows made by a civilized society. Yet, it's quite peculiar that in such a vast island, the absence of indigenous inhabitants would be strange." Ye Feng tucked the arrow into his waistband and disengaged the safety on his handgun, cautiously scanning their surroundings. If Lena had not deceived him, then there should be Germans on this deserted island. But why were there also indigenous people? One must consider that if Germans had indeed landed on this desolate isle, the indigenous people would have stood no chance of resistance. After all, in terms of weaponry, the Germans wielded an overwhelming advantage. However, despite his prolonged stay on the island, he had yet to encounter a single descendant of the Germans. Moreover, with the abundance of weapons and ammunition in the underground base, if any descendants of the Germans were alive, they would certainly have taken care to maintain those weapons. Chapter 88. Are you alone? This suggests that the Germans on the deserted island have all perished. Otherwise, even a single descendant would not forsake such advanced weaponry. Ye Feng's gaze drifted back to the arrow. The fletching remained relatively intact, indicating that it had been discarded approximately a year ago. Thus, the indigenous people must still be alive. There was only one plausible scenario. Those indigenous people had utilized these rudimentary weapons to eliminate every German soldier. "Let us return to the cave," Ye Feng said, his expression darkening as he led Zhang Yan back. It was evident that the indigenous people possessed some astonishing means. Otherwise, relying solely on such primitive weapons, even 100 indigenous individuals would be no match for a single German soldier. After all, a machine gun could easily dispatch them all in an instant. "Where have you two been?" Susan stood with her hands on her hips, looking displeased as she regarded Ye Feng. Zhang Yan mentioned she was feeling unwell, so I went to gather some herbs for her," Ye Feng explained. "Huh? Who would believe you?" Susan retorted, casting a knowing glance at Su Yun. Su Yun remained silent, lost in thought by the fire. It was evident that Susan had been speaking ill of her, but Ye Feng had no time to dwell on such matters. "Everyone, gather around Fifth Brother," he instructed, producing an arrow. "Have you seen this arrow? Its craftsmanship does not resemble that of civilized folk. It bears the mark of indigenous creation. Thus, we must remain vigilant. There are likely more survivors on this deserted island. The arrowheads may be poisoned, and a single strike could prove fatal," Ye Feng cautioned. The women's faces paled at the revelation. However, Yu Sihai confidently patted his rifle. "What is there to fear? Is a bow and arrow more formidable than my gun?" he asserted, prompting a collective sigh of relief among the group. Indeed, no matter how skilled, a bow and arrow could not rival the range or power of a firearm, especially considering they had also salvaged some grenades from below. "As long as we can detonate them, no number of indigenous people will pose a threat," he added. "Nonetheless, the natives are the original inhabitants. They possess an understanding of this rainforest that we lack. They may have other methods we are unaware of. Remember, in the past, some cultures practiced curses. Can you defend against such arts?" Ye Feng elaborated. At this, Yu Sihai fell silent. Ye Feng felt it necessary to clarify their current predicament, as they seemed devoid of any sense of urgency. Having lived in a civilized society for so long, and with World War II being 8 decades past, the youth lacked any awareness of impending danger. "Lena, please share the contents of your journal with everyone," Ye Feng requested, gesturing towards her. "All right." Lena then recounted everything she had observed, leaving the group in stunned silence. "This is incredible. Does it mean there are warships on this deserted island? We won't need to build a boat," the 3 engineers exclaimed, their excitement palpable. They understood the complexities of constructing a vessel in such isolation, realizing how many components would require replacement, and that the very dynamics of the ship would need to be entirely reimagined. Ye Feng sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Do you not comprehend? If so many German soldiers had landed here, why did they not leave descendants? He inquired. Perhaps the descendants of those Germans are upstream along the river, Ding Tuanshuan suggested. Impossible. With so many weapons in the underground base, if there were indeed descendants, they would have maintained the armaments and not allowed them to decay, Ye Feng replied. Thus, there is only one possibility. The Germans who landed on this island have all perished. They may have succumbed to viruses or climatic conditions, but the most probable cause is extermination by the indigenous people, he stated solemnly. The atmosphere shifted to one of tension. Susan cast a wary glance outside, while the others instinctively placed their hands on their rifles. At last, they began to feel a flicker of urgency. There is no need for excessive concern. The arrow has evidently remained there for a year, indicating that the indigenous people do not frequently venture downstream. Hence, we are momentarily secure. Let us not frighten ourselves. Ye Feng wished to alleviate their mental burden. Indeed, the indigenous people are unlikely to come downstream often. Once we have constructed our vessel, everything will fall into place. Surely, we cannot believe that the indigenous people could fly onto our ship to harm us. Longwu chuckled. The atmosphere lightened considerably. Let us rest. Tomorrow you shall build the boat, while I will venture upstream to search for remnants of a warship, Ye Feng declared. Susan returned with Dove, and everyone began to settle in for the night. Ye Feng did not succumb to slumber until the early hours of dawn. The following morning, he assigned the others to boat construction and began the process of filtering salt to cure the beef. He then shouldered 2 rifles and 2 pistols, setting off upstream. Given the propensity for weapon malfunctions, he deemed it prudent to carry a double supply. Upon reaching the riverbank, a gust of warm wind greeted him. He observed that while the water flowed downstream, the wind blew upstream. This would prove advantageous. Once the boat was completed, he could unfurl the sail to navigate against the current and stow it when moving with the flow. Ye Feng mused, clearing the underbrush with a spade. There were no signs of human activity, confirming that the indigenous settlement was not located downstream, but rather upstream. The riverbank was perilous, as animals often came to drink. He fired his weapon to scare off a leopard and a herd of wild boars. By this point, he had journeyed 2 kilometers upstream, and the river gradually narrowed. In the lower reaches, Ye Feng could only discern the outline of the opposite bank. However, at this juncture, he beheld towering trees across the way, albeit still only their silhouettes. Mist hung heavily in the rainforest canopy, with some colossal trees even piercing the clouds. This must be the main channel of the river, flanked by countless tributaries. Yet, trouble soon presented itself. A tributary, 6 or 7 kilometers wide, blocked his path, forcing him to make a sharp turn and delve deeper into its embrace. At that moment, the underbrush ahead rustled slightly, suggesting something lurked within, poised for an ambush. Ye Feng smirked coldly, leveling his rifle. Whatever creature lay concealed in the foliage would surely reveal itself to a single shot. A youthful voice emerged from the bushes. Ye Feng lowered his rifle, astonished to find a golden-haired little girl before him. She stood approximately 1.40 meters tall, slender as a reed, her innocent face etched with fatigue. Ye Feng vaguely recalled seeing this young girl aboard the cruise ship, flanked by her parents. Little one, are you alone? Ye Feng inquired, crouching down to assist her in cleaning the dirt from her face. However, the golden-haired girl took a cautious step back, brandishing a primitive stone dagger. Do not fear. Little one, I mean you no harm. I will protect you. Ye Feng quickly reassured her, placing his rifle on the ground. The little girl finally ceased her retreat, permitting Ye Feng to wipe the mud from her face. How is it possible for a child like you to have survived for so long? Did no one come to your aid? Ye Feng inquired. No, it was just me. My mommy and daddy have both passed away, the little girl replied, her face devoid of sorrow, yet filled with a sense of helplessness and confusion. Do not worry. From now on, I shall be your guardian. Come with me. There is a cave downstream where many kind uncles, aunts, and sisters reside. They will take care of you, Ye Feng said compassionately, his heart stirring with a flicker of paternal instinct at the sight of the adorable golden-haired girl. Okay, the little girl exclaimed, immediately stepping into Ye Feng's embrace, burying her face against his abdomen. In recent days, she had survived on insects and, when hunger became unbearable, even resorted to eating grass. When confronted by wild beasts, She would seek refuge in the trees, descending only when desperation drove her to search for food. Now that she had finally encountered another human, her hardened heart shattered, revealing the vulnerable child within. "What is your name?" Ye Feng asked. "My name is Ilian," she replied. "Good girl, Ilian. I will protect you," Ye Feng reassured her, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead before lifting her slight frame of less than 50 pounds onto his back. He still had a mission to complete today, as he aimed to locate a military ship, or at the very least, its remnants. He could not afford to delay his progress because of Ilian. After walking for a few minutes, Ye Feng felt warmth radiating from his back. He soon realized that Ilian had fallen asleep, her drool trickling onto his bare shoulder. Just as a blissful smile began to form on his face, his expression shifted abruptly. Before him lay a stretch of swamp, where serpentine black caimans basked in the sun. A quick count revealed over 100 of them. Among them, 2 crocodiles opened their slit pupils, fixated intently on Ye Feng. "Curse it," Ye Feng muttered, slowly retreating while raising his rifle. In the next moment, one of the crocodiles began to crawl toward him. Initially slow, it rapidly accelerated after a few movements. "Run!" Ye Feng shouted, stumbling into the woods. The crocodile pursued him for several hundred meters before finally halting, seemingly intent on departing. However, Ye Feng was not inclined to let it escape. With a resounding bang, a bullet struck the crocodile's head, exploding into a spray of crimson. After thrashing violently for a few moments, it lay still. Ilian awoke, rubbing her chubby cheek against Ye Feng's neck. "Uncle, the gunshot will attract other beasts. We should leave this place quickly," Ilian advised. "Indeed," Ye Feng agreed, continuing deeper into the forest, determined to circumvent the swamp. The towering trees upstream formed a dense canopy, nearly obscuring the sunlight and casting the ground into darkness. After walking for a while, he recognized a familiar small tree ahead, adorned with 3 white fruits. A surge of joy filled his heart as he gently set Ilian down and swiftly severed the tree with a single stroke. As expected, the fruits did not retract after being cut. Ye Feng eagerly picked up 2 of them and consumed them. A wave of invigorating energy surged through him, and in an instant, he felt his strength nearly double. "Ilian, this is for you to eat." Ye Feng picked up the last fruit. Ilian obediently opened her mouth. After consuming the fruit, Ilian's pale face flushed with color, indicating a surge of strength. Ye Feng clenched his fist, feeling the muscles in his arm tighten, as if worms were writhing along his limbs. He sensed that his punching power had significantly increased, perhaps reaching 600 to 700 pounds, even if it did not quite hit 1,000. Thus, Ye Feng swung his fist forcefully at a small tree. Crack! The tree trembled violently and toppled over. Stretching his legs, he aimed at a tree as thick as his wrist and delivered a fierce sweep. Crack! The wrist-thick tree was effortlessly severed. Ha! Ye Feng could no longer contain his joy and laughed heartily. "Uncle, let us return to the cave you mentioned. This place is quite perilous." Ilian approached and tugged at Ye Feng's sleeve. "All right, climb on my back." Ye Feng assumed a horse stance, allowing Ilian to mount his back. "Uncle, hand me a pistol. I can assist you while riding on your back," Ilian suddenly suggested. This was hardly the thought of a child of 12 or 13. Ye Feng felt she might be more mature than he had anticipated, perhaps comparable in age to Ding Tuanchuan. "Do you know how to use it? This is the safety. Do not disengage it unless necessary, or it may cause harm to me. Also, regardless of whether the safety is on or off, do not point the muzzle at friends." Ye Feng held the pistol, turning to the little head resting on his shoulder. Ilian nodded. Only then did Ye Feng pass the pistol into her hands. They then retraced their steps and eventually came upon the deceased crocodile, only to find a wild dog tearing at its wounds, blood splattered everywhere. "Get lost." Ye Feng swung the butt of his gun, sending the wild dog fleeing. He proceeded to cut off the crocodile's tail, intending to take it back for the women at the camp to savor the tender meat. This delicacy was even more succulent than beef, and one taste would likely lead to addiction. It was a pity that there was no alcohol on the deserted island. If only they could brew some and build a ship, they could host parties on the deck every day. 2 hours later, Ye Feng finally arrived at the mouth of the cave. He saw 3 engineers wielding axes for carpentry, while several women were diligently engaged in various tasks. Some were on lookout, others were weaving sails, and some were curing beef. "I'm back, and I've brought a little cutie," Ye Feng shouted, causing everyone to pause their work instantly. She is so adorable." Alice rushed over and scooped Ilian into her arms. "Let me hold her too." Lena dashed forward, showering Ilian with hugs and kisses. Let me have a turn. Su Yin also hurried over. You group of infatuated women, is she cuter than me? Ding Toanchuan huffed nearby, her face scrunched up in annoyance. Soon, Lena and Anna took Ilian to the waterhole to wash her. Meanwhile, Ye Feng approached Ding Toanchuan, holding the crocodile tail. What's wrong? Who owes you money? Your face looks like it's been wrinkled by water. Ye Feng chuckled as he affectionately ruffled her hair. Brother Yi, do you think I'm cute? Ding Toanchuan leaned closer, her little face alight with curiosity. Ye Feng hesitated for a moment before suddenly opening his mouth wide, nearly engulfing half of her face, and planted a vigorous kiss on her cheek. Ah, don't eat me, there's so much saliva. Ding Toanchuan exclaimed, frantically wiping her face. You are the cutest. Ye Feng replied with a grin, then proceeded to skin the crocodile, slicing the meat into neat portions and arranging them on a clean stone. As for the crocodile skin, it held some utility, suitable for crafting shoes. Chapter 90. Unseen sufferings. After all, their shoes, having been soaked by the rain, were in tatters, particularly Ye Feng's, where his big toe was exposed. After a while, Xiao Ilian was brought back. Having been cleaned, she appeared even more adorable, resembling an angel. Uncle, my pants are torn, Ilian announced, darting into Ye Feng's embrace. Among all the people present, she was the one most familiar with him. The others were merely acquaintances. Don't worry. I'll see if I can find some otters or deer, and I'll make you some charming leather garments. Ye Feng gently patted her back. Ilian nodded, and suddenly fell asleep in his arms. Ye Feng sighed, his heart aching for the little child who had endured so much in the wild. She must be both exhausted and weary now. Take good care of her. It's only noon. I've decided to explore upstream to see if I can find the wreck of a ship or perhaps a native tribe, Ye Feng instructed before approaching the three engineers. Engineer Chung, hasn't the keel been returned yet? Have you already begun? Ye Feng inquired. Rest assured, we are currently constructing the deck and cabin. Once the keel is back, we'll assemble everything. Chung Li Bin replied without looking up, carefully suspending a stone with a line to ensure the planks were vertical. I appreciate your hard work. I'll be on my way, Ye Feng said before continuing upstream. Luckily, he had recruited 3 engineers. If left to his own devices, he might have only managed to construct a bamboo raft or a canoe. Boss Ma, are we just going to keep walking? Aren't we building a boat to go home? Wang Tao asked, munching on oysters along the northern beach. He had anticipated finding so many oysters in a place he used to fish. Build a boat. How? Do we have nails? Do we have axes? We have nothing, Wang Tao retorted. Wang Tao, I must say, you are utterly useless. Your girlfriend has been taken. Your father has been killed, yet you sit here contentedly eating oysters. If I had a son like you, I would have dealt with him long ago. Ma Xikong remarked bluntly. Who says I'm useless? What can I do? Ye Feng has a gun, good fortune, and so many people to assist him. Besides, didn't we go to the cave? Ye Feng and the others could have moved anywhere. Finding a person in the tropical rainforest is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, Wang Tao explained, suppressing his anger. No. At that moment, one of the engineers spoke up. The dragon bone remained downstream in the cave, a creation that took a dozen engineers 10 days to fabricate. I surmised that Ye Feng would return to relocate it. Otherwise, they would have to forge a new one, which would consume considerable time. Upon hearing this, Ma Xikong's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a splendid opportunity. We should lie in ambush near the dragon bone, set numerous traps, and craft a few bows and arrows. When Ye Feng returns, we would first deplete his strength with the traps, and when he finally manages to climb up, we would shoot him with arrows. Surely, he cannot possess the strength of 3 heads and 6 arms. Ma Xikong stood up decisively. The others exchanged glances and followed him toward the creek. Bang! A gunshot rang out as Ye Feng dispatched a crocodile. He had finally traversed the crocodile's territory and continued deeper into the tributary. Meanwhile, the stream gradually narrowed. It was 6 or 7 kilometers wide downstream, yet here it was only 30 or 40 meters across. Towering trees nearly obscured the river's surface. The aquatic life became increasingly diverse, with various fish swimming about. With a single strike of his entrenching tool, Ye Feng dispatched a red-bellied piranha. Its body as thick as a finger, yet armed with sharp teeth. This creature appeared edible. He took a bite, and the fish tasted pungent. Just as he was about to rise, an enormous shadow suddenly approached from beneath the water, nearly 1.5 times Ye Feng's length. With a splash, a giant arapaima emerged, its head crashing towards Ye Feng. The skull of this creature was as hard as iron. A collision could render Ye Feng unconscious and lead to his drowning. Cursing under his breath, Ye Feng hastily stepped back and raised his rifle. However, after a moment's hesitation, he refrained from firing. The sound of gunfire would attract more formidable predators. Whenever possible, it was best to flee from any threat that did not pursue him relentlessly. If escape was impossible, he would resort to his entrenching tool or dagger. Firearms were to be used only in dire situations. The giant arapaima missed Ye Feng and swiftly swam into the deeper waters, yet a larger shadow approached it. With a single bite, it severed the giant arapaima in two, causing a pool of blood to erupt on the river's surface, soon attracting a swarm of red-bellied piranhas. Ye Feng ventured further into the tributary, where paths had nearly vanished. After wandering aimlessly, he found himself lost. In exasperation, he slung his rifle over his shoulder and climbed a tall red-shirt tree. Upon nearing the treetop, he paused to survey the route he had traversed from a bird's-eye view. Damn it! After all this time, I've been circling within a 20-meter radius for an hour? Still unsettled, Ye Feng cut a branch from the tree and tossed it along the path he intended to return, effectively marking his route. Just as he was about to descend, a sudden tension gripped him. There, several hundred meters from the red-shirt tree, he spotted a campfire with 3 figures seated beside it, roasting something. Humans? Chapter 91. A shift in perspective. Ye Feng was overjoyed, for he could ascertain that the 3 figures were indeed male. Just as he was lamenting the shortage of robust labor for shipbuilding, the addition of these 3 individuals would undoubtedly expedite the process. Once he descended from the tree, Ye Feng charged in a certain direction, finally breaking free from the peculiar cycle and arriving at the campfire. The 3 men, hearing footsteps approaching from behind, hastily discarded the fish in their hands and seized their clubs. Is it you? Is it you? Ye Feng locked eyes with one of the men, and his expression instantly darkened. Su Jiaying, you are still alive? Ye Feng furrowed his brow as he regarded Su Jiaying. This man was the captain of the security team, a sycophant to Wang Tao, who often made Ye Feng's life difficult at the entrance. For instance, after work, he would search no one but Ye Feng, deliberately embarrassing him in front of his colleagues. Moreover, during clock-ins, he would close the gate just as Ye Feng was about to be late, only reopening it after 9 o'clock. At that time, Ye Feng had opted to avoid conflict rather than confront him. Ha ha ha, now the opportunity has arisen. Su Jiaying, despite being the security captain with considerable strength, would have to wait until the ship was completed before any confrontation. As for the other 2, they appeared somewhat familiar. They were security personnel from the company, who typically followed Su Jiaying's lead. You haven't perished, so how could I? Su Jiaying inquired cautiously. Ye Feng, is that firearm on you genuine? After all, on this deserted island, trust was a rare commodity. One could never be too careful. It's a replica, lacking ammunition. Ye Feng pondered momentarily, deciding to test Su Jiaying's intentions. Oh, so it is a fake. Ye Feng, given your current predicament, would you consider joining us? However, I have conditions. You must assist us with night watch, fishing, grilling fish, and fending off mosquitoes. Should you agree, I shall lead you. No, thank you. I have my own cave downstream, where many survivors reside, and we are currently constructing a ship to return home. Should you be interested, you may join us in the shipbuilding endeavor. Ye Feng was reluctant to engage in conflict with him for now. He preferred to complete the ship first. By the way, we need to retrieve the keel from the creek tomorrow. You 3, being robust, are just the labor we require. Are you building a ship? Certainly, that sounds feasible. Let us set off at once, Su Jiaying replied, promptly picking up a wooden spear and a piece of material resembling metal, which he had fashioned into a shield. The shield bore several letters. Upon closer inspection, Ye Feng's excitement grew, for the letters were reminiscent of German script. Where did you find this metal piece? He inquired. Oh, we discovered it over there, at least a dozen kilometers away, Su Jiaying responded, joining Ye Feng with the 2 security guards, prepared to follow his lead. Wait, when you found this metal piece, did you come across any other fragments? Perhaps remnants of a warship? Ye Feng asked. Su Jiaying looked perplexed. Ye Feng, what are you talking about? This is merely a scrap of metal. Why bring up warships? Then, are you saying you only found this piece? Did you not search the surrounding area? Search for nothing. Just lead the way home swiftly. My patience is quite limited. Su Jiaying crossed his arms, his piercing gaze sweeping over Ye Feng. He had resolved that if Ye Feng dared to deceive him, he would surely end his life. Initially, their group consisted of over a dozen members, predominantly women, the elderly, and middle-aged individuals. Su Jiaying, along with his two bodyguards, naturally assumed the role of leaders. The first few days passed without incident, as he anxiously awaited rescue. However, after several days without sight of any help, his gaze towards the women took a darker turn. Not only did he assault a blonde young woman, but he also murdered her husband. As for the little girl, he had intended to harm her as well, but she managed to escape downstream. This incident led to a loss of respect for the three of them among the group, prompting Su Jiaying to eliminate them one by one. The women suffered a more brutal fate, being toyed with before their demise, while the men were simply killed on the spot. Due to his inept management, within a month, only the three of them remained. All right, follow me. Ye Feng immediately took the lead, his mind racing with thoughts. Chapter 92. The status of leadership. These three individuals still held some value. Tomorrow, they would first retrieve the dragon bones and then guide him upstream, where they would start a search within a 10-kilometer radius, certain that other remnants of the military ship could be found. Ideally, he would discover something akin to a steam engine. After walking downstream for a few kilometers, the three men suddenly collapsed to the ground like ragdolls. How did you manage to run over 10 kilometers upstream with such stamina? Ye Feng exclaimed in astonishment. What? That took us half a month to reach. There are no paths in this tropical rainforest, just venomous snakes and fierce beasts. Do you think it's easy? Su Jiaying gasped for breath. Ye Feng rolled his eyes and decided to wait for them. When night fully enveloped the surroundings, Ye Feng finally led the three men back to the cave. Suzong? Is that you, Suzong? Su Jiaying's eyes lit up upon spotting Su Yun. Weren't you a security guard? This is wonderful. You're alive. Su Yun exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, Suzong. I wonder if Brother Tao is still alive. I miss him terribly. Su Jiaying said, yearning to rush forward and embrace Su Yun, but Ye Feng positioned himself in between. All right, I trust you haven't eaten well in the past month. Someone, prepare some roasted meat for them, Ye Feng instructed. They needed to restore the three men's strength. After all, engineers couldn't be solely tasked with physical labor. If they were overworked, he would be left without resources. However, the three men were expendable. Raimai nodded and went to prepare a meal for them. Upon seeing Raimai, Su Jiaying's eyes sparkled. Most of the women here wore tattered clothing, exposing arms or legs. Particularly, Alice was clad in a bikini, merely adorned with a grass skirt around her waist. In the eyes of the three beasts, the scene was a feast of flesh. You two, come here. We need to discuss something. The three men swiftly retreated to a corner. Captain, we've struck gold. There are so many beautiful women here. If we take turns, we could indulge for an entire week. As for Ye Feng, he's nothing but a softie, and those three elderly men surely won't pose any challenge to us. And that cripple, well, he's of no consequence. Indeed, Captain, let's first allow Ye Feng to restore our vitality. Once we're invigorated, we can indulge ourselves. One of them chimed in. However, Su Jiaying shot a stern glance at the two. Patience is key. Why the rush? First, we need to construct the boat. We cannot afford to offend those three engineers. As for Ye Feng, once we've eaten our fill, we can easily subdue him. That cripple in the cave? We'll find an opportunity to eliminate him. Ha ha ha. As for the remaining women, we can do as we please. It's not like there are any laws here. Once the boat is ready, we can have them row us home, and when the time comes, simply toss them into the sea to feed the fish. We cannot allow them to return and report us. Therefore, after we've finished eating, let us gather everyone for a meeting to solidify our leadership, Su Jiaying stated nonchalantly. Captain, you truly know how to enjoy yourself. I want to have my turn with that tall beauty first. I've got my eye on that adorable little sister, the three of them mused. Ye Feng had already noted their character, but chose to remain silent. Once they finished their meal, they would soon learn who truly held the power. Susan must have been on night watch in the trees. Otherwise, these three wouldn't be wearing such lecherous grins. After all, they had witnessed Susan's prowess, able to take on 5 men effortlessly. Come on, it's time to eat. Rico had prepared the roasted meat, and a stew was simmering in the helmets, garnished with wild vegetables. We must replenish our vitamins. We can't survive solely on meat. Su Jiaying and his companions approached and sat down in Ye Feng's designated spot. You three lack any sense of decorum. That stone bench is reserved for Brother Yi. Move aside, Ding Tuanshuan admonished. Little sister, ha ha ha, Uncle cares for you. No need to be so fierce, one of the security guards said with a greasy expression. Ding Tuanshuan jumped back, quickly seeking refuge behind Ye Feng. Never mind. Let us eat. What about Ilian? Is she still asleep? Ye Feng inquired. Yes, she is still in the cave, having already eaten once. That poor child has certainly endured quite a bit, Lena said, wiping away her tears, her maternal instincts overwhelming her. All right, let us dig in. Ye Feng picked up the roasted meat. Su Jiaying and his companions had hearty appetites, as the company's security personnel were not merely stationed but occasionally assisted in the office with tasks like moving tables. After a full hour of feasting, everyone was satisfied. Su Jiaying leaned against the stone wall, one hand resting on his stomach. Once the food had settled, it would be time for him to assert his leadership. Chapter 93. Who is in favor? Who is against? Have you all eaten well? Su Jiaying slowly rose to his feet, his two lackeys standing behind him, each brandishing a wooden stick as if they were eunuchs cheering for the emperor. Yet, he was met with indifference as a few women engaged in quiet conversation. Ye Feng was sharpening arrows with a dagger. 3 engineers were engrossed in a discussion regarding the structural integrity of the vessel. Are you even listening to me? Su Jiaying felt a pang of humiliation. He yearned to slam his fist on the table, yet there was none to be found. In a fit of frustration, he kicked a log into the fire, sending sparks flying in all directions. Simultaneously, the hem of his pants caught fire. Ye Feng cast a cold glance in his direction and slowly rose to his feet, determined to subdue these 3 individuals. Otherwise, they would not work diligently. From this moment forth, I am your leader. Who is in favor? Who is against? Ye Feng was taken aback, astonished that someone had preempted his declaration. Su Jiaying had already ascended a rock, surveying the crowd from a higher vantage point. Do not underestimate my authority. This is a deserted island devoid of law, where the strong prey upon the weak. If you heed my words, I shall take care of you. However, if you disobey, I will have no choice but to expel you, Su Jiaying proclaimed loudly. On what grounds? Yu Sihai stood up defiantly. On the strength of my fists. Here on this island, the one with the mightiest fist reigns supreme, Su Jiaying replied coldly. I wish to test my strength against yours, Ye Feng said, placing the dagger on the ground, opting not to draw his firearm. Su Jiaying turned, his gaze icy as he regarded Ye Feng. I anticipated you would meddle. Today, I shall demonstrate my prowess. With that, he lunged at Ye Feng. Predictably, before he could close the distance, Ye Feng struck him down with a single blow, leaving him incapacitated on the ground. How can you possess such strength? Su Jiaying raised his head, astonished as he gazed at Ye Feng. The women hurriedly took their seats nearby, excitement etched on their faces as they prepared to witness the spectacle. Captain Su, it appears your fists lack the might to contend with mine. Are you now prepared to concede? Ye Feng inquired. I'll concede to your mother. Brothers, let us take him down. Do not hold back. Su Jiaying commanded, and the 3 accomplices charged at Ye Feng. Yet again, in a matter of mere minutes, they found themselves sprawled on the ground, with Su Jiaying having lost a front tooth in the process. He covered his gaping mouth, casting a defiant look at Ye Feng. Ye Feng, how is it that you possess such fighting capabilities? Why did you refrain from retaliating at the company? Su Jiaying questioned. You fool, in a civilized society, striking another is a crime. Retaliating is mutual combat, Ye Feng replied, arms crossed, acutely aware of the trio's lingering defiance. Damn it, Captain, this guy is incredibly strong. What should we do? One of the security guards helped Su Jiaying to his feet. Grab something and take him down. The 3 men seized wooden clubs. Unperturbed, Ye Feng too armed himself with a bamboo spear. With the weapon in hand, he became a formidable force, wielding the spear with a resounding whoosh. He did not resort to lethal force but employed the spear as a club instead. In no time, the 3 men were left bruised and battered, their cries of distress echoing. Will you submit? Will you submit? Will you submit? With each inquiry, Ye Feng struck down with the bamboo spear. Please, stop. We yield. Su Jiaying was the first to relent. Indeed, cease the hostilities. We are truly exasperated. Even the 2 security personnel have surrendered. Ye Feng nodded, casting aside the bamboo spear, reluctant to inflict serious harm, for otherwise, these 3 fellows would be incapable of retrieving the dragon bones come morning. It is well that you have acquiesced. Henceforth, the 3 of you shall join the engineering team. You are to heed the instructions of the 3 engineers. Whatever tasks they assign, you shall execute without sloth, lest you find yourselves deprived of sustenance. Do you comprehend? Ye Feng declared. Understood. Su Jiaying nodded grimly, a tempest of fury brewing within. Clap, clap, clap. Ding Tuanshuan led a round of applause. Brother Yi, your combat skills are simply magnificent. The other women, inspired by this display, joined in the clapping. In an instant, the cave resonated with the sounds of flesh meeting flesh. The three defeated men, disheveled and dusty, retreated to a corner, their eyes flickering with uncertainty, as if concocting some grand scheme. Ye Feng, however, paid them no mind and instead summoned the others outside the cave. Attention, everyone. This evening, place your firearms beneath your pillows. We must not allow those three miscreants to seize them. The sentinels must guard against both wild beasts and the mischief of those three. Ye Feng instructed. Acknowledged. The group responded in unison, promptly returning to prepare for rest. In contrast, Su Jiaying and his companions huddled in a corner like beggars. Unsettled, Ye Feng decided to fetch some vines. We shall retire for the night, but I remain uneasy about your presence. Hence, I must bind you for my peace of mind. Ye Feng stated. What? Su Jiaying seethed with rage. I insist on binding you for my own assurance. However, come morning, once our people awaken, I shall release you. I will secure you outside the cave. Should any wild animals approach, you must yell to rouse us, and I will naturally come to your aid, Ye Feng said earnestly. Damn it, let us settle this once and for all. Another fierce battle ensued, and this time, Ye Feng exerted 30% of his strength, incapacitating the three men completely. Brother Bao, I kindly request your assistance in binding him, Ye Feng called out. Of course. The two engineers approached, binding the three into a tight bundle and fastening one end of the rope to a sturdy tree. This arrangement rendered their arms immobile, allowing only their legs to move within a radius of 5 to 6 meters. Tonight, Ding Tuanshuan and Alice, you shall stand guard. Having concluded his orders, Ye Feng dashed back to sleep. The women blushed, pressing forward towards Ye Feng. Yet, he gently pushed most of them away, choosing instead to embrace Su Yun and Yi Lian, the youngest among them, for they were more vulnerable and needed warmth. Outside the cave, Su Jiaying and his companions squatted together. Damn it, this was a miscalculation. I never anticipated Ye Feng's prowess in combat, one of the security guards grumbled. They had been leaders in their previous team, but found themselves bested by Ye Feng on his territory, reduced to mere pawns, like dogs left outside. Such is human nature. Once one has tasted the sweetness of power, they are loath to accept a subordinate position. This cannot continue. Tomorrow, we must find an opportunity to lure Ye Feng to a secluded spot. One person will engage him in conversation to divert his attention, while another will launch a surprise attack from behind. Remember, aim directly for his head. We must strive to shatter his skull with a single blow. The night breeze caused the campfire to flicker, casting shadows on Su Jiaying's face, which reflected a tumult of emotions. However, Ye Feng is exceedingly formidable. I fear this plan may not guarantee success, remarked a security guard. Chapter 94. Quick, pull me up. We can discuss it when we lift the keel. I overheard some women talking earlier. They plan to send us to lift the keel tomorrow. Ye Feng will undoubtedly join us, and it should be quite heavy. While he is exhausted, one of us will speak to him while the other strikes from behind. With this trio of tactics, even if he were a deity, he would meet his demise, Su Jiaying declared. Agreed, it is settled then. A faint smile graced the faces of the three men, as though they envisioned Ye Feng lying in a pool of his own blood, while the women sang and writhed beneath him. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation was overheard by Susan, who was keeping watch in the trees. The following morning, the three men, huddled together in slumber, were awakened by Ye Feng as he untied them. Rubbing their eyes, they gazed at him in confusion. Let us go. Today, the four of us have work to do. After speaking, Ye Feng distributed roasted meat and bowls of meat soup made from leaves to each of them, knowing they would need strength for the labor ahead. Ye Feng was particularly generous that day. Exchanging glances, the three began to eat heartily. Once they finished, Ye Feng equipped himself with a rifle, 2 handguns, 3 daggers, and a shovel. Su Jiaying, take this shovel and clear the path ahead, Ye Feng commanded. What? You want me to lead? Wait, this is a shovel? Fine. Give it to me. I will forge ahead. Su Jiaying eagerly accepted the shovel, brandishing it in the air with a smirk. After walking downstream for a while, Ye Feng instructed the three to ascend the mountain in groups. Finally reaching the beach, the three men sought opportunities to circle behind Ye Feng. Yet, inexplicably, he always seemed to sense their presence, remaining just out of reach. Ye Feng smirked inwardly, as Susan had already informed him of their intentions. In the past, Ye Feng would have dealt with them swiftly. However, he recognized the need for strong labor to lift the keel, followed by returning to shipbuilding and logging. Ouch! My stomach hurts. Shao Kai, go ahead and clear the path. I need to relieve myself behind you, Su Jiaying suddenly exclaimed, clutching his abdomen as he attempted to move behind Ye Feng. What are you doing? Ye Feng's expression turned icy. I need to use the restroom. Are you telling me to hold it in? Su Jiaying retorted angrily. At that moment, the one called Shao Kai spoke up, Brother Feng. We actually saw a rescue plane upstream, but unfortunately, we were hidden by the foliage in the jungle, preventing the plane from spotting us. Ye Feng's body tensed slightly. If you need to relieve yourself, do so up ahead. I will keep watch. It's no trouble. After Ye Feng finished speaking, he gripped his handgun tightly, ever vigilant of the movements of the three individuals. Their positioning was perilously strategic, effectively encircling him in a convoluted manner. Su Jiaying clenched and then relaxed his fists, ultimately shedding his trousers to relieve himself nearby, rubbing himself on the ground in the absence of toilet paper before continuing on their path. Ye Feng urged him onward. Thus, the four men pressed forward towards the stream. Downstream in a cave, Ma Xikong lay in ambush within the bamboo grove, with Wang Tao crouched beside him. Both wielded makeshift bows and arrows. Meanwhile, upstream in the bamboo thicket, four other engineers lay in wait. Wang Tao, you do possess some utility. At least you're skilled at digging pits, Ma Xikong remarked with a grin. Thank you for the compliment, Wang Tao retorted, simmering with anger. Ma Xikong had been overly oppressive, compelling him to dig alone for an entire day and night, resulting in a 4-meter-deep pit. This pit was concealed with bamboo branches, positioned next to a dragon bone. Once Ye Feng and his group attempted to lift the bone, they would inevitably fall in. What if Ye Feng doesn't come? Wang Tao inquired. Fear not. He will undoubtedly arrive. It's merely a matter of time. Hush, Ma Xikong gestured for silence, directing his gaze downstream. Brother Feng, don't be so rigid. As long as the four of us collaborate, we shall be invincible. With so many women available, why bother? I can't believe you can satisfy so many. Especially those foreign girls. I've heard their appetites are substantial. We four brothers can share the joy. Su Jiaying was attempting to hypnotize Ye Feng, making his pants seem rather unflattering. No problem, I agree, but let us first carry the dragon bone back, Ye Feng replied nonchalantly. He was merely biding his time with these three, knowing that once the bone was returned, he would have to teach them a lesson, otherwise, they would not behave. Ha ha, splendid. With Brother Feng joining us, our group will be the mightiest in the camp. We can have the three engineers do the labor to help us build the boat. As for the women, we could engage in games each night, like rock, paper, scissors, or use card flipping to indulge in a royal pastime. What about that cripple? Brother Feng, if your bond with him isn't too strong, I suggest finding a place to toss him into the river to feed the fish. He is of no real value anyway. The three of them exchanged suggestions incessantly to Ye Feng. His patience had reached its limit. Should they utter another word, he would no longer feign civility. The dragon bone was now vaguely in sight, and Ye Feng's expression brightened, yet the next moment, his brow furrowed as his gaze shifted towards the bamboo grove on the bank. For reasons unknown, he sensed danger emanating from that area. It was an instinct. Firstly, there should have been aquatic plants beside the dragon bone. Why then were there additional bamboo leaves? And notably, their green color indicated they had been recently discarded? He quietly disengaged the safety on his rifle, alertly scanning the bamboo grove and the sky. Suddenly, a security guard fell into the trap with a horrific scream. Su Jiaying was taken aback and quickly leaned over the cave entrance to look below. Beneath the trap, there stood sharpened bamboo stakes, one of which, quite coincidentally, had impaled his subordinate. Damn it, my buddy seems to be done for. Captain, pull me up, quickly. The young man desperately reached upwards. Su Jiaying cast a wary glance around, suddenly focusing on the bamboo grove. There must be indigenous people lying in wait for us. No sooner had he uttered these words than a bamboo arrow shot forth from the thicket, its aim lacking precision, merely grazing Su Jiaying's thigh and breaking the skin. Indeed, there are natives, Su Jiaying exclaimed, frantic and agitated. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Ye Feng had taken action, pulling the bolt to eject the spent cartridge before chambering a new round. The antiquated firearm had this drawback, requiring manual ejection of the shell and reloading after each shot. Cursing under his breath, Ye Feng fired again, the bullet severing a bamboo stalk. Then, he heard the sound of chaotic footsteps emerging from the bamboo grove. Ma Xikong and his gang charged out, wielding bizarre primitive weapons. Chapter 95. I will annihilate every last one of you, fear not. This gun can only fire one shot at a time. Ma Xikong darted towards Ye Feng in a zigzag manner while simultaneously loosing an arrow. a master marksman. He recognized Ye Feng's novice handling of the weapon and felt confident in his ability to eliminate him. However, the proximity was too close. Just as Ye Feng finished chambering the bullet, Ma Xikong's club came crashing down. Bang! The bullet grazed Ma Xikong's left side, carving a gory wound. Ma Xikong howled in agony, yet his club still struck violently against Ye Feng's rifle, causing it to slip from his grasp. Wang Tao was the next to charge in. "You scoundrel, pay for my father's life." Ye Feng retaliated with a kick, sending Wang Tao flying. Yet, the 4 engineers rushed in as well. Though they lacked fighting skills, some clung to Ye Feng's legs, others to his waist, and some grasped his arms. Despite his severe injury, Ma Xikong gritted his teeth and rose, bending down to retrieve the rifle. Bang! A gunshot echoed from downstream, sending Ma Xikong's rifle flying from his hands. Not good, reinforcements. Ma Xikong panicked and turned to flee. Wang Tao, his eyes glinting with cunning, followed closely behind. The 4 engineers were left dumbfounded. They hadn't anticipated Ma Xikong's betrayal. "Ma, wait for us!" they cried as they released Ye Feng and scrambled upstream in pursuit. Finally free, Ye Feng drew his handgun from his waistband. Bang! The last engineer in the line was shot in the head. "Everyone halt, or I shall spare none of you." Ye Feng's eyes blazed with fury, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him. Fortunately, he had left a backup plan. Otherwise, even if he managed to eliminate Ma Xikong's group, he would have likely faced a bullet himself. At that moment, Susan appeared, rifle in hand, approaching from downstream. This had been Ye Feng's prearranged strategy, ensuring that Susan remained at a distance behind the group. After all, he is merely a mortal, and one must always be prepared for contingencies. The 3 engineers promptly raised their hands and obediently made their way downstream, lying flat on the ground with their hands clasped behind their heads. Ye Feng, gun in hand, commanded them. The engineers quickly complied, pressing themselves to the earth. "Susan, you stay here and keep an eye on them. I will go and eliminate Ma Xikong and Wang Tao." Upon finishing his statement, Ye Feng grasped 2 pistols and swiftly pursued the upstream path. However, just as he reached the mouth of the cave, he halted. Ma Xikong was far too cunning. What if he set a trap along the way? It was best to retreat. One's life is paramount. Ye Feng returned downstream, contemplating how to deal with the sly Ma Xikong. Otherwise, he would strike like a thief, catching him off guard at any moment. Su Jiaying had already dragged the injured security guard out of the trap. The man was bleeding profusely from the inner thigh, but appeared to be in fair spirits, clearly not gravely wounded. "Can you still perform physical work?" Ye Feng fixed his gaze upon the guard, his murderous intent unmasked. I can manage," the guard replied, displaying unexpected cleverness in a critical moment. Ye Feng promptly removed his trousers to assess the injury. It seemed serious, but not critical. With 3 to 4 days of rest, he could likely resume physical labor. Do not assist him. Let him follow the group on his own. If he cannot keep up, well, Ye Feng's meaning was unmistakable. Su Jiaying nodded, abandoning his subordinate. "You 3 engineers, along with 2 security guards, 5 of you in total, lift the keel and do so immediately," Ye Feng commanded. The 5 exchanged glances and summoned all their strength to raise the keel. "It's so heavy. It must weigh nearly 1,000 pounds. Su Jiaying's face flushed crimson, his teeth grinding in strain as he bore the heaviest end, shouldering over 300 pounds alone. "Enough chatter, move downstream. If anyone falters, the engineers will take the fall," Ye Feng ordered. The 5 were taken aback, trembling as they trudged downstream with the keel. The injured guard gritted his teeth, picked up a stick to use as a makeshift crutch, and laboriously followed behind the group. Ye Feng forged ahead while Susan trailed, ready to resolve any insubordination with a single shot. Bang! After traveling downstream for a kilometer, the massive keel struck the ground with a resounding thud. The 5 men collapsed, gasping for breath, even sticking out their tongues to cool down. Ye Feng did not rush them. Instead, he raised his rifle, vigilantly surveying the banks of the stream. Just moments ago, he sensed an unsettling quiet in the surroundings. "Brother Feng, lend a hand with the keel. I can no longer bear the weight," Su Jiaying lamented, a look of despair on his face. "If that is the case, you have become useless," Ye Feng retorted, pressing the gun to his temple. "No, I am still valuable. Truly." Su Jiaying strained to stand, hoisting the keel onto his shoulders. "You 4, hurry and lift, otherwise, Brother Feng will execute you." Su Jiaying, after being threatened by Ye Feng, redirected his wrath onto others. Truly, as the captain of the security team, His awareness of servitude is commendable. Ye Feng regarded these individuals as if they were already dead. Once the vessel was completed, he would undoubtedly discard them. The only ones worth retaining were the 3 engineers in the cave, along with Brother Wu, and then there were the women. The group lifted the keel once more, unsteadily making their way downstream. This time, they managed only a few hundred meters before collapsing onto the ground. "I can't go on any longer," cried a 50-something engineer. With a sigh, Ye Feng had no choice but to join the effort. Susan remained vigilant of the surrounding dangers, her anxiety palpable. With fresh reinforcements, the burden on the others lightened significantly, and the group of 8 swiftly jogged downstream. "Stop!" Ye Feng commanded, abruptly discarding the keel. "Ouch! Ah!" The pressure on the other 5 intensified, leading to a chorus of anguished cries. The moment the keel was released, Ye Feng raised his rifle, aiming downstream. Though Susan was unaware of the imminent threat, she followed Ye Feng's line of sight. Before them, over 30 monstrous monkeys approached, some carrying animal carcasses, others cradling young, and some brandishing blowpipes. The leading monkey expertly held a blowpipe in its mouth. "Fire! Eliminate them!" Ye Feng bellowed. Bang! Bang! Susan also opened fire, but only 2 or 3 monkeys fell. In desperation, Ye Feng tossed a pistol to one of the engineers. "You fire too, or we'll be slaughtered," he shouted. "I've seen these creatures. They're hunting ISNT merely for sustenance, but for sport." The engineer took the pistol and began firing in rapid succession. Chapter 96. Don't run. The monstrous monkeys discarded their burdens, some charging forward, others flanking through the bamboo thicket, while some waded across the stream. Simultaneously, they utilized their blowpipes as poles, leaping 5 to 6 meters high. The 30 monkeys created an overwhelming presence, akin to a vast army. In Ye Feng's eyes, it appeared as though a tidal wave of monkeys surged toward him, extinguishing any thought of resistance. In that moment, he grasped how the Germans had faced annihilation. "We must flee." The engineer, after firing a few rounds, tossed aside the pistol and turned to escape upstream. "Damn it, don't run." Ye Feng was both anxious and furious, unable to divert his attention. One person took the lead, and soon others followed suit. Only Ye Feng and Susan remained, bracing themselves. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Ye Feng's thigh, causing him to gasp. He felt a jolt of agony radiate through his body, his muscles seizing up, and his rifle clattering to the ground. Yet, he quickly drew his remaining handgun, relentlessly firing at the advancing monkeys. "Ye Feng, get up!" Susan shouted urgently. Ye Feng yearned to rise, yet his legs were devoid of sensation, a tingling numbness spreading through them. "Susan, flee. Do not concern yourself with me." In this critical moment, Ye Feng made a noble decision. Without uttering a word, Susan meticulously loaded bullets into the chamber of her gun, then ejected them one by one. Although fewer than 10 of the strange monkeys had perished, Ye Feng had already succumbed. The rifle's ammunition swiftly dwindled. Susan discarded it, and, drawing her pistol, grasped Ye Feng, dragging him towards the bamboo grove. Bang, bang, bang. With only 7 shots remaining, the gun jammed after Susan fired 3 rounds. Gritting her teeth, she hoisted Ye Feng onto her back and fled into the thicket. Thud, thud. Ye Feng felt 2 more stings in his rear. "Aw, Susan, are you using me as a shield?" The pain overwhelmed him, as if a deity were summoned in agony. The poison from the darts was potent, piercing his flesh like a searing needle. Breathless, Susan struggled to speak, her lungs heaving as she sprinted through the bamboo, eventually reaching the shelter of a banyan tree. "Can you move?" she inquired. "I can't. My legs are completely numb, and now my left arm has succumbed too, though my fingers retain a modicum of sensation," replied Ye Feng. Nodding, Susan suddenly tossed her pistol against the tree and leapt up. With a powerful leg, she hooked a branch, using one hand to grasp Ye Feng's belt, forcibly dragging him upward. The chattering of the strange monkeys grew alarmingly close. In a crucial moment, Susan pulled Ye Feng up into the banyan's embrace, collapsing into his arms. The tree's slender trunk necessitated their close proximity to evade the monkey's gaze. Ye Feng felt utterly weakened, even his nerves dulled, yet he could still catch a whiff of Susan's delightful fragrance. The chattering grew nearer, then gradually faded away. Time became an enigma as Susan finally rose from Ye Feng's embrace. Cautiously peering down, she leaned against the tree, gasping for breath. She had nearly exhausted herself. Despite Ye Feng's seemingly slender frame, he was far heavier than she had anticipated, indicative of his superior muscle and bone density. After 2 minutes of catching her breath, Susan abruptly tore off Ye Feng's trousers. No. Ye Feng attempted to protest, but discovered that even the nerves near his mouth had succumbed to numbness, producing only muffled sounds. Glancing at the interior of Ye Feng's trousers, Susan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. This poison is likely severe. I must extract it from you. Please endure. With that, she leaned down. Ye Feng felt her long hair entwined with his disheveled locks. Susan expelled several mouthfuls of black blood, which eventually transformed into crimson. In truth, even before Susan began her extraction, Ye Feng sensed a force within him combating the toxin. Now, after Susan had drawn a few breaths, the poison seemed to be expelled, though it remained unclear if it was her effort or that inner strength at play. Perhaps it was a combination of both. And then there was the matter of his rear. Susan exerted all her strength in an attempt to turn Ye Feng over. A wave of exhilaration swept through Ye Feng. He yearned to reveal to Susan that he was almost recovered. Yet, the sensation he had just experienced was utterly enchanting. You, despite your slender frame, are surprisingly heavy. You nearly exhausted me, Susan remarked, exerting force to flip him. Oh dear. Ye Feng fell directly from the banyan tree, fortunately landing amidst a tangle of undergrowth. Can you speak now? Susan leaped down from the tree. Ye Feng gradually propped himself up, noticing that his limbs lacked their former agility. It would take some time to regain his peak condition. Indeed. Thank you, Sister Susan. Had it not been for your assistance in detoxifying me, I could have perished. Ye Feng expressed sincerely. Shut your mouth. Upon returning, do not speak of this to anyone, or I shall take action against you, Susan warned, shooting him a fierce glance. Ouch. Ye Feng's legs weakened, and he sat down abruptly. What is wrong? Susan observed him warily. Perhaps you have not entirely purged the toxins. Some residual poison remains within me. It's no matter. In the worst case, it would lead to my demise, but I cannot allow you to assist further, Ye Feng declared with noble resolve. Susan scrutinized him from head to toe, then circled around to his back, suddenly exclaiming, Duck, there's a cobra behind you. What? Ye Feng gasped, swiftly rolling 3 meters away, displaying remarkable agility. Where's the snake? He inquired solemnly. However, Susan approached him, hands on her hips, and seized his ear. A man and woman emerged from the bamboo grove, the man still dryly explaining, I have no idea what happened. Your fright caused the toxins to expel on their own. Enough. Do you take me for one of those foolish women in a cave? All those individuals fled. What shall we do about the dragon bone? Susan questioned. Moo. Just as she finished speaking, 2 water buffalo appeared across the stream. The animals, eyes wide with fear, lifted their heads to regard the duo, seemingly greeting them. Ha ha. Ye Feng approached and gently stroked the noses of the 2 great buffaloes. Bend down, my friends. Might I ask for your assistance? Come here, please. Having grown up in the countryside, Ye Feng understood how to communicate with water buffaloes. He plucked some tender leaves from the treetops for the buffaloes and discreetly inserted several sticks into the holes of the dragon bone. Finally, he quietly bound the wooden sticks to the backs of the 2 buffaloes using the sturdy vines from the ancient banyan tree. Thus, the yoke was prepared. This apparatus could rest upon the buffalo's shoulders, making it impossible for them to escape. Dear buffalo brothers, I kindly ask you to follow me, Ye Feng said, enticing the 2 buffaloes with the tender leaves as he led the way.